In a previous life, the adopted son of the Wei family, Wei Hong, relied on the transmission of his inner voice to wield a golden finger. He cunningly orchestrated the downfall of Wei Hong, severing his ties with family and leading him into disgrace and despair. His guaranteed admission was usurped, he faced false allegations of cheating in exams, and his college entrance examination was maliciously sabotaged. His family displayed indifference and favoritism, while teachers and classmates loathed him, subjecting him to a torrent of ridicule and scorn across the internet. In this new existence, Wei Hong renounces his desire for familial affection. He severed all emotional ties, wielding ruthless measures to exact vengeance upon all who wronged him. What nonsense is this about familial bonds? They can all go to hell. What of my biological father? I shall repay evil with evil, and an eye for an eye. Seeking forgiveness? Why not just get lost? Forgiveness has no place in my lexicon. Chapter 1. Inner Voice Conspiracy, Severing Emotions and Affections. Beast, little Sheng is your brother, and yet you would harm him? I will end you, you heartless scoundrel. Awakening from his stupor, he hears a cacophony of insults. Wei Hong finds himself kneeling on the ground, his back ablaze with searing pain. The furious visage of his father, Wei Jiaoyang, wielding a rattan whip, leaves him momentarily disoriented. Was he not struck down by a vehicle? Why then does he find himself reliving memories from when he was 17? Wait, this is not a dream. Wei Hong's consciousness sharpens amidst the pain. His gaze sweeps over his father, mother, and sisters, ultimately resting upon a gaunt youth whose eyes blaze with intense hatred. He has indeed been reborn. In his previous life, the driver, Uncle Li, perished in a tragic accident while trying to save his father. Overwhelmed by guilt, Wei Jiaoyang adopted his only son. The youth, Li Sheng, became Wei Sheng, the youngest scion of the wealthy Wei family in Jiangzhou. Thus began Wei Hong's ill-fated existence, beset by constant framing and betrayal from Wei Sheng. His familial relationships deteriorated, and he was universally despised at school. His admission slot was stolen, he faced false accusations of cheating, and his college entrance examination was sabotaged with drugs. The chaotic troubles seemed endless. Each time he attempted to explain, family and friends refused to believe him. It was not until Wei Hong met a tragic end that he lingered as a spirit in the mortal realm, gradually piecing together the truth. It turned out that Wei Sheng was a time traveler with a golden finger, capable of transmitting his inner voice to others. With this obscure ability, he crafted himself into a naive and benevolent figure, merely whispering a few words to incite disdain towards Wei Hong from those around him. Ultimately, he was not only stripped of luck and everything he held dear, but also met a gruesome demise in an accident. Now, it is only the 3rd month since Wei Sheng entered the Wei household. Aware of his peanut allergy, he deliberately consumed peanut butter to frame Wei Hong. Enraged, Wei Jiaoyang resorted to familial discipline against Wei Hong. In his previous life, he fought to explain himself, but his family never believed him, and the more he tried, the more fiercely he was punished. Ultimately, he spent 3 months in the hospital, marred with scars across his back. In this second chance, Wei Hong resolves to act shrewdly. As Wei Jiaoyang raised the whip once more, he swiftly seized his father's hand, effortlessly constraining it. Do you dare to resist? Wei Jiaoyang seethed with rage. Why should I not? Wei Hong replied coldly, rising to his feet. At 17, his towering stature, coupled with the experiences of 2 lifetimes, imbued his gaze with a chilling intensity that caused his biological father to recoil in fear. Did I permit you to rise? Kneel! Wei Jiaoyang continued to roar in fury. His mother, Du Hui, wore a face of disgust and scolded, disrespecting your parents and poisoning your siblings. Have we not raised you better than that? His sisters chimed in. Little Sheng is already pitiful enough, yet you persist in bullying him. Our parents educate you for your own good. Why not kneel and accept your punishment? Wei Hong's cold gaze swept over his family. The warmth and kindness that once characterized his eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling strangeness that sent shivers down their spines. The Wei family had long been matriarchal, with his mother, Du Hui, giving birth to 6 daughters. Ultimately, they sought surrogacy abroad to conceive him. The family patriarch doted on this grandson, raising him closely and educating him with care. This resulted in him spending little time with his parents and sisters. Whether it be parents or 6 sisters, the emotional bonds were exceedingly tenuous. Since his grandfather's passing 3 years ago, Wei Hong had become nearly invisible within the household. With Wei Sheng's arrival, his status plummeted to the point where even servants could afford to look down upon him. Having been reborn, Wei Hong would no longer harbor any affection for familial ties. He vowed to reclaim every ounce of animosity, stroke by stroke. The chairman of the esteemed Wei Group, overseeing thousands of employees, is nothing but a fool incapable of discerning right from wrong. Wei Hong scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. No wonder grandfather often remarked that you are a hopeless case. He invested so much in cultivating me as a successor, having seen through your blindness to the truth. How laughable. What did you say? Wei Jiaoyang trembled with rage, while the others in the Wei family stood aghast, unable to fathom that he not only dared to defy them, but also to mock them to their faces. Am I mistaken? Wei Hong retorted, tilting his head in inquiry. You believe every word you hear without seeking evidence, and you would poison your own flesh and blood. You're either foolish or malicious. If someone claimed that feces were fragrant, would you dare to taste it? Slap. Du Sihui advanced and struck him fiercely across the face. You vile wretch, who taught you to speak like this? She seethed, her voice laced with loathing. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Have you truly raised me? Wei Hong retorted, defiantly tilting his jaw. Do not forget, I was raised by my grandfather. Du Sihui's face contorted with embarrassment as she instinctively raised her hand once more. What? Do you wish to strike me again? Wei Hong questioned with a derisive smile. Is it not true that your disdain stems from your inability to bear a son, leading you to seek surrogacy? And because I was not born of your womb, you have always looked upon me with contempt? And what of you lot? He gestured dismissively at each sister. Are you not envious that grandfather bestowed 30% of the company's shares upon me, harboring resentment in your hearts? In the past, I endeavored to win your affection, but you all acted as if you were above it all, believing yourselves to be so noble. Having faced death once, I have seen through it all. Now, I wish to tear away every shred of your facades. What nonsense is this about familial bonds? They can all go to hell. I can overlook the lashes and the slap from earlier, considering it a repayment of familial grace. Wei Hong surveyed the myriad expressions on their faces and continued coldly. However, should there be a next time, I assure you, I will repay you tooth for tooth and eye for eye. If you doubt it, feel free to test me. On the day I come of age, our ties shall be severed. Until then, it is in your best interest to maintain a peaceful coexistence. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to expel you, for this is the villa my grandfather left for me. Do you comprehend? In that instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 2. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood. So much blood. The rattan whip tore into Wei Hong's scalp, instantly coating his face in crimson. This shocking scene not only startled Wei Jiaoyang, but also made others gasp in disbelief. No one anticipated he would resort to such brutality in a fit of rage. It seems you all took my earlier words for mere nonsense. Wei Hong chuckled with a twisted smile, madness flickering in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Wei Jiaoyang roared in a panic. If it weren't for your insolence towards the elders, would I have to resort to such extremes? This is all your own doing. You wretched fool. Du Sihui also berated from his side. This is a lesson in humility. What kind of attitude is that? Wei Hong, stop arguing with Dad. Apologize quickly. If you continue to act recklessly, you might find yourself thrown out. His sisters chimed in fervently. Yet, Wei Hong's laughter grew even more frenzied and cold. He had not wished to settle past grievances so swiftly, as the rest of the Wei family were also victims. Although they had played their part in his demise, they ultimately met their end at Wei Sheng's hands. In this new life, Wei Hong had intended to develop quietly. However, the rattan whip in Wei Jiaoyang's hand severed the last thread of his rationality. The pent-up fury, grievances, and murderous intent from 2 lifetimes erupted like a volcano within him at that moment. With lightning speed, Wei Hong's left hand grasped Wei Jiaoyang's hair, forcefully compelling him to kneel, while his right hand seized the whip. What do you think you're doing? Wei Hong, have you lost your mind? Stop. He is your father. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring their protests, Wei Hong raised his hand and struck down with the whip. Wei Hong, stop. I am your father. Don't hit me anymore. Wei Jiaoyang screamed in agony, his hands, face, scalp, and ears all marked with welts. Blood streaming down as his cries attracted the attention of the servants, maids, and bodyguards within the villa. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. They had only ever seen Wei Jiaoyang publicly chastising Wei Hong. Who had ever seen a son dare to strike his father in public? Stop, for heaven's sake, stop. Du Sihui shrieked in exasperation. Are you all dead? Hurry and stop him. Restrain this little beast. Yes, quickly save Dad. Wei Hong, how dare you? No one can save you today. You madman. Whipping your own father will bring divine retribution. The Wei family cannot harbor such trash. His sisters were equally incensed. Just as the bodyguards prepared to intervene, Wei Hong had already discarded Wei Jiaoyang like a piece of garbage, leaving him to wail in a bloodied heap. He cast a frigid gaze around, and the bodyguards, frightened, dared not approach. Quickly, Send him to the hospital. Du suivi instructed urgently. No. Wei Jiaoyang raised a trembling hand to stop them, his expression fluctuating as he gritted his teeth. Bring the family doctor. Du Sihui paused, understanding his intent. If news of a son whipping his father were to leak, the shares of the Wei Corporation would plummet, and their family would become a laughingstock in the wealthy circles. Wei Jiaoyang dared not go to the hospital. Wei Sheng's inner voice echoed once more. No wonder Big Brother dares to strike his father. He knows Dad won't dare expose this. He truly is ruthless. Infuriating. The members of the Wei family gritted their teeth once more, their eyes practically ablaze with fury. This matter could not simply be overlooked. If this rebellious son were not severely punished, he would only continue to elevate himself above others, defecating and urinating from his lofty perch. Someone, Wei Jiaoyang coldly commanded. The seventh young master's manic episode has recurred. Immediately call the psychiatric hospital to send someone over. Oh dear, how impressive. Wei Hong could not help but chuckle. His father was truly merciless, immediately branding him with the label of insanity. With the Wei family's influence in Jiangzhou, once Wei Jiaoyang claimed he was mentally ill, he would undoubtedly be regarded as such. This way, not only could he regain his lost dignity, but he could also legally seize the shares left to him by the old master, and properly deal with Wei Hong in the psychiatric facility, a truly threefold benefit. Du Sihui hesitated. My dear, should we not let this matter go? Indeed. Second sister Wei Kailon frowned, cautioning. If word gets out that our Wei family has a lunatic, we will be humiliated. Eldest sister Wei Linlang scoffed. Absolutely not. If he dares to strike his father today, he will surely poison the entire family tomorrow. Such a beast cannot be spared. He must learn a lesson. Sixth sister Wei Xia nodded in fervent agreement. Yes, he not only dares to harm Xiaosheng, but also his own father. I cannot acknowledge such a brother. Even if he kneels and begs for mercy today, he must not be forgiven. The group continued to debate passionately, clearly having resolved to punish Wei Hong. Wei Sheng's lips curled into an involuntary smirk, ostensibly advocating for peace while secretly stoking the flames of discord, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Huh! Wei Hong sneered as he pulled out his phone, dialing a number coldly. Uncle Gong, have you managed to recuperate after resting for a few years? Bring some people over to the old residence. Uncle Gong? Everyone gasped in shock. Wei Jiaoyang's face turned ashen with fear as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You fool! Why are you calling that old ghost Su? Do you wish to rebel? Uncle Gong's true name was Su Mao Gong, aged 56. He was an old veteran who had fought alongside the late Wei patriarch. His reputation in both the underworld and the business and political realms was formidable, possessing extensive connections and wielding considerable unseen power. He had often assisted the old master in eliminating rivals. In his past life, Wei Hong had been exceedingly foolish. For the sake of a nebulous familial bond, he had distanced himself from Uncle Gong, fully aware that the old man had been intentionally left to him by his grandfather to ensure a smooth succession of the family business upon reaching adulthood. Now, having lived again, how could Wei Hong continue to be foolish? It was paramount to wield power. All notions of familial ties could go to hell. Within 5 minutes, the sound of vehicles roaring outside the villa filled the air. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, an elderly man in traditional attire, accompanied by over 20 bodyguards, surged forth, forcefully pushing open the villa's grand entrance with an overwhelming presence. Greetings, young master. Over 20 individuals bowed in unison, their display magnificent and imposing. Su Mao Gong ap vo jek lao. Leaning on his cane, and the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Ji Gong, uncle, why have you brought so many people? What do you intend to do? Wei Jiaoyang stammered, clearly unsettled. Su Mao Gong surveyed the scene, fully comprehending the situation, and silently positioned himself behind Wei Hong, sneering. The young master summoned me. How could this old man dare to refuse? How can anyone dare to bully the young master? The old master in heaven must be furious. Nonsense. Wei Jiaoyang defensively retorted. This little beast has harmed his siblings and struck his father. Do I not have the right to discipline him? Su Maogong scoffed. Go ahead. Try disciplining him. Chapter 3. If you dare to touch him, I will deny you as my son. The two sides stood in stark opposition. Su Maogong clearly held the upper hand, although Wei Jiaoyang had assumed the role of chairman of the Wei Corporation after the passing of the old master. Possessing extensive connections and resources in Jiangzhou, he was unlikely to shake the influence of such a veteran figure in a brief encounter. This elderly man still wielded considerable gray power. Should a confrontation ensue, Wei Jiaoyang might not fare well. Wei Hong casually discarded the rattan whip, swaggering onto the sofa with an air of nonchalance. His gaze swept over the faces of the Wei family, filled with anger and malice, and he felt an overwhelming sense of irony in his heart. In his previous life, he had been repeatedly framed, had defended himself time and again, faced punishment, and sought to please them, only to receive nothing but disdain and curses from the Wei family. In this life, as he unleashed his wrath upon them, they could only seethe in impotent fury. The absurdity of it all was almost laughable. It was truly liberating to relinquish the shackles of familial ties. Do you see? Wei Hong leaned back, speaking mockingly. I can act against anyone I wish without hesitation. If need be, I could have Uncle Gong bind someone and toss them to the sharks. I have no interest in petty tricks. He smirked. Your dear brother truly resembles a woman, always concocting schemes like a schoolgirl. Perhaps he has become addicted to palace intrigue dramas? I haven tea. Wei Sheng hurriedly waved his hands in protest. However, the rest of the Wei family could not suppress their doubt. After all, Wei Hong had dared to strike his own father. There was no need for subtlety when he found someone displeasing. I did not frame my elder brother. Mom, Dad, you must believe me, Wei Sheng anxiously explained, internally repeating. How could I possibly harm my brother with my own health? Allergies can be fatal. It is clearly my brother who seeks to turn our parents against me. Why must this be laid at my feet? The expressions of the Wei family shifted, their gazes toward Wei Hong now tinged with disgust. A chuckle escaped him. It was laughable to think that he had once fallen victim to such petty schemes. In this life, as he could hear their true thoughts, he realized they were nothing more than trivialities. As long as he remained indifferent to familial bonds, Wei Sheng's provocations were inconsequential. He could even publicly expose this brat's deceitful thoughts, awakening the Wei family from their delusions. Yet, what purpose would that serve? They were merely strangers on the verge of severing ties. Who had the inclination to save them? Uncle Gong, please serve Mr. Wei Sheng some peanut butter. Wei Hong ordered casually while wiping the blood from his hands with a tissue. Understood. Su Maogong not det et per sin. He waved his hand, and immediately two bodyguards stepped forward. What are you doing? How dare you? Are you going mad? Wei Sheng's face turned pale with fear. The Wei family instinctively shielded him, as if protecting a rare treasure. If you dare to play petty tricks in my presence, you must bear the consequences. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow. Sincerity etched on his face. Didn't Wei Sheng accuse me of secretly putting peanut butter in his food to cause his allergy? I cannot allow this matter to go unsubstantiated. Do you dare? Wei Jiaoyang roared with rage. What do I have to fear? Wei Hong kicked the coffee table aside. His face twisted in fury as he bellowed. Anyone who dares to provoke me will pay the price. Bring it on. Yes. The two bodyguards forcefully pushed aside the Wei family members, seizing Wei Sheng's slight frame. Dad, Mom, save me. Allergies can be fatal. Please. Wei Sheng pleaded in terror, his inner voice lamenting. How can my brother be so cruel? Isn't it merely that Dad and the sisters favor me more? How could he plot to kill me? What will I do if I can never see Mom and my sisters again? Stop it. Du Sihui could no longer contain her anger. If you dare to touch him, I will disown you as my son. You little beast, do you wish to destroy this family? Xiao Sheng is also our brother. How can you harm your own kin? This is too much. If you don't cease this behavior, don't blame us for denying you. The sisters chimed in with shouts of reproach. Had this been the past, Wei Hong would have been heartbroken. Yet now, these individuals appeared as mere clowns to him. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all, the bodyguards returned from the kitchen with a jar of peanut butter. A hand as strong as a vice gripped Wei Sheng's chin, force-feeding him an entire jar of the substance. No matter how he writhed and cried out in agony, he was compelled to swallow a significant amount. The Wei family attempted to intervene, but the bodyguards held them steadfastly at bay. Su Maogong had brought only the finest personnel, retired special forces and international security experts, who rendered the villa's security utterly helpless. At this moment, the entire family was nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Once Wei Hong had consumed the entire jar of peanut butter, the farce finally drew to a close. "Quick, get him to the hospital," Wei Jiaoyang urgently called for the servants, hastily ushering him toward medical attention. Wei Hong scoffed, but did not intervene. This brat held many secrets. It would be uninteresting to eliminate him too soon. Now that he could hear his thoughts, it was far more entertaining to have the enemy in the light while he remained in the shadows. "Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, will you leave voluntarily? Or shall I send someone to escort you out?" Wei Hong de Lesili. Wei Jiaoyang was nearly beside himself with fury. "What did you say? I am your father. What do you mean by calling me Mr. Wei? What do you intend by trying to expel us?" Wei Hong narrowed his eyes, a frosty smile gracing his lips. "I just stated that anyone who irritates me will be expelled. You don't believe I am serious?" He scoffed. "You think I will allow you to remain here while your youngest son continues to plot against me? You are the one who harmed Xiao Sheng. Do you think we are blind? Huh. The Wei family is not yet under your dominion. By what right do you think you can expel us?" The sisters protested indignantly. Du Sihui's face fell as she coldly remarked, "Don't think that just because the old man has given you the villa, you can act as you please. Guardianship still applies to minors. If you continue in this madness, I will call the police. You do not think Uncle Gong can shield you from the law, do you?" Wei Jiaoyang gritted his teeth. "If word gets out that I, the esteemed chairman of Wei Corporation, was expelled from the Wei family estate, I might as well call the police and escalate this matter." Wei Hong shrugged nonchalantly. "If you do not wish to leave, that is fine. After all, we will sever ties in a year. Until then, I hope you refrain from causing trouble, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you further. Uncle Gong, assign personnel to the villa for security and clear all rooms on the second floor. No one shall enter the second floor without my permission. Understood." Su Mao Gong Vidi Li Gom Li. The Wei family was left reeling, their minds spinning. It felt as if they were trapped in a dream. Was this truly the once timid Wei Hong? Chapter 4. From frugality to extravagance is easy. From extravagance to frugality is difficult. On the second floor, there were 4 rooms, each the brightest suites in the villa. Previously, one was used as an office, while the other 3 were occupied by his parents, Wei Hong, and his eldest sister. However, since Wei Sheng arrived, his room had been swiftly taken from him. The true young master of the Wei family found himself relegated to the servants' quarters. Now that he had completely severed ties, Wei Hong would show no mercy. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the bodyguards to toss out everything, clearing each room of its disarray. The second floor was to be his alone. What a beast! Wei Jiaoyang was nearly driven to a heart attack. The family doctor bandaged his wounds while administering heart medication, fearful that he might not catch his breath from the shock. "Mom, Dad, aren't you going to do anything?" Wei Hong's eldest sister, Wei Linlang, complained. "He has thrown all my belongings out. Where am I supposed to live? Both the 3rd and 4th floors still have guest rooms. Let's move there for the time being." Du Sihui sighed in resignation. This ingrate has truly lost his mind. With Uncle Gong stepping in, we are powerless against him. We must endure for now. Endure, but how long must we endure? Wei Linlong's exquisite visage was marred by impatience. Is a guest room meant for human habitation? How can I possibly reside in such a cramped space? Silence. If you have the courage, go confront him yourself, Wei Jiaoyang retorted, discontent evident in his tone. Do you think he would grant you any face? In an instant, Wei Linlang fell silent, her heart brimming with resentment and indignation. She could not fathom how her previously accommodating brother had undergone such a drastic transformation. Could it be that he had truly lost his sanity? "Father, mother." 4th sister Wei Ruyun softly interjected. "This situation seems rather peculiar. Xiao Qi is not the type to harm others. His outburst, could we have genuinely wronged him? Impossible." Wei Linlang scoffed in rebuttal. "Ever since Xiao Sheng came to our home, how many times has he targeted and framed him? A man with a criminal record has no right to claim innocence. Indeed, have you forgotten how he caused Xiao Sheng to fall down the stairs last time? Last month, he shattered a vase to frame Xiao Sheng and even stole his pocket money. Furthermore, He led the bullying against Xiao Sheng at school. These are all indisputable evidences. The sisters chimed in with their disdainful discussions. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Wei Hong was nothing but a malevolent wretch. Previously, he had merely feigned pity and acted wronged. But now he had cast aside the pretense entirely. Had they known this ungrateful wretch was a bad seed, they should have suffocated him at birth. Du Sihui clenched her teeth in cold disdain. Now the wolf cub has learned to bite. What remarkable skill! Mother, let's not forget that he mentioned severing ties twice today. Wei Linlang provocatively added. In a year, he will turn 18 and inherit the 30 shares and substantial estate left by grandfather. Not to mention the support of Uncle Gong and other board members. We will surely be cast out. The expressions of the Wei family shifted once more. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy. However, descending from luxury to austerity is a different matter entirely. They had long grown accustomed to the adulation that accompanied their prosperous lives. Should they ever lose wealth and power, it will be a fate more painful than death. Rest assured, Du Sihui forced a smile, attempting to reassure. Wei Hong is brash yet soft-hearted. He has thrown tantrums before, and with a little coaxing, he will revert to being obedient. Treat him kindly over the next few days. Yes, what kind of family holds grudges overnight? Wei Jiayong awkwardly chuckled. If you treat him well like before, it will be as if nothing has changed. When he comes of age, I plan to persuade him to share some of his shares with Xiao Sheng. Wei Linlang nodded, a cold smile gracing her lips. Indeed, a mere juvenile throwing a tantrum merely craves attention from his family. If we scold him less over the next few days, he will soon come scurrying back. Wei Riyun remained silent on the side. Compared to the other arrogant members of the Wei family, she, as a leading screenwriter and renowned painter, possessed a sharper insight into human nature. She had long realized that Wei Hong was no mere child. This time, he likely truly wished to sever ties. Mere words would not suffice to placate him. Let us go check on Xiao Sheng. Wei Ruyun shifted the topic, saying, he has been inundated with so much peanut butter. We don't even know if he is in critical condition. What if he doesn't make it? Yes, let us hurry to the hospital. How could we have forgotten him? Quickly, have the driver prepare the car. The Wei family was once again consumed by concern. Even Wei Jiaoyong, bandaged and injured, could not afford to feel embarrassed. Donning their coats and hats, they surged out the door in a grand procession. Renai Hospital, emergency department entrance. The hospital director and the head of the emergency department personally welcomed the Wei family. Director Li, is my son all right? Wei Jiaoyong asked, furrowing his brow. His peanut allergy is severe. He ingested a large quantity of peanut butter. Is he still being resuscitated? Director Li awkwardly smiled, gesturing to the side. Director Liu, please explain the situation to Mr. Wei. Of course. The middle-aged emergency department head wiped his cold sweat and said, his expression complex, actually, Mr. Wei need not worry. Young Master Wei is not allergic at all. Not allergic? Are you joking? The Wei family exclaimed in unison. The middle-aged director swallowed hard before nodding. Indeed, there is no allergy. He merely had some peanut butter lodged in his mouth and nose, causing a slight asphyxiation. A simple rinse will suffice. He is currently in the ward. With that, the middle-aged director led them directly to the ward. Upon seeing Wei Sheng, who appeared perfectly normal, the expressions of the Wei family soured. Father, mother, sister, what brings you here? Wei Sheng stammered, flustered, as he awkwardly explained, I'm sorry. It seems I made a mistake. I'm not allergic to peanuts. Silence. An uncomfortable stillness enveloped the ward. Even the dimmest among the Wei family sensed that something was amiss. However, before they could question him, Wei Sheng's aggrieved thoughts echoed in their minds. What do I do? Mom and Dad will surely misunderstand that I intentionally framed my elder brother, but I don't even know what happened. Could it be that I'm not allergic to peanuts, but rather ingested something else? This time, I truly cannot explain myself. You silly child, don't overthink it. Du Sihui's gaze softened. It's all just a misunderstanding. Next time, be a bit more careful. MHM. Wei Sheng's face lit up with gratitude as he thought to himself, goodness, mother actually believes me? Even after such a colossal blunder, she isn't angry. Truly the best mother in the world. Silly boy, if you're fine, Let us discharge you and go home. Yes, as long as you're well. Perhaps Xiao Sheng is allergic to something else. It would be best to have the doctor check again later. It was merely a misunderstanding. And as long as it was clarified, all would be well. The smiles of the Wei family remained intact. Only Wei Ruyun wore a peculiar expression, feeling that something was not quite right. Chapter 5. No breaking, no establishing. A small goal. The villa. Second floor study. Wei Hong and Su Maogong sat on either side of the tea table. Two bodyguards stood vigil at the door, ensuring that no one could approach. Wei Hong personally brewed tea, politely pouring a cup. "Uncle Gong, have some tea." "Young master, you've matured." Su Maogong's smile was warm, his eyes filled with admiration. Clearly pleased with Wei Hong's previous conduct. "Just call me Xiao Qi." Wei Hong sighed softly. "Uncle Gong, you are now my only remaining kin. You truly intend to sever ties with him?" Su Maogong was taken aback. "Yes." Wei Hong nodded silently, saying no more. He could never acknowledge this blind and foolish family again. Once he came of age, he would promptly announce the severance of ties, wishing to have no further connections with them. As for Uncle Gong, he was someone worthy of absolute trust. Without children of his own, he had remained steadfastly loyal. Watching Wei Hong grow up, his affection for Wei Hong was no less than that of his late grandfather. Wei Sheng was peculiar. He possessed an uncanny ability to make others hear their innermost thoughts. Wei Hong took a sip of tea, gently warning, "The entire Wei family has been thoroughly ensnared by him. Should you ever hear him inciting discord through your thoughts, remember not to believe it. You are the only one I can rely on." "Thoughts?" Su Maogong frowned slightly, but did not appear overly shocked. Having accompanied the late Wei patriarch through countless encounters, he had encountered all manner of strange occurrences. With Wei Hong's warning, he naturally would not be deceived. "Rest assured." Su Maogong leaned on his cane, his eyes sharp as he inquired, "Should I find someone to deal with him?" "No, this individual merely possesses some inconsequential tricks. Yet retaining him may prove to be of significant utility." Wei Hong, nonchalantly brewing another cup of tea, subtly exuded the formidable presence of the old Master Wei, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. "Well, well, well." Su Maogong wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, unable to suppress his sentiments. The old master has finally secured a worthy successor. Henceforth, I shall resume my former duties and assist you, young master. "No." Wei Hong shook his head in refusal. "Uncle Gong, it would be a grave misallocation of your talents to remain here as a mere steward. Wei Jiaoyang and the others will become increasingly vigilant of you. Instead, it would be more prudent for you to assist me externally." "Oh." Su Maogong's interest was piqued. He gestured for him to continue. Wei Hong took another sip of tea before stating, "Since I intend to sever ties with the Wei family, I must clandestinely gather strength. Otherwise, when the day of my coming of age arrives, I may not possess the capability to extricate myself from this place. Although Wei Jiaoyang lacks true ability, he excels in various schemes and machinations. Thus, I hope you can traverse the outside world while I work to undermine them internally. After a year, we can launch a coordinated strike against them." Su Maogong could not help but frown in contemplation. "Do you not wish to inherit the Wei group?" "I do. Yet I also do not." Wei Hong sighed, expressing his frustration. The Wei group stands as the foremost enterprise in Jiangzhou, spanning from manufacturing to finance, the internet to entertainment, with a market value surpassing 50 billion. Once I acquire control, expanding it further would be remarkably effortless. This is also my grandfather's legacy. How could I not desire power? However, Wei Jiaoyang is deeply entrenched within the organization, and the extensive industry is riddled with parasites. Truly seizing control would be a formidable task. Perhaps it would be wiser to dismantle and rebuild. In essence, the Wei group holds no intrinsic value to him, while others may fervently yearn for power. He possesses the audacity to embrace destruction for the sake of creation. Excellent. Su Maogong nodded in admiration. What remarkable resolve. No wonder you are the old master's most cherished grandson. He has bequeathed you 30% of the group's shares, countless properties, various stocks and funds, overseas estates, luxury cars, and cash, sufficient to reconstruct a new Wei group. Not enough. Wei Hong shook his head, sighing. As I'm still a minor, I must wait another year to inherit these assets. That which cannot be grasped will ultimately be but an illusion. I must accumulate greater resources within this year. Su Maogong slightly nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You likely lack substantial funds. I could free up several billion in cash flow by liquidating some real estate. I should be able to gather 20 billion. That is excessive. Merely lend me 1 billion. Wei Hong shook lightly. What can 1 billion accomplish?" Su Maogong retorted with a hint of irritation. "I have no children of my own. You will one day be responsible for my care. What is mine will ultimately be yours. Why refuse?" "No." Wei Hong shook his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "In truth, I should not borrow even 1 billion. My grandfather always said that one must rely on oneself. If I were to receive 10 billion or more as startup capital, what challenges would life present? Here's what we shall do. Uncle Gong, prepare 3 billion for me to play with. The profits earned within half a month will be split equally between us. This will be treated as an investment, not a loan. How does that sound?" Su Maogong could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Such audacity from a youthful mind, aiming to earn his first pot of gold within half a month. "Are you certain?" He sighed in counter-question. 3 billion may seem substantial, but in any industry, it would hardly create a significant impact. Half a month is insufficient even for initial product research and hiring. Ordinary industries may falter, but making quick profits is still feasible. Wei Hong replied, his confidence unwavering. He had been personally trained by his grandfather from a young age, with an IQ soaring to 180 and an extraordinary memory. Coupled with the wealth of information from his past life, earning money was easier for him than the most basic of necessities. With a moment of introspection, he could enumerate the significant events in Jiangzhou over the next 7 to 8 years with remarkable precision. In a situation where he possessed foresight, even a pig could prosper. And he had Uncle Gong's support to boot. Coincidentally, a major event was about to unfold in the city. Although 3 billion was not a vast sum, it could still yield a substantial return. 2 days later, the head of Tongxing Group would meet an untimely demise. Wei Hong succinctly stated, after his death, the group's stock will plummet. On the 3rd day, begin contacting small shareholders while acquiring shares in the market. By the 12th day, simply liquidate everything. Li Teng of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals will die. Su Maogong gapet in shock. That fellow is still in his prime, barely over 40. If he were to pass, would there even be a need to buy at a low point? Just follow my instructions. Remember to limit purchases to 3 billion. Acquiring more could introduce uncertainties. Wei Hong was unwilling to divulge further details and casually shifted the topic. Also, arranged to purchase the adjacent villa to accommodate personnel. I will require 3 teams of bodyguards. 1 for personal protection while I am out, with the other 2 rotating to guard the 2nd floor of the villa. It is imperative that no one enters my study or bedroom. Additionally, find someone to convert the leftmost room on the 2nd floor into a gym. Hire a few combat instructors and devise a training regimen for me. The villa's staff and drivers must also gradually be replaced with our own. Understood. Su Maogong vidi li gong li. As evening fell, Wei Jiaoyong, Du Sihui, and the others returned to the villa, only to find Wei Hong already enjoying dinner. He sat confidently at the main seat, a spread of 8 dishes and a soup before him. The heavy and spicy fare was enticing, yet it caused the Wei family to frown in disapproval. "Wang Ma, what is the meaning of this?" Du Sihui reprimanded with dissatisfaction. "What about the rules of our Wei family? How can you start eating before everyone has arrived? And what is this spread? Do you not know that the master has a weak stomach and requires lighter fare?" Nearby, Wang Ma was drenched in cold sweat. She awkwardly defended herself in a hushed voice. "Madam, this is what young Master Hong requested. We dared not refuse." Du Sihui, infuriated, was about to scold her further, but suddenly recalled the day's earlier events. She opened her mouth but refrained from saying anything more, merely waving her hand. "Remove the dishes. They are unappetizing to behold. Bring some lighter fare." "Yes." Wang Ma, trembling, prepared to clear the table. Wei Hong nonchalantly paused his chopsticks, casting a glance that sent chills down their spines, leaving them too frightened to approach. "If you cannot abide my choices, then depart. When did my meals become subject to your judgment?" Wei Hong retorted indifférently. Du Hui felt as though she had swallowed something foul. Had she ever been treated this way before? Wei Hong had always been subservient, desperately seeking her approval for a morsel of maternal affection. Now, he seemed transformed, confronting anyone who dared challenge him. "Mom and Dad, let us eat." Wei Sheng offered a conciliatory smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Wang Ma, quickly bring forth the dishes that Mom and Dad favor." "Huh, still the best, little Sheng," Du Hui exaggeratedly emphasized. "Unlike certain individuals who are like ungrateful wolves, I shall never grant them another glance. My most beloved son is only little Sheng." "Huh?" Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Had he heard such words in the past, he would have felt a twinge of sorrow, questioning his own actions, and then groveling for maternal love. Yet now, he was entirely indifferent, even too apathetic to respond. Whom his mother favored was her concern, not his. She hopes that when she is eventually harmed by Wei Sheng, she will still be so obstinate. The members of the Wei family took their seats, each wearing a different expression, as Aunt Wang led the servants in serving the dishes. Exquisite and delicate dishes were presented one after another, slightly alleviating the tension in the room. Wei Jiaoyang shot a displeased glare at the audacious individual occupying his rightful seat. After surveying the spread on the table, he frowned and inquired, "Aunt Wang, what on earth is going on today? Are you becoming increasingly negligent in your duties? Where is my medicinal diet for my stomach?" "Indeed, Aunt Wang, you are well aware of Father's gastric issues, are you not?" Wei Linlang reprimanded. "Why have you not prepared the medicinal dish? Hurry and fetch it." "I apologize, sir. I apologize, miss." Aunt Wang responded awkwardly. In the past, it was young Master Hong who prepared the medicinal dishes. He would meticulously select dozens of precious herbs to brew them himself, often simmering for over 3 hours. How do we possibly know how to do such things? Is it really him? The others looked astonished. How could they have never heard of this? They only knew that Wei Jiaoyang had long suffered from chronic stomach ailments, requiring a bowl of medicinal dish at every meal to feel comfortable. Little did they realize it was Wei Hong who personally concocted it. Count yourself somewhat filial. Wei Jiaoyang's expression softened a bit as he coldly stated, "Go prepare the medicinal dish and apologize to Xiaosheng. I shall consider today's events as though they never occurred." "Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting?" Wei Hong retorted harshly. "You've turned your back, yet you still wish for me to serve you? Go eat feces, that's the best for your stomach." Wei Jiaoyang was nearly apoplectic with rage. You? How dare you? Outrageous. Wei Hong, what are you saying? How uncivilized. Where are your manners? Who permitted you to speak to your father in such a manner? Apologize at once." The members of the Wei family erupted into a chorus of accusations and insults. Wei Hong, however, was unyielding, elegantly extracting a tissue to dab his mouth before rising to declare, "You don't want to eat? Then let none of you eat." With that, he abruptly flipped the long table, causing a cacophony of gasps and screams from the Wei family. Bowls, dishes, and food scattered everywhere, plunging the scene into chaos. Madness. This fellow is undoubtedly insane. In that moment, not only were the Wei family members bewildered, but even the servants and bodyguards wore expressions of disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the usually gentle and easily bullied young Master Wei would erupt in such a manner? He flipped the table over a mere disagreement. He may be full, but what are the others? "Little beast, how dare you?" Wei Jiaoyang seethed with fury, grinding his teeth as he bellowed. "Don't think that just because you have old Su as support, you are beyond my reach. Can you bite me?" Wei Hong sneered mockingly. "Not satisfied, are you? Well, you shall endure the same grievances I have suffered. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. No one is begging you to remain." Wei Jiaoyang's blood pressure surged, nearly causing him to faint. The Wei family was thrown into further disarray as they hurried to support him back onto the sofa. They called for the family doctor, and after a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. At this point, even the most oblivious could see that Wei Hong was not quite right. If they hoped to continue their previous domineering ways, it seemed unlikely. A complex mix of emotions enveloped the room. As Wei Hong ascended to the second floor, Du Hui coldly remarked, "This unfilial son will eventually face divine retribution." Aunt Wang, standing by, hesitated, thinking to herself that it was uncertain who would face such retribution. Over the years, Wei Hong's treatment of them and their treatment of him were clear. While others might be unaware of the intricacies, Aunt Wang understood them all too well. If she were to comment, she could only say, "He deserves it." Wei Sheng's thoughts echoed in the ears of the Wei family. How despicable. How can my elder brother act this way? Are there truly no parents without faults in this world? How could a family descend into such discord? This is utterly unreasonable. Alas, perhaps my elder brother feels emboldened by being the only biological son of the Wei family, but alas, I am not a biological son, so I dare not intervene. I can only hope that father and mother are not too heartbroken. All right, since father has gastric issues, perhaps I should try my hand at brewing the medicinal dish to help him with his health? Upon finishing his remarks, his innocent and worried expression immediately elicited pity from those around him. Wei Jiaoyang felt a sense of relief and remarked, "Xiao Sheng, I am grateful for you. Rest assured, you are my true son." Indeed, Du Sihui interjected, "We do not have a son as cruel-hearted as him. You are our true son." Exactly. How dare he show us such disdain? He lacks even the slightest upbringing. Is this the upbringing of a child raised by grandfather? They continued to vent their frustrations, exaggerating their grievances. Chapter 7. Do you wish to rely on others for sustenance for the rest of your life? Nightfall. The Wei family hastily consumed a few morsels, each nursing a belly full of indignation as they returned to their rooms to rest. The eldest daughter, Wei Linlang, had to move to a guest room on the third floor due to her room being occupied, with many of her belongings scattered about, including luxury bags and designer clothes. Her countenance darkened with displeasure. Ding dong, ding dong. A barrage of notifications chimed from her phone. Having missed a day at the company, her workgroup messages had already piled up to 99. The Wei group was under the control of Wei Jiaoyang as chairman, with Wei Linlang serving as the executive president, managing countless affairs daily, which only heightened her agitation. "Miss," Aunt Wang knocked softly and entered, bowing respectfully. "The master has sent word for you to expedite several investment proposals. They are urgently needed for tomorrow's group meeting." "Understood," Wei Linlang replied impatiently, then added, "Aunt Wang, please find a few people tomorrow to sort through these belongings and move them to the Jiangjing community penthouse. I have no intention of returning to the old residence. I'd rather not be driven to madness." "Certainly, miss." Aunt Wang hesitated, then gently advised, "But truly, what grievances can a family harbor overnight? The young master has endured much over the years, and that is why he finally erupted. Perhaps you should show a bit more tolerance." "Show tolerance to him?" Wei Linlang's voice rose in indignation as she paced back and forth in her room, cursing. "Did you not see how rampant he was today? He dared to strike his own father. If this continues, will I, the elder sister, have to kneel and curry favor with him? In the past, it was always the young master who sought to please you all," Aunt Wang murmured softly. Wei Linlang found herself momentarily lost for words, her anger lodged in her throat. Memories of Wei Hong's past kindness flooded her mind. He had personally brewed medicinal soups for their father's stomach issues and provided massages and acupuncture for their mother's headaches and insomnia. It seemed that before Wei Sheng's arrival, despite their cold relationship, he had consistently endeavored to please the entire family. How had everything changed? Had they truly been too unreasonable? Regardless, rebelling against one's parents is simply wrong. Wei Linlang, stubbornly clinging to her anger, sank into the sofa. Her long legs casually crossed as she pointed to the documents on the desk, stating, "However, considering his years of efforts to please us, I suppose I could allow him an opportunity to rectify his mistakes. Please take these urgent investment proposals to him and urge him to complete them tonight. If he performs well, I will speak favorably of him to father tomorrow." Aunt Wang was left speechless, hesitating for a long while before reluctantly nodding her agreement. Although Wei Linlang is the eldest daughter in her family, she is hardly gifted in business. Having entered the group at the age of 18, she has worked there for 7 years, overseeing hundreds of investment projects, most of which have concluded rather poorly. However, 3 years ago, upon realizing that her younger brother, Wei Hong, whom the old man had personally groomed, possessed an extraordinary talent for business, she began to covertly and overtly employ him for her own benefit. Every proposal and project crafted by Wei Hong has garnered immense praise from the board of directors, with profits consistently on the rise. Wei Linlang unreservedly claimed all the credit for herself, unwittingly crafting an image of a rising star in the business circle of Jiangzhou. Not only has she solidified her position as the executive president of the group, but even the antiquated members of the board have come to respect her. Over time, she has developed a haughty disposition. To her, assigning projects to Wei Hong now feels like a generous favor. As long as he excels in these few projects, she might even overlook today's affront. Wei Linlang comforted herself, reasoning that after all, he is her blood relative brother. She should pity him. Before long, Wang Ma returned. Upon seeing her still holding the project proposal, Wei Linlang could not help but frown and inquire, "What happened? Did I not instruct you to give it to him?" "Yapolojitse, Miss Wing Makaushuslizmild." Young master said to keep your distance and handle his own affairs, so as not to disgust him. "What?" Wei Linlang was instantly enraged, slamming her palm on the coffee table and exclaiming, "It is his honor that I grant him the opportunity to gain experience. Countless people wish to engage with such confidential matters of the group, but have no chance. How dare he say such a thing? It is nothing short of ingratitude." "He," the young master also said. Wang Ma continued hesitantly, "If you cannot secure your position as president, then perhaps you should resign. He has helped enough over the years. Do not be so shamelessly demanding. Do you wish to rely on others your entire life? How dare he say that?" Wei Linlang, furious, picked up an object nearby and hurled it. Wang Ma, frightened, hastily set down the project proposal and turned to leave. Within moments, the room was in disarray. Well, Wei Hong, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Wei Linlang's beautiful visage was clouded with frost. "Do you truly believe that the world would not turn without you? I am a distinguished graduate of Harvard University, majoring in finance. Am I incapable of handling a few trivial project proposals? Had it not been for my desire to mend familial ties, would you even have access to such confidential documents? Unappreciative ingrate. I shall see how you navigate the group's business without the opportunities one provide, and how you intend to inherit the family business as an adult." Wei Linlang took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Only then did she take the time to examine the project proposals. They were meticulously selected by the group's project department, complete with investment plans, forecasts, and reports awaiting approval. Her task was merely to provide approval recommendations. In the past, Wei Hong would diligently scrutinize each document, analyzing for flaws while continuously gathering intelligence to substantiate his judgments, crafting incisive investment proposals. Following his suggestions, there had hardly been a misstep. Wei Linlang, however, lacked such patience. She skimmed through the proposals and quickly formulated approval recommendations for most, her gaze lingering on the last document. Tongxing Group has proposed a 1 billion yuan investment plan to replace a batch of new equipment. A small pharmaceutical company valued at 6 or 7 billion wishes to exchange 15 equity for a 1 billion investment. Wei Linlang perused the recommendations provided jointly by the project and investment departments, which unanimously deemed the investment highly advantageous. Based on Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' past profitability, its shares were worth holding long-term. She was too lazy to examine it further and casually approved it. A mere 1 billion investment was but a drop in the ocean for her and the entire Wei family. Such investments were ones she routinely approved by the dozen each year. Thus, she did not regard its value with much importance. After successfully approving it, she tossed it aside, awaiting the board's resolution tomorrow morning to sign the contract. The next day, early in the morning, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng prepared to leave, one after the other. Both were now high school students attending Class 2 of the senior year at St. Roué International School. Regardless of their preferences, academic performance was of utmost importance within their affluent family. At the entrance, a Mercedes G-Class awaited silently. The driver, Xiao Wu, spotted the two emerging and hurriedly approached them. He took Wei Sheng's backpack in one hand while opening the rear door with the other, respectfully saying, "Young master, please take your time." "Thank you, Wu." Wei Sheng replied with a warm smile, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable pride and arrogance. Xiao Wu closed the door with a snap, then turned to Wei Hong with a smirk, saying, "I apologize, young Master Hong. The car is a bit cramped. Perhaps you should ride your bicycle to school like before. It's environmentally friendly. The surrounding servants collectively gasped in shock, casting incredulous glances at Xiao Wu. How dare he provoke young Master Hong? Did he not know what had transpired yesterday? Of course, he was oblivious. This fool had taken leave for his sister-in-law's wedding and was unaware that the Wei family had undergone a transformation. What a simpleton! The servants whispered among themselves. Xiao Wu, having overheard a few comments, frowned. In the past, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, treating Wei Sheng with utmost deference while constantly making excuses when it came to Wei Hong. The other drivers were responsible for transporting Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, along with the 6 sisters. Over time, Wei Hong had taken to riding his bicycle to and from school. Xiao Wu had grown accustomed to his non-competitive nature, and his attitude had become increasingly arrogant. However, today the situation was different. Before he could understand what was happening, 3 deep blue, fully armored Bentley Mulsans rolled up to the villa entrance. 6 tall, professionally attired bodyguards clad in black suits, complete with earpieces and sunglasses, disembarked. They worked in unison, with some opening car doors, others standing guard, and 2 swiftly moving forward to provide protection. "Young master, please." Wei Hong ignored Xiao Wu's terrified expression. With a smile aimed at the enviously resentful Wei Sheng, he turned and boarded the car, surrounded by bodyguards. Su Maogong had already purchased the adjacent villa at number 16, with 3 groups of 18 bodyguards on standby. This display was something even Wei Jiaoyang could not boast of. How could Wei Sheng not feel envy and resentment? It is worth noting that maintaining a single professional bodyguard costs between 1 to 3 million annually. 18 bodyguards would total between 40 to 50 million a year. In Jiangzhou, only a handful of wealthy individuals could afford such a vast security detail, leaving Wei Sheng, as an adopted son, with nothing but envy. The 3 Bentley Mulsans slowly exited the villa district, attracting the attention of countless passersby. Each vehicle contained 2 bodyguards, with the team leader personally assigned to protect Wei Hong. The vehicles were impenetrable, rendering it impossible for onlookers to discern which car he occupied, and the level of security was undeniably top tier. Half an hour later, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng arrived once more at St. Roué International High School, one after the other. As the 4 cars entered the school parking lot, they drew the gaze of many onlookers. My goodness, 3 Bentley Mulsans? And customized to be bulletproof? Who on earth could this be? I am uncertain, but the vehicle beside them must belong to Wei Sheng, the adopted son of the Wei family. How extravagant can one be? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Within the prestigious private high school of Jiangzhou City, the students were either affluent or noble. At the very least, they were exceptionally talented individuals scouted at great expense for various locales. Thus, their discerning eyes immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the 3 Bentleys. In the past, wherever Wei Sheng went, he was the center of attention. Yet today, as he exited the vehicle, hardly anyone spared him a second glance. This was solely due to the collective gaze of students and teachers, which seemed to drift towards the Bentleys. As the doors of the 3 cars swung open, a cadre of bodyguards emerged, standing vigilant. Wei Hong, clad in a crisp white shirt, straight trousers, and a navy blue tailcoat uniform, adorned his left hand with an exquisite black gold and jade ring, and his right wrist with the latest model of a Patek Philippe Mines watch. His presence radiated an innate elegance, reminiscent of a young nobleman stepping out from a television drama. Is that young Master Wei? It can't be. Isn't he usually quite low-key? Why such ostentation today? My word, does he truly need 6 bodyguards to attend school? Is it necessary to flaunt like this? Was he said to be neglected within the Wei family? How could he outshine even Wei Sheng, the younger son? The crowd was once again taken aback. However, Wei Hong paid little heed to their stares, unconcerned with the degree of his own flamboyance. Having been reborn, he was destined to carve a path through formidable foes. And thus, meticulous caution was warranted. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise once more. The school's security is temporarily assured. You may remain in the vehicles to rest. Take turns for meals and restroom breaks, but do not disrupt the normal order of the school. Wei Hong instructed as he caressed the ring on his left hand. Understood. The head of the bodyguards nodded slightly. Young master, should you require anything, simply press the emergency communication device, and we shall arrive within a minute. Furthermore, the device is equipped with our custom locator in the event of kidnapping. We can quickly ascertain your location. Very well. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction. Su Maogong and his team were indeed professionals. Once his assets exceeded 100 billion, he would certainly need to employ additional teams of bodyguards, at least 12 in each group. Otherwise, he would feel utterly unsafe venturing out. There may be some commotion in the classroom shortly. I did not instruct you to refrain from coming, Wei Hong reiterated. Yes, the head of the bodyguards replied respectfully. With that, he turned and grasped his backpack, striding confidently into the classroom of Class 2, senior year. Under the envious gazes of his male classmates and the starry-eyed admiration of his female peers. This class comprised around 30 students. As Wei Hong entered, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Several unrestrained, malicious glances were directed at him. Wei Sheng lounged languidly, flanked by 4 or 5 captivating second-generation wealthy individuals. These individuals had once been Wei Hong's loyal sycophants, having groveled before him in hopes of gaining his favor so that their family businesses could secure a meager share of the Wei Group's fortunes. However, upon the news of his fall from grace, they swiftly switched allegiances and became Wei Sheng's lackeys. In his past life, Wei Hong had been gentle and unassuming. Coupled with his genuine status as the true young master, even in neglect, no one dared to provoke him. These sycophants could only offer feeble jibes, failing to stir any significant turmoil. Yet today, the beleaguered Wei Sheng seemed determined to make things difficult for him. Chapter 9. What exactly are you so arrogant about? During the morning self-study period, Wei Sheng rarely displayed tranquility. He sighed mournfully from time to time, piquing the curiosity of those around him. Brother Sheng, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Don't tell me you've been wronged. If you have any issues, do let us know. Don't keep it to yourself. How dare this brat still trouble you? I'll make him pay. Several affluent second-generation students murmured in discontent, whether within the Wei family or at school. In just a few short months, Wei Sheng had effortlessly garnered the affection of those around him through his ability to convey his thoughts. He also subtly sowed discord between Wei Hong and the rest. Now, all he had to do was feign innocence, and everyone would instinctively rally to his defense. Please, do not speak so. My elder brother treats me quite well. I am fine. Do not overthink it. Let us all focus on our studies. Wei Sheng offered a gentle rebuttal. Yet, his inner thoughts resonated in their ears. Alas, after all, we are family. No matter how he bullies me, I must endure. If I tarnish the family's reputation, how could I face our parents who took me in? Brother Sheng, you are far too magnanimous. How can you endure this? The Wei couple dote on you the most. What does blood relation even matter? Indeed, do not fear him. It is said that he was not even born of Madame Wei. He has never been favored. Now that old Master Wei has passed, who will protect him? The classmates expressed their indignation once more. Many less fortunate students were equally outraged, conjuring up a melodramatic narrative of a chauffeur's son being adopted by a wealthy family and oppressed by his stepbrother, their gazes filled with scorn. Upholding the weak against the strong is a fundamental human instinct. However, Wei Hong remained the genuine young master of the Wei family, despite their outrage. No one dared to act against him. Their comments were merely superficial, failing to ignite any interest in him to retaliate. Is brother still able to endure? Wei Sheng continued to press on, his thoughts incessantly flowing. Yesterday, he caused such a ruckus at home. He even dared to strike his own father. I must find a way to counsel our parents. Otherwise, what if they truly sever ties with him? He struck his father? How scandalous. Given Mr. Wei's temperament, would he not cut ties with him? Oh dear, it seems young Master Wei is soon to be cast out. As the crowd reveled in their schadenfreude, the affluent second-generation students felt a stirring within them. They had long regarded Wei Hong with disdain, but had refrained from acting due to fear of his status. If Wei Hong truly fell out with his family, then what did they have to fear? The opportunity to strike down a sinking ship had arrived. Who would take the lead? Jigo, are you not stepping in? Young Sheng assisted you greatly last time. It would be only fair for us to help him reclaim his dignity. He is about to sever ties with the Wei family. What do we have to fear? The group exchanged glances, and their eyes landed on a crew-cut youth. This individual was tall and possessed a languid gaze, exuding an air of nonchalance. His name was Ji Peng, hailing from a family of merchants, with relatives wielding considerable influence in Jiangzhou as political sphere. Though his apparent wealth was modest, his power was immense, with countless wealthy businessmen eager to curry favor. He was among the most prominent second-generation heirs in the city and had once grown up alongside Wei Hong. However, after Wei Sheng's subtle machinations, the two had severed ties. If anyone dared to provoke young Master Wei, it was undoubtedly Ji Peng. This audacious fellow feared nothing. With a shared glance of encouragement from the crowd, he sauntered over to Wei Hong, leaning casually against the desk of a classmate, and said, "Change seats." All right. The bespectacled classmate promptly scurried away. Ji Peng languidly sat down, pushing the desk so that it crowded Wei Hong's space, and provocatively taunted, "Wei Shaoqi, look who is here today. Aren't you so arrogant? Your parents no longer want you. Childish, move away." Wei Hong dismissed the antics of these children with indifference. Once reborn, he yearned to enrich himself every moment. Now his backpack was not merely filled with textbooks for various subjects, but also with volumes on physics and mathematics competitions, finance, hacking, and programming, as well as university-level calculus and advanced mathematics, among countless others. With an IQ of 180 and an eidetic memory, he could effortlessly excel in the college entrance examination and gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. However, he was in no rush, silently absorbing knowledge at his own pace. Ji Peng was thoroughly infuriated by this attitude. He kicked his chair and exclaimed angrily, "It's the same as always. You've looked down on me since childhood, haven't you? Now that you lack your family support, what exactly do you have to be arrogant about?" Sighing quietly, Wei Hong did not wish to bicker with Ji Peng, as they had grown up together. Yet, Wei Sheng had exploited Ji Peng's insecurities and arrogance, and after numerous provocations, the two had become bitter enemies. In the past, Ji Peng had covertly targeted and framed him multiple times. Now, with old grievances flooding back alongside new ones, the bond forged in childhood was swiftly dissolved. I'll say it again, keep your distance. Wei Hong elegantly turned the pages of his book, his voice cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. "If you continue to harass me, the Ji family won't be able to protect you. Is that so? I'm curious to see how a disgraced scion of the Ji family can't be safeguarded." Ji Peng retorted with a sardonic smile, leaning back and kicking the desks and chairs in front of him with mocking deliberation. His actions, though unhurried, were laced with provocation, disrupting the entire class and repeatedly interrupting Wei Hong's train of thought. "Brother Ji, don't do this." Wei Sheng interjected hurriedly, attempting to mediate. "You and my brother are childhood friends. Let us discuss things amicably. Stay out of it. Today I'm going to vent my frustrations for you," Ji Peng sneered. "I can't stand some people who act as if they're so impressive, when in reality, they bully even their household servants. Do they think we don't know?" Laughter erupted from several wealthy second-generation students, and many classmates joined in, reveling in the misfortune of a once elegant young master, now mired in disgrace. Faced with mocking gazes and Ji Peng's taunting kicks against the furniture, Wei Hong sighed helplessly and tossed his book aside. In an instant, he seized a pen from the desk and swiftly turned around. His left hand clamped down on Ji Peng's neck with lightning speed, while his right hand wielded the pen, striking at Ji Peng's face, eyes, mouth, and head with relentless fury. Each blow echoed with a horrific sound, screams filling the air. At that moment, Wei Hong was a picture of cold, lethal calm, delivering swift and merciless strikes that Ji Peng, that petty young man, could hardly withstand. Wei Sheng stood frozen in shock, while the entire class gaped in disbelief, screams escaping their lips. After a series of piercing screams, Ji Peng paid dearly for his provocation. Wei Hong had lost count of how many times he had struck, but when he finally released his grip, Ji Peng's neck bore deep purple bruises, and his face was drenched in blood, with his hands covered in wounds from his futile attempts to shield himself. He appeared utterly wretched, like a demon risen from hell. his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Wei Hong, a glint of fear in his gaze. "Oh my God, someone quickly call the teacher. Something terrible has happened. This is a murder attempt." Panic surged through the classmates, each face marked by fear and anxiety. Several wealthy second-generation students rushed to assist Ji Peng. Though they had often engaged in fights, they had never witnessed such a desperate and reckless display. In that moment, they were simply grateful it wasn't them provoking Wei Hong. Otherwise, they feared they would fare worse than Ji Peng. Wei Hong, maintaining his air of elegance, pulled out a handkerchief to quietly wipe the blood from his fingers and the pen. He cast a casual glance at the surrounding onlookers, causing them to instinctively recoil. "Call the police, do it now." Ji Peng howled, gritting his teeth in pain while seething with rage. "I'll make sure he ends up in jail." "You think a mere flesh wound is enough to send a minor to prison?" Wei Hong asked earnestly. "Isn't your uncle currently in a crucial period for promotion? If a scandal about the Ji family were to slip out, do you think he would survive the fallout?" Ji Peng clenched his fists tighter, fury boiling within him. He dared not call the police. The Ji family feared scandals above all else. Whether it was a brawl or something else, any hint of ambiguous wrongdoing could lead to his downfall. With you around, the Ji family is truly cursed. Look at the mess you've made of yourself while others remain unscathed. Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head. Ji Peng turned sharply, noticing Wei Sheng sitting calmly, still wearing a look of shock. There was no hint of concern for Ji Peng's predicament, but rather an undercurrent of relief that it wasn't him in trouble. "Brother Ji, I'm sorry," Wei Sheng stammered, shaking his head in defense. Internally, he lamented, "I told you not to provoke him. He ruthless, he just terrified me." Ji Peng's expression softened slightly as he coldly warned, "There's no need for you to sow discord. Even if we don't report this incident, the Ji family will not let this slide. Just wait and see." "Fine, I'll wait," Wei Hong replied, stroking the ring on his left hand with a contemptuous smirk. "The Ji family is so insignificant that I could feed them excrement and they would have to swallow it. If you don't believe me, let your elders come and discuss it." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the room. Many might not comprehend the weight the Ji family carried, but the wealthy second-generation students were acutely aware. Their elders were the last people who could afford to offend the children of officials. With a mere word, their businesses could be subjected to relentless scrutiny from various departments. Even the largest conglomerate would crumble under such pressure. Thus, Ji Peng had been able to command respect in school. Is he mad? How dare he provoke Wei Hong so brazenly? What? After dealing with Ji Peng, you think you can ignore us? Wei Hong's gaze turned icy as he scanned the wealthy second-generation students, who immediately recoiled in fear. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They fell silent, the earlier bravado evaporating. Wei Hong paid them no mind, pushing them aside as he strode toward Wei Sheng. "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Wei Sheng gasped in terror, his internal thoughts racing. "Oh no, he is going to kill me. Who will save me?" With a mocking grin, Wei Hong replied, "I have no brother like you. Don't annoy me with your constant brother talk. You've been secretly encouraging others to deal with me. And now that trouble has arisen, you expect to hide behind me unscathed? There is no such luck in this world." "I didn't Wei Sheng stammered in protest. Wei Hong no longer wasted words. He seized Wei Sheng by the hair and began to slam his head against the desk. Bang, bang, bang. Help, Wei Sheng cried out in agony, blood streaming from his nose. The onlookers were struck with terror. "Stop it," a delicate voice coldly reprimanded. "Wei Hong, you violent brute. Is this how the Wei family educates you? To harm your own kin and bully your classmates? You are nothing but a disgrace to the Wei family. Cici, save me." "Whoa," Wei Sheng pleaded, his face smeared with blood. Wei Hong cast a cold glance his way. CSCC, the cherished daughter of the Jinjiang group, glared at him furiously. The two had grown up together, barely qualifying as childhood sweethearts. Once upon a time, Wei Hong had harbored profound feelings for her, and their grandfathers had even jested about arranging their betrothal. Alas, this woman was blind to the truth. In his previous life, Wei Sheng had effortlessly won her heart through sweet words and flattery. Not only did she become a member of his harem, but she had also schemed against Wei Hong. Each time conflict arose, she stood protectively in front of Wei Sheng, and whenever misunderstandings occurred, she refused to hear a word of defense. In this new life, si remained fiercely protective. Yet, Wei Hong had long since shed the pain of the past, replaced instead by indifference and disdain. You think just because you say stop, it means I will? What audacity to point fingers at me. He seized Wei Hong by the hair once more, mercilessly slamming his head against the desk again and again. Stop. Please stop. CSCC's face turned pale with rage, clearly taken aback by his blatant disregard. In a desperate moment, she grabbed a paper cutter from the desk and pressed it against her delicate neck. If you don't stop, I will end my life right here. CSCC threatened with fierce determination. For heaven's sake, CC, don't be impulsive. Vida shall. Stop this madness before someone gets hurt. I might call the teacher. The classmates erupted in panic. A few had already rushed out of the classroom in urgency. Wei Hong, however, was utterly bewildered, almost amused. Are you out of your mind? Why harm yourself to save someone? Who cares if you live or die? Chapter 11. If you want to die, do it quickly. You're just an eyesore in front of me. Once, Wei Hong had indeed treated CSCC like a sister, feeling immense pity even if she merely scraped her knee. However, after enduring betrayal in his past life, his heart had hardened to iron. He would no longer flinch at the sight of her demise. Now, CSCC's attempt to use her life as a weapon against him was nothing short of absurd. What a pity. The beloved daughter of Director Xia from the Jinjiang group, reduced to a foolish pig. How laughable. Wei Hong could le remarqued. His actions relentless as he continued to slam Wei Hong's head against the desk. You? How dare you? CSCC's face was a mix of grievance and disbelief. The Wei Hong of the past would never have acted this way. He would have been frantic at the mere thought of her harming herself. He would have complied with her every unreasonable demand. But now, why did he seem so indifferent? Stop. If you don't, I swear I will never speak to you again. You bastard. Didn't you promise you would never refuse me? CSCC stomped her foot in frustration. Yet, Wei Hong remained unmoved. Just as she found herself at a loss, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, finally arrived, breathless. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, she had already drawn a crowd of teachers and students from neighboring classes, all curious about the commotion. Upon pushing through the throng and entering the classroom, she emitted a piercing shriek. Wei Hong, are you insane? Stop this at once. Ah, good morning, Ms. Li. Wei Hong replied with a light chuckle, feigning innocence. However, this demeanor only incensed Ms. Li further as she surveyed the dire state of Ji Peng and Wei Hong. Unable to contain her outrage. You heartless fiend. How dare you lay such brutal hands on your classmates? I will call the police. I will have you sent to juvenile detention. With that, she pulled out her phone, ready to dial. Ji Peng interjected coldly, we can't call the police. I've already informed my elders to handle this. Please, remain calm. Yes, we mustn't involve the police. Ms. Li finally regained her composure. If the police car arrived and the incident escalated, the school's reputation would be at stake and she would face repercussions as well. Quickly, take them to the school nurse to tend to their injuries. Taking a deep breath, she began to assign tasks. You, and you, hurry up, and you, Wei Hong, immediately summon your parents. You want my parents to come here, so you can show them how to grovel? Wei Hong retorted mockingly. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Typically, when a student misbehaved, their parents would be summoned for a scolding. Yet, with someone like Wei Hong, the teachers dared only to offer smiles of appeasement when his parents arrived. Realizing this, Ms. Li felt humiliated and turned to call the school administration. Given the gravity of the situation, even if he couldn't be sent to juvenile detention, they would have to expel him from Shengrue High School. As Ji Peng headed to the nurse's office, he coldly remarked, you will pay for this. Is that so? I'll be waiting. Wei Hong scoffed. But just your Ji family alone may not suffice. Should I call in more people? I have already notified Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei. And my father will be here as well. CSCC gritted her teeth, applying pressure. You can keep being stubborn. Let us see if they come and deal with you. All right. Wei Hong remained calm and composed, exuding the charm of a suave gentleman, causing many female classmates to gaze at him in awe. Within 5 minutes, the incident in Class 2 of Senior 3 had spread throughout the campus. All the teachers and students were abuzz with astonishment and gossip unable to fathom how the usually gentle and refined Wei Hong could resort to public violence against a classmate. In no time, various videos and photos circulated online, and the students indulged in speculation, questioning whether Wei Hong had truly lost his mind. Some even speculated that he was in for serious trouble. A betting thread soon appeared online, wagering whether Wei Hong would be expelled or detained. Students eagerly cast their votes, convinced he would pay a heavy price for his impulsiveness. At midday, Ji Peng's uncle, Ji Mingxian, CSCC's father, Xie Jijiang, and Wei Hong's mother, Du Sihui, hurriedly arrived. Upon reaching the principal's office, they were met with 4 burly bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Entering the office, their blood pressure nearly skyrocketed at the sight before them. Ji Peng and Wei Sheng had their heads and hands wrapped like mummies, blood seeping through the bandages, looking extremely horrifying. Even CSCC had bandages wrapped around her neck. Principal Liu and several school officials stood awkwardly to the side. Wei Hong, however, sat comfortably at the head of the tea table, flanked by 2 bodyguards, exuding an air of authority as he brewed tea for himself. "Cici, are you all right?" Yipeng exclaimed. "What happened?" The 3 rushed forward, concern etched on their faces. Du Sihui was nearly in tears. "Xiaosheng, are you hurt?" "My God, how did this happen? Who did this to you?" She turned to see Wei Hong and immediately realized that her inquiry was somewhat superfluous. Who, apart from him, would dare to lay a hand on Wei Sheng? "You little beast, dare to harm my son, and I shall end you." Du Sihui, filled with rage, seized the thermos from her desk, intent on hurling it at him. Yet Wei Hong merely raised his gaze, his eyes cold as steel, instantly freezing her in place. "Madam Wei, think carefully before you act." He casually sipped his tea before adding, "I have always believed in an eye for an eye. Just yesterday, even Director Wei was left disfigured. Surely, you don't consider yourself special? You little bastard, I am your mother." Du Sihui's fingers trembled as she exclaimed, "Do you even intend to strike me? You're merely a biological mother. After I come of age, we'll sever ties," Wei Hong retorted, raising an eyebrow. "Madam Wei, have you forgotten that this gentleman beside me is your son? You? Du Sihui nearly fainted from indignation. Ultimately, however, she dared not smash the thermos. For Wei Hong was indeed capable of violence. He had shown no deference even to his own father, Wei Jiaoyang. If he truly decided to turn against her, breaking her hand would not be beyond the realm of possibility. "Please discuss your family matters elsewhere," Ji Mingxian declared with an air of authority as he took a seat, his voice icy. "At present, I only wish to ascertain what transpired. Why is my nephew, Ji Peng, in such a state? Who can provide me with an explanation?" As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table in fury, his gaze piercing into Wei Hong, clearly convinced that this matter was closely tied to him. "Xiaohong, you and Cici have been childhood friends. Surely, you wouldn't have gone so far as to harm her?" Xie Jijiang added, his face equally stormy. Under the pressure of the 3 parties, the tension in the school administration escalated significantly. Principal Liu and the others were drenched in cold sweat, fearing the flames of this conflict would engulf them as well. Are today's students truly this unruly? Principal Liu began, sweat trickling down his brow. "Mr. Ji, Director Xie, Madam Wei, the entire incident has been recorded by the classroom surveillance. The injured party is stable, and Ji Peng himself refuses to involve the authorities. Perhaps we should first review the footage before deciding on a course of action." Hearing this, Ji Mingxian and Xie Jijiang could say little else but nod in agreement. Principal Liu, seizing the opportunity, swiftly activated the projector, displaying the unedited video on the wall, allowing everyone to witness the events of that early morning in Class 2 of the senior year. This matter entangled the Ji, Xie, and Wei families. As a mere principal, he dared not intervene recklessly. Thus, the footage remained intact, documenting every detail from the moment Wei Hong entered the classroom, the students' hostile provocations, to Wei Sheng's deliberate instigation of Ji Peng. All was laid bare for all to see. Ji Mingxian and Xie Jijiang were not fools. Upon viewing the video, embarrassment washed over their faces. One could hardly believe that his own nephew was so foolish as to be used as a pawn, while the other could scarcely comprehend that his daughter was so dim-witted as to place a knife against her own throat. They were both cunning old foxes, quickly discerning that this was a deliberate ploy by the Wei family's foster son. Yet Du Sihui remained as oblivious as ever. Rather than perceive Wei Sheng's culpability, she felt a surge of compassion for him. Trembling with rage at the brutal beating he had endured, her gaze towards Wei Hong laced with resentment. How could I have given birth to such a beast, one who would strike his own brother? You are nothing but scum. Principal, I demand this trash be expelled immediately. Du Sihui's venomous words hung in the air. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. It had long been rumored that the Wei family was peculiar, favoring their foster son over their own. Yet witnessing Du Sihui openly curse her biological son, all to defend her foster son, was an act of utter foolishness. If the mother herself proposed expulsion, then there was little else to be said. Ji Mingxian chuckled coldly. While my nephew Ji Peng may have provoked the situation, he has suffered grievous injuries. His pride will surely be wounded. If Wei Hong were to be expelled, we could overlook this matter. Indeed, Xie Zhijiang concurred. Such a ruckus among these children necessitates accountability, otherwise they will never learn. With the three parties exerting pressure, Principal Liu exhaled in relief, preparing to voice his stance. Yet Wei Hong raised a hand to interrupt, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Since the three of you have declared your positions, may I, as a junior, dare to voice my thoughts? What does the young master wish to say? Xie Zhijiang frowned. Do you not see how shameless you are? Wei Hong exclaimed, slamming his teacup to the ground, pointing at him in anger. Did the video show even a hint of your daughter's involvement? She barged in, knife in hand, threatening her own life. If she had truly gone through with it, who would bear the responsibility? Your daughter is simply brainless. Perhaps you should take her to the hospital for a checkup. Do you expect me to bear the consequences? You ungrateful wretch. Without my grandfather's support, you would have been a mere laborer on a construction site. Have you forgotten your place after a few years of prosperity? In full view of everyone. Xie Zhijiang's face flushed with anger. His chest heaved, hands clenched tightly behind his back, struggling to contain his rage. Several times he nearly exploded, but ultimately restrained himself. Indeed, Xie Zhijiang replied coldly. Had it not been for old Master Wei's support, I would have never achieved much in life. I do not forget that debt of gratitude. However, for you to publicly insult your elder is quite excessive, isn't it? Excessive? You don't think that with old Master Wei deceased, the past is forgotten? Wei Hong continued his tirade. I possess all the dirt on you, and I have shown you mercy by not having you incarcerated. How dare you provoke me? Xie Zhijiang felt cold sweat trickling down his spine. Dad, say something. Xie Cici protested, her dissatisfaction evident. What do you mean by this, Wei? Show some respect to my father, or I will make you pay. Cici, be silent. Xie Zhijiang snapped, his eyes fierce as a wolf. Xie Cici paled in fear. Sighing, he finally said, I apologize. My daughter is indeed somewhat dim-witted. I offer my apologies on her behalf. Apologies are unnecessary, Wei Hong replied, rubbing his forehead in irritation. For the sake of our family's past ties, I can let this matter slide. But should there be a repeat of this behavior, you shall know the consequences. Thank you. Young master, Xie Zhijiang, ever the astute businessman, understood that enduring such insults was a necessary compromise, recognizing that Wei Hong was no ordinary high school student. He could even sense the lingering aura of the late old Master Wei's formidable presence. Xie Zhijiang understood that should he press further, Wei Hong would undoubtedly retaliate, bringing ruin upon the Jinjiang group. With the passing of old Master Wei, those who had benefited from his patronage had not yet departed this world. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the office. The expressions of disbelief were evident on the faces of those present, as they struggled to comprehend why Wei Hong dared to brazenly insult the chairman of a publicly listed conglomerate. Equally perplexing was the apparent restraint exhibited by Xie Zhijiang. The unfolding of this incident was indeed unexpected. Have today's students become so audacious? If Xie Dong does not intervene in this matter, the Ji family shall not let it rest. Ji Mingxian coldly lifted his teacup, narrowing his eyes as he warned. How shall you account for the harm done to my nephew? It's your misfortune, your lack of foresight, and your foolishness in allowing yourselves to be used as pawns, all under the guise of my goodwill in educating your descendants. Wei Hong replied, each word firm and resolute. What do you think? Does Uncle G find this response satisfactory? Ji Mingxian nearly suffered a heart attack from rage. Others gasped in astonishment once more. What a bold individual! Having just lambasted the chairman of Jinjiang Group, he now dares to confront the Ji family? This young man truly exhibits the fearlessness of a newborn calf, ready to challenge anyone. Moreover, he directly pointed fingers and hurled accusations. Is he truly unafraid of offending the powerful Ji family? Ji Peng muttered under his breath, what a madman. Has the Ji family ever been subjected to such scorn? So many people have to cater to them. It is rumored that the second son of the Ji family is being promoted again. Even the Wei family must tread carefully around them. How dare Wei Hong act so recklessly? He is merely engaging in verbal sparring. He will surely face dire consequences. Who would have thought that such an esteemed elder would ultimately raise a lunatic? The crowd secretly murmured their disdain, their gazes towards Wei Hong tinged with pity. Well, Ji Mingxian, instead of expressing anger, broke into a smile, clapping his hands as he spoke through gritted teeth. Young Master Wei has quite the audacity. The Ji family is most grateful for your guidance of my young nephew. We shall certainly repay your kindness in due course. Chapter 13. Strategizing from the Shadows. Winning from afar. Provoking the Ji family is, in anyone's eyes, a profoundly reckless endeavor. After all, they are a formidable presence in the political arena of Jiangzhou, with numerous family members occupying high-ranking positions in an intricate web of connections that can dictate outcomes across various industries. Should the Ji family truly unleash their wrath, even the Wei family would struggle to withstand the pressure. Du Sihui observed the tense atmosphere, her mind surprisingly clear for once. She shrugged and cautioned, Third Master Ji, if your family intends to take action against them, be sure not to target the wrong person. This little brat was at home yesterday, beating up old Wei, and now the Wei family has little to do with him. Oh, Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting, just a moment ago, you were calling him Mom, and now you claim there's no connection? You brought this trouble upon yourself. Du Sihui's face contorted with disgust. You have beaten Xiao Sheng to such a state. Even if the Ji family does not pursue this matter, I will ensure it is addressed. Very well. Ji Mingxian nodded readily, immediately stating, today, I shall only seek trouble with Wei Hong and will not involve the Wei family. The two parties quickly reached an agreement. The target was once again set upon him. The crowd cast a mixture of mocking and sympathetic glances. Wei Sheng felt an overwhelming joy inside, eagerly anticipating the price Wei Hong would pay. Yet, Wei Hong merely scoffed dismissively. Do you know why I dealt with Ji Peng and spared Xiaxisi? Why? Ji Mingxian furrowed his brows. Because, in my eyes, the Ji family is easier to handle than the Jinjiang Group. Wei Hong leaned forward, a chilling smile radiating pressure. I relish picking the low-hanging fruit. Do you understand? Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They regarded him as if he were a fool. One is a titan entrenched in the political sphere, while the other is a business magnate. It is clear which is more formidable. Even Xie Zhijiang at times finds himself bowing to others for certain projects. The scholar always holds a position of superiority over commerce. Dear nephew, Xie Zhijiang said with a bitter smile, do not overestimate my importance. Our group pales in comparison to the Ji family's prestige. Wei Hong casually toyed with his teacup. Wealth and power have always been intertwined. In most instances, those in power command more respect than the rich, for, at times, money cannot buy authority. Yet, in my perspective, those in power are often more manageable. Dismantling a business group may require financial resources and strategic planning to uncover weaknesses before one can strike. However, dealing with those in power is merely about finding evidence of their misconduct. The Ji family, despite appearing prosperous, is rife with sordid secrets, and it would not be difficult to uncover a flaw. Once the Ji family shows even a hint of fatigue, their adversaries will eagerly take advantage. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of insufficient power. Success and failure both stem from authority. The wealth held by the Jinjiang Group has at least been legally acquired. What about you? Do you dare to spend money legally? Wei Hong pressed on, his arguments compelling. He exhibited none of the timidity or ignorance typical of a high school student. Instead, He exuded an aura of strategic mastery, capable of determining outcomes from afar. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Ji Mingxian's expression gradually darkened. He smirked with sarcasm. My Ji family abides by the law and has committed no illegal acts. Do you truly believe any random person can threaten us? Is that so? Wei Hong replied with a mocking laugh. Are you certain that every member of your household, from the maid to the chauffeur, is above reproach? It would not be difficult to unearth dirt on a family that can only flaunt their wealth discreetly. How many eyes are fixed on the Ji family? What exactly are you implying? Ji Mingxian gritted his teeth. Wei Hong did not answer his question, but instead remarked, Recently, your second uncle has been making the rounds, hoping to secure a promotion, correct? Alas, the provincial authorities have long since earmarked that position for someone else, and you haven't even caught wind of it yet. How utterly tragic. Crash. Ji Mingxian was so startled that he stood up. His face was a canvas of shock, disbelief, and panic. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow unbeknownst to him. Ji Peng had never seen his uncle so flustered before, and he could not help but exclaim, Uncle, what on earth? Silence. Ji Mingxian's expression oscillated between anger and fear. After taking a few deep breaths and sipping his tea, he squinted at Wei Hong. The words of a high school student carried little credibility. However, Wei Hong was far too inscrutable, effortlessly overpowering the school's higher-ups and even causing Xie Zhijiang to seem diminished in his presence. As a student personally trained by the venerable Wei patriarch, he was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. In a few days, the provincial authorities will send someone. Wei Hong continued, a smile that was almost sardonic playing on his lips. Do you think they will use your family as an example when the new officials arrive to intimidate others? Nonsense. Ji Mingxian stubbornly retorted, refusing to back down. Yet his left hand trembled so violently that he nearly dropped his teacup, spilling tea everywhere. The crowd was astonished. What did Wei Hong know? Why did just a few words send Ji Mingxian into such a state of panic? It was merely a scuffle between a few high school students. Yet it felt more alarming than a negotiation among titans. After sending a few messages on his phone, Ji Mingxian's face flashed with anxiety, confusion, and unease. Finally, he forced a smile and said, Nephew, I apologize. Let us consider today's incident as mere childish antics. Please do not take it to heart. Uncle offers his apologies. Wei Hong raised his cup with a light chuckle. Only then did Ji Mingxian silently breathe a sigh of relief. He turned and slapped Ji Peng on the head, feigning anger as he scolded. Why haven't you apologized to Wei Ge yet? Fool! Just a few provocative words, and you rush in like a knife. How can the Ji family have someone like you? Uncle, Ji Peng's face flushed crimson. What? You Mingxian snept apologize. You two have been childhood friends for over a decade. Do not let this incident create distance between you. I'm sorry. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and bowed his head in apology, yet his eyes brimmed with defiance. Wei Hong, indifferent to his sense of grievance, recognized that the good days for the Ji family had come to an end. They would soon be left to fend for themselves without any intervention. He raised an eyebrow at Ji Peng and his companions, relishing the array of emotions playing across their faces. Ultimately, he met the venomous gaze of Wei Sheng with satisfaction. Once upon a time, all it took was a bit of feigned suffering and a whisper of betrayal for Wei Hong to be scorned and reviled by both family and friends, ensnared in a cycle of endless strife and anguish. But now, he had undergone a profound transformation. Each gesture exuded the authority of an ascendant figure, capable of bantering with titans like Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian, while intimidating and cursing them. Such a formidable adversary was bound to incite trepidation. Oh dear, my brother is terrifying. Wei Sheng's inner voice echoed at the opportune moment in Du Sui's ear. If even our uncles cannot restrain him, then surely mother cannot control my brother either. How will I ever survive at school? I truly do not wish to be beaten every day. It hurts. I will eventually be beaten to death. Chapter 14. You should obediently roll off to number 13 middle school. That is your rightful place. Wei Sheng's heart-wrenching lament easily rekindled Du Sihui's sympathy and indignation. With her characteristic fierce glare directed at Wei Hong, she coldly declared, Well, I never expected you to possess such a sharp tongue. Even if Mr. Xie and the others choose to overlook this matter today, I absolutely will not let it slide. This little beast must be expelled. If you remain in this school, who knows how much damage you will inflict upon your classmates? How can innocent little Sheng endure your bullying and beatings? Principal Liu, your esteemed St. Rui High School has maintained its century-old reputation. It must not be sullied by such scum. Expedite his expulsion. The school's higher-ups were immediately drenched in cold sweat. Wei Hong was no ordinary high school student. He arrived at school accompanied by 6 bodyguards and could verbally assault Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang without consequence. Who dared to suggest expelling him? Mrs. Wei, you are family. Principal Liu said, his face plastered with a forced smile as he rubbed his hands together nervously. Perhaps you could discuss this matter at home? Whether it's expulsion or transfer, you can come to an agreement. Discuss what? Du Sihui retorted angrily, her eyes blazing. This is a serious violation of school rules involving the assault of a fellow student. You should handle it according to the rules without regard for anyone's feelings. That may not be appropriate. Principal Liu still hesitated, continuing to feign neutrality. Perhaps you should reconsider. Enough with the nonsense. Du Sihui shouted firmly. Expel him. It must be done immediately. Otherwise, I will file a complaint with your board. Mrs. Wei, even if you complain, we cannot expel students at will. Principal Liu hesitated, finally offering a kind reminder. However, as their guardian, you have the right to choose to transfer one of them, expel them, or allow them to take a leave of absence. This proposal sparked a glimmer of realization in Du Sihui's eyes. Her anger dissipated in an instant, a cold smile of determination gracing her lips as she turned to make her decision. Then let Wei Hong transfer to number 13 middle school. I, as his guardian, have decided to send him there. Number 13 middle school? The crowd's expressions varied. Du Sihui truly possessed a ruthless heart to punish her own son. She was willing to cast him into the notoriously abysmal school that even the children of migrant workers shunned. In that instant, everyone looked at Wei Hong with renewed pity. Just moments ago he was so arrogant, yet now he would be crushed underfoot. No matter how formidable he was merely a minor high school student, easily dealt with by a guardian. What a pity. If only old Master Wei had lived a few more years, this grandson would have had limitless potential. But now he was fated to be ruined by his own mother. How unfortunate to have such parents. The whispers among the crowd grew louder. Wei Shang, too, slowly curled his lips into a smirk. He knew that with just a few provocations, Wei Hong would once again face the cruelest betrayal from his own family. This time, he couldn't wait to see how he would escape punishment. As soon as the news of young Master Wei being sent to number 13 middle school spread, not only would this grievance be avenged, but Wei Hong's reputation would be dragged through the mud, forever associated with that school in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Mom, you cannot do this. Wei Sheng feigned innocence, tearfully pleading. Brother has excellent grades. How can you send him to such a place? It would ruin him. Please, I beg you, do not do this. Little Sheng, you are simply too kind. Du Sihui exclaimed, her face full of concern. Do not concern yourself. I must take charge today. Our Wei family does not need such an unruly little beast. Mom, no. Wei Sheng continued his performance, sobbing. I am fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Please do not make things difficult for brother. My conscience will be uneasy. Silly child. Du Sihui was once again moved. CSCC also wore an expression of righteous indignation. Only Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian wore peculiar expressions, as if they had tasted something foul. Enough of this nonsense. Wei Hong suddenly grabbed a teacup and hurled it, immediately silencing their theatrics. Enough. Du Sihui turned protectively, scolding. You will transfer to number 13 middle school today, and you will complete the paperwork immediately. Wei Hong toyed with the ring on his left hand, mocking. I will neither transfer today nor pay any price. I expect Wei Sheng to publicly apologize and reflect in the school broadcasting room. Do you believe that? What madness is this? Du Sihui, infuriated, looked bitterly, while the rest looked on in disbelief. He was the one who had assaulted someone, and his guardian was not even defending him. What kind of storm could Wei Hong possibly create? Principal Liu, did you hear my request? Wei Hong's gaze was piercing as he casually commanded. See to it. Principal Liu was utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? Who do you think you are to command me? Mr. Wei Hong, the school has its own regulations, Principal Liu stated, dissatisfaction creeping into his tone. It is fortunate that they are not pursuing the matter further. How can you make such unreasonable demands? You will comply, Wei Hong declared confidently. Dipping his hand into the teacup, he then slowly wrote 6 digits on the table. 200-30245. You? Principal Liu's face paled in shock, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. The crowd, now alert, discerned something was amiss. The string of numbers written by Wei Hong undoubtedly held significant meaning, one that posed a threat to Principal Liu. Otherwise, he would not have reacted so dramatically, cold sweat soaking his temples. Can it be done? Wei Hong quailed. Yes. Principal Liu, wiping his cold sweat, nodded vigorously. Panic etched on his face, which ultimately transformed into determination as he turned to Du Sihui, saying, Mrs. Wei, the student cannot be transferred without his consent. Furthermore, Wei Sheng deliberately provoked his classmates, causing a ruckus, which is a serious violation of school rules. He must face disciplinary action. What? Du Sihui was utterly enraged. Others looked on in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the Wei Hong who had just appeared as a lamb to the slaughter could, after writing a few numbers, reverse the tides, forcing Principal Liu to risk offending the Wei family while resolutely standing by his side. Was this not too theatrical? Wei Sheng's face was one of incredulity. Impossible. How can this be happening? CSCC and Ji Peng were brimming with indignation and frustration. Only Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang remained composed, their gazes instinctively darkening. They regarded Wei Hong not as a junior, but as a formidable adversary. Principal Liu, have you lost your mind? Du Sihui exclaimed, angrily slamming her handbag onto the floor, her voice piercing. Surely you understand the repercussions of offending the Wei group? I demand that you immediately retract your outrageous remarks, or we shall not let this matter rest. Chapter 15. Mistaking the foe for the genuine? Du Sihui had completely lost her temper. Principal Liu was suddenly under immense pressure. She represented the Wei group, a preeminent enterprise in Jiangzhou that had infiltrated every facet of society, wielding considerable influence. A private aristocratic high school was fundamentally established to cater to the affluent. To offend the wealthiest individual in the city could spell disaster for the school's administration. Principal, have you truly lost your senses? Perhaps you should reconsider? The school executives whispered, their voices laced with concern. Madam Wei is already furious. We cannot afford to incur her wrath, lest we all face the board's ire. Indeed, a mere word from her could see us all ousted. Please do not act rashly. Principal Liu's back was drenched in cold sweat as she cast a desperate glance towards Wei Hong, hoping he might reconsider and extricate her from this dire predicament. Alas, Wei Hong was resolute. Today, Principal Liu had to deal with Wei Sheng. Otherwise, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. In his previous life, Wei Hong had unearthed numerous secrets, prominent figures in Jiangzhou, each with skeletons in their closets. Some he had learned through hearsay, others during his ethereal existence. The numbers he had just written could very well pertain to a life. If Principal Liu wished to ruin the school's reputation, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Choose wisely. Wei Hong's fingers drummed idly on the tea table, his gaze sweeping over the room with an inscrutable air. If you remain indecisive, feel free to report to the school board. Very well, I shall be right back. Principal Liu exhaled in relief, hastily exiting the office to make a phone call. For a moment, everyone found the situation absurd. How could a mere altercation among high school students escalate to such proportions? Was it truly necessary to involve the board for a resolution? It was common knowledge that Shengruwei International High School was a prestigious national institution, with branches not only in Jiangzhou but also beyond, and the board members were titans in their respective industries. Was it not preposterous to seek their counsel over such a trivial matter? Do not think you can obfuscate this issue with your theatrics. Du Sihui huffed defiantly. Even the major shareholders behind Shengruwei High School ought to show some deference to the Wei group. Who do you think you are? It is not a matter of deference to the Wei group, but rather respect for the deceased patriarch. Wei Hong scoffed dismissively. What gives you the right to brandish the Wei family's banner, you outsider? Who do you think you are? You wretched little beast. Du Sihui was fuming once more. Wei Sheng attempted to interject with a jest, but a single glance from Wei Hong silenced him immediately. He understood the gravity of the situation. It was evident to all that Wei Hong was a man of action, not words. He sat silently, sipping his tea, radiating an aura of dignified authority that eclipsed even seasoned business magnates like Xie Zhijiang. A mere student had managed to reduce the school's upper echelons to a state of submissive obedience, a feat that would astonish anyone. Before long, Principal Liu returned. Gone was the panic and disarray from her face. Instead, she bore an air of businesslike calm. Madam Wei, the school has decided, after careful consideration, to issue Wei Sheng a severe warning and requires him to publicly apologize over the intercom. Failure to comply will result in expulsion. You may handle it as you see fit. What? Du Zihui erupted in disbelief. Her regal visage was marred by incredulity. The surrounding onlookers mirrored her shock. Only Wei Sheng appeared aghast and mortified, wishing fervently for a crevice to swallow him whole. Moments ago, he had reveled in the thought of Wei Hong being cast down to the 13th middle school, envisioning the mockery he would unleash on social media. Yet now, the tide had turned. Principal Liu had unflinchingly supported the punishment. The one facing disgrace had transformed into him. Despite being the victim, he was now subjected to disciplinary action and a public apology. How could he possibly maintain his dignity? He would be the subject of ridicule from then on. Woe is me, Wei Sheng lamented inwardly. Why is this happening? I have done nothing wrong. Why must I apologize? Must my face be trampled into the ground? How can I continue to live like this? Perhaps I should just leap from a rooftop. No. Du Sihui's emotions surged. She grasped Wei Sheng's shoulders, urgently reassuring him. Do not fear, my dear. Mother will protect you. Thank you, Mother. Wei Sheng was overwhelmed with gratitude, internally feigning vulnerability to elicit more sympathy from her. Principal Liu, I cannot accept this resolution. If you continue down this path, I will call the police. Du Sihui inhaled deeply. Her face a mask of fury as she declared, surely you understand the consequences of offending the Wei group. I hope you will consider your position carefully. Very well. Principal Liu sighed in resignation. This directive comes directly from the top. Even if you were called the police, it would merely be a matter of student altercations. The school remains responsible for dealing with minors. Du Sihui was engulfed in despair and frustration. It was her first encounter with such helplessness. They were utterly indifferent to the Wei group's prestige. The higher-ups had already made their stance clear. Even if Wei Jiaoyang himself were to intervene, the school would not change its decision. Unless, of course, Wei Hong altered his course. Yes, Du Sihui realized this truth, and in a moment of desperation, she seized Wei Hong's arm, her nails nearly piercing his skin. As she hissed angrily, you must tell Principal Liu that we have reached an understanding and that Wei Sheng should not be punished. Hurry, get away. Wei Hong waved her off with irritation. The force of his gesture sent Du Sihui sprawling, nearly colliding with the ground had it not been for Wei Sheng and CSCC support. Brother, how could you do this? Wei Sheng shouted, indignant. It is one thing to bully me, but how can you lay a hand on our mother? You are nothing but trash, a scoundrel. Do you even consider yourself human? CSCC's face was equally stormy. To dare strike your own mother. How have you become such a wretched creature? Wei Hong cast a dispassionate glance at them. Too apathetic to engage in a quarrel with these imbeciles. He rose, accompanied by his bodyguards, and, as he passed by Principal Liu, he casually remarked, I am unaware of any circumstances. Just ensure that he reflects deeply. Rest assured, Mr. Wei, our administrative team will not condone any wrongdoing. Principal Liu promptly assured him. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction and exited the office, leaving behind a crowd of complex expressions and pitying gazes directed at Wei Sheng and Du Sihui. The confrontation had left them thoroughly subdued. Today had indeed cost them their dignity. The Wei family had truly unleashed a force to be reckoned with. Ji Mingxian could not help but click his tongue in admiration. What a pity that some mistake fish eyes for pearls, nurturing the false while neglecting the true dragon. What a marvel! Du Sihui, faced with the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, and a thought flickered in her mind. Had she truly erred? Chapter 16. The Competitive Class, a Coalition of Top Talents. That afternoon, St. Ray International High School swiftly issued a disciplinary warning. Wei Hong was penalized for instigating trouble and publicly recited a lengthy 3,000-word self-critique in the broadcasting room. Thus, this farcical episode on campus came to a close. However, it stirred tumultuous waves both within and outside the school. Not only were the faculty and students left agape, but even numerous affluent second-generation heirs in Jiangzhou circulated the news within their circles, hinting at a potential viral spread online. Despite the Wei group's urgent attempts to suppress the uproar, the family's reputation remained firmly entrenched in the mire of disgrace. The Wei family was infuriated upon hearing of the incident, and Wei Hong himself was mortified, choosing to take leave and retreat home to escape the incessant gossip from classmates. Ji Peng and CSCC also faced stern reprimands from their elders, leading them to refrain from provoking Wei Hong further and similarly request time off to return home. Many wealthy students who were close to Wei Hong were so intimidated that they skipped classes. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of Class 2 of the senior year was rendered empty. Wei Hong, however, remained unfazed, diligently seated at his desk, engrossed in various texts. He paid no heed to the teacher's lecture, merely flipping through books in solitary study. His gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose accentuated his noble demeanor, reminiscent of an elegant young aristocrat. His earnest concentration captivated the female students, leading them to lose focus on their studies, with some even forming groups to observe him during breaks, enjoying far greater popularity than during his previous notorious existence. "Classmate Wei, this is my heartfelt offering. Please accept it." Several blushing girls, mustering their courage, presented him with pink love letters. "Thank you." Wei Hong did not reject their advances, instead responding with a courteous smile as he accepted the notes. Wow, he accepted. "Wah. Classmate Wei, this is for you. Please take it, I beg you." The girls erupted in excitement. Videos of Wei Hong's charismatic outburst during the incident and his refined demeanor while studying had already circulated throughout the school forums, with countless admirers venerating him as a male deity. This enigmatic and authoritative figure perfectly fulfilled the fantasies of these young girls. One love letter after another soon filled his desk. Hey, what's all this crowding about?" A tall, slender, middle-aged male teacher entered, abruptly interrupting the commotion. The girls scattered, and normalcy returned to the classroom. "Wei Hong, you're quite the popular one. You can make a fortune selling all these love letters." The teacher jested with a smile. "Mr. Liang," Wei Hong acknowledged politely with a nod. This individual was Liang Feipeng, the distinguished teacher of the school as competition class. In his past life, during Wei Hong's infamous tenure, he was the only teacher who believed in him. Thus, even though he was merely a junior teacher, Wei Hong afforded him due respect. "Please have a seat." Liang gestured, scanning the curious gazes of the entire class before getting straight to the point. "I'm here to inquire if you would be interested in joining the competition class. Now that the majority of courses in senior year are concluding, we're merely filling in the gaps. I've reviewed your grades, and you are entirely capable of striving for Tsinghua or Peking University. Although the competition class will take up some of your revision time, it offers the chance for greater honors and can even provide additional points for college entrance exams or guarantee admission. Please consider it. Moreover, you can still attend the focus class during regular lessons without it consuming too much of your time." Liang Feipeng earnestly attempted to persuade him. However, Wei Hong had already risen to gather his books, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he declared, "Let us go. You agree?" "Of course. I haven't even spoken to your homeroom teacher yet. She wouldn't dare stop me." Liang Feipeng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, eagerly leading him toward the competition class. In truth, joining the competition class was a favorable option. Wei Hong had already mastered all high school knowledge, and the college entrance examination was as effortless as a walk in the park for him. Attending classes merely meant perusing more on finance, internet studies, and ebooks. The competition class, being smaller and quieter, was ideal for his reading. Additionally, he would have the opportunity to interact with many top talents. What could be more rewarding? Before long, the two arrived at a classroom on the left of the third floor. Inside, a mere dozen students of both genders were deeply engrossed in solving problems. Upon seeing Liang Feipeng enter with Wei Hong, They displayed little reaction, offering only a fleeting glance before returning to their calculations, seemingly undisturbed by external distractions. These individuals were the true academic elites. Despite the considerable uproar within the school, they remained unfazed. In this environment, a campus heartthrob like Wei Hong would not attract undue attention. Compared to the noisy chaos of Class 2, this setting was indeed more conducive to studying. I'm a highly paid mentor at the school, with some expertise in mathematics and physics, Liang Faping inquired. Currently, there are 12 students in the competition class, with 7 focusing on mathematics and 5 on physics. Which direction do you prefer? Whichever is fine, Wei Hong replied nonchalantly as he took a seat. Liang, assuming he had yet to make a decision, fetched a set of mathematics and physics books, handing them to Wei Hong while saying, "These are the questions from the last joint competition among major universities. They're quite challenging. Give them a try, and if you find any too difficult, feel free to leave them blank. I'll return in 20 minutes. Wei Hong glanced at the exam papers, extracted a pen, and began solving the problems with remarkable speed. 20 minutes? Liang Faping was left bewildered. The other students in the competition class grew curious and turned their attention toward Wei Hong, witnessing him fill in the answers effortlessly, seemingly without a moment's thought, leaving them all in astonishment. Who is this person? How can he be so confident? I can't even finish grading the papers in 20 minutes. Where did old Liang find this genius? They whispered among themselves. Genius? No one can complete 2 papers in 20 minutes. They muttered, exchanging glances of disbelief. Liang Faping observed for a moment and realized that Wei Hong was indeed working on the problems. Furthermore, every answer he supplied was correct. He only needed to glance at the questions to know the answers. Stop, 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 Liang called out hastily. You've seen this exam before, haven't you? No wonder. These papers have been circulated so much after the exam that it's normal if you've encountered them before. I'll go fetch 2 new ones for you. With that, he hurried out toward the office. The other students exchanged looks of disdain. He has done these papers, and didn't he say a word? He really thinks he is a genius. They scoffed. If I had done those papers, I'd be able to fill in the blanks too. What a waste of time. The academic elites shook their heads, dismissing him and returning to their work, instinctively categorizing Wei Hong as a mere show-off. Before long, Liang Faping returned, holding 2 new exam papers, and excitedly said, Here, try these. They're a new set of variant questions I just compiled. You surely haven't encountered them before. Wei Hong took the papers, glanced over them, and frowned, stating, This set is even simpler. I'll finish it in 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Liang Faping's expression darkened, feeling as though his intellect had been insulted. Chapter 17. A Fortified Defense, The Little White Flower Jr. The competition exam papers, in comparison to regular ones, were elevated in difficulty by several degrees. Many concepts were obscure and challenging, with an array of question types that required prolonged guidance and training to grasp. Even the most diligent academic elites would find them daunting. However, for Wei Hong, they were as effortless as elementary arithmetic. His IQ reached an astonishing 180, coupled with an extraordinary photographic memory. In his previous life, he had encountered an overwhelming number of competition problems. With a mere glance, he could discern the answers, often too lazy to even pen down the steps of his solutions. Swiftly and effortlessly, Wei Hong's pen danced across the paper, producing answers that left everyone astounded. A bespectacled classmate couldn't restrain himself from asking, Old Liang, have you seen this problem before? Nonsense. Liang Faping retorted, I just organized these yesterday. No one else has laid eyes on them. Wait, is he just scribbling? No. Look, his answers are correct. Holy cow, he is a genius. Soon, a crowd gathered around. They glanced at the problems, eagerly reaching for their paper and pens to calculate. In no time, excitement enveloped the room as they discovered that Wei Hong's answers were indeed accurate, with many problems taking them considerable time to solve. While he had written down the solutions with ease, the truth was irrefutable. He was an unequivocal prodigy. Even Liang Faping, the gold medal mentor of the competition class, lacked such formidable calculation prowess. Wei Hong, what is your IQ? Liang Faping couldn't help but inquire. I was tested at 12, and it was around 180. Wei Hong replied without looking up, not sure how accurate that is. 180? Higher than Einstein? Impressive, my friend. I've truly witnessed what genius looks like. Old Liang, where did you dig up this prodigy? The crowd gasped in unison. Their gazes towards Wei Hong grew fervent. These individuals, who shunned extravagance and were indifferent to romantic pursuits, revered only the true top-tier geniuses, a shared understanding among the scholarly elite. In that moment, Wei Hong had earned their respect. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and when 2 answer-filled papers lay before him, Liang Faping eagerly commenced the grading. After half an hour, he finally concluded the task. Full marks? Holy cow! Liang Faping exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How on earth did you manage that? The last major question was a recent competition problem. I've only devised 2 methods to solve it. Yet you presented 5? In the 2 papers, Wei Hong had breezed through most of the questions, only dedicating effort to the final complex problem. His casually exhibited talent was nothing short of staggering. These problems aren't difficult for me, Wei Hong remarked, setting down his pen. From today onward, I'll attend the competition class, but aside from major events, I won't bother with the minor competitions. As for my studies, Liang Laoshi, there's no need to make special arrangements. I'll study from books on my own. Certainly, Liang Faping nodded in agreement, realizing there was little he could teach this prodigy. If Wei Hong aspired to enter a university, he would have to fiercely compete for spots in elite programs. Such a high IQ genius had his own developmental plans. And as a teacher, Liang Faping felt it inappropriate to interfere. However, he added, if you have the time in class, do lend your guidance to these less capable students. Wei Hong chuckled softly as he surveyed the eager, hopeful, excited, and adoring gazes of his peers. His eyes finally settled on a boy with thick black-rimmed glasses, a simple and earnest demeanor, and a mushroom haircut, lingering for a few seconds before moving on. All right, Wei Hong said, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I will come to school every day, though my arrival and departure times may vary, and I might be late or leave early occasionally. Each of you should compile your questions in a mistake notebook, and I will dedicate half an hour each day for inquiries. Really? That is fantastic. Thank you, oh genius. Haha, looks like old Liang can retire now. The scholars erupted in jubilant cheers. Liang Faping chuckled softly, secretly relieved. Initially, he had only noticed Wei Hong's commendable grades and hoped to recruit him for the competition class, unaware that he was a hidden powerhouse. With his guidance, the competition class was sure to achieve remarkable results this year. Under Wei Hong's diligent tutelage, he quickly integrated with the competition class scholars. By 5:30 p.m., the school bell rang. Wei Hong gathered his belongings and made his way to the parking lot. Upon arrival, he spotted 3 Bentley Mulsans alongside 2 Hummer SUVs. Their imposing presence exuded raw masculinity. Young master, several bodyguards bowed in unison. Wei Hong furrowed his brow. Why are there more people? A cursory glance revealed a total of 12 bodyguards. He had only brought 1 group in the morning. Yet now there was an additional team? Uncle Gong is concerned for your safety, the head bodyguard explained quietly, so another team was dispatched. He instructed that you must always have 2 teams accompany you from now on. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled for 2 young female bodyguards to step forward. From now on, they will be your personal protectors, the head bodyguard stated. Even during classes, they will sit nearby. Fine, Wei Hong nodded indifferently. But you 2 should change into plain clothes. Don't draw attention. I dislike being disturbed during class. Understood. The 2 female bodyguards replied respectfully. Wei Hong felt a measure of satisfaction. Uncle Gong must have learned about his encounters with Xie Jiang and Ji Mingxian today. Fearing potential retaliation, he had arranged for an additional team. However, caution was warranted. While Ji Mingxian may not act recklessly, Xie Jiang certainly could, having risen to prominence through various ventures. Including construction, gaming, entertainment, and mining, he was not one to shy away from ruthless actions if provoked. 6 bodyguards indeed proved insufficient for Wei Hong's security. While the 2 teams of 12 seemed somewhat excessive, they significantly enhanced his safety. Alas, firearms were not permitted in the country. Wei Hong muttered, casually handing his backpack to one of the female bodyguards. Let us go home. Yes. The head bodyguard quickly gestured for the others. Just then, a breathless girl came running from a distance. Dressed in a white dress and flat shoes, her high ponytail swayed as she moved, her features strikingly beautiful. With a pair of misty eyes radiating innocence, a true embodiment of resilience. As soon as she was intercepted by the bodyguards, she puffed up and exclaimed, "Wei Hong, wait for me." Chapter 18. Do you not possess a shred of shame? Do you need something? Wei Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill in his gaze as he regarded the girl. Her name was Xiaomo, a sophomore from class 6. The Wei family had long been at the forefront of philanthropic endeavors, consistently supporting various elderly individuals, orphans, and impoverished students. Xiaomo was one such beneficiary. With a father addicted to gambling, a mother gravely ill, and a troublesome younger brother, her family held a patriarchal bias that often resulted in her being mistreated. Yet, she had not succumbed to these hardships. Instead, she persevered in her studies, maintaining an optimistic and kind-hearted spirit. A few years ago, when Wei Hong ventured into the realm of charity, he was captivated by her optimism and, rather effortlessly, designated her as a one-on-one support recipient, leading to a rapid advancement in their relationship. Just a few months prior, Xiaomo affectionately referred to him as senior and frequently visited class 2 of the third year to deliver breakfast, relying on him with great intimacy in their daily lives. However, the dynamics shifted drastically when Wei Sheng was adopted as a son by the Wei family and transferred to Xingrui High School. It turned out that he and Xiaomo had grown up in the same urban village. Coupled with Wei Sheng's occasional insinuations and attempts to sow discord, Xiaomo swiftly misconstrued Wei Hong's intentions towards her as ulterior. Following several confrontations, she completely sided with Wei Sheng, consistently advocating for him with an air of righteous indignation, which was indeed irksome. As expected, she approached him once more to preach her moral high ground. "Senior, it is wrong to bully classmates," Xiaomo asserted, her face flushed with righteousness. "Just because you come from a wealthy family doesn't mean you can act with impunity. Little Sheng has already suffered enough as an orphan. Is it not beneath humanity to beat and humiliate him? You assaulted him and then used your power to force him to apologize over the school's public announcement system. What kind of bullying is this? Is there no justice left in this world? I once believed you were a kind-hearted person, but now I see you are just another callous rich bastard. Now, immediately, go apologize." Wei Hong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Power? Where was the talk of power when Ji Peng provoked me time and again? Where was the mention of power when the Wei, Ji, and CF families exerted pressure? Now that I am merely retaliating, someone emerges to defend the true aggressor? Have you eaten too much? If you're here seeking attention because you're overly full, I suggest you conserve your energy. Senior, how can you be so brazen? Do you not feel a shred of shame? Xiaomo replied, fists on her hips, still fuming. She had envisioned her furious accusations would elicit shame and remorse, leading to an apology from Wei Sheng. However, reality did not unfold as she anticipated. The one who should feel shame is you, Wei Hong retorted as he turned to enter his vehicle. As the window slowly descended, he frowned impatiently. You dare to make judgments without understanding the full story, merely relying on hearsay, thinking yourself a crusader of justice? Don't you feel embarrassed? Xiaomo's face turned crimson, seemingly unable to believe that the Wei Hong, who had once been gentle and affectionate toward her, could be so dismissive. I don't care, she declared, standing resolutely before the car, arms outstretched. You must come with me to apologize to little Sheng and promise never to bully him again, or this matter will not rest, and I will never forgive you. What a foolish girl. Wei Hong sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. Who cared whether she forgave him? Why were these people so self-righteous? Sir, the head of the bodyguards inquired. Shall we remove her? No need. Wei Hong replied with a cold smile. Drive straight through. Yes, the bodyguard responded, promptly disengaging the gear and flooring the accelerator. With a deafening roar, the vehicle surged forward, startling Xiaomo into retreat. In the next moment, the car barreled straight ahead before abruptly halting. Xiaomo stumbled and fell, nearly brought to tears by her fury. With indignation and resentment on her delicate face, she scrambled to her feet and shouted at Wei Hong in the car. This is too much. I will sever ties with a scoundrel like you. Stop. Wei Hong narrowed his eyes and commanded the driver to halt. The vehicle came to an immediate stop, and he stepped out, striding towards Xiao. He crouched down before her and sneered, "Sever ties? How do you propose to do that?" I just want to sever ties." Xiao stammered, her face flushed with anger. "Unless you are willing to mend your ways and become a better person, I refuse to have any association with a person like you. Even the slightest connection disgusts me." "Well said." Wei Hong replied, surprisingly amused, nodding. "Since middle school, you have received support from the Wei family, 2,000 yuan each month for 3 years. After entering high school, I personally provided one-on-one assistance, 5,000 yuan each month for 2 years. Your mother's medical expenses and numerous emergency treatments cost over 500,000. Not to mention the supplementary card I once provided for your daily expenditures and to support your gambling father and younger brother. All of this, I have turned a blind eye to. The clothes you wear and the food you consume, all funded by the Wei family. You wish to sever ties? Fine, repay us." The last sentence he nearly shouted. Xiao recoiled in shock, her once vibrant face now pale. Yet, Wei Hong showed no signs of letting up. Continuing to press her, "I intended to pull you out of the mire with goodwill, yet you repay kindness with ingratitude. Pretending to be morally upright while using the wealth of the Wei family to support a whole family of parasites. And you dare to preach virtue in my presence, wishing to portray yourself as a pure, saintly figure? I didn't tea." Xiaomo's eyes brimmed with tears, desperate to defend herself. "Didn't he?" Wei Hong scoffed. "If I had spent over 1 million to raise a bunch of cats and dogs, they would at least know to wag their tails in gratitude instead of biting the hand that feeds them. You seem to defend Wei Sheng quite fiercely. Why doesn't he provide you with money? Is he unwilling?" Xiaomo's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe she was being subjected to such insults. Was this still the brother who had cared for her and warmed her entire youth? "Our relationship with little Sheng is purely sibling-like," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "I merely wanted to prevent a rift between you and little Sheng. How could you misinterpret my intentions so grievously? You keep harping on money. Have you become blinded by it? Why must there be such materialism between people?" Yes, you are the most noble and pure," Wei Hong replied with a cold smile, adjusting his attire as he walked back toward the Bentley, nonchalantly tossing out, "I will notify people to cancel the supplementary card, and the monthly scholarship will be suspended. The bills for your entire family's expenditures will be sent to your address shortly. Please return all financial support promptly. Since you claim to regard money as worthless and wish to sever ties, let us do it cleanly to avoid further accusations of the Wei family being callous and oppressive toward the impoverished." With that, he entered the car and drove away, leaving Xiao standing there, stunned and dazed, unable to comprehend the situation for a long time. Chapter 19. The Betrayal of Innocence. Lies Unveiled. At the school gate, Xiao appeared disoriented and lost in thought. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she mechanically followed the crowd out, her once bright and innocent gaze now clouded with deep worry. Clearly, the words of Wei Hong had left a significant impact on her. However, before she could wallow in her sorrow for too long, a gaggle of chattering girls approached her, encircling her with excitement. "Mo, where have you been? Did you finish what you needed to do? Did you secretly meet with Senior Wei Hong? Oh my gosh, I'm so envious. You're so close to Senior Wei Hong. He's our idol." The girls chimed in, their voices overlapping. Xiao, her expression displeased, murmured, "Idol? He's just a bully who takes advantage of others." Mo, what are you saying?" a curious voice asked from the side. "Nothing." Xiao shook her head. "I have something to take care of, so I'm heading home. You all should disperse." "Don't. We agreed to go out for milk tea and shopping together." "Indeed. We had agreed to feed the stray cats, didn't we? They are so pitiable. One cannot simply allow them to go hungry, can one? Montag, dear Montag. Why not join us for some fun? With your kind heart, how could you bear to let the little felines miss their dinner?" The young ladies voiced their discontent in unison. Xiao chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to decline their request. Ever since she received the one-on-one sponsorship from Wei Hong, she not only enjoyed a monthly allowance of 5,000, but also possessed a supplementary card for her indiscriminate use, experiencing a lifestyle akin to that of a true affluent young lady. to maintain her image as a Navi flower who regards money with disdain. She planned to feed the stray cats today and donate to the elderly tomorrow. Every few days, she would assist impoverished classmates, and her reputation for kindness had spread throughout the school. Naturally, this attracted numerous admirers with varying intentions, who followed her daily, indulging in her generosity without hesitation. Flattered by their compliments, Xia Mo momentarily cast aside Wei Hong's earlier words and feigned innocence as she nodded, saying, "All right, let us first grab some milk tea, then buy cat food to feed the strays, and afterward, I'll treat you all to a grand feast." "Yay, that sounds wonderful, Mo." They cheered in unison. "We adore you. We heard you've got Wei Hong's supplementary card. Is he pursuing you?" The girls continued to express their envy and adulation. Xia Montak, feeling a swell of pride, yet feigning coyness, replied, "Who would want his pursuit? All those wealthy young masters are so self-important. I would never be interested in him." "Wow, Mo, you possess such character. You disdain the school as heartthrob. How incredibly impressive." They lamented, "Why can't I be as fortunate as Mo? Oh my, could it be that Wei Hong is fawning over you?" The girls chattered on, showering her with compliments. Xia Mo neither explained nor refuted. She merely offered vague remarks, unwittingly crafting an image in their minds of Wei Hong as a lovesick fool and herself as his pure and flawless moonlight. In no time, Xia Mo's stature rose among her peers, to be regarded as the moonlight by the boy adored by all. She seemed to be enveloped in a golden glow, with the girls' gazes filled with envy and reverence. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, soon entered a milk tea shop. "Goodness, the milk tea here is so expensive. The cheapest is over 20 yuan a cup. Shall we try another place?" One girl suggested. "No need." Xia Mo waved her hand dismissively. "If we're going to drink, let us indulge in something good. Order whatever you like. I'll treat. Don't feel shy. I have no attachment to money." "Yay, we love you, Mo." The girls cheered, excitedly placing their orders. They were merciless when it came to indulging, each one opting for the pricier options. 1 cup per person wasn't enough. They made excuses to order extra cups for others. Before long, they had completed their orders. The staff politely looked at Xia Mo and smiled. "That will be 672 yuan for 43 cups, madam. Please present your QR code, and I'll scan it. Go ahead and charge it." Xia Mo casually handed over a black card. The staff's eyes brightened as they graciously accepted it and began processing the transaction. However, moments later, they frowned and said, "Madam, your card has been frozen. Would you like to use another card? We also accept WeChat Pay." "Frozen?" Xia Mo felt as if struck by lightning. She hastily snatched back the black card, examining it but finding no apparent issue. Reluctant to accept defeat, she had the staff attempt several more times. Yet the POS machine continually indicated an error. At that moment, she recalled Wei Hong's earlier words. He had indeed ordered the freezing of the supplementary black card. How could this happen? Why would he do such a thing? Xia Montak was engulfit in panic. Since the black card was under Wei Hong's name, she only had permission to use it. Transactions could only be made through the POS machine, and transferring funds to WeChat was impossible. With the card frozen, where could she find over 1,000 yuan to settle the bill? Mo, what is going on? Why can't you make the payment? Yeah, what is happening? The girls began to sense something was amiss. They instinctively stepped back, exposing Xia Mo to the curious, mocking, and astonished gazes of surrounding patrons, leaving her flustered and in a state of disarray. I don't have that much on my WeChat." Xia Mo's face turned scarlet as she stammered. "Can these milk teas be refunded?" "I'm sorry, madam. Due to the large number of orders, they were prepared as they were being placed. Many of the drinks are already made and cannot be refunded." The staff politely but distantly declined. Lin, Shuang, could you lend me some money? My card is having issues." Xia Mo looked pitifully at the other girls. "I have no money. I've spent all my allowance. Neither do I." "Don't look at me." The girls shook their heads, refusing her pleas. Xia Mo, in a state of desperation and embarrassment, was at a loss for whom to turn to for help. Just then, her phone rang, and she instinctively answered. "Where have you been, you useless girl? Why haven't you returned home to cook? Do you want to starve me and your brother? And what about your mother's medical expenses? When will you pay them? Do you want to watch her die?" A barrage of sharp, Piercing insults erupted like a machine gun. Even though Xia and Mo hadn't activated the speakerphone, everyone could hear every word clearly. In an instant, the gazes directed at her transformed. What's going on? Isn't she supposed to be a rich girl? Isn't she the moonlight of Wei Hong? How could she not afford to settle a bill of over 1,000 yuan? And her mother seems to be gravely ill? The suspicious and astonished looks from the crowd left Xia and Mo feeling utterly humiliated, filled with shame and fury. Chapter 20, Outsider? You are the outsider indeed. As evening descended, Wei Hong returned to the Wei family mansion, surrounded by bodyguards. In the living room, Wei Jiaoyang, Du Sihui, and Wei Sheng were seated at the dining table. Several sisters were absent, leaving only the servants bustling about. Madam, the young master has returned. Upon seeing him, Du Sihui immediately forced a smile and said quickly, "Bring out the dishes." "Of course, madam." The servant bowed in acknowledgement and promptly brought forth a spread of delicious dishes. Wei Hong, silent as ever, sat down and began to eat. The calm demeanor of the three at the table finally faltered. "Where are your manners?" Wei Jiaoyang rapped the table, adopting a reprimanding tone. "You don't even greet anyone upon returning home? Have you gone mute? Are you even human?" Wei Hong unquailed curiously. Wei Jiaoyang was nearly driven to the brink of fainting. Even animals know to treat their children better. Wei Hong, nonchalantly chewing his beef, replied, "But what about you? You're more revolting than beasts, neglecting your own son to dote on your adopted child. How can you shamelessly consider yourselves human? You. Wei Jiaoyang clutched his chest, gasping. Du Sihui, her face pale, hastily called for medication. Wei Sheng interjected with a casual tone, "If you don't want me around, I can leave, but you mustn't disrespect your parents. That's inviting disaster. Shut your mouth if you don't want to get beaten. Your breath stinks." Wei Hong shot him a glare, and he promptly fell silent. Wei Sheng's voice continued to sow discord. Could it be that my elder brother has become addicted to beating me? What if he resorts to violence at home? Am I destined to be pushed down the stairs in the dead of night? He deliberately feigned suffering. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui naturally recalled the events at school. However, contrary to their expectations, they did not erupt in furious outrage on Wei Sheng's behalf. Instead, they exchanged glances, gradually tempering the fury in their eyes, and forced a facade of benevolence. "Xiao Hong, you really ought to stop provoking your father. Is there anything that cannot be discussed amicably among our family?" Du Sihui said, trying to mediate with a smile. "Gulme, drink some soup. This is the clear soup I instructed Wang Ma to make for you." As she spoke, she took the initiative to ladle out a bowl of soup and offered it to him. Wei Hong cast a glance and, disinterested, refused to take it. He had long since seen through the couple's insincere antics, and he harbored no illusions about them. "Speak your mind, but do not attempt to disgust me," Wei Hong stated with disdain. "Ahem." Wei Jiaoyang coughed tactically and feigned casualness as he inquired, "Did your grandfather leave anything behind?" Wei Hong smirked with sarcasm. "Are you not aware of what grandfather left? When he passed away, you were eager to scour every last remnant, weren't you? Even the distant aunts in Yinjing and the provinces received not a whit. Let us not digress. I'm not referring to shares or properties." Wei Jiaoyang slammed the table, intensifying his tone. "Did that old man leave you any intelligence networks, connections, or leverage against others?" It was evident he was already aware of the events that transpired in the school office today. He also easily deduced that Wei Hong possessed information unknown to outsiders. Otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly intimidated Xie Jiang and Ji Mingxian, nor coerced Principal Liu into submission. Though Wei Jiaoyang now held the rightful authority over the Wei group, everyone understood that this was merely because Wei Hong had yet to come of age. Once he turned 18 and inherited the 30% of shares left by their grandfather, coupled with the support of elders like Uncle Gong in the boardroom, his ascension to leadership would be a mere formality. Thus, Wei Jiaoyang had always viewed him with disdain over the years. If only he could coax Wei Hong into relinquishing the intelligence network and all the dirt he possessed, such an immense, invisible fortune would empower Wei Jiaoyang to achieve greater success, effectively silencing the board members and solidifying his foothold in the group. With this thought in mind, A glimmer of urgency flickered in Wei Jiaoyang's eyes as he pressed on. You are still a minor. How could a child comprehend the dangers of such matters? Do you have any idea how many people are plotting against you behind your back? Hand over everything at once. Indeed, Du Sihui chimed in as your parents. How could we stand idly by and watch you come harm? If you turn over the intelligence network and disclose all your information, you can focus on your studies in the future. Huh. Wei Hong couldn't help but scoff. Truly, this couple was as shameless as ever. In truth, what intelligence network could the old man have left behind? Any dirt was merely a figment of their imagination. He simply knew too many secrets from his previous life. What are you laughing at? Wei Jiaoyang scolded, displeased. Hurry up. Our group is currently advancing a major project with the Jinjiang group, and Xie is unwilling to show any leniency. If you bring forth his dirt, I will ensure he pays dearly. You truly have a vivid imagination, Wei Hong replied, picking up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, mocking laughter escaping his lips. If I were to aid you, it would be by handing over your dirt to Director Xie. Why on earth would I help you against him? Have you lost your mind? Wei Jiaoyang erupted, slamming his palm on the table, causing the surrounding servants to tremble in fear. Elder brother, how can you assist outsiders in opposing our parents? Wei Sheng interjected, discontented. The Wei group is the fruit of our family's labor. You cannot be so excessive. Outsider? You are the outsider here. Wei Hong slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Rebuking, let me remind you, the Wei group is the culmination of my grandfather's life's work, not your driver father's. Do not think that merely changing your surname grants you a claim to what is not yours. If you wish for unearned gains, go back to inherit your father's pots and pans. The three across the table were once again flushed with anger. The meal ended in discord, and just as Wei Hong was about to head upstairs after satisfying his appetite, Du Sihui suddenly clutched her head in apparent agony and began to slump to the side. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng rushed forward to support her, while the servants were thrown into disarray. Madam, are you all right? Mother, are you unwell? Is it your headache again? Quick, where's the family doctor? Call for the doctor. The crowd was in a flurry of panic. Wei Hong, however, paused his ascent, intrigued, and approached the bar to pour himself a glass of red wine. He settled onto a nearby sofa, crossing his legs and observing the scene with amusement. His interest was not born of concern for Du Sihui's health, but rather a desire to witness the unfolding drama. Previously, she had suffered from high blood pressure, headaches, and insomnia. In an effort to restore her health, Wei Hong had diligently perused various medical texts, mastering a commendable knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. With his attentive care, including massages and acupuncture, Du Sihui had been revitalized and had not experienced her symptoms for quite some time. Unfortunately, after enjoying such a prolonged period of good health, she had long forgotten Wei Hong's contributions. Now, with her old ailments resurfacing due to recent stress, it seemed only fitting for her to endure a taste of hardship once more. Chapter 21. You think I will work for you for free? Dream on. The family doctor soon arrived. He was a middle-aged man in a suit, with a refined demeanor. Carrying a medical bag, he hurried in and swiftly directed everyone to help Du Sihui lie down on the sofa. He measured her temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure, quickly arriving at a diagnosis. Madam, this headache is a result of elevated blood pressure due to emotional distress. The doctor stated, take half a blood pressure pill shortly, and if the headache persists, you could take some ibuprofen. If you remain concerned, a detailed examination at the hospital would be prudent. Oh my! Wei Sheng exclaimed dramatically, elder brother. How could you provoke mother to the point of a headache? Isn't that a bit unfilial? Nonsense. The doctor quickly countered. Madam has had a history of headaches for over 10 years, accompanied by severe pain, insomnia, and even occasional convulsions and vomiting. She has endured considerable suffering. And this is not a recent development. Exactly. Wei Jiaoyang chimed in, slapping his forehead in agreement. She has visited many hospitals previously, but to no avail. Eventually, she somehow improved. It was the eldest young master who treated her with acupuncture and therapeutic massages, the middle-aged doctor remarked, gazing at Wei Hong with admiration. Since the old man passed away 3 years ago, he has been caring for her health, and by now, it has been over 2 years since she last fell ill. At this revelation, everyone wore expressions of mixed complexity. Images flashed through Du Sihui's mind of all the things Wei Hong had done for her, which she had previously dismissed as insignificant compared to Wei Sheng's sweet words. Yet in hindsight, all those gestures had not come easily. Reflecting on her years of coldness towards him, she felt a twinge of guilt. Could it be true, as Ji Mingxian suggested, that she had mistaken a mere imitation for a gem? Had she misjudged her own son? Young Master Hong, why not give it a try? The doctor suggested. Administer a needle and massage her. She should feel relief soon. She may need further nurturing in the days to come. I do not possess a medical license. Wei Hong replied nonchalantly, swirling his glass of red wine, and scoffed. You might as well take her to the hospital. The Wei family is not so destitute that we cannot afford medical expenses. Besides, she has her beloved adopted son to rely on. Why should I intervene? Little wretch. Wei Jiaoyang erupted in furious rebuke. She is your own mother. Who can stand by and watch her suffer? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Where's your conscience? How much is a conscience worth these days? Wei Hong curled his lip in disdain. You think I would work like a beast for free? Dream on. You? Wei Jiaoyang's anger flared once more. Wei Sheng hastily intervened, speaking in soothing tones. Dad, please don't argue with elder brother. What if it makes you sick too? If you fall ill, our family will fall apart. All right, Wei Jiaoyang said as he attempted to calm himself, gritting his teeth. Fortunately, I still have such a good son like you. If I were to rely on certain individuals, I fear I would be driven to the brink of despair. Fool! Wei Hong, uninterested in their verbal sparring, downed his drink in one gulp, set the cup down, and turned to ascend the stairs. Xiaoong? Du Siwei raised her hand in frustration, but ultimately refrained from pleading for his assistance. It was only when the effects of the ibuprofen began to alleviate her headache that she cast a cold glance at the all-talk Wei Sheng, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of regret. She vividly recalled the past. When Wei Hong was 14, he had rushed to her side upon witnessing her in pain, filled with concern and bustling around. Compared to Wei Sheng, who merely spoke empty words, Wei Hong's actions had been far superior. Wei Sheng, on the other hand, had never even poured her a glass of water. How had she been so foolish as to believe that this person could rival her own son? Mom, what's wrong? Wei Sheng noticed her discontented expression and hurriedly approached with feigned concern. Do you want to go to the hospital now? I'll have the driver prepare the car. No need. Du Siwei waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming with impatience. It's an old ailment. I just need to rest. Let me give you a massage. Wei Sheng continued to smile ingratiatingly, his inner thoughts racing. Oh, seeing Mom in such discomfort pains my heart. If only I knew how to massage or practice acupuncture. I feel so useless. How can elder brother bear to watch Mom suffer? No, I must find more medical books and figure out a way to help her feel better. Du Siwei's expression softened slightly. She sighed, feeling both resentment towards Wei Hong's coldness and a measure of appreciation for Wei Sheng's thoughtfulness. She reassured herself that perhaps this adopted son was merely careless, yet his heart was still in the right place. That night, Wei Hong emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. At that moment, his phone began to chime incessantly. Upon checking, he found an overwhelming number of messages, 99 unread notifications from various wealthy friends, each inviting him to exclusive venues filled with young models and lavish parties. As a typical young man, he naturally found such places appealing. However, he possessed an extraordinary sense of self-control. How could he indulge in such pleasures when he had yet to avenge his grievances? Moreover, after his recent altercation with Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang, he felt compelled to bring along 12 bodyguards just to feel secure. Venturing into such a chaotic environment was simply unwise. Thus, he promptly declined all invitations. One particular offer from Ji Peng piqued his interest, showcasing an image of a yacht surrounded by beautiful women, accompanied by a simple message. Coming? Wei Hong understood that this was an olive branch extended by Ji Peng, who had always been rather proud and impulsive, someone who expressed affection and anger with equal fervor. Whenever he intended to back down, he would often throw out a lifeline for others to grasp. In the past, had Ji Peng offered such an invitation, Wei Hong would have eagerly set aside all grudges and accepted the proposal, confident that a few drinks would restore their camaraderie. However, Today he chose to disregard the invitation entirely, even going as far as to block Ji Peng. A volatile temper and lack of discernment made such a person a liability as a friend. Given their previous entanglements, my refraining from revenge was already a show of mercy. Take care of yourself, Wei Hong sighed, turning his attention to other messages. Soon enough, he stumbled upon posts from Xia Mo and CSCC, both of whom had coincidentally shared cynical quotes aimed at him. CSCC: in life, it's better to be kind, otherwise in the quiet of the night, one might fear the pangs of conscience. Xia Mo: to me, money is as worthless as dirt. I only wish to pursue the twinkling stars of dreams and the warmth of friendship, never yielding to the oppression of power. Amidst a flurry of likes, a slew of sycophants flocked to the comments to fawn over them. Wei Hong merely scoffed, swiftly blocking both of them with a decisive flick of his finger. Did they think a few caustic remarks could sway him? Chapter 22. Guilt and Self-Reproach. Is there such a thing as overnight grudges between mother and son? Under the night sky, a luxurious 3-deck yacht floated along the city's inner river. Ji Peng and a group of wealthy young men reveled within the cabin, surrounded by beautiful women, with music and DJs setting a festive atmosphere, epitomizing the hedonistic lifestyle of the upper echelons. Yet today, Ji Peng's spirits were notably subdued. His head and face bore the remnants of hastily applied bandages, rendering him ghastly, resembling a mummy. His gaze fixated on the chat interface, silent for a long while. "Jiga, what are you doing?" A curious blonde-haired rich kid settled beside him, asking, "Isn't this Wei Xiao's WeChat? You just had a falling out today, and now you're seeking him out?" Ji Peng's face flickered with embarrassment. Given his temperament, even if he knew he was at fault, he would seldom yield so readily. However, the pressure from his elders left him with little choice. "My third uncle, my second uncle, even my father personally spoke to me," Ji Peng lamented, his expression sour. "They say Wei Hong is no ordinary person and that I should not offend him lightly. It would be best to mend ties. Who am I to disobey?" TCH. The blonde-haired rich kid scoffed derisively. Wei Hong is currently out of favor with Wei Dong. Whether he can inherit the family business is still uncertain. Why bother currying favor with him? Ji Peng took a swig of his drink, squinting as he retorted, "I've grown up alongside him. That arrogant jerk is truly insufferable. If it weren't for Xiao Sheng's warning, I wouldn't have known he had been plotting against me behind my back. Whatever. Since my elders have spoken, I'll just maintain a facade for appearances." After saying this, Ji Peng prepared to send Wei Hong a message with an address. This was his second act of humility for the day. Regardless of whether the other party accepted or not, he had at least appeased his elders. But the next moment, Ji Peng froze in shock. The message he sent displayed a glaring red exclamation mark. What the hell? He actually blocked me. Ji Peng felt a surge of rage and frustration rise within him, shattering his glass against the floor with a loud crash, startling the nearby women into screams and drawing the attention of those around. "Jiga, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Did someone provoke you?" The young masters inquired, concerned. Yet Ji Peng had no desire to elaborate, his eyes reddening as he gasped for breath. A sense of betrayal and inexplicable anger surged within him. Although he often claimed to disdain Wei Hong, their intertwined histories made their relationship complex. Throughout their childhood, Wei Hong had always been accommodating. No matter how Ji Peng acted out or lost his temper, a simple gesture would prompt Wei Hong to forgive him, and he had continually exploited that leniency. At times, they were akin to brothers, while at others, they were adversaries. Yet, today's incident of being blocked was unprecedented. Ji Peng was acutely aware of Wei Hong's character. He was generally indifferent to most matters, but once he decided to sever ties with someone, it signified a complete withdrawal from that individual. This was a clear indication of a desire for irrevocable separation. How dare he? Ji Peng seethed with indignation, muttering through gritted teeth, "I did not even hold it against him for resorting to violence, for taking the initiative to soften his stance. What gives him the right to block me?" "Blocked?" CSCC exclaimed in shock from the side. Once she grasped the situation, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly picked up her phone to send Wei Hong a WeChat message. only to be met with the glaring exclamation mark indicating she too had been blocked. How outrageous! How dare he? CSCC's face mirrored her astonishment and grievance. She and Wei Hong had grown up together, their relationship enriched with years of mutual affection. She had assumed this was merely a routine disagreement, one that could easily be resolved with a mutual concession. CSCC had even resolved that when Wei Hong eventually turned to appease her, she would afford him a few days of distance, allowing him to reflect deeply on his missteps before granting forgiveness. Yet, who could have imagined that she would also find herself blocked? In the past, no matter how outrageous the events or how many times she had playfully teased him, their arguments had always culminated with Wei Hong capitulating. But now, she was actually being blocked? Impossible. What right did he have to block me? In a fit of fury, CSCC seized her bag, preparing to confront the Wei family. However, Ji Peng sighed and stopped her. Do not go. He has already resolved to sever ties with us completely, and his mind will not change. Do not subject yourself to further humiliation. CSCC stood frozen for a long moment, her emotions a tumultuous mess. They had grown up together, and just months ago, they were as close as family. How had everything changed so abruptly? It seemed that this shift had commenced with Wei Sheng entering their circle. Late at night, Du Sihui lay in her spacious master bedroom on the third floor of the villa, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Wei Jiaoyong, beside her, was snoring loudly, while her own head felt as though it were being pierced by needles. No amount of painkillers could alleviate her discomfort, and sleep eluded her. This brought memories of years past flooding back, when her migraines had been at their worst, rendering her sleepless for nights on end. During those times, Wei Hong had been anxious and caring, administering acupuncture and herbal remedies to tend to her. Memories surged through her in the dead of night, each one a sharp knife stabbing at her heart. Du Sihui felt an overwhelming sense of shame and regret, wishing she could slap herself for having treated such a wonderful son with cruelty. No, I must speak with Xiao Hong and clarify things. In recent days, I have wronged him, but a mother and son should not harbor grievances overnight. I will not favor Xiao Sheng any longer. He will surely forgive me. Xiao Hong is a good child. He would not abandon his mother. With determination, Du Sihui struggled to rise, donning her silk pajamas and cotton slippers. Her face pale, she stumbled to push open the door, consumed by guilt and longing for her son as forgiveness. The villa was eerily quiet at this late hour. Her daughters had all stubbornly chosen not to return home. Du Sihui felt a wave of unease wash over her, but mustered the courage to reassure herself. A family should not harbor overnight grudges. I can always extend an olive branch. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, I will compensate him tenfold. Having resolved this, she painstakingly made her way to the second floor. However, as she reached the corridor, two night shift guards coldly regarded her. Madam, please stop. One of the guards cautioned. The young master does not allow outsiders on the second floor. Outsiders? Du Sihui felt a pang of sorrow. She inhaled deeply before responding. Please let Wei Hong come out. Tell him I am unwell. The young master is resting. No one is permitted to disturb him, the guard replied coldly. Especially not you, madam. The young master has specifically instructed that anyone who is ill should go to the hospital and not trouble him, even in death. What? Du Sihui felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her head spinning. In that instant, she realized that Wei Hong was not merely sulking or playing games. He genuinely wished to sever ties. Chapter 23. An unfortunate start, enormous losses. September 17th. At the top floor of the Wei Group headquarters, in the executive president's office, Wei Linlang was diligently engaged in her work. A female secretary entered, bearing a large stack of documents. President, there is half an hour remaining until the 10:30 board meeting. The secretary extracted a document and handed it over, stating, This is the revised financial report for the third quarter of this year. Under your leadership, the group's annual profit growth has reached 7, and the debt ratio has decreased by 3 percentage points, with bad debts reduced by 5. Very good. Wei Linlang received the detailed report and examined it, ultimately allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips. This report could be deemed exemplary by any corporation. showcasing her capabilities and silencing any dissenting shareholders. The upcoming board meeting would likely proceed smoothly. What about the projects recently finalized? Have they progressed? Wei Linlang inquired casually. Initial advancements have been completed. The secretary produced several documents, handing them over as she continued. You approved a total of 5 projects, with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' investment being the most significant, amounting to 8 billion yuan, with an expected annual return of approximately 6 to 8. All contracts for the 5 projects have been signed, and a dedicated team has been assigned to oversee their progression. If all goes well, they will bring considerable surprises for our group in the 4th quarter of this year. Wei Linlang briefly skimmed through the documents, once again nodding in satisfaction. Every project she had previously advanced had been personally overseen by Wei Hong, with outcomes invariably leading to either steady profits or substantial gains. Hence, she had grown accustomed to the notion that making money was quite effortless. Even without Wei Hong's direct oversight this time, she did not anticipate any unforeseen issues. Have the board members arrived? Wei Linlang stood to adjust her tailored suit, stating earnestly, "The chairman is on medical leave. This is my first time presiding over the quarterly board meeting, and I cannot afford any mistakes." The board members have started to arrive. We have conducted thorough checks from top to bottom, ensuring there will be no problems, the secretary responded. Just as Wei Linlang was about to say something, the door was abruptly flung open, and a bespectacled male secretary burst in, exclaiming anxiously, "President, something has gone awry. Tongxing Pharmaceuticals is in trouble." What utter chaos! Wei Linlang's mind struggled to comprehend the situation as she instinctively reprimanded. What does Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' predicament have to do with us? Wait, the secretary interjected, "President, we just signed the shares investment agreement with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals." What? Wei Linlang's face drained of color. She rifled through the investment files on her desk, scrutinizing them for an extended period until she confirmed that she had indeed approved this investment. She had never anticipated that her first major misstep without Wei Hong's assistance would lead to such turmoil. Her heart sank, and she furrowed her brow, coldly inquiring, "What has happened at Tongxing Pharmaceuticals?" At 4 o'clock this morning, the chairman of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, Li Teng, jumped to his death from the Vienna hotel in the city. The male secretary handed her a tablet, pointing to the news displayed upon it. The police have confirmed the identity of the deceased, and local television and media have begun reporting on it. By 10 o'clock in the morning, news of the tragedy had spread, causing Tongxing Pharmaceutical stock to plummet on the A-share market, which had now reached a complete halt in trading. The public relations department of their group has yet to issue any official statements. However, according to whispers circulating, Mrs. Liu Shilai, the current spouse of Chairman Li, is poised to take over and stabilize the situation within the group. Wei Linlang's complexion darkened as she pulled out her phone. Moments later, she was met with the disheartening sight of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' stock plummeting to its limit. Just yesterday, she had signed an agreement to acquire 15 of the shares for 1 billion yuan, and now the shares were crashing. This was an inauspicious beginning, resulting in an immediate loss of over 100 million. Has the money been transferred? Wei Linlang inquired, her brow furrowed. Not yet, the female secretary replied. However, the contract stipulates that whichever party defaults will incur a penalty of triple the contract amount, so we essentially already own the shares of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals. We cannot avoid transferring the funds. How unfortunate! Wei Linlang seethed, hurling her phone to the ground. While a 1 billion yuan investment might not seem substantial, it was evident that Tongxing Pharmaceuticals would continue to face consecutive declines. Absent any measures to salvage the situation, substantial losses were inevitable. The financial reports would undoubtedly reflect a grim reality. An investment in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals alone could obliterate months of her hard work. "President, we have received a message from Miss Liu Shilai," the male secretary said, swiping on his tablet. A data sheet appeared. She is 36 years old, a graduate of the finance department at Tsinghua University, and has been involved in the group's management since marrying Chairman Li, currently holding the position of vice president with a notable reputation within the organization. In light of Chairman Li's demise, rumors suggest she is preparing to assume the role of acting chairman, and her reputation in the industry is exceedingly high. Thus, Our investment may not incur losses after all. Wei Linlong's eyes brightened. Her initially frantic heart swiftly regained its composure, and a sense of avarice began to blossom. If someone could stabilize Tongxing Group's stock price, her investment would not only avoid losses, but could also provide an opportunity to capitalize on the panic among investors and reap substantial profits. You too. Immediately prepare a detailed investigative report on Lu Xilai, along with a feasibility report for additional investment in Tongxing Group to capitalize on the stock price. She commanded with unwavering authority. Moreover, inform the board to delay by half an hour. I expect the reports I requested on my desk before then, or you will all be dismissed. Do you understand? Wei Linlang issued her directives with precision. The two secretaries acknowledged and swiftly departed to comply. A hint of ambition curled at the corners of her lips as she murmured to herself, "While others fear, I shall be greedy. When others are greedy, I shall be fearful." This is indeed a splendid opportunity to unequivocally demonstrate my capabilities. At the Green Shade Golf Course, Su Maogong swung his club leisurely while listening to a middle-aged man in a suit report. The situation is as follows. Chairman Li Tong confirmed his death last night, and the police have ruled it a suicide, the man informed. Currently, Tongxing pharmaceutical stocks are plummeting. Should we act quickly? Su Maogong did not respond immediately, instead remaining silent for a considerable time. He had watched Wei Hong grow up, yet he found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the young man. How did he foresee Chairman Li's demise? It was as if a veil of mystery enveloped him, making him elusive and inscrutable. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a good thing. Su Maogong mused to himself. The student surpasses the master. The old man's years of nurturing have not been in vain. The young master's future is limitless. He smiled with satisfaction and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Proceed according to plan. Let S acquire 300 million, but do not overreach. Be discreet when buying in. We must not attract any outside attention." Understood. The middle-aged man in a suit nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, the business community in Jiangzhou was rife with turmoil. The tragic leap from the building by Chairman Li Tong plunged a nearly 8 billion yuan group into a power struggle and stock market crisis. Stakeholders, led by the Wei Group, were gripped by anxiety. Some seized the opportunity to buy in, while others liquidated their assets and fled. Wei Hong paid little attention to the unfolding drama, continuing his daily routine of attending school. Su Maogong had capable individuals under his command, and the acquisition of 300 million for opportunistic buying required little effort on his part. However, at the Wei family dinner table, Wei Jiaoyang broached the subject. Wei Linlang nonchalantly deflected. "Dad, I did indeed invest in Tongxing Group, but who could have predicted that just after signing the contract, that scoundrel Li Tong would commit suicide? No one could foresee such events. I feel utterly duped by him. However, his widow, Lu Xilai, is quite competent, from what I understand. She will soon take over the chairman position for a restructuring. The stock price will rebound, and our buying in now could lead to significant profits." Wei Jiaoyang had little to add. Over the years, he had merely guided the overarching direction, while the intricate details of investment operations fell under Wei Linlong's purview. In reality, it was Wei Hong who devised the project plans that propelled the Wei Group toward profitability. In essence, both Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang were mere figureheads, neither having inherited the business acumen of the elder Wei. Maintaining the family business was already a considerable challenge, let alone navigating the complexities within. Wei Hong scoffed softly, dismissing their naivety, unaware of the trap they've fallen into. Truly two fools. "What are you laughing at?" Wei Linlang retorted, her displeasure evident. "Do you understand the scale of the business? A high school student should focus on his studies and not meddle in adult affairs, laughing at nothing." "Linlang, be quiet. Tu sais oui réprimandé, here, brave fool. How can you speak to your brother like that?" "Mom, did I say anything wrong?" Wei Linlang countered, exasperated. "Regardless, do not speak in such a manner. Du suivi warned gently. As the eldest sister, you should set a good example and learn to care for your brother." Wei Hong found the entire charade tiresome. "Where were you when it mattered? Now you come to instruct your daughter?" Since Du Sihui's headaches had resurfaced, she had begun to realize her importance. Several times, out of guilt, she attempted to mend their relationship, even cooking soup to please him. Had this been in the past, Wei Hong would have been profoundly moved, eager to reciprocate her meager displays of maternal affection. Yet now, he remained indifferent. Even as Du Sihui defended him at the dining table, he showed no sign of being affected, only an endless coldness. A belated affection is worth less than grass, and familial ties are similarly frail. At noon, at Xinrui High School, Wei Hong arrived at the cafeteria accompanied by 2 female bodyguards. Dressed in casual attire with ponytails, they presented a youthful and vibrant appearance, making them well-suited for personal protection within the school. Occasionally, they would easily fend off admirers. The school cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor was for ordinary students, boasting decent dishes at affordable prices, with subsidies available for impoverished students. The second floor catered to the privileged, featuring luxurious private rooms and a menu that rivaled upscale hotels in extravagance. In this elite school, most students hailed from middle-class and affluent backgrounds, making the second floor far more lively than the first. The first floor hall was eerily quiet, with only a couple of hundred impoverished students engrossed in their meals. Wei Hong, uninterested in mingling on the second floor, casually chose a seat and instructed the female bodyguards, "Grab a quick bite. We're short on time." "Understood." One of the female bodyguards nodded and promptly went to fetch food, while the other remained alert at his side, scanning the surroundings. Wei Hong disregarded the astonished glances cast upon him by the surrounding students. A mere glance sufficed for him to spot Xiao Mo, diligently working at the cafeteria window. Clad in an apron and a chef's hat, her pallid face bore a pitiful expression as she busily served meals to her fellow students, her every movement evoking silent sympathy from the male classmates nearby. What a stroke of misfortune! Wei Hong had not anticipated encountering her here. He quickly averted his gaze in distaste, choosing not to look again. However, Xiao Mo soon noticed him, her eyes brightening suddenly upon catching sight of his figure from afar. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. "Oh, is that not Senior Wei Hong?" exclaimed a plump girl, also working part-time. Montak, I heard you have a close relationship with him, and that you are his unattainable white moonlight. He has come to find you. Why not hurry over? Please, don't say such things." Xiao Mo's face flushed crimson, quickly followed by a stubborn huff. "We no longer have any relationship. Please stop spreading rumors." "What do you mean, no relationship? Hasn't he always been supporting you and even provided you with a supplementary card? You all might not know, but he has long since stopped the card. Just the other day, Mo treated us to milk tea and lost a great deal of face. What white moonlight? How embarrassing." Several girls, who bore ill will towards her, chimed in to mock her. Xiao Mo's complexion turned pale, and her eyes began to brim with grievance, resembling a portrait of unshed tears, instantly stirring the hearts of the boys around her. Her sorrowful gaze drifted towards Wei Hong, as if to accuse him or perhaps to lament her plight. The incident at the milk tea shop had not only tarnished her reputation, but had also led to Wei Hong halting his financial support, leaving the Xia family, who had grown accustomed to a life of idle dependence, in distress. Xiao's father was prone to venting his frustrations on her through violent means. Thus, in order to survive, Xiao Mo reluctantly returned to her part-time job. Now, confronted with the reality of her circumstances, her delicate visage was nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Please do not say such things." The plump girl indignantly defended her, asserting, "It must be that Senior Wei Hong is trying to pressure Mo into becoming his girlfriend." And when she refused, he stopped the card. "Look, he has come to seek reconciliation." "Indeed, that is quite possible." They agreed. Mo, as long as you soften your stance, the senior will surely pamper you." "Exactly. Mo is so beautiful. No one has the right to belittle her. Just a flick of a finger and Senior Wei Hong would be utterly captivated. I say, such a man should not be indulged. Mo, you must not yield. He should be the one to coax you." Unaware of the true circumstances, the crowd whispered amongst themselves, having concocted a romantic narrative of love and strife between 2 young lovers. Xiao Mo's expression softened considerably, instead of clarifying the truth. She found herself reveling in the attention, subconsciously believing that Wei Hong had come to seek her out. Do they think they can make me submit to money? Not a chance. Xia Mo's youthful face was painted with defiance as she raised her voice, proclaiming, "Some individuals should not think that their wealth allows them to demean others. Our dignity is all equal." In an instant, the surrounding male students displayed expressions of admiration. Goodness, what madness, they thought. The cafeteria is for dining. Why put on such a show? Wei Hong felt utterly disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 25. Isn't it better to offer such a favor? The meal was tasteless to Wei Hong. All he desired was a moment of peaceful dining. Yet Xia Mo persistently flitted around him, wiping tables, clearing dishes, and sweeping the floor, striving to project an image of a resilient, impoverished flower. Had this been his previous life, Wei Hong would have been deceived by her facade, believing her to be a good girl who, despite her hardships, was striving for a better future. However, having been reborn, he had become adept at discerning the true nature of people. Immediately recognizing her insincerity, merely a name dropper seeking recognition. If you wish to work part-time, then do so properly. Why must you constantly hover around me? Each time Wei Hong met her gaze, she would feign an air of righteousness, defiance, and an unyielding spirit against wealth, all while wiping the sweat from her brow, which only served to irritate him further. "Young master, would you like me to ask her to leave?" A female bodyguard, noticing his impatience, cast a cold glance at Xia Mo, who was pretending to work diligently. She appeared to be busy and earnest, yet the bodyguard felt an urge to confront her. "Do not bother with these flies. Just finish your meal and leave." Wei Hong grumbled, increasingly agitated. The more attention he paid her, the more theatrical her performance would become, potentially leading to a public display of victimhood, hinting at a desire to be rescued. As he hastened his meal, the two female bodyguards stifled their laughter, fully in agreement with his sentiments. They could handle any adversarial threats, but were uncertain how to respond should a girl publicly feign victimhood. Thus, a cold response seemed the wisest course. Suddenly, Wei Hong's gaze landed on someone. A boy with a mushroom haircut, possessing a simple and honest demeanor, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, was quietly seated in a corner, eating plain rice and vegetables, appearing particularly fragile and unassuming. His name was Song Gue, the illegitimate son of a prominent figure from Yanjing, who had fallen into obscurity. The reason Wei Hong had agreed to join the competition class and assist the academic elites was to make his acquaintance. In his past life, Song Gue had endured poverty, demonstrating resilience and tenacity while caring for his gravely ill mother. He attended classes during the day and worked at night, subsisting on just 2 meals a day. Yet he excelled academically and gained admission to prestigious universities. At that time, Xia Mo, wielding Wei Hong's black card, frequently treated him to meals and even lent money for his mother's surgery, thus becoming the only glimmer of light in Song Gue's otherwise bleak youth. After entering university, he was sought out by powerful figures and reclaimed his rightful heritage. Suddenly, this impoverished student ascended to the ranks of elite wealthy heirs, his status transformed, and everyone began to address him as young Master Song, with countless people eager to curry favor with him. Yet, Song Gue never forgot the kindness of his youth. He became an unwavering pillar of support for Xia Mo, elevating this ordinary flower to heights that were not rightfully hers. In this new life, Wei Hong would no longer allow Xia Mo to leverage his resources to forge connections with such influential figures, only to later turn them against him. Isn't it more gratifying to offer such a favor? With this thought in mind, he decisively lifted his tray and approached Song Gue. The two female bodyguards promptly set down their utensils and hurried after him. As the three moved, they captured the attention of nearly the entire cafeteria. Xia Mo instinctively assumed that Wei Hong was approaching her, momentarily pausing in her task of wiping the table, her smile barely contained. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, adopting an air of indifference as if to say, "I refuse to acknowledge you." "Humph, I knew you couldn't resist wanting to plead for mercy, but I am not so easily swayed. Unless you apologize to Xiao Sheng, this matter is far from over." Xia Mo thought to herself, already plotting how to continue ensnaring Wei Hong, wishing to make him uncomfortable, to leave him yearning and tormented as a form of punishment. Yet in the next moment, She stood frozen in disbelief. The others, eager to witness the spectacle of Wei Hong's pursuit of Xiao Mo, were equally taken aback. For Wei Hong did not so much as glance her way. Instead, he walked past the working Xiao Mo and sat directly opposite Song Gue. "Vuvei shao," Song Gue exclaimed in surprise, quickly rising and stammering. "Do you wish to sit here? I will leave immediately. Please wait a moment." Without hesitation, Wei Hong approached directly, placing his chicken leg and meat dishes onto the other's plate. "Wei Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" Song Gue asked, his face a mask of bewilderment. He instinctively thought the other intended to humiliate him. After all, as a struggling student at the bottom of the academic hierarchy, he was all too familiar with the cruelty that could be inflicted upon him, having endured similar indignities before. Yet, it soon dawned on Song Gue that something was amiss. The food before him was clean and hygienic. There was no need for such humiliation. "Eat, it's clean." Wei Hong gestured for him to sit down, and with a smile, added, "I noticed you only consume rice and vegetables. With your daily mental exertion from solving physics problems, you must ensure your nutrition is sufficient. Have some of mine." "No, no." Song Gue's face flushed crimson as he stammered. "Wei Xiao, you needn't be so courteous. I'm fine. Eat." Wei Hong's tone was firm, and eventually, Song Gue relented. As he took a succulent bite of the chicken leg, tears welled in his eyes. Not one for eloquence, he bowed his head and continued to eat in silence, carefully noting this moment of illumination that brightened his life. Xiao Mo stared at the scene in shock, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Who would have thought that Wei Hong had no interest in playing games of romance, preferring instead to seek the company of a man rather than her? "I've done my research on you," Wei Hong remarked nonchalantly between bites. "You come from a single-parent household. Your mother is gravely ill, and you shoulder the burden of your family alone. Yet, you excel academically, consistently earning scholarships. As a man, you are truly admirable. In fact, you surpass me." The last statement was delivered with remarkable sincerity, striking a chord deep within Song Gue's heart. I can't compare to you, Wei Xiao," Song Gue replied, his face reddening as he lowered his gaze to hide his tears. "No, you are indeed superior," Wei Hong mused with a light chuckle. "Were it not for my advantageous background, I would likely be nowhere near your caliber. Therefore, Song Gue, would you consider accepting my assistance?" "Assistance?" Song Gue's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have anticipated someone would come forward to offer financial support. "Indeed, Wei Hong nodded earnestly. Since my grandfather founded the Wei Group, he has dedicated decades to philanthropy, having supported countless elderly and impoverished students. Inspired by him, I engage in charitable acts annually. From now on, I can cover all your tuition, living expenses, and even your mother's medical bills. I can even arrange for top-tier specialists to perform her surgery." Song Gue gasped in shock, his initial joy replaced by unease. "Wei Xiao," he asked timidly, "what do you want in return?" "I have no ulterior motives, nor would I engage in any illegal activities. If you prefer, seek assistance elsewhere," Wei Hong replied coolly. Chapter 26. With such a powerful imagination, why not pursue a career in screenwriting? It is common knowledge that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Who would believe that Wei Hong's generous offer came without strings attached? Song Gue, cautious and apprehensive, felt no joy, only panic at the thought of being coerced into wrongdoing. "Huh," Wei Hong chuckled lightly, producing a black card and sliding it across the table. "Do not overthink it. I will not compel you to do anything. All my contributions are merely investments. Do you understand? Investments?" Song Gue blinked in surprise. "Precisely," Wei Hong affirmed, sincerity radiating from him. "Everyone possesses their own worth. Investing during times of hardship yields the greatest returns when the individual rises from adversity. This is a common strategy among the affluent to secure their wealth and status. My grandfather has supported countless impoverished students who, upon graduating, have joined the Wei Group, dedicating their lives and loyalty to repay his kindness, thus garnering both reputation and benefit. You, Song Gue, with your resilience, exceptional intellect, strong character, and filial piety, are the epitome of an ideal investment." In just a few sentences, Song Gue's wariness diminished significantly. Tentatively, he inquired, "Wei Xiao, What do you expect to gain from investing in me? Nothing of consequence, Wei Hong replied, shaking his head dismissively. Covering your educational and living expenses, along with your mother's medical bills, will not exceed 2 million. To an ordinary person, this is a fortune. To me, it is but a drop in the ocean. Thus, I have not yet determined what I wish to gain in return, nor will I insist you serve me after graduation. Even if I were to lose 2 million, it would not affect me in the slightest. Should you succeed and remember my kindness, that 2 million could yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold return. Would you dare refuse such a splendid investment? Song Gui found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter the sincerity laid before him. All his doubts and defenses crumbled in that moment, appearing fragile and absurd. This is my supplementary black card, Wei Hong stated, gesturing to the table. Use it for your mother's medical expenses, purchase whatever you desire, and I will also ensure a monthly allowance of 10,000. No, that seems excessive. Song Gui protested, stammering, Wei Xiao, I am truly grateful for your assistance, but there is no need to provide so much. I can manage with 1,000 a month. No, 500 will suffice. What can 500 achieve? Wei Hong firmly tucked the black card into Song Gui's pocket. You must eat well and stay healthy to study effectively. If you collapse under the strain of your studies, who will care for your mother? The black card has no limit. Consider a loan from me, to be repaid later. Men should not be so finicky about such matters. Understand that favors are reciprocal. Whether you borrow 500 or 5 million is still a favor. Why not use it freely? Song Gui was deeply moved, ultimately rising to bow profoundly. This scene ignited envy and admiration among his peers. My goodness, Wei Xiao is truly generous, handing out black cards as if they were nothing. Were it not for Song Gui being male, one might suspect he harbored romantic intentions. Didn't Ti mention? Wealthy individuals enjoy making investments. You wouldn't understand. 666. I heard Xia Mo also received a black card from Wei Xiao. This must be the second one. Oh my. Who was it that claimed she was Wei Xiao's white moonlight? He didn't even glance her way just now. Perhaps the previous black card was merely for charitable purposes. Exactly. It is perfectly normal for the wealthy to provide black cards as support. Why is she being so delusional? It's laughable. Amidst the scattered whispers of the crowd, Xia Mo felt utterly humiliated, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding an aura of pitiful fragility. At that moment, a plump girl could no longer restrain herself and dashed from the crowd, positioning herself protectively behind Xia Mo, glaring angrily at everyone. Wei Hong, is it amusing to bully others? The girl accused, her ire palpable. Can't you see that Mo is crying? Wei Hong, interrupted mid-conversation, was visibly annoyed. He lazily lifted his gaze to regard her, responding with indifference. And you are? Who I am is irrelevant. The crux is that even if you are wealthy, it does not give you the right to bully others, the plump girl retorted passionately. Mo is such an innocent, kind-hearted, and adorable little fairy. She deserves to be cherished. Exactly. The little fairy is in tears. It's heartbreaking. Woo woo woo. Wei Xiao is truly inconsiderate. Who can say otherwise? If it were me, I would never allow a beautiful girl to cry. A cacophony of support erupted from the male students, causing Wei Hong to feel a throbbing headache. These sycophantic fools were indeed tiresome. In this discourse, I merely wish to address certain matters without having provoked anyone. What gives anyone the right to inexplicably drag him into a melodrama akin to that of a domineering CEO? Ladies and gentlemen, to interrupt another's conversation at will is an egregious breach of etiquette. Wei Hong rapped the table lightly, his gaze scanning the room with a frosty demeanor. I am here solely to discuss matters with classmates Song Ge, and I have not engaged with anyone else throughout this exchange. Please refrain from making unfounded assumptions and indulging in self-delusions. For a moment, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. The plump girl let out a derisive snort, continuing her soliloquy. Isn't it true that you harbor feelings for Mo? And in your desperation, you threaten to withdraw your sponsorship to coerce her into becoming your girlfriend? Now that she stands before you, you resort to the age-old tactic of feigned disinterest. You rich second-generation individuals are truly repugnant. Mo, let us leave. Do not pay heed to this scoundrel. He merely seeks to engage in emotional manipulation. You must remain resolute and not allow such a wretch to prevail. With that, she grasped Xiao Mo's hand and turned to depart, leaving Wei Hong standing bewildered in the wind. What is this nonsense? Such a vivid imagination. Why not pursue a career in screenwriting? Fool! Wei Hong rubbed his temples and turned back to continue the conversation. Do not engage with lunatics. Which hospital is your mother in? I have no classes this afternoon. Let us pay a visit together. The People's Hospital, Song Gue replied, somewhat awkwardly. If you are pressed for time, you need not trouble yourself, considering the hospital is crowded, which may not be suitable for someone of your stature. Stature? Just call me by my name, or refer to me as Wei Gue. Weon wavid dismissively. I need to ascertain the specifics of your mother-esque condition in order to leverage my connections to invite the most esteemed specialists for her treatment. Song Gue opened his mouth to refuse, but Wei Hong raised a hand to halt him. Investment must be meticulously controlled. If the particulars are unclear, it may lead to a disastrous investment outcome. Do you understand? If I exert every effort to secure a leading expert to treat your mother, even if it ultimately proves ineffective, you will still owe me a significant favor. However, if I merely provide monetary assistance, that favor will be tenuous. And should you find success in the future, any repayment would merely serve to erase the obligation, leaving me at a loss. A myriad of emotions flickered across Song Gue's face. Should he be astounded by Wei Hong's shrewdness or moved by his sincerity? After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded earnestly. Wei Gue, rest assured, this is a kindness, not merely a favor. I will remember your goodness for a lifetime. That is more like it. Wei Hong patted him on the shoulder, advising, I am a businessman and will not engage in unprofitable ventures. You need only focus on altering your circumstances. Li, please inform Uncle Gong to rent an apartment near the school and have several luxury brand items sent over. Additionally, arrange for the hospital to transfer Song's mother to a private room and conduct a thorough examination. Whether or not to transfer her will be decided upon my arrival. The female bodyguard nodded in agreement, quickly retrieving her phone to contact Uncle Gong. Song Gue was left in a state of disbelief, murmuring weakly, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Chapter 27. Must you interfere even when passing by? Evening. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. In the VIP single room on the top floor. The director and head physician gathered. They had already completed a series of comprehensive examinations on the middle-aged woman in the hospital bed. Young Master Wei. The patient's condition is grave. She suffers from long-term malnutrition coupled with severe anemia, with moderate impairment of cardiac and pulmonary function, and her renal function is also quite poor. Moreover, there is a 1-centimeter tumor in her stomach, which has now been confirmed to be an early-stage malignant tumor. Surgery must be conducted without delay. Director Wang handed over a stack of examination reports. Wei Hong accepted them, scanning the contents with satisfaction before nodding. Let us initiate conservative treatment for now. I will soon arrange for top surgical experts from Yanjing to conduct a consultation. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Just ensure the patient receives the utmost care. Understood. Director Wang replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Song Gue found himself momentarily dazed. It had been merely a few hours since Wei Hong's arrival and the arrangement of everything. Yet his mother was already settled into the most luxurious private room, attended by 2 beautiful nurses, with all examinations granted the green light. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? For an ordinary person, hearing the term stomach cancer might feel like the sky is collapsing. Yet for Wei Hong, it was simply a matter of making a few phone calls. With sufficient financial backing, the most elite team of specialists would come forth to provide treatment. From surgery to subsequent care, he would hardly need to worry. Even with cancer, the chances of recovery would be significantly higher than for the average person. Director Wang, please arrange for 2 exceptional female nurses to provide 24-hour care for Aunt Zhu. Wei Hong surveyed the room and continued to instruct. Ensure that she is comfortable. Certainly. Director Wang had just agreed when the middle-aged woman in the bed weakly raised her hand. Mr. Wei, there is no need to go to such lengths. I can stay in a regular room and take care of myself. Aunt, do not fret. Wei Hong replied gently with a reassuring smile. Song Gue has excellent academic performance and is bound to be a promising candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. regardless of how much is spent. He will be able to repay it in the future. Indeed, mother, focus on your recovery, Song Gue asserted with unwavering determination. I will strive to ensure you live a good life. The middle-aged woman remained anxious. Wei Hong said nothing further, merely giving Song Gue's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to leave. With several bodyguards closely surrounding him, this considerable display attracted the attention of many onlookers. As he passed the payment hall, a voice drew his attention. "Doctor, please save my mother. She cannot afford to suffer any misfortune. I beg you to help her." Xiaomo pleaded pitifully with a middle-aged doctor. Standing beside her were the plump girl from the cafeteria earlier and Xia's father, who bore a balding head and greasy demeanor. Her again, Wei Hong furrowed his brow in annoyance. Why does this woman seem to haunt him wherever he goes? "Miss Xia, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but your mother's condition is quite dire," the middle-aged physician replied solemnly. "Her indicators are deteriorating continuously, and the intracranial tumor is increasingly pressing on the nerves, causing her to frequently lapse into unconsciousness. If you continue to adhere to the previous treatment standards, perhaps she could survive a few more years, but at this rate, she will be in jeopardy within 3 months. You should not have stopped her medication without authorization. The imported special medication she was taking was effectively managing her condition. To cease it now is not a prudent decision." Xiaomo's face was filled with sorrow as she pleaded. "Doctor, what if we pursue conservative treatment? What about domestic medications?" "Those are ineffective. The domestic medications have been used too frequently, and resistance has already developed." The middle-aged doctor adjusted his glasses, explaining patiently. "The patient's intracranial tumor is not suitable for surgery and can only be managed with medication. However, every medication has a potential for resistance, and, if overused, it will lose its efficacy. Thus, it is imperative to continually procure new foreign special medications. Recently, there are several promising targeted medications from Europe. If your finances permit, you should consider purchasing them to try. Beyond that, we doctors have no better solutions." With that, the middle-aged doctor turned to leave. Xia Mo collapsed onto the floor, covering her face as she wept in despair. Xia's father, infuriated, cursed vehemently. "You wretched girl, it's all your fault for offending young Master Wei. Now that he has ceased his sponsorship, are you trying to bring harm to your own mother?" Xiaomo's eyes brimmed with grievance and helplessness. She never envisioned that everything would spiral so drastically. How could such a profound change occur in just a few days? The once warm and indulgent Wei Hong had withdrawn his affection, reclaiming all the resources he had so generously provided. While her mother's condition continued to deteriorate, each event pressing down upon her like an insurmountable weight. "Father, I do not understand why this is happening." Xiaomo continued to weep inconsolably, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence for a long while. Crying, all she knew was to lament. "What are you crying for?" Xia's father scolded vehemently, jabbing his finger at his forehead. "Haven't you realized you should apologize to young Master Wei? Are you that thick-headed?" "I won't go," Xiaomo retorted vehemently, covering her face and defiantly lifting her chin. "Why should I be the one to seek reconciliation? He is the one in the wrong. Does having wealth grant him the right to do as he pleases?" "You fool!" Xia's father, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What about your mother? What will happen to our family's debts? Your brother's tuition and living expenses? Are you going to just stand by and watch everyone suffer?" He insisted, "I don't care what method you employ. You must seek young Master Wei's forgiveness, or I will disown you." At his words, Xiaomo cried even harder. A plump girl knelt beside her, softly comforting. "It's all right. Mo, we can seek help online, or perhaps the school can organize a fundraiser." "Useless, woo. Xiaomo sobbed. The overseas targeted medication costs 70 to 80,000 a month, and with other expenses, how could we possibly sustain ourselves relying solely on donations? The onlookers sighed in sympathy. As Wei Hong prepared to leave after witnessing the drama unfold, Xiaomo fortuitously caught sight of him. A flicker of bewilderment and excitement passed through her despairing eyes. In the next moment, she sprang to her feet, blocking Wei Hong, and before the bodyguards could intervene, she accused him with tears streaming down her face. "You came here just to watch the spectacle, didn't you? Fine, you've won. Are you insane?" Wei Hong frowned in irritation. "You think I care about you? Step aside. What more do you want? Xiaomo's face was a portrait of despair and sorrow. Do the wealthy revel in manipulating others' emotions? I concede. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Can you restore the car now? Oh my, what is this? Murmured onlookers. Could it be that this rich young master is toying with a little girl's affections? I wouldn't be surprised. He is surrounded by bodyguards, clearly not an ordinary person. How pitiful. This young lady seems to be compelled to become a girlfriend because of her mother's illness. The crowd began to murmur and comment. Wei Hong's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 28. This gossip is quite scandalous. In the cafeteria at noon, Wei Hong had already experienced Xia Mo's vivid imagination once. This girl had irked him immensely yet left him speechless. Now, she had burst forth with her nonsensical accusations, effortlessly drawing the attention of the crowd, as if she intended to roast him over an open flame. Xia, I don't recall ever suggesting I would date you, Wei Hong remarked disdainfully, furrowing his brow. Don't flatter yourself by making baseless claims. Senior, how long do you intend to torment me? Xia Mo, seemingly oblivious to reason, continued her lament. You promised to support my education and cover my mother's medical expenses. Now you abruptly cease your assistance. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Senior Wei, the plump girl interjected passionately. Everyone knows you have been supporting Mo. Now you suddenly cut her off. She can barely afford food, let alone her mother's medical bills. Are you trying to make her life unbearable? Wei Hong, furious to the point of laughter, retorted coldly, if you know I have been assisting her, then you must understand that the money is mine. What? Am I to be blamed for helping someone who now wishes to turn against me? You think you could just take what's mine? The plump girl was momentarily at a loss for words, but she quickly regained her composure, declaring, You cutting off assistance is merely a ploy to force Xia Mo into being your girlfriend. Everyone knows your vile intentions. How disgusting. Should you not take a look in a mirror? Wei Hong scoffed, digging into his ear dismissively. One resembles a pig, while the other is as bland as lukewarm water, with no curves to speak of. Just looking at you is enough to turn one's stomach. I could easily attract a star with a mere finger. My desk is filled with love letters daily. Why would I resort to such tactics for her? Have you no shame? The plump girl fell silent, while Xia Mo looked up in shock, her face flushed with embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the crowd, who inexplicably found his words quite sensible. This young man clearly belonged to a wealthy family, fortified by an entourage of bodyguards. How could he possibly lack for female companionship? I know him. He is the heartthrob of Shengruwei High School, adored by countless girls, far more handsome than any idol. Someone chimed in. This little girl is merely deluding herself. He likely wouldn't even glance her way. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Xia Mo felt her cheeks burn with humiliation. Xia's father hurried over to mediate, bowing and smiling. Young Master Wei, please do not hold this little girl as foolishness against her. She's just been overwhelmed by her mother's illness. Please don't take it to heart. I have no desire to argue with a lunatic, Wei Hong warned coldly, his eyes narrowing. But do ensure your entire family does not dare to approach me again, or I will not hesitate to make you pay the consequences. No. Xia's father rushed forward, only to be blocked by the bodyguards. He could only stomp his feet anxiously. Young Master Wei, please don't be angry. Let us talk this over peacefully. Did this girl provoke you? I will discipline her, ensure she obeys you from now on. And she won't dare to defy you again. Get lost. Wei Hong had no interest in further conversation. With his bodyguards clearing the way, he was ready to leave. However, Xia's father was unwilling to let the golden goose escape, trailing after him in desperation. Young Master Wei, please help us. My wife's condition is dire. She is nearing her end. Have compassion and save her. Save her, or save you. Wei Hong smirked coldly. Your family has lived in comfort for years thanks to my support, and you have racked up countless gambling debts. Are you expecting me to support you for life? That is not it. Young Master Wei, please. Xia's father implored, chasing him to the elevator. As the doors closed, Wei Hong immediately turned his cold gaze toward his bodyguard, instructing, acquire the surveillance footage from the cafeteria and the incident just now. Understood. A suited bodyguard replied. Wei Hong then began to rest his eyes. Xia Mo's incessant repulsiveness would not go unpunished. Enough was enough. He would not let this matter slide. The footage would serve to prevent anyone from distorting the truth and tarnishing his reputation online. Furthermore, it was also his way of retaliating against her. In his previous life, after entering the entertainment industry, Xiao had resorted to such tactics when Wei Hong attempted to undermine him. With a few ambiguous statements, she had easily incited the online community against him. In this new life, Wei Hong would not be so easily deceived. He intended to act preemptively and let her experience the repercussions of being exposed online. That very evening, a detailed account of Wei Hong's financial support for Xiao was posted on the school forum, alongside brief footage of the altercation in the cafeteria and hospital. Shocking, dream girl's narcissism, attempting to extort benefactor. Upon its release, the post sent shockwaves through the entire school. It meticulously detailed all the expenses Wei Hong had incurred over the years in support of Xiaomo's family, including various daily expenditures, gambling debts, medical fees, luxury items, and more. Finally, Wei Hong directly named himself. The Wei Group does not engage in charity for the sake of being a fool. Having previously neglected oversight and allowed funds to be misappropriated, I will be pursuing repayment from Xiaomo. I hold no romantic feelings towards Xia, and I implore you not to indulge in misplaced affections or recklessly provoke conflicts. Furthermore, refrain from disseminating rumors, for I shall resort to legal measures to safeguard my legitimate rights. Once this post is published, accompanied by 2 video clips, it will swiftly cleanse Wei Hong of the unfounded allegations against him, while simultaneously thrusting Xia and Mo into the eye of the storm. Goodness, this scandal is nothing short of explosive. I am a classmate of Xia and Mo who incessantly boasts of being Wei's ethereal muse, claiming an unbreakable bond between them. Alas, it appears to be a fabrication. How utterly shameless. She accepts generous sponsorship, yet squanders it frivolously on indulgences, believing herself immune to financial scrutiny due to Wei's indifference to wealth. How dare she aspire to Wei Hong? Ladies, let us gather tomorrow to teach her a lesson. And we must not overlook the plump girl beside her, Lu Hui. The entire school's female populace erupted in outrage. Wei Hong is the dreamboat of countless girls. And how audacious it is for Xia Mo and the overweight girl to provoke him. Within moments, their addresses, phone numbers, WeChat, and QQ were all unearthed. They were inundated with harassment and insults. Within a mere 10 minutes, Xia Mo, overwhelmed, called Wei Hong. As soon as he answered, her quivering voice emerged, filled with anguish. Wei, how could you post such things online? You've gone too far. Before she could finish, Wei Hong had already blocked her. Shortly after, several unfamiliar numbers began to ring in succession. He remained impassive, blocking each one as the callers pleaded and panicked, indifferent to their cries. Chapter 29. Those who waver deserve their fate. The following day, early in the morning, Xia Mo appeared in Class 6 of Grade 2, her face a portrait of distress. Her classmates regarded her with peculiar glances. Startled, she recoiled slightly, a wave of unease washing over her. Soon, she discovered her seat had been relocated to the back of the classroom. Not only were her books and exam papers shredded, but a heap of foul-smelling trash lay atop her desk, igniting her fury and drawing tears to her eyes. Oh dear, how dare a dream girl cry? Who gave her the audacity? I've long found her insufferable, flaunting her wealth while relying on men's money. How ridiculous to spread rumors that Wei Hong favors her, claiming to be his muse. A wretched ingrate, she is. You vile creature, you better brace yourself. Henceforth, you shall not enjoy a moment's peace. The girls in the class seethed with indignation, hurling cold mockery and curses. Xia Mo wept pitifully, yet the girls remained unmoved. The boys in the class felt sympathy for her, but many of the girls came from affluent backgrounds and dared not incur the wrath of the masses, choosing instead to feign ignorance. In class, the teachers turned a blind eye to the bullying. They continued their lectures, unwilling to intervene in the petty cruelty of these privileged girls tormenting a less fortunate student. Even when someone tugged at Xiaomo's hair or kicked her chair, the teachers pretended not to see. As soon as class ended, Xiaomo and Lu Hui were dragged to the girls' restroom. A dozen rebellious girls took turns slapping them. Various humiliating bullying tactics ensued, driving them to the brink of a breakdown. How can you treat us this way? I will tell the teacher. Lu Hui screamed in terror. Tell the teacher? Go ahead. Let us see if the teacher dares to intervene. Shameless wretches daring to provoke Wei Hong. As long as we are here, you two shall not have a moment's peace. We won't stop until you're expelled. Enough chatter, sisters. Let us wash out their mouths. A dozen girls seized their hair. Amid Xia Mo and Lu Hui's screams, they forced their heads into the toilet. Once hailed by her male classmates as the only pure white jasmine, Xia Mo now lay in disgrace, reeking and stripped of her former innocence. She sobbed, her sense of injustice surging like a tide. In the corridor, Wei Hong happened to pass by. He caught the sound of Xiao Mo's screams. However, instead of intervening, he stood still, reveling in the moment. This was precisely what he wished to witness, a fitting retribution for Xiao Mo, who had feigned innocence and vulnerability as a poor student. In St. Rue High, such pretense made her an easy target for other girls. Previously, Wei Hong had sheltered her, allowing her to wield influence and thrive in this elite private school. Now, with that protection vanished, she merely faced the consequences she rightfully deserved. Those who waver shall reap their due rewards. Wei Hong smirked, preparing to depart, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Wei Sheng. He was traversing the left corridor above, his gaze also directed toward the girls' restroom, evidently keeping a watchful eye on Xia Mo's plight. Host, are you not going to rescue her? Xia Mo is being bullied, and her fortune is swiftly depleting, which poses a loss for us. Why should I intervene? When she sinks deeper into despair, her favorability will rise, allowing us to absorb her fortune more rapidly. Won't it? Host, you are truly cunning. You flatter me. The dialogue between Wei Sheng and a mechanical voice echoed clearly from a distance of several meters. Wei Hong's eyes flickered with surprise as he discreetly departed. Minutes later, he returned to the competition class, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a glimmer of amusement. In his previous existence, as a spiritual entity, Wei Hong could perceive the fortunes of those around him and had uncovered Wei Sheng's true secret. He could not only transmit thoughts to others, but also siphon their fortunes. However, Wei Hong could never quite grasp how he achieved this. It now appeared that he had simply bound himself to a system. Upon preliminary assessment, this system did not seem particularly formidable. It merely possessed the lackluster function of transmitting thoughts, with conditions governing the absorption of others' fortunes. Wei Hong recalled their earlier conversation and quickly distilled two critical points. First, the more someone encounters significant setbacks, such as bullying or failure, the more their fortune wanes. Second, the higher someone's favorability toward Wei Sheng, the faster the system could absorb their fortune. Understanding this, Wei Hong finally comprehended why, in his past life, the Wei family and all those close to Wei Sheng met with ruin. It turned out this wretched being was a leech, feeding off the fortunes of those around him. Those who drew near him invariably faced misfortune. What a farcical situation. But what was the true purpose of this fortune? Wei Hong recalled that in his previous life, once Wei Sheng had absorbed enough fortune, everything he attempted went smoothly. He would even stumble upon money while walking, win lotteries with casual purchases, and profit from every venture, garnering near worship from those around him. Surely, this was the power of fortune. But was there a way to prevent him from siphoning it? It seemed there was. As long as one could shatter someone's fortune before their favorability reached its peak, they would be unable to absorb any fortune at all. For instance, Xiao Mo. She relied on Wei Hong to lead a comfortable life, but after facing targeted attacks, her fortune plummeted. Wei Sheng might be waiting for her to sink into despair before attempting to rescue her, hoping to siphon off the remnants of her luck. As long as Wei Hong consistently intercepts opportunities and employs stronger methods to suppress Xiao Mo, he will be unable to extract even a modicum of fortune from her. He could even take direct action against Wei Sheng, whether through underhanded tactics or elaborate schemes to harm him. Any damage inflicted would inevitably affect Wei Sheng's luck. He would find it exceedingly difficult to effortlessly become the favored son of fortune that he once was in his previous life. With this thought in mind, Wei Hong decisively took out his phone and dialed Uncle Gong's number. "Young master, what can I do for you?" Su Maogong's weathered voice came through the receiver. Uncle Gong, do you know anyone in the underground gambling scene? Of course. Find some people. There's a fellow named Xia Dongfeng in the urban village. Figure out a way to make him incur massive debts. The more, the better. He is a hopeless gambler, and you know what to do. Additionally, hire some professional private investigators to monitor every member of the Wei family, especially Wei Sheng's every move. Cost is of no concern. We need to know where they go and what they do each day. Understood. Su Maogong did not pry into his intentions and readily agreed. Chapter 30. A State of Panic. A Plummet in Stock Prices. September 21st. At Wei Group's headquarters, in the president's office, Wei Linlang stared at the stock market trend on her computer screen, her expression darkening to the point where it seemed she could weep. What on earth is happening? We have already entered the market to buy at the bottom. Logically, the stock prices should soar soon, yet why do Tongxing Group shares continue to plummet? What are you all doing? Where are the investment and finance departments? Have you produced a feasibility analysis report? Wei Linlang incessantly pounded the table, venting her frustration. The young secretary trembled at her reprimand and quickly presented 2 reports to explain. President, in just 2 days, we invested 7 to 800 million, acquiring a total of 137 shares of Tongxing. We are now the second largest shareholder. Ms. Liu Xilai has just been appointed as the new chairman of Tongxing Group through a board resolution, and she has introduced several reassuring policies. Unfortunately, their effect on the market has been minimal. There are also rumors circulating about Tongxing Group's involvement in tax evasion, falsifying accounts, and substandard drug quality. Although these reports are unconfirmed, the investors are in a state of panic, and many small shareholders lack confidence. After hearing this explanation, Wei Linlang finally grasped the situation. She slumped back in her office chair, her face a mask of frustration and helplessness. So, this Tongxing Group is nothing but a mess? No wonder the former chairman, Li Teng, chose to leap from a building. This man must have attracted a multitude of troubles, just waiting for an explosion. The Wei Group had failed to conduct proper due diligence and hastily signed the investment agreement. Now, during a period of crisis, they had recklessly bought in, sinking deeper into trouble. They had already invested a total of 1.7 to 8 billion. While not a vast sum, recouping it would prove exceedingly challenging. The investment department offered 2 suggestions. The young secretary cautiously spoke. First, we could increase our investment and reconvene the board to become the largest shareholder, fully integrating Tongxing Pharmaceuticals under our group for a prolonged period of asset reorganization. Second, we could cut our losses, inflate the stock price, take advantage of the situation to exit, and allow the retail investors to take over, minimizing our losses. Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang fell silent. Neither option appeared favorable. Even she, with her limited intellect, understood the basic processes. Should she choose the first option, the Wei Group would be venturing into the unfamiliar pharmaceutical industry, with the potential for Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' hidden pitfalls to explode in their hands. Even if they avoided catastrophe, asset restructuring would demand extensive time, energy, manpower, and resources. It was a profoundly unwise endeavor. Investors dread being left holding the bag. Wei Linlang, despite her shortcomings, would not select the first option. The second option seemed rather appealing, superficially requiring only an inflation of stock prices, allowing retail investors to take over while she quietly withdrew. However, in practice, it would also incur significant losses. After all, during a time of widespread panic, should anyone artificially inflate the stock price, a multitude of small shareholders would undoubtedly rush to sell. It was highly likely that she would not manage to escape, ultimately becoming Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' largest shareholder, thus assuming the role of the biggest bag holder. Of course, she could choose to remain passive, continuing as Tongxing Group's second largest shareholder, waiting for the stock price to rebound. But what if Tongxing Group encountered a major crisis and faced delisting? Would that not render her 17 to 18 billion a complete loss? Just then, her phone rang suddenly. Wei Linlang glanced at the caller ID, her expression souring, for it was a call from Wei Jiaoyang. Without needing to say more, she knew he was likely calling to demand an explanation. Dad! The moment she answered the call, Wei Jiaoyang's irate voice came through the receiver. Stop with the dad. Look at the mess you've created. You've never made such a basic error before. Can't you even conduct proper due diligence? Dad, please let me explain. This was an accident. Wei Linlang hurriedly defended herself. Accident my foot, Wei Jiaoyang retorted angrily. The Wei Group's annual profit is approximately 14. You have incurred a loss of 17 to 18 billion, which means you've effectively wiped out a quarter of the group's annual profit. You figure out how to explain this to the shareholders. Cold sweat streamed down Wei Linlong's back, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, I will find a way to remedy this. Just give me some time. Worst case scenario, I'll make the accounts look better. No need, Wei Jiaoyang said coldly. You must immediately inflate the stock price and gradually offload your shares. I have reliable information that Tongxing Group may be suspended and delisted. Withdraw as much capital as you can. Do not let yourself be left holding the bag. Understood, Wei Linlang answered, drenched in cold sweat. After the call ended, she remained dazed for a long time. Wei Jiaoyang had already made the choice for her. This loss was now a given. It was merely a question of how much she would lose. Thinking of the investment genius image she had built over years of hard work crumbling overnight, she could not help but feel a surge of blood rise in her throat. Was it truly impossible for her to manage without Wei Hong conducting project evaluations? It couldn't be. It was just a minor loss, purely an accident. I will undoubtedly achieve results to prove myself, Wei Linlang murmured stubbornly to herself. At the Vienna Hotel, in a private room on the top floor, Lu Xilai, the newly appointed chairman of Tongxing Group, a captivating middle-aged woman, raised her glass of red wine, toasting with a powerful and elegant middle-aged man. She showed no signs of mourning for her recently deceased husband, nor any panic regarding the continuous decline of the group's stock prices. With a charming smile, she appeared to be in a state of revelry. Fourth Master, do you think we can ensnare the Wei Group this time? Lu Xilai swirled her glass of red wine, chuckling lightly. If we can't ensnare them, I might find myself in a predicament. Rest assured, the middle-aged, refined man replied, crossing his legs dismissively. If Wei Group's founder, Old Wei, were still around, I would never dare to set a trap for them. But now, they are merely a hollow shell. It's evident what they are made of. If we can ensure that the Wei Group suffers a silent loss this time, our entry into Jiangzhou will become significantly smoother, and Li Teng's demise will not have been in vain. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Xilai's eyes. She had been married to Li Teng for over a decade. He had been unfaithful, promiscuous, and abusive. Their relationship had long since diminished to mere bickering. In the hands of a true power broker, the life of a chairman of a multi-billion conglomerate is deemed no more than a mere pawn to be sacrificed. Such a thought is indeed laughable. The news has already been disseminated, and given Wei Jiaoyang's cautious nature, he will undoubtedly opt for a strategy of self-mutilation to stem the bleeding. Lu Xilai reported softly. However, during our scheming, we discovered a group of individuals also engaging in bottom fishing. They operate with remarkable discretion and have only acquired approximately 3 billion worth of shares, which, upon investigation, appears to be associated with Su Maogong. Is it him? Quite intriguing, though 3 billion is not a substantial sum. Let him be. The middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of sophistication, idly toyed with her jade hand and casually instructed, keep an eye on the stock market over the next few days. Once the Wei Group begins to divest and bleed, you must immediately release the news of our new drug's successful development. I intend to severely humiliate Wei Jiaoyang. Understood. Lu Xilai giggled as she set down her wine glass, straddling the man as they began their intimate entanglement. Chapter 31. An onslaught not to be underestimated. In the following 2 days, the stock price of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals began to rise slightly. Various false reports circulated online, enticing investors to rush in and buy. After Wei Linlang invested a substantial amount to inflate the stock price, she reluctantly divested. The news spread, sparking considerable discontent among the Group S shareholders. On Wednesday morning, in the conference room on the top floor of the Wei Group, 20 to 30 shareholders gathered to demand accountability. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang sat at the head of the table, both with grim expressions. Ladies and gentlemen, Wei Jiaoyang said solemnly, the purpose of convening this meeting today is to address the recent missteps by our Group S executive president, Wei Linlang. In the Tongxing Pharmaceuticals investment project, which has resulted in significant losses. Upon finishing his statement, he raised his hand. The female secretary promptly placed documents before each shareholder. As I glanced at the files, their brows furrowed in dismay. A staggering $32 billion in liquid assets utilized, ultimately resulting in an $86 billion loss. Linlang, my dear niece, you've made profits in all your investments over the years. Is this the first colossal blunder you've made? Ha! While $86 billion may not seem like much, our available liquid assets have never been abundant. To suffer such a loss requires an explanation. Indeed, our shareholders' funds are not plucked from thin air. If a single project incurs a loss of $8 or $9 billion, pursuing several projects could lead to a year of fruitless toil. Voices rose in a chorus of discontent, and varied gazes pierced through to Wei Linlang, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Accustomed to smooth sailing in recent years, she had never experienced such humiliation. However, this matter directly concerned the interests of every shareholder, and they showed her no mercy. Wei Jiaoyang rapped the table, his tone serious. This is the situation. Wei Linlang bears primary responsibility for this matter, and as the chairman of the group, I also share the blame for insufficient oversight. We must all conduct a thorough self-examination. However, given the project's complexity and considering Wei Linlang's contributions over the years, I hope to grant her another opportunity. Upon hearing this, the shareholders exhibited a range of expressions. It is not uncommon for a chairman to defend a favored individual. Indeed, over the years, Wei Linlang has made no significant errors, and her past profits seem to warrant some leniency for this singular misstep. Uncles, Wei Linlang rose and bowed, expressing her sincere apologies. This investment was purely accidental. The situation with Tongxing Group was exceedingly complex. No one anticipated that immediately after signing the investment contract, Li Tong would take his own life. I bear significant responsibility for this incident. However, after it occurred, I have done my utmost to mitigate the losses. I hope you, my esteemed uncles, will consider our past relations and extend your understanding. In the next quarter, I shall strive to generate greater profits for the group to compensate for this error. The shareholders exchanged glances, and many appeared to soften in their resolve. Yet just then, the conference room doors swung open, and a flustered female secretary rushed in, whispering urgently into Wei Jiaoyang's ear. He could not help but spring to his feet, his agitation palpable. What is happening? Why is Chairman Wei so agitated? The others were perplexed. Yet Wei Linlang felt a sudden chill. She sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang gestured to the secretary. She promptly manipulated the projector, bringing up a video of a press conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the secretary explained in a businesslike manner, Ms. Lu Xilai, the newly appointed chairwoman of Tongxing Group, convened a press conference this morning at 8, announcing the development of a new oral medication for hepatitis, which has successfully passed preliminary review by the National Medical Products Administration and will soon commence clinical trials. Upon the announcement, Tongxing Pharmaceutical stock surged to its limit within 10 minutes. The situation looked exceedingly promising, garnering admiration from numerous investors and stock analysts alike. It is anticipated that Tongxing Pharmaceuticals will experience a period of sustained growth, elevating both its stock price and market value to unprecedented heights. As the explanation concluded, the video displayed Lu Xilai being interviewed by reporters. The conference room fell silent, each shareholder wearing a grim countenance. For a long moment, no one uttered a word, and Wei Linlang's expression turned ashen with fury. Just after investing in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, Li Tong had committed suicide. Immediately after divesting, the company announced the impending release of a new drug, driving up the stock price. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that someone was orchestrating a scheme to undermine the Wei Group. Who? Who could it be? Wei Jiaoyang felt as though he might vomit with rage. Wei Linlang was equally flustered, recalling a few days earlier at the dinner table when Wei Hong had smirked disdainfully. Had he already suspected some ulterior motive? In that moment, she felt dizzy and disoriented. Why was it that, over the past 2 to 3 years, every project assessed by Wei Hong had yielded profits? Why had her own endeavor resulted in such catastrophic losses? This was nothing short of a calamity. Chairman Wei. The situation appears quite dire. While the financial loss is minor, the targeted nature of this attack is evident and must not be overlooked. Indeed, while we can absorb the loss of 8 or 9 billion, we must uncover who is behind this scheme. This matter cannot be ignored. By the heavens, who in Jiangzhou would dare to act so brazenly? There must be someone backing Tongxing Pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, they would not dare to be so audacious. We must expose this individual, lest others think us easy prey. The shareholders were filled with righteous indignation. No longer fixated on the losses, they united in their determination to identify the external adversary. Wei Linlang observed this scene, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The silver lining was that the blame for this debacle lay with an external party. Her decision-making errors could be somewhat mitigated. The downside, however, was the uncertainty surrounding the identity of the enemy. Should they set another trap? Would her other projects withstand the pressure? The meeting was paused for 10 minutes. Allow me to make a few phone calls. Wei Jiaoyang rose and moved toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room. The other shareholders, seeing this, hastily retrieved their phones. Most of these shareholders were veterans who had fought alongside the elder Wei. Each had their own means of gathering intelligence. Before long, the gathered information pointed to a single name. Hua Yinghao. Is it him? Isn't this fellow the fourth son of the Hua family from the provincial capital, who has spent years conducting business overseas? What brings him to Jiangzhou? This is a grave matter. It is as if a fierce dragon has crossed the river, and our vulnerabilities have been exposed. This financial loss is trivial, but the humiliation of being underestimated is very real. Hua Yinghao is evidently intent on targeting us, and this spells trouble, an onslaught not to be underestimated. The atmosphere was heavy with unease as the crowd engaged in hushed discussions. Wei Jiaoyang's heart sank to the depths of despair. He was, of course, familiar with Hua Yinghao. They had been friends in times past. Who could have anticipated that after so many years apart, their reunion would be marred by treachery? Should Hua wish to establish himself in Jiangzhou, Wei feared he might lack the means to subdue him. Chapter 32. What are you without the Wei family? Hua Yinghao's name detonated like a bomb upon the surface of a lake, sending ripples through the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society. Various board members, CEOs, and titans of industry expressed their apprehensions about this formidable newcomer, wary of becoming his next target, ultimately to be devoured without a trace. By the end of September, an invitation traversed the city. Hua Yinghao had lavishly splurged 300 million to acquire the luxurious No. 3 estate in the Half-Mountain Villa district, adjacent to the Wei family mansion, thus officially announcing his intent to take root in Jiangzhou. He hosted a grand relocation banquet, inviting the city's elite. In no time, affluent magnates and socialites flocked to extend their congratulations. On the night of the banquet, the No. 3 estate sparkled with brilliant lights. An array of luxury vehicles converged, while servants flitted about the banquet hall. A grand crystal chandelier cast its enchanting glow. Socialites and business moguls mingled with glasses of red wine, laughter and clinking glasses filling the air, which seemed to pulse with the intoxicating scent of opulence. Wei Hong and Su Maogong sat comfortably on a sofa in the corner of the hall, sipping champagne and casually surveying the affluent gathering, as if they were watching a theatrical performance. Hua Yinghao has extended a personal invitation to me. How intriguing. Wei Hong remarked with a light chuckle as he swirled his wine. Not surprising at all, Su Maogong replied, lighting a cigar and exhaling a plume of smoke. The news of your fallout with the Wei family has spread far and wide. Hua, eager to establish himself in Jiangzhou, has undoubtedly done his homework. No, Wei Hong kuntered, shaking his head. The reason he sent an invitation to the Wei family and an individual one to me must be because he has uncovered traces of our involvement in the Tongxing Pharmaceutical shares. Could it be? Su Maogong's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his brow furrowing. After a lengthy pause, he replied, typically, my associates operate with the utmost discretion, engaging only in minor transactions, so as not to attract attention. Yet, it is impossible to leave no trace whatsoever. Hua Yinghao is no ordinary person. Precisely why I am eager to attend, Wei Hong said with keen interest. A clever individual suddenly infiltrating a small place like Jiangzhou ought to make for an engaging scenario. We have no enmity with him. Thus, we should remain unaffected for the time being. Su Maogong brushed off the ash from his cigar, stating, "The profits we garnered from Tangxing Pharmaceutical will be deposited into an anonymous Swiss bank account for you. This way, until you reach adulthood, the Wei family cannot exert control over these funds. Half for each of us," Wei Hong succinctly stated. "As previously agreed, let us not disrupt our arrangement." All right. Su Maogong sighed with a resigned smile. He had initially intended to entrust the entirety of their earnings to Wei Hong as startup capital, but given Wei Hong's obstinacy, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Following the noise, it became evident that members of the Wei family had arrived. Wei's father, Wei's mother, elder sister Wei Linlang, and Wei Sheng graced the occasion in their elegant attire. Other sisters, who had long been away pursuing careers, were notably absent. As Jiangzhou's wealthiest, Wei Jiaoyang's entrance naturally attracted the attention of many eager to ingratiate themselves. He casually picked up a glass of red wine from a servant's tray, engaging in lively conversation with various luminaries. After greeting a cluster of affluent women, Du Sihui instinctively scanned the room, soon spotting Wei Hong seated in the corner. "Little Hong, there you are. Why didn't you wait for us? I even arranged for a tailored formal outfit for you. Don't drink too much. It's hard on your stomach. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you some pastries?" Du Sihui's motherly concern was palpable. This display prompted subtle frowns from Su Maogong, Wei Linlang, Wei Sheng, and others. Even the surrounding wealthy daughters and socialites could not help but be taken aback. Isn't it said that young Master Wei had fallen out with his parents? Why is Madame Wei being so amiable? They whispered. Strange. She has never shown such affection towards her son before. Indeed, previously, whenever she spoke of her son, her face was etched with frustration. What had caused such a drastic change in her demeanor? The murmurs reached Du Sihui's ears, and she felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, she maintained a warm smile directed at Wei Hong, yearning for him to acknowledge her once more. In her heart, she vowed that if her son could forgive her past indifference, she would strive to be a better mother. Unfortunately, Wei Hong could hardly spare her a glance, turning instead to his bodyguard with a frown. Where did that fly come from? Buzzing around is quite annoying. The bodyguard stepped forward, blocking Du Sihui's path, and coldly declared, "Madam, my young master prefers solitude. Please leave." Du Sihui staggered, disbelief etched across her face. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Although they had heard tales of Wei Hong's drastic change in temperament, witnessing it firsthand sent chills down their spines. Was he truly losing his mind? Alas! Wei Sheng seized the opportunity to sow discord, his voice echoing in Du Sihui and Wei Linlong's ears. How could elder brother act this way? Even if there are family disagreements, one ought not to air them in public. Otherwise, we risk becoming the laughingstock of high society. Hearing this, Wei Linlong's anger flared even more. Habitually, she felt compelled to confront Wei Hong, and even when the bodyguard intervened, she still furiously admonished, "You little wretch. How dare you speak to your mother like that? Do you believe I won't strip your skin off? Is that a dog barking?" Wei Hong remarked impatiently, furrowing his brow. Laughter erupted from the crowd, stifled giggles rippling through the throng. Wei Linlang was nearly unable to maintain her composure. Du Sihui, exuding exasperation, pulled her aside, saying, "Linlang, try not to be so impulsive. You are siblings. Creating a scene here only invites ridicule from outsiders." "Mother." Wei Linlang stomped her foot in frustration. "If he isn't concerned about being the subject of mockery, why should I? I refuse to indulge his foul temper. He keeps insisting he wants to sever ties with us. So let him be tough and not cling to our Wei family's invitation, forcing his way into a circle that doesn't belong to him. Without the Wei family, what is he?" Wei Linlong's voice grew louder, as if she sought to release all her pent-up fury. "What a shame. Who does he think he is? Without the Wei family, he is nothing. How dare he disregard the feelings of his own mother and sister? He must think too highly of himself. He clearly doesn't value our connections. I refuse to believe he can thrive in Jiangzhou's business sphere without us." Ji Peng, CSCC, and other young heirs chimed in, reveling in the situation. However, before Wei Hong could respond further, a bemused voice floated down from the second floor. Wei Hong, my dear nephew, is not merely crashing the Wei family's party. He is, in fact, my esteemed guest. Chapter 33. Investment Genius, Identity Revealed. On the second floor of the villa, Wei Hong gradually made his entrance. Draped in a sleek black tailcoat, his hair meticulously styled, he exuded an air of refined elegance, accompanied by two enchanting female companions. The trio gracefully descended the staircase. Wei Hong accepted a glass of red wine from a servant's tray, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before finally settling on Wei Jiaoyang. Their eyes met in a silent confrontation, smiles plastered on their faces, yet a tempest roiled beneath the surface. Esteemed guests, welcome to my humble abode, Wei Hong beamed, his smile radiant. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in today as hospitality. Not at all. It is our privilege to attend Mr. Ho's housewarming feast. Came the chorus of flattery from the gathered elite. Indeed, Mr. Ho is as impressive as ever, truly a paragon among men. We look forward to your guidance in the future. The wealthy and powerful continued to extol his virtues. Wei Jiaoyang suppressed the coldness in his gaze as he clinked glasses with Wei Hong, then scoffed. It's been many years. You Haven Tea lost your touch. My dear brother, I admire that. Brother Wei, you flatter me. Wei Hong disregarded the sarcasm, chuckling lightly. Our bond of brotherhood over the years warrants a deeper connection moving forward. Wouldn't you agree? Opportunities will present themselves. Wei Jiaoyang replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, then beckoned. Xiao Sheng, Lin Lang, come greet your Uncle Ho. Hello, Uncle. Wei Sheng and Wei Lin Lang obediently approached, offering their greetings. Splendid, splendid. Wei Hong surveyed the pair with a grin, deliberately focusing on Wei Sheng. Oh, I was under the impression that the Wei family had but a single grandson. How is it that another has emerged? A stifled wave of laughter rippled through the crowd. Wei Sheng's face turned a kaleidoscope of colors, while the expressions of the Wei family darkened considerably. Oh dear, Brother Wei, please don't take offense, Wei Hong jested. I merely inquired out of ignorance. By the way, is Wei Hong present? At this, the crowd parted, revealing two figures in the corner who instantly became the center of attention. Wei Hong, unpretentious, lifted his glass and approached, confidently raising it in salute. Uncle, it is an honor to meet you at last. The honor is mine, Wei Hong exclaimed, regarding him with genuine surprise. Ah, indeed, my dear nephew. You embody the spirit of the venerable Wei patriarch, truly a worthy successor. Earlier, Lin Lang mentioned that Wei Hong was merely a beneficiary of the Wei family's invitation. But that is not quite accurate. You are a distinguished guest whom I personally invited, he continued, surveying the room. Once everyone was attentive, Wei Hong smiled widely and declared, I believe you're unaware, but recently, Tongxing Group experienced minor upheavals. The Wei Group invested $3.2 billion, ultimately incurring a loss of $8.6 billion before retreating. Yet our esteemed nephew Wei, covertly capitalizing with $300 million, sold at the peak, netting an astonishing $9.2 billion, with a net profit of $326 in just 9 days. Remarkable. Truly, a prodigy in the investment realm. As he spoke, Wei Hong cast a playful glance at the Wei family, silently mocking their apparent blindness. The attendees gasped collectively, astonished by the news. Could it be? Whispered one in disbelief. The Wei Group suffered minor losses during Tongxing's stock fluctuations, yet someone successfully capitalized on the dip? Is a young master of Wei truly this formidable, managing to buy low and sell high? Incredible. No wonder he is the successor raised by the venerable Wei patriarch himself. Such a profit margin of 326 is rare in the investment and financial sectors. This young man possesses a keen eye, perhaps even surpassing his grandfather. Voices rose in admiration as they turned toward Wei Hong, their expressions filled with awe. The Wei family's demeanor shifted, their faces a tapestry of complex emotions. Unsure of how to respond. But he is merely a high school student. How could he possibly navigate multi-billion transactions? Where did he even acquire the funds for such investments? Wei Jiaoyang pondered, suspecting the funds likely originated from Su Maogong. The realization that his son excelled while his daughter seemed inept left him with a tumult of emotions. "Uncle Ho, you seem somewhat inconsiderate," Wei Hong remarked, taking a sip of his drink with a teasing smile. "I've merely stumbled upon some luck and earned a bit of pocket money, yet you seem intent on stripping me bare. Are you not concerned I might be crushed by the weight of such praise?" "Fear not," Ho Inghao replied, admiration radiating from his expression as he clinked glasses with him. "Let us collaborate sometime." "Absolutely." Wei Hong smiled, eagerly agreeing. In a previous life, Ho Inghao had aggressively entered Jiangzhou, swiftly securing numerous major projects through vast cash flow and a robust network, effectively pushing the Wei group into retreat with no means of counterattack. In this life, whether he would be friend or foe remained uncertain. Yet, it would be wise to avoid antagonizing such a clever individual. Truly, Nephew Wei is a remarkable talent. If my own son possessed even half your prowess, I would be immensely grateful. Indeed, the future belongs to your generation. Others chimed in, urging Wei Hong to share his investment plans, eager to lend their support. Kitarit. The wealthy elite vied for his attention, eager to build rapport. Meanwhile, the second-generation wealthy stood dumbfounded, having initially intended to exclude Wei Hong, only to find him the center of admiration among their parents. "Oh my," Wei Xing's internal monologue echoed. "Could it be that my brother has long conspired with Mr. Ho, taking the opportunity to undermine our family? How else could he have amassed such wealth so conveniently?" Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang exchanged alarmed glances. Even Du Sihui, who had sought to mend fences, was visibly disappointed, clearly swayed by the suspicion. At this moment, Wei Hong was engaging in light-hearted banter with Ho Inghao. It was implausible to think they hadn't colluded. Little wretch. Fury ignited within Wei Jiaoyang, who abruptly smashed his glass against the floor. The room fell silent, startled by his uncharacteristic outburst. The elite women gasped, having never witnessed such a display. "Mr. Wei, why the sudden display of anger?" Ho Inghao inquired, his eyes narrowing, feigning a smile. "Have I perhaps failed in my hospitality?" Wei Jiaoyang recognized his own indiscretion, realizing he should not have let his emotions fracture his relationship with Ho Inghao. Yet, faced with the scrutiny of onlookers, he forced a cold smile. "I misjudged the situation. I had thought someone possessed such remarkable skills. It seems there is indeed a traitor within, Mr. Ho. Your methods are commendable." As he spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with every gaze now laden with suspicion directed at Ho Inghao and Wei Hong. Could it be that Wei Hong was the insider who had betrayed his own family concerning the Tongxing pharmaceutical incident? Chapter 34. If I were in such a family, I would sever ties as well. As the saying goes, in victory and defeat, there is no shame in either. The Wei Group's investment losses totaling several billion might not seem significant to most. After all, they could afford such a setback. However, if internal treachery was involved, matters would grow increasingly complex, especially if the traitor was indeed the Wei family's own son. "Brother Wei, I must express my discontent with your words," Ho Inghao interjected, relishing the unfolding drama. "I was merely sharing pleasantries with Wei Hong. To label him a traitor seems rather excessive, don't you think?" Wei Jiaoyang's face darkened further, nearly grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "This ungrateful wretch once declared his intention to sever all ties with me. Yet he swiftly invested billions into Tongxing. If you claim there is no connection, do you think anyone will believe you? The failure of the investment is solely due to your incompetence. Master Hong's success is a testament to his superiority, yet when trouble arises, you shift blame and slander. Is this how a father behaves?" Su Mao Gong, his face contorted with anger, stepped closer. "Uncle Gong, refrain from using such harsh words," Wei Jiaoyang shot back, glaring at him. "Who knows if you're also involved, trying to undermine us from within?" The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Hua Inghao, amused, retreated to the sidelines to watch the spectacle unfold. Whether it was Wei Jiaoyang slandering Wei Hong for the sake of pride, or Su Maogong coming to someone's defense, either way, it was advantageous for him. The instigator, Wei Sheng, smirked with delight, hoping that Wei Hong would be confirmed as a traitor, thus tarnishing his reputation and ensuring no one would dare to collaborate with him in the future. After all, a man who betrays even his own father would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the business world. Uncle Gong, please say no more, Wei Hong interjected, raising his hand to halt Su Maogong's tirade. With a gaze that was both sardonic and indifferent, he continued, some individuals prefer to concoct excuses for their failures. It would be unkind of us to expose them. You insolent child, still defiant? Wei Jiaoyang seethed with humiliation. If it weren't for your leaking of corporate secrets, how would you explain these coincidences? Explain what? Wei Hong glared, responding with irritation. Did I compel you to invest? Did I force you to buy into Tongxing Pharmaceutical? Or did I hold a knife to your throat to make you cut your losses? Did you? Wei Jiaoyang's expression soured. Wei Hong continued his retort. If I were truly a traitor, do you think I would allow the Wei Group to suffer merely a few billion in losses? Who do you think you're looking down upon? A stifled laughter erupted from a crowd. Furthermore, Wei Hong unabashedly pointed at Wei Linlang with a sneer. Your precious daughter, who entered the group at 18, has mishandled nearly 100 projects in her first 4 years, leaving chaos in her wake. In the past 3 years, I can no longer stand idly by. So I took it upon myself to help her draft every project evaluation report under the pretense of familiarizing her with the group's operations. In just 3 short years, I helped her establish a firm footing within the company, with every project she handled yielding profits, and the media heralding her as a once-in-a-century business prodigy. Now that I have ceased aiding her with project evaluations, her investment failures and significant losses are her own doing. Let her bear the consequences. Do not shift the blame onto me. At these words, Wei Linlong's face flushed crimson. The banquet hall erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Wait, seriously? The renowned business prodigy, Wei Linlang, is actually a fraud? It appeared so. I recall that when she first joined the group years ago, she indeed made numerous errors in her project dealings. Later, as her investments seemed to succeed, I thought she had matured. Who knew it was actually Wei Xiao pulling the strings behind the scenes? How awkward. No wonder one party profits while the other loses. It turns out it was all due to Wei Xiao's own capabilities. Truly, he is the successor cultivated by old Master Wei himself. Impressive. I dare say, this will surely infuriate Director Wei. The whispers of the crowd only served to heighten the tension. Ladies and gentlemen, Wei Hong proclaimed, raising his glass, I reiterate, upon reaching adulthood, I shall immediately sever all ties with Chairman Wei and shall not inherit the Wei Group. In the future, any matters pertaining to the Wei family and the Wei Group should not involve me. These words detonated like a bombshell among the crowd. My goodness, Wei Xiao has no intention of inheriting the group? Has he lost his mind? To start from scratch, how audacious. Publicly turning against his family? Impressive. The crowd gasped and murmured. Wei Jiaoyang's face turned a shade darker. His teeth clenched as he spat. You claim you wish to sever ties, if you have the ability. Sign the agreement to relinquish your inheritance rights and transfer everything to Shaosheng. If you lack the capability, do not boast. Why should I transfer the shares left to me by my grandfather to the son of chauffeur? Wei Hong narrowed his eyes, his anger rising. Do you expect me to have a lapse in judgment, as you do? Even if I were to donate my wealth to charity, I would never allow him to gain a single advantage. Dad, big brother, please don't argue. Wei Sheng interjected, eager to assert his presence. Simply being part of the Wei family is a fortune I could only dream of. I do not deserve any shares. Shaosheng, do not concern yourself. Wei Jiaoyang retorted coldly, positioning him behind himself. The Wei Group is under my control. If he wishes to inherit shares, he must first seek my approval. Very well. I shall await your response. Wei Hong shot back defiantly. The spectacle of this father-son conflict had drawn the attention of onlookers, who were reveling in the unfolding drama. From their exchanges, many valuable insights emerged. It became clear that Wei Hong was indeed undervalued within the Wei family, overshadowed by an adopted son. Wei Jiaoyang even contemplated transferring his biological son's shares to that of the adopted child. Was the elder Wei losing his grip on reality? Who in their right mind would forsake a capable biological son for an inept adopted one? It is no wonder Wei Xiao sought to sever ties with such a family. I would do the same in his position. The crowd whispered amongst themselves. This conflict had brought the banquet to a thrilling climax. and everyone appeared satisfied with the unfolding drama. Ha ha ha. Hua Yinghao, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, finally stepped forward to mediate. There is no need for such animosity among family. Come, let us continue to drink. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere grew lively once more. As the guests clinked their glasses, the previously tense air dissipated. However, the astute among them quickly discerned that the dynamics had subtly shifted. The clash between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyong had inadvertently compelled many to choose sides. One was an investment novice with untapped potential. The other commanded a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, the wealthiest in Jiangzhou. It was evident, even to the dim-witted, whom they should support. Chapter 35. Life is but a fleeting few tens of thousands of days. Why should one endure indignities? Young man, such impulsiveness is ill-advised. On the terrace of the villa's second floor, Wei Hong sat across from Hua Yinghao. The two sipped their drinks and smoked, observing the elite and affluent mingling below, as if they were the chess players overseeing the game of life. Life is but a fleeting few tens of thousands of days. Why should one endure indignities? Wei Hong remarked, his gaze profound. I do not enjoy being mistreated. I believe in settling scores immediately, and I have little patience for these inept individuals. Very well. Hua Yinghao crossed his legs, teasingly responding, such boldness. However, they have all placed you in my camp. I trust you won't mind? Wei Hong narrowed his eyes and took a sip of his drink, his expression revealing no trace of emotion, his demeanor remarkably composed for someone his age. He had anticipated today's developments. Even a fool could see that Hua Yinghao was stoking the flames. An ambitious figure seeking to penetrate the Jiangzhou market would inevitably raise the alarm among local business associations, dignitaries, and tycoons. By exploiting the discord between the Wei father and son, it became effortless to divide individuals into two factions. One group would rally around Wei Jiaoyong, resisting stubbornly, while the other would gravitate toward Hua Yinghao, eager to seize greater benefits amid this upheaval. With the earlier commotion, the crowd instinctively categorized him within Hua Yinghao's faction. In the future, should he wish to navigate the commercial sphere of Jiangzhou City, it would undoubtedly bear some influence. Isn't this what you, Uncle Hua, desire to witness? Wei Hong chuckled softly, reclining backward, his tone languid as he remarked, I possess little interest in power. Most of the ventures I intend to pursue bear no relation to these inept individuals. Thus, it will be prudent for you to refrain from harboring designs upon me. Nay. Hua Yinghao spread his arms wide, ambition radiating from him. The potential of the Jiangzhou market is boundless. I require a partner in this endeavor. If we were to collaborate, would it not mean we could command the winds and rains? Wei Hong raised a hand to halt his grandiose proclamations, adopting a professional demeanor. Uncle Hua, I am aware of which individual is set to assume office and shares a close relationship with you. You shall undoubtedly incite a storm here. But I'm not interested in such matters. Oh, Hua Yinghao raised an eyebrow, piqued with curiosity. You are quite well informed. Indeed, I possess further insights. Wei Hong replied with a semblance of a smile. Otherwise, how could I have capitalized on Tongxing Pharmaceutical stock at its nadir and divested at its zenith, all while maintaining such discretion that no one noticed? Your maneuvers with Tongxing Pharmaceutical are merely intended to announce your arrival and deliver a stark warning to Wei Jiaoyong, thereby facilitating your future undertakings. My aim, however, is to convey to you, Uncle Hua, that I harbor no ambitions. Do not entangle me in your affairs. It is unlikely you would truly place your trust in me, given my blood ties to the Wei family, correct? Hua Yinghao's expression fluctuated between shadows and light as he regarded him intently, finally exclaiming with a wry smile, I once believed Wei Jiaoyong to be my adversary, only to discover that you are the more formidable opponent. Were it not for your youth, I might have mistaken you for a cunning old fox. Flattery. Wei Hong looked lightly. Now let us drink. The two clinked glasses, tacitly agreeing to refrain from discussing collaborations further. Nephew, forgive my impertinence. Hua Yinghao poured himself another glass. Continuing, though Wei Jiaoyong possesses limited capability, his schemes are ceaseless. Exercise caution. Should you and your father truly come to blows, he would likely ensure you receive not a dime. Wei Hong merely smiled nonchalantly. He understood all too well that inheriting the shares left by his grandfather would be an arduous endeavor. As a minor, the shares were held in Wei Jiaoyang's name. If he truly wished to maneuver, nobody could thwart him. A year's time could render everything moot, whether through collateral or short-selling the conglomerate. He could easily find numerous methods to circumvent the will and seize the shares outright. Even after reaching adulthood, pursuing legal recourse would yield no success in reclaiming them. In other words, in the eyes of the majority, Wei Jiaoyang remained the undisputed patriarch of the Wei family. What Wei Hong's investment acumen? Ultimately, he was still too inexperienced to contend with him. Fortunately, he had never contemplated inheriting the family business. Otherwise, he would hardly dare to be so resolute. Wei Hong swirled his glass, chuckling. As for wealth, I shall earn it myself. I lack neither the courage to build from the ground up. My grandfather has already bestowed upon me a far more precious legacy. They cannot hold me captive. As they conversed, Wei Sheng purposefully ascended to the second floor. Upon spotting the two engaged in conversation on the terrace, his expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily apologized. Eldest brother, Mr. Hua, I beg your pardon. I did not mean to intrude, merely in search of the restroom. The restroom is at the end of the corridor, Hua Yinghao casually informed him. However, Wei Hong couldn't help but emit a sardonic laugh. In search of the restroom? Pray, spare me the ruse. As anticipated, Wei Sheng's internal thoughts soon echoed in his mind. Ah, should I reveal to Mr. Hua that the quarrel between my elder brother and father is merely a staged act? Alas, he would hardly believe me. Perhaps it is best to mind my own business. Another familiar concoction, another familiar taste. Wei Sheng once again resorted to his limitless imagination to cast aspersions. He uttered this remark before turning toward the restroom, while Hua Yinghao's gaze sharpened, his expression growing stern, clearly having overheard every word. As a formidable tycoon in the business realm, his greatest trait was his suspicion, whether he chose to believe Wei Sheng or not. The mere insinuation lodged itself in his mind like a nail. Should Wei Hong and Hua Yinghao indeed strike a partnership, that one brief comment could potentially unravel everything. While the tactic of sowing rumors was cliché, its efficacy remained undeniable. Fortunately, Wei Hong had no intention of collaborating with anyone from the outset. Nephew, come, let us continue drinking. Hua Yinghao beckoned, his demeanor a mask of calm, though his eyes glinted like ice. Ha! Wei Hong chuckled lightly, suddenly remarking, Now, Uncle Hua, do you understand why I am so often overlooked at home? Hua Yinghao paused momentarily, taken aback. It grows late. I must take my leave. Wei Hong set down his glass and rose to depart, adding, I reiterate, I shall not involve myself in any matters. You may proceed as you wish. With that, he turned and walked away. Hua Yinghao remained seated for quite some time, a flicker of interest crossing his gaze as he observed Wei Hong's retreating figure, then cast his eyes toward Wei Sheng's departing direction. Intriguing, Hua Yinghao mused softly, snapping his fingers casually. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, promptly appeared at his side, bowing respectfully. Investigate Wei Sheng. I want his detailed profile. The more comprehensive, the better. Additionally, secure the loyalty of the Wei family's servants and nannies. I wish to know precisely what Wei Sheng has done since entering the Wei household. Hua Yinghao commanded coldly. Understood, the middle-aged steward replied, turning to vanish into the night. Chapter 36. To ensure his son obeys, he must first clip his wings. Nightfall. On the third floor of the Wei residence, Wei Linlang, clutching several documents, nervously knocked on the study door. Inside, Wei Jiaoyang sat in his executive chair, his expression dark, eyes piercing like a hawk's. Despite her prior experiences with tumultuous affairs, she still felt unnerved. Father, these are the recent project documents. Wei Linlang cautiously approached and placed the files down, forcing a smile as she added, I have meticulously organized everything. The investment department has reviewed it overnight, and there should be no issues. The group has been monitoring closely. Wei Jiaoyang scoffed, offering no response. Wasn't the Tongxing pharmaceutical project initially presented with such confidence? And what has become of it? Severe losses have left him humiliated, nearly making him a laughingstock. Today, he learned that for these past years, It had been Wei Hong assisting her with the project evaluations. No wonder Wei Linlang had transformed so dramatically in just a few years. Her investments had been flawless. Each project profitable, nearly beyond reproach. If only she could maintain such consistency. Yet, Wei Hong had completely severed ties with the Wei family. The project Wei Linlang was pushing forward now bore an added risk. What if they faced calamities akin to Tongxing Pharmaceutical? Financial losses are trivial, but disgrace is monumental. Should these projects falter, prepare to resign in disgrace. Wei Jiaoyang warned icily, countless eyes are watching. Many shareholders are questioning your capabilities. Do not attempt to deceive me. Yes. Wei Linlang wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Wei Jiaoyang lowered his gaze to continue reviewing the projects. Recently, 5 projects have been launched. Aside from investment in Tongxing Pharmaceutical, the other 4 involved clothing, finance, real estate, and catering, with a total investment of 1.8 billion yuan. Among them, the clothing, real estate, and catering projects were all investments from subsidiaries of the Wei Group, while the financial project involved a loan of 8.7 billion yuan from Jiangzhou Ruisheng Hardware Factory to the group, earmarked for short-term investments as bridge financing. Is this project reliable? Has due diligence been conducted? Wei Jiaoyang pointed towards the hardware factory project and inquired. It's done. Wei Linlang answered candidly. Ruisheng Hardware Factory is a local enterprise in Jiangzhou, boasting a history of over 30 years. Each year, when faced with cash flow issues while borrowing from banks, they seek bridge loans from other companies. This time, Ruisheng Hardware intends to invest heavily in upgrading its equipment, yet they have yet to repay their existing bank loans, making it challenging for them to secure further funding from banks. Therefore, President Liu of the Township Bank personally recommended that they borrow 847 million from our group as a short-term bridge loan, which will only be for 45 days and an interest rate of 0.1 per day. Wei Jiaoyang furrowed his brow. The project appeared quite lucrative. With only a month and a half of lending, interest would accrue daily, and being a local, established enterprise with a recommendation from the Township Bank, it seemed devoid of issues. Dad, you wouldn't consider halting the project, would you? Wei Linlang cautiously reminded him. The contract has been signed, and the funds have already been transferred to Ruisheng Hardware. It would be impossible for us to retrieve the money. Halting halfway would be tantamount to breaching the contract and would incur substantial penalties. With a cold snort, Wei Jiaoyang chose not to elaborate further. He instinctively sensed significant risks associated with this project. However, it was too late to turn back. He could only meticulously examine the remaining 3 projects, hoping they would not entail considerable risks. All these projects must be closely monitored, and every step taken must be prudent. The utilization of funds must comply with all laws and regulations, Wei Jiaoyang sternly instructed. We cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake, understood? Rest assured I will. Wei Linlang exhaled in relief, promptly lowering her head in compliance. Moreover, Wei Jiaoyang's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke each word with precision. Dispatch personnel to conduct thorough checks on the projects Wei Hong has been involved with, especially those still in progress. We must exercise strict control. Additionally, conduct a rigorous investigation of the mid-level and senior management within the group. Anyone who might be inclined to side with Wei Hong must be relegated to secondary roles and left to cool their heels. Dad, are you afraid he might resort to underhanded tactics? Wei Linlang exclaimed. It's not fear, it's inevitability, Wei Jiaoyang replied, tapping the table with a steady hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. A father knows his son best. Though Wei Hong is not particularly close to our family, he grew up beside the old man and possesses ruthless cunning. In the past 2 instances when he spoke of severing ties, I dismissed it as mere childish tantrums aimed at garnering our attention. However, today, when he once again mentioned severing ties, I realize he has undoubtedly made up his mind. We must not let our guard down. Wei Linlang's expression grew complex upon hearing this. After all, they were family. How could it have come to this? She couldn't help but recall the kindness Wei Hong had shown to everyone in the past. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, feeling somewhat remorseful toward her brother. But now it was Wei Hong who wished to sever ties. What could she do? With Wei Jiaoyang's heartless character, he would certainly not relent. He ordered a thorough investigation of all projects, partly to eliminate hidden dangers and perhaps also with the intention of seizing Wei Hong's shares entirely. Would it truly come to that? Wei Linlang bit her lip, unwilling to accept, even though my usual attitude towards him hasn't been the best. Surely it doesn't have to end in complete annihilation. How about this? I will try to persuade Xiaohong. If he is willing to apologize to you, we can still remain a family, can't we? To ensure my son behaves, one must clip his wings. Wei Jiaoyang pondered for a moment before stating, my philosophy is that loyalty is always more valuable than ability. This son is indeed quite talented. If he is willing to submit and obey, I would not be averse to accepting him back. However, he must publicly apologize and transfer 15 of his shares to Xiaosheng's name. Otherwise, his eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He had already conceived 7 or 8 methods to ensure that Wei Hong would not inherit even a fraction of the estate. I will try to convince him. Wei Linlang sighed. She turned and ascended the stairs to the second floor. However, before she could formulate her words, Wei Hong happened to emerge from the gym. The two locked eyes at the staircase, and the atmosphere was inexplicably chilly. Shall we talk? Wei Linlang suggested. Not interested. Wei Hong turned to enter his room. Wei Linlang stepped forward, attempting to pursue him, but was immediately blocked by the station bodyguard. Don't be so stubborn. Go apologize to Dad, or you will regret it. She urged anxiously. Regret what? Wei Hong turned his head, coldly retorting, what can a useless person who only knows infighting do to make me regret? Is it not merely a scheme to secretly mortgage my shares and then employ various and scrupulous means to devour them? As long as you know, Wei Linlang raised her voice. There are countless ways to reasonably mitigate risks and secure the inheritance before it is even in hand. This family will always be led by Dad. Do not cling to your delusions. I prefer to cling to my delusions. Wei Hong scoffed back. You should worry about yourself. Wei Linlang's heart sank. What did he mean? Was he hinting that the new project would implode? Chapter 37. Such a family could drag anyone down, couldn't it? In mid-October, inside the gym on the second floor of the villa, Wei Hong had changed into a set of combat attire, accompanied by 3 robust coaches. He began practicing various combat techniques, including Muay Thai, Sanda, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and grappling. Since childhood, his grandfather had emphasized his comprehensive training. Not only did he need to study various subjects, finance, equestrianism, piano, painting, dance, and etiquette, but martial arts were also of paramount importance. However, fighting is not akin to studying. Wei Hong's extraordinarily high intelligence allowed him to breeze through any academic subject. Yet, martial arts require extensive, long-term practice to improve. After his grandfather's passing, he had neglected training for several years. While he could easily handle a few adults, he would fall short against true experts. Thus, he needed to strengthen himself comprehensively and quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Hong assumed a reverse punch stance, relentlessly attacking in all directions. The 3 coaches, adorned with protective gear, held targets and continuously collaborated with him. His punches and kicks landed vigorously on the targets, producing a thunderous sound. At times, he unleashed fierce, straight punches from Sanda. At others, he employed sweeping leg elbows from Muay Thai. Once in close quarters, he seamlessly transitioned to wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Despite having 3 sparring partners, he unleashed a tempest of attacks, easily dominating them, his powerful blows nearly obliterating the pads. Wow! Wei Hong suddenly executed a spinning side kick. The left coach was struck squarely on the pad, letting out a grunt as he flew back 2 meters. You lost focus. Wei Hong shook his hand, reminding him, pay more attention next time. Apologies. Coach Li, clutching his chest, stood up and awkwardly spoke. Young Master Wei, your progress is astonishing. Have you trained before? Yes. Wei Hong nodded in acknowledgement. I started practicing at 5. I've been out of practice for a few years, but I'm slowly regaining some feel now. Impressive. No wonder you are so formidable. Indeed, whether in orthodox or unorthodox stances, standing or grappling, young Master Wei is already comparable to a top-tier fighter. Training with you is quite challenging for us. The other 2 coaches expressed in admiration. Wei Hong frowned slightly. All three coaches were award-winning fighters from the city. However, compared to true experts, they still fell short. If he wished to continue improving, he would likely need to hire more true masters in the future. National Sanda champions, MMA light heavyweight champions, Muay Thai experts, UFC fighters, and so forth would all require substantial financial investment to bring on board. Let us keep training for now. I promise to triple the bonuses I promised you. Wei Hong conceded with a sense of resignation. The three individuals instantly brightened with joy, redoubling their efforts in practice. Wei Hong unleashed a powerful kick, creating distance. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees followed suit, each strike erupting with astonishing force. The protective pads in their hands were nearly obliterated, and before long, they were drenched in sweat. Wei Hong's physique resembled that of a bronze statue, with every droplet of perspiration augmenting his strength. At noon, Wei Hong, invigorated, concluded his training. After a refreshing shower, he emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair, when a female bodyguard entered, presenting a tablet. "Boss, we have received some responses regarding the investigation Uncle Gong commissioned." Oh, Wei Hong's interest peaked at once. Recently, he had instructed Uncle Gong to keep an eye on Wei Sheng, and it appeared the investigation had borne fruit. He accepted the tablet and scrolled through, revealing a detailed dossier of Wei Sheng's life from childhood to present. A myriad of videos, photographs, and text information unfolded before him. After a cursory glance, he focused on events following Wei Sheng's adoption of the Wei surname. Since the name change, it seemed that fortune had favored this individual remarkably. His academic performance surged from mediocre to the top 50 in his class, and he seemingly guessed answers correctly on multiple-choice tests with ease. Moreover, he had won 5 lottery jackpots, with amounts ranging from 3,000 to 5 million, totaling over 8 million. All this wealth stemmed from Wei Sheng's lottery and scratch card winnings, unbeknownst to the Wei family. Had it not been for Uncle Gong's investigation, he might have concealed it for much longer. So, luck equates to fortune. His extraordinary luck allowed him to select correct answers at whim and win lotteries with casual purchases. What a stroke of luck to win over 8 million from so many attempts. Surely he wasn't squandering his funds on leveraged investments. However, as Wei Sheng was still a minor, he could not open account for stock trading or funds and could only rely on lotteries for minor wins. Wei Hong furrowed his brow, continuing to read. As anticipated, Wei Sheng had grown quite close to Xiaomo recently. Unable to endure the bullying at school any longer, she had sought refuge with Wei Sheng, and the two quickly became entangled. With his support, Xiaomo's life returned to normal. No one dared to bully her anymore. Her mother's medical expenses were once again covered, and everything seemed to have returned to equilibrium. Xiaomo herself no longer needed to work part-time. She merely had to present herself as pure and innocent, occasionally sharing melancholic sentiments on social media and subtly insinuating that she was thriving without Wei Hong's assistance. Rumor had it she even aspired to attend the Yin Jing Film Academy, living a life more comfortable than anyone else's. But how could Wei Hong allow them to live too comfortably? He retrieved his phone and dialed Su Maogong. As soon as the call connected, he inquired, "Uncle Gong, you haven't forgotten about Xiak Dongfeng, have you?" "Of course not, young master. Rest assured," Su Maogong replied with a smile. "I've enlisted the help of my friends at the underground casino. They specialize in killing pigs. Their schemes are plentiful. Xia Dongfeng is a notorious gambler. After leading him around the casino and letting him win a bit, he fell into their trap, losing over 1 million in just a few days. However, I instructed the casino not to rush him for repayment, allowing him to accrue debt, which I estimate has now reached several million, compounded with interest." TSK. Wei Hong couldn't help but smirk. Xia Mo, that delicate flower, was indeed a quintessential presence, helpless and dependent, with a gravely ill mother and a gambling father. Such a family situation could drain anyone's spirit. Yet in the previous life, she had leveraged her fortune to ascend alongside Wei Sheng and Song Gui. She was destined to enter the entertainment industry, becoming a renowned star, celebrated for her rags-to-riches story, her purity and innocence endearing her to countless fans. Fortune truly is a marvelous thing. "Let us send someone to collect the debts," Wei Hong stated coldly. "Have the casino send professionals. The more chaos, the better. Ensure they have no peace. Also, find a reckless individual, someone discreet and daring, ready to take orders at a moment's notice. Understood. Su Maogong responded without further inquiry. Wei Hong ended the call, a mocking smile gracing his lips, while Wei Sheng enjoyed the favor of the Wei family. His monthly allowance was merely around 80 to 100,000, astronomical compared to the average person, yet woefully insufficient to rescue Xiao Mo's family. Would he be willing to deplete his family's resources to save them? The thought was tantalizing. In this new life, he was determined to repay grievances in kind. While he could not eliminate Wei Sheng just yet, he could certainly make life uncomfortable for him. Chapter 38. It's just money. Who cares? In the afternoon, the old neighborhood where the Xia family lived was abuzz with activity. A dozen tattooed gang members, accompanied by several elderly residents, surrounded the Xia building, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. What's going on? Why are there so many people? I have no idea, but it seems the old Xia family is in debt, and these folks have come to collect. Really? I thought the Xia girl had hooked up with a wealthy man and was no longer in need of funds. Who knows? Old Xia has always loved to gamble. It's not uncommon for collectors to show up. The crowd murmured among themselves. A few of the burly men charged up to the third floor, dragging Xia Dongfeng down, and in front of everyone. One of them slapped him across the face. When are you going to repay your debts, Xia Dongfeng? Do you think we're a bunch of pushovers? Debts? What debts? Xia Dongfeng exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. Only when the collector brandished the IOU did he seem to awaken from his stupor, his emotions surging as he shouted. Did Suga send you? He said I could take my time. I don't care what he said. Suga said you need to pay up when he says so. So stop your whining. If you keep talking, I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. I don't have any money. Xia Dongfeng finally grasped the gravity of the situation, trembling and forcing a smile as he pleaded. Could you give me a few more days? If you don't have money, then sell your house, your car, even a kidney or whatever. Just sell something. The burly man bellowed. Whatever it takes, you need to gather the money today, or you'll see the consequences. Brother, please give me some time to think. Xia Dongfeng was in a panic, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly pulled out his phone to call for help. He certainly had no money, nor did he own any property. Even the place he lived was rented. The only person he could turn to for funds was Xia Mo. As soon as the call connected, Xia Dongfeng began to wail, Mo, come back quickly. They're here to collect debts, and if I don't pay, they'll break my legs. You can't abandon your father. Xia Mo was evidently no stranger to such scenarios. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, she rushed back with Wei Sheng in tow, accompanied by 2 police officers, all visibly anxious. Father, how could you have borrowed money again? Didn't you promise not to gamble anymore? Xia Mo cried, wiping her tears. Father made a mistake, a huge mistake. I promise it won't happen again. Just this once, please help me out. Xia Dongfeng ingratiated himself, his habitual charm on full display. Despite her frustration, Xia Mo felt utterly helpless. Such occurrences have transpired numerous times in the past, and the police have grown accustomed to them. A middle-aged officer, adhering strictly to protocol, stated, "What is the purpose of all this commotion? Disperse immediately. Debt collection must be conducted in a rational, legal, and compliant manner. Anyone engaging in unlawful activities will accompany us to the station." A burly man, grinning, stepped forward to offer cigarettes, assuring, "Rest assured, comrades, our operations are entirely legitimate. Disperse, disperse." With a wave of his hand, a dozen tattooed men promptly scattered. Soon, a few elderly individuals made their appearance, positioning themselves near Xia Dongfeng and Xia Mo, ready to initiate a scene of elderly extortion. The officer, upon witnessing this display, recognized the professionalism of the opposing party. He realized that if he intervened further, he would only end up dragging the elderly back to the station, thus courting trouble for himself. Therefore, he chose to refrain from further involvement, offering a few casual words of caution before departing. Oh dear, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Someone is attempting to evade their obligations. Come, witness the shamelessness of this family, who will advocate for our cause. The elderly individuals wailed with practiced fervor. Xia Dongfeng, feeling embarrassed, hastily urged, Mo, pay them. At this, Xiaomo looked at Wei Sheng with a pitiful expression. Her autumn-like eyes filled with earnest plea. How much is it? I'll handle it. Wei Sheng responded with a confident smile. His intention was to enhance his rapport with Xiaomo. The more dire her situation, the more he could assist her, thus increasing his favorability and ultimately reaping greater fortune. Therefore, he was indifferent to the gambling debts. Yes, direct your inquiries to him, Xia Dongfeng exclaimed, suddenly animated. This is my daughter's boyfriend. He has agreed to settle the debts. All right, kid, you think you can handle it? The burly man produced a stack of photocopied documents, sneering. The total amounts to 37 million. Pay up. How much? Wei Sheng's eyes widened in shock. Both Xiaomo and Xia Dongfeng wore expressions of disbelief as they snatched the documents to scrutinize them. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Impossible. How could it be this much? Xia Dongfeng mumbled. Xiaomo's face reflected despair. Previously, gambling debts ranged from 2 to 300,000 at the very least. How had the figure suddenly soared to over 8 million? Just take a look. Every one of these documents bears your signature, the burly man mocked. Surely, you have some awareness of how much you borrowed? This is usury, Wei Sheng exclaimed in exasperation. It's illegal. Do you dare to let me call the police on you? Go ahead, report us. The burly man shrugged, mockery evident on his face. Read carefully. This is an investment loan agreement, not usury. Every document is legitimate and compliant, and every interest charge is within the legal limits. Wei Sheng seized the documents. Examining them closely, his expression grew darker, nearly suffocating under the weight of the revelation. Not one document contained the word gamble. They were all lawful loan agreements, divided among several financial companies, each bearing Xia Dongfeng's signature and fingerprint. A gambler, blinded by loss at the gaming table, would sign anything in a desperate attempt to recover. Gambling debts lack legal protection, yet investment loans are entirely lawful. The casino had meticulously accounted for these funds, ensnaring Xia Dongfeng in a trap without him realizing it. There was no point in seeking recourse. They were merely engaging in lawful debt recovery. Kid, you can't afford this, can you? The burly man sneered. If you can't pay, then stop pretending to be affluent. Get lost and play in the mud, or else I'll deal with you too. Don't be ridiculous. Xia Montak, fearing he might refuse to accept payment, quickly interjected, Brother Sheng is the heir to the Wei family. A few million is nothing. Even if it were tens of millions or billions, it would merely be pocket change. You lowly scoundrels, what does money matter? Wei Sheng's face flushed red. Although he had won the lottery a few times, after taxes and his extravagant lifestyle, he currently possessed just over 5 million. Where could he possibly procure 8 million to repay this debt? Yet, faced with Xiaomo's pitiful expression, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. Host, Xiaomo's fortune is diminishing. Please decide whether to assist. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wei Sheng found himself once more embroiled in conflict. To assist or to decline? It was a daunting decision. Chapter 39. The Desperate Gambler, a Test. Since binding to the system, Wei Sheng had come to grasp the essence of fortune. It is a consumable resource when faced with adversity. Those endowed with great fortune often navigate their predicaments through sheer luck. Should he choose to remain an onlooker today, it was likely that Xiaomo would stumble upon a windfall or encounter a benefactor, inadvertently settling her gambling debts. However, this would mean she would expend a significant amount of fortune, and he would lose a perfect source of vitality. His intent to enhance Xiaomo's favorability was precisely to absorb her fortune. If she were to lose her luck, what value would remain? I will repay the debt, Wei Sheng declared resolutely, gritting his teeth to make his choice, but I will need half an hour to gather the funds. Very well, proceed. The burly man laughed coldly, gesturing for him to take his time. Across the street at a tea house, Wei Hong and Su Maogong sat together, sipping tea. From a distance of several dozen meters, they observed everything unfold. Although they could not hear the dialogue, they could infer the general situation. This young man is rather peculiar, Su Maogong remarked, furrowing his brow. In just a few months, he has won 5 times, yet he still seeks to borrow money from the wealthy second generation. Wei Hong took a sip of tea, chuckling lightly. No matter how favored he is still an outsider. He wouldn't dare ask the Wei family for money, only seeking loans from rich peers. Does it truly warrant your personal oversight for a matter of a few million? Su Maogong still seemed puzzled. Wei Hong waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to stand down, and then spoke in a low voice. Do you know why he keeps winning? Because this fellow can not only make others hear his thoughts, but can also draw upon their fortunes. Su Maogong ningan sapi, his eyes narrowing as many pieces of the puzzle fell into place. No wonder Wei Hong, an adopted son, was favored more than a biological child. No wonder his luck had soared since joining the Wei family. This was not merely about a few million in gambling funds. There was something extraordinary about him, compelling Wei Hong to take action against him. In the past, he had heard rumors of fortune-drawing sorcery, yet he had never encountered it in his long life. Su Maogong marveled, entirely convinced of the truth in these words. Hee. Wei Hong scoffed, continuing to watch the unfolding drama with a predatory gaze. The concept of fortune is too nebulous. However, with enough attempts, one can discern its patterns. Have you located the desperate gambler I instructed you to find? Of course. Su Maogong snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard promptly presented a tablet. He swiped it, revealing information about a sallow, emaciated, and weathered middle-aged man. This man is named Li Guwei, 39 years old, a local resident. Su Maogong introduced nonchalantly. In his youth, he was involved in the underworld. But after marrying and having children at 30, he withdrew from that life. Last year, he was diagnosed with liver cancer and has only 3 months left to live. Wei Hong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. A man with a violent past, willing to fight, with children, and a life expectancy measured in months. With such a combination of circumstances, as long as the money was sufficient, any man would become a mad dog, ready to undertake whatever task was demanded of him. Ensure he is well compensated, Wei Hong instructed earnestly. Rest assured. Su Maogong brewed himself a cup of tea, then sighed and remarked, in these times, there are far too many unfortunate souls. I am willing to offer an opportunity, and he should be filled with gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, he will receive 3 million as a settlement, and his wife and children will have someone to look after them. What was once a destitute household due to illness will swiftly transform into a moderately prosperous one. Who wouldn't be pleased with such a turn of fortune? Wei Hong nodded in silent agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, the debt collection was a mere pretext. The real intent was to probe deeper. The few million in Wei Hong's possession was deemed insignificant by many, and all these theatrics were merely to vex and test him, while also providing an opportunity to observe the connection between the system and fortune. Furthermore, orchestrating an attack was a more profound form of testing. I am curious to see if the system will intervene in the face of life-threatening danger, or if merely relying on luck can help one evade fatal peril. Wei Hong took a sip of tea, a hint of intrigue dancing at the corners of his mouth. Within the community, Wei Hong had already borrowed money from a friend. He had over 5 million at his disposal, so securing an additional 3 million was hardly a challenge. After just one phone call, CSCC promptly sent the funds. In full view of everyone, Wei Hong directly transferred the money to the imposing figure of the burly man. Once the debts were fully settled, the burly man nodded in satisfaction and said, "You know your place, old Xia. Do come by again when you have the time." "No more, no more." Xia Dongfeng fervently shook his head. "Ha ha ha." The burly man laughed heartily, waving his hand as his group filed out, leaving the scene thoroughly cleared. Thus, this episode of Debt Collection came to an end. Little Shang, thank you. Woo, I was so scared. Without you, we truly wouldn't have known what to do. Xia Mo exclaimed, her face a mix of admiration and guilt as she nestled into his embrace, shedding a few delicate tears. Yet, Wei Sheng's expression bore little joy. Amassing a few million from a background of poverty was no small feat, and to have it all swept away, leaving him burdened with debt, was undeniably painful. However, since the money had already been given, he knew he could not lament further. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's nothing. For you, I would willingly give everything. It's merely money, and it holds no significance for me." Woo. Xiao Mo's face lit up with emotion. "I knew you were just like me, viewing wealth as insignificant. Unlike Wei Hong, who is so materialistic. You truly are the best, Brother Sheng." Indeed, indeed. Xia Dongfeng chimed in, with a playful grin. My son-in-law is undoubtedly generous. I shall be fortunate in the future. Wei Sheng's expression soured, as though he had swallowed a fly. He understood he had become ensnared by a sticky situation. A person like Xia Dongfeng would never quit gambling. With a fool like him providing a safety net, this man would likely become even more reckless. Uncle, please try to avoid the casinos in the future. Places like that can drain a fortune, Wei Sheng advised helplessly. I want to go again, I promise. Xia Dongfeng waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned, and quickly changed the subject. Wei Xiao, would you like to come up for a visit? No need, I have matters to attend to. Wei Sheng replied, wishing to avoid any further distress. He turned and walked towards the community exit. Dad, I'll see him off, Xia Imo said, waving goodbye to Xia Dongfeng. She skipped along to catch up with Wei Sheng, taking his hand affectionately. After a gentle exchange of words, his earlier vexation eased considerably. The two of them strolled hand in hand towards the luxury car at the community entrance. The driver, Xiao Wu, promptly started the Mercedes and began to pull away. However, none of the three noticed a dirt truck parked at the street corner. The driver, expressionless, twisted open a bottle of Erguo 2 and gulped down several swigs before carelessly tossing the bottle out the window and decisively accelerating the vehicle. Boom! The dirt truck surged forward at a reckless speed, barreling towards the two at the community entrance. Watch out, a car! Came the panic cries from all around. The entrance, already bustling with people, erupted into chaos as the dirt truck sped closer. Everyone, terrified, scrambled to escape in all directions. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo were momentarily stunned by the scene. Instinctively, they both attempted to evade the oncoming vehicle, one pulling the other left while the other pulled right, thus wasting precious time that could have been spent avoiding the impending disaster. Young master, quickly dodge. Xiao Wu, the driver of the Mercedes, shouted in alarm. At that critical moment, Wei Sheng scooped up Xia Mo and rolled aside. A deafening crash echoed as the dirt truck's right front tire suddenly burst, causing the vehicle to become unstable and crash into the community's boundary wall, collapsing half of it. Oh my God, how could this happen? Quick, help the injured! The crowd exclaimed, rushing closer. Xiao Wu dashed out of the car, anxiously checking the situation. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo narrowly escaped the impact of the dirt truck, but as they fell onto the concrete, they sustained numerous scrapes, their bodies stained with blood, presenting a harrowing sight. Inside the dirt truck, the driver, having been jolted by the deployed airbags, was bloodied but wore a fierce expression, frantically attempting to regain control of the vehicle. At this point, even a fool could see something was amiss. Several burly men, in a panic, smashed the glass and worked together to drag the driver from the cabin, finally putting an end to this senseless disaster. Brother Sheng, are you all right? Xia Mo asked, her face etched with worry and shock. Wei Sheng, finally snapping out of his daze, scanned the surroundings, and his gaze instinctively landed on a tea house across the street, locking eyes with two figures within the large window. Wei Hong wore a slight, inscrutable smile, raising his glass in a distant toast, as if celebrating Wei Sheng's narrow escape. It was you? Wei Sheng's shock sent chills down his spine. He could hardly fathom that Wei Hong had intended to take his life. Although their relationship had been fraught with conflict, it had never escalated to such deadly extremes. How could he dare to hire someone to kill him? In an instant, cold sweat trickled down his back as a wave of terror surged within him. Unable to contain himself, Wei Sheng shouted at Xiao Wu, "Call the police, immediately. Also, call my parents. Someone is trying to kill us." Amidst the ensuing chaos, the sound of police sirens began to echo from a distance. Host, when danger approached earlier, fortune automatically averted the lethal risk. You and Xia Mo each lost 320 points of fortune. Damn it, that wretched Wei Hong. I will ensure he spends a long time in prison. Wei Sheng seethed with fury, unable to contain his rage. By evening, at the Dongsheng police station, Wei Hong arrived for questioning, accompanied by Su Maogong and a cadre of bodyguards. As they entered, a plastic water bottle was hurled at him. Bang! One of the female bodyguards swiftly kicked the bottle away. The other bodyguards promptly positioned themselves protectively in front of him, adopting a defensive stance. Opposing them were Wei Jiaoyang, Du Sihui, and more than a dozen bodyguards from the Wei family. As tensions escalated, a police officer impatiently rapped on the table, admonishing, "What is going on? This is a police station, not your home. Unrelated persons, please step outside and wait." "You're quite right, officer," Wei Hong replied with a sardonic smile, turning his gaze towards Wei Jiaoyang, his tone icy as he remarked, "Some individuals should refrain from flaunting their authority here. To act recklessly in a police station. Do you wish to enjoy a stint in prison? You beast!" Wei Jiaoyang trembled in anger. "You actually want to kill your own brother? Are you even human?" "I have no brother." Wei Hong shrugged disdainfully. "Don't group me with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. I don't even have parents. How could I possibly have a brother?" "Oh, are you referring to that driver's son? TSK, TSK, TSK. Does he even qualify?" Wei Jiaoyang and his wife were so incensed they nearly coughed up blood. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo, standing nearby, wore expressions of fury. "Senior Wei, how could you act this way? This is utterly lawless," Xia Mo exclaimed, her face a mask of indignation. "Brother, even if you dislike me, you can't hire someone to kill, can you?" Wei Sheng's voice quivered with accusation. "Your blatant disregard for life is appalling. Killing me is one thing. But what if innocent bystanders get hurt?" While waving for the bodyguards to wait outside, Wei Hong gestured for his lawyer to approach. The lawyer, a middle-aged gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his spectacles and addressed the group in a formal tone. "I am Mr. Wei Hong's legal representative. I advise everyone to refrain from making unfounded statements, or we reserve the right to file a defamation suit." Upon hearing this, the faces of Wei Jiaoyang and the others turned ashen, causing them to promptly silence their incessant chatter. At that moment, two police officers stepped forward, verified Wei Hong's ID, and announced, "We need to take your statement, Mr. Wei Hong. Please follow us." "Wait," Wei Jiaoyang interjected, frowning. "There's no need to go to the interrogation room. Let's use a conference room instead. We all need to witness this." After all, he was the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou, with connections in every aspect. Though the officers could not show favoritism, they acquiesced to this minor request. Nodding, they led everyone to a small conference room. A burly middle-aged officer took the lead seat, while a younger officer was tasked with recording the proceedings. He began directly, "Mr. Wei Hong, where were you between 4 and 5 this afternoon?" "At the Hongyan Tea House across from Jingfu Garden." "And what were you doing there?" "Drinking tea." "Why travel so far for tea?" "Because I enjoy it. It's my freedom." "Do you know Li Gui?" "I do not." The questioning continued for over 10 minutes before concluding. Wei Jiaoyang, Wei Sheng, and the others grew increasingly agitated. After all, Wei Hong had distanced himself from all accusations, showing utter disregard for their presence. Moreover, they were no fools to accuse someone of hiring a hitman. One must have a complete chain of evidence, including witnesses, material proof, motive, and payment. From statements, it was clear that he could not be implicated at all. Even if Wei Hong had been present at the scene, even if everyone knew he was the one who orchestrated the hit, before the law, he remained an innocent civilian. The Wei family lawyer listened intently to the statement, his brow furrowed as if he were trying to crush a fly. Leaning towards Wei Jiaoyang, he lowered his voice. "Chairman Wei, the evidence is insufficient. Unless the driver can identify him, this case must conclude here. As far as I know, the assailant is a terminal cancer patient with only a few months to live. Master Hong's subordinates are extremely cautious. They had no direct contact throughout the process. And the payment for the hit has not been found. The motive for the murder is also trivial. He claimed he wanted to take revenge on society because he has little time left, and the timing and location were entirely arbitrary. In summary, it is nearly impossible to secure a conviction against someone so meticulous." Wei Jiaoyang trembled with rage, his gaze icy as it locked onto Wei Hong's. In that moment, there was no trace of paternal affection between the two, only a chilling hostility remained. Today, Wei Jiaoyang spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "I will ensure you rot in prison." Chapter 41. You dare to commit murder and arson? Have you lost your mind? With the recording concluded, the police officers excused themselves under the pretense of needing to investigate further, swiftly exiting the conference room. The two sides resumed their standoff, each person exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. It was evident that none could fathom how this family feud had escalated to such heights. If I am not mistaken, this matter bears your signature, Uncle Gong? Wei Jiaoyang narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. You have been with the old master for so many years, and your misdeeds are numerous. Your meticulousness is commendable. Chairman Wei, do you have any evidence? I could sue you for slander. Su Maogong stood sternly behind Wei Hong, raising a warning brow. Huh, so you dare to act, but not to take responsibility, do you? Wei Jiaoyang slammed his hand on the table, roaring, Don't think I can't see through you. You, an old wretch, dare to harm a member of the Wei family? Have you forgotten who fed you back in the day? You ungrateful wretch, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ha ha ha. Wei Hong and Su Maogong exchanged knowing glances, a shared smirk gracing their lips. Look at that. Chairman Wei believes whoever he claims to be part of the Wei family is indeed one of us. Who knows if the old master in the afterlife recognizes this grandchild of his? Wei Hong quipped, amusement dancing his eyes. If the old master were still alive, he would surely slap you for being such a blind fool, Su Maogong added, shaking his head in derision. What sort of person thinks they belong to the Wei family? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to bask in the old master's glory, and those unaware might think you were the one who graciously fed me. Oh dear, Uncle Gong. Take it easy. He is the chairman now, the top dog. Wei Hong replied with a mocking tone. Wei Jiaoyang was so furious he nearly fainted on the spot. Finally, Du Sihui could no longer contain herself and admonished, Xiao Hong, you need to show some respect. He is still your father. And how have you become like this? Are you out of your mind, committing murder and arson? Madam Wei, I have done nothing wrong. Wei Hong shrugged nonchalantly. Don't falsely accuse me. In the Wei family, you all used to slander me without needing evidence. But here, we must adhere to the law. Du Sihui couldn't help but recall the past. Breaking vases, pushing people downstairs, stealing antiques. Any incident falsely attributed to Wei Hong required no evidence. A few words from Wei Sheng would lead to punishment and beatings, leaving him covered in wounds. Yet, now he claims he needs proof to be convicted of hiring a hitman. How absurd, when parents cannot even uphold basic fairness. They cannot be surprised if their children turn against them. We were wrong to you in the past. Du Sihui softened her tone, attempting to persuade him. But now, this is murder and arson. You cannot continue down this path. Just admit your guilt. If you sincerely apologize and promise to correct your ways, we will not pursue this matter. Impossible. Wei Jiaoyang swept the cup off the table in anger, declaring, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. If he dares to harm his own brother today, tomorrow he will dare to kill his parents. This little beast deserves to reflect in prison. Mom and Dad, please don't argue on my behalf. Wei Sheng feigned victimhood, fanning the flames. No matter what, he is your only son. His desire to kill me stems from your excessive love for me. He is merely jealous. We should give him a chance to correct his mistakes. In that moment, everyone cast disdainful glances toward Wei Hong, as if he were a villain of the worst kind. Xiao Mo's eyes burned with fury, wishing fervently to see him imprisoned immediately. Wei Hong, however, remained unfazed. Leaning back in his seat, he regarded Wei Sheng with a sardonic smile. This fellow had narrowly escaped a collision with a truck when it suddenly had a blowout. A stroke of luck that made anyone who witnessed it exclaim how fortunate he was. Yet, such good fortune clearly came at a cost. The system had notified him that both he and Xiao Mo had each lost 320 points of luck, a detail Wei Hong had heard distinctly. Though he did not know what 320 points of luck represented or how valuable they were, he was certain that Wei Sheng was seething with hatred, wishing to see him dead. And this, too, provided Wei Hong with leverage. The system possessed by this individual is undoubtedly a worthless contraption, incapable even of foreseeing danger, issuing warnings, or saving lives. It appears to offer limited assistance to Wei Sheng, providing merely the functions of transmitting thoughts and absorbing fortunes. Although I cannot disable the interference system, I still have my methods to deal with it, such as frequently orchestrating accidents and mishaps, thereby compelling Wei Sheng to exhaust his fortunes time and again. Might it be that when the system fails to accumulate sufficient fortune, it would automatically collapse? Wei Hong stroked his stubbled chin, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes glimmered with the predatory gleam of a hunter, sending an involuntary shiver down the spines of the Wei family members. After a prolonged silence, the Wei group's lawyer returned, his expression complex as he leaned closer to Wei Jiaoyong, whispering, "Chairman Wei, we have attempted to communicate with Li Gui, offering a tenfold reward for him to identify the mastermind behind this. Yet he remains obstinate in his refusal." "What?" Wei Jiaoyong erupted, slamming his palm onto the table, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had declared his intention to imprison this ungrateful son today. Yet, who could have anticipated that the other party would be indifferent even to a tenfold offer? Does Chairman Wei truly believe that wealth can grant one the liberty to act without consequence? Wei Hong leisurely tapped his fingers on the table, speaking with a measured calm. "Always remember, never underestimate the wisdom of the lower classes. They are far more astute than you might imagine. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush." Uncle Gong possesses both reputation and credibility on the streets. His words are as solid as iron, and he will not retract them. "What do you have? Why should anyone trust you? To think that throwing money around would make someone betray their own. You are rather naive, aren't you?" Li Gui fears for his life, and his family may not even survive. As the chairman of the Wei Group, having presided over a multi-billion-dollar empire for so many years, still harboring such naivety, it is no wonder that the old man has always looked down upon you as a worthless creature. Wei Jiaoyong was seething with rage, his chest heaving. Wei Hong, however, had grown weary of this exchange, rising to leave with his entourage. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly turned to glance at Wei Sheng, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Today seems to favor you. I hope fortune continues to smile upon you, lest someone might meet a grim fate." "Bastard!" Wei Sheng could no longer maintain his composure, his cheeks twitching in anger. He had never anticipated that Wei Hong would become such a formidable adversary. In the past, a mere accusation from him would lead to the Wei family subjecting him to humiliation and punishment at will. Yet now, Wei Hong's frenzy showed no regard for even Wei Jiaoyong's dignity. The situation had escalated from the trivial squabbles of young girls to a deadly struggle between men, spiraling entirely out of control. "Damn it, system, you wretched contraption, why can't you possess more capabilities? The Wei family is truly shameless, proclaiming me as their beloved son, yet failing to provide me with even a handful of bodyguards. That beast Wei Hong will eventually kill me. I must earn money swiftly to hire my own protectors." Wei Sheng felt a deepening anxiety within him. Chapter 42. A Loving Family? Betrayed by Kin. As night fell, the Loving Family WeChat group buzzed with activity. Wei Jiaoyong meticulously composed a lengthy message and solemnly sent it out. "Everyone, effective immediately, Wei Hong shall no longer be considered a descendant of the Wei family. No one is permitted to have private contact with him. Otherwise, they shall face familial punishment." Upon receipt of this message, the group erupted in chaos. Big Sister Wei Linlang. "Dad, what madness is this? Why speak such harsh words? Did Xiao Qi anger you again?" Third Sister Wei Qiyuan. "Surely not. He dares to provoke Dad? What trouble has he caused now?" Sixth Sister Wei Xia. "Xiao Qi has been increasingly outrageous, with us so busy and away." "You couldn't manage him?" Faced with his daughter's inquiries, Wei Jiaoyong could not be bothered to explain to each one individually. He simply shared a photo of the police report from earlier that day and stated, "Wei Hong, consumed by jealousy over Xiao Sheng's favoritism, has sunk so low as to hire someone to kill him. You may assess the situation yourselves." Big Sister Wei Linlang. "What? How could this happen? How dare he?" Second Sister Wei Kailan. "No way. Is he truly that deranged? Is there something wrong with his mind?" Fifth Sister Wei Qingqing. "Impossible, no matter how outrageous Xiao Qi is. He wouldn't stoop to such extremes. Surely this is a misunderstanding." Fourth Sister Wei Riyun. "This little beast is utterly unrestrained. Let us summon him here to see what he has to say for himself." Third Sister Wei Qiyuan. "But he isn't even in this group. How can we summon him?" A sudden silence enveloped the group, and the members began to feel awkwardly aware of the absence of Wei Hong among them. "Do see Hui. Perhaps we have been too harsh on Xiao Hong, forcing him onto a misguided path." A wave of silence followed. "Wei Sheng, Mom and Dad, I apologize. My presence has shattered this family. I should not have come. Perhaps we should sever our ties, and then brother would no longer feel jealousy. Wei Jiaoyang. Nonsense. This family does not fall under his dominion. He thinks he can force you out with such tactics? Dream on. I will never accept a son with a heart as cruel as his. Xiao Sheng, you will always be my son. Du Si Hui. Indeed, Xiao Sheng, do not overthink this. Big sister Wei Linlang. Yes, blood relations are not the most important. Character and morals are. If he dares to hire someone to kill his brother today, tomorrow he would not hesitate to turn against us. Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. Xiao Sheng has already suffered too much. It is beyond excessive for Wei Hong to continue tormenting him. Second sister Wei Kailan. Exactly. Wrongdoers must face consequences, even if we do not expel him from the family. He should be kept at a distance for a time. One after another, the Wei family voiced their opinions. They swiftly reached a consensus. They must protect Wei Sheng at all costs, ensuring no harm befalls him. Big sister Wei Linlang, Mom and Dad, please assign a few bodyguards to Xiao Sheng. Whether at home or out, he must have protection around the clock. Second sister Wei Kailan. Indeed, if Wei Hong is truly hiring someone to kill, his psyche might be twisted. He would not hesitate to harm his own kin. We cannot afford to be complacent. Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. Yes, we must ensure Xiao Sheng has bodyguards. If he dares to strike once, he will strike again. Wei Jiaoyang. Very well. I will arrange for a few people to protect him. Rest assured. Inside the villa, Wei Sheng took a sip of red wine, his face a mask of derision. The Wei family remained as gullible as ever. A few words from him had driven Wei Hong to the brink of isolation. How laughable. Did no one consider that their feelings might be hurt? No wonder he felt compelled to resort to such desperate measures. However, relying solely on the few bodyguards dispatched by Wei Jiaoyang was insufficient for my safety. With the cunning of someone like Su Maogong at Wei Hong's side, surrounded by all manner of unsavory characters, it would not be difficult for him to orchestrate my demise. Today, I narrowly escaped a car accident due to sheer luck. But what if such incidents were to recur? Once my fortune is depleted, would I not ultimately meet my end at his hands? No, I too must earn money. With sufficient funds, I could hire dozens of bodyguards for 24-hour protection. I refused to remain in such a passive position. The more Wei Xing pondered, the more indignant he became. Why should Wei Hong have everything handed to him at birth? Why should his mere command summon bodyguards and armored vehicles? Well, he could hire someone to kill. Why must I endure attacks passively? In the end, it all boils down to money. If only I possessed wealth, I would not feel so wretched, whether to settle debts for Father Xia or to escape near-death experiences. It has become painfully apparent to Wei Sheng that he is woefully short of funds. However, how can one swiftly accumulate wealth? Lottery? No. Frequent purchases might attract undue attention. Wei Sheng furrowed his brows and pondered. It seems that the only paths to monetary gain through chance are gambling on stones, the stock market, or mutual funds. Alas, he lacks the initial capital. Just today, he borrowed several million from a friend. Asking for more would be rather inappropriate, especially considering the lavish spending habits of the wealthy second generation in his circle, who are unlikely to lend him substantial amounts. After much contemplation, Wei Sheng found Wei Linlang in his WeChat contacts and sent her a message. Sister, have you been trading stocks lately? Wei Linlang, of course. My assets are managed solely by myself. Wei Sheng, I suddenly realized that my luck has been extraordinary. I've hit several jackpots recently, and whatever stocks I buy seem to soar. Unfortunately, I lack the capital. Wei Linlang, that's excellent news. Are you looking to borrow money from me? Wei Sheng, no. I wish to collaborate with you on investment. You provide the capital, and I will handle the investments. Profits can be split evenly. What do you think? Wei Linlang, Wei Sheng, if you have doubts about my abilities, you could start off with a few million as a trial. If there are losses, I shall compensate you. Wei Linlang, all right then. I will send you my personal stock account shortly. The funds are modest, around 30 to 40 million. Feel free to manage them as you see fit. Even if it all goes to waste, it matters not. Wei Sheng, wonderful, thank you, sister. As he set down his phone, Wei Sheng was nearly overcome with joy, almost laughing aloud. 30 to 40 million may not constitute a significant sum for the affluent, yet for him, It represented a fortune he had never encountered in his life. The prospect of acquiring such wealth merely by speaking was exhilarating. Having someone as a financial backer felt utterly invigorating. With his current stroke of luck, investing in stocks seemed foolproof. Even in a bear market, closing his eyes to buy would likely yield profits. With 30 to 40 million at his disposal, it wouldn't take long for him to reap bountiful rewards. A widely circulated adage in the stock market states that theoretically, if one manages to seize the 100 limit-up stocks, the initial capital could multiply 1,000-fold. Isn't this far more lucrative than playing the lottery? Once I am wealthy, I shall make that scoundrel Wei Hong regret his actions. Wei Hong coldly chuckled with confidence. Chapter 43. The Underworld Heiress, Nie Qinglan. At the Nightshade Bar, within a lavish suite on the third floor, Ji Peng, CSCC, and a group of rich second-generation heirs were gathered, indulging in merriment. Suddenly, a young man with bleached hair exclaimed, rising abruptly and creating quite the commotion. Li Fei, what on earth are you doing? Trying to give everyone a heart attack? Yi Peng scolded impatiently. Breaking news. Li Fei gulped nervously, his face awash with terror. Wei Hong has hired a hitman. He stirred up quite a scene at the police station today. What? The group collectively gasped, their drinks toppled unnoticed. What is going on? Although they were accustomed to the extravagant lifestyle, most were still minors, primarily dabbling in flirtations. How could a peer dare to engage in contract killing? Please elaborate. Ji Peng urged, intrigued, gesturing for him to continue. Li Fei took a deep breath and continued. You all know my uncle is with the criminal investigation team. This incident has already circulated within the city bureau. This afternoon, Wei Hong attempted to contract a hit on Wei Sheng, causing quite the uproar at the station. Goodness, to kill Wei Sheng? How could this happen? Has he lost his mind? This lunatic is utterly incomprehensible. What grudge does he hold to warrant such an act? The group was aghast, each person drawing a sharp breath, fully believing Li Fei's account. Despite their privileged backgrounds, they were well-informed and often privy to secrets unknown to ordinary folk. Yet, even with their extensive experiences, hearing of an attempted assassination on Wei Sheng, allegedly orchestrated by Wei Hong, left them utterly shocked. Is Xiao Sheng all right? CSCC stood up, her face etched with concern as she grabbed her phone to investigate. Li Fei reassured the others. Rest easy, Wei Sheng is unharmed. It seems he had just exited a community entrance when a dump truck barreled towards him. If it hadn't been for a fortunate blowout on the left tire, causing the vehicle to crash into the community wall, he might have ended up in the morgue today. Moreover, Wei Hong was nearby at a tea house, watching him meet his fate. The driver was a terminal cancer patient, presumably having received a settlement, and he claimed it was an act of societal retribution. Now everyone had pieced together the likely perpetrator, yet evidence remained elusive, making even detaining the suspect impossible. Truly astounding. Li Fei's excitement grew as he recounted the tale. Many in the group exhibited a flicker of admiration, despite their idle lifestyles. They longed for a glimpse into the ruthless past of their forebears. Now, Wei Hong had transcended the ordinary realm of wealthy heirs, emerging as a blood-stained overlord. Such a transformation could not help but instill a sense of awe and envy among them. Damn it, that beast! Ji Peng kicked the coffee table, sending drinks cascading everywhere, igniting a wave of alarm among the others. CSCC clenched her teeth, her voice cold. What has happened to Wei Hong? He dares to turn against his own brother. What else is he capable of? If anything happens to Xiao Sheng, I will make him pay dearly. In truth, Wei Hong's extreme behavior was rather understandable. Who could endure being overshadowed by an adopted son while their own flesh and blood received no affection? Li Fei timidly suggested, prompting nods of agreement from many. Exactly. We can't even tolerate an adopted son. If my father brought home a slew of illegitimate children, I would go mad. Could Wei Sheng possibly be the illegitimate son of Chairman Wei? If that were the case, everything would make sense. If he were indeed an illegitimate child, it would explain a lot. If not, the Wei family must be out of their minds. If I were in that situation, I would be even more distressed. The group exchanged thoughts, each sharing their reflections. CSCC and Ji Peng exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Once upon a time, they harbored deep disdain for illegitimate children, as most of their parents were products of arranged marriages, presenting a facade of love while indulging in affairs behind closed doors, resulting in a plethora of illegitimate offspring. Growing up in such an environment, they had always despised illegitimate children rising to power. Yet, why were they so amicable toward Wei Hong, the adopted son of the Wei family, while distancing themselves from Wei Hong, their childhood companion? Curious, a twinge of suspicion arose in both Ji Peng and CSCC. They began to wonder if they had somehow fallen under a spell. Sigh. Li Fei sighed again. In our circle, the struggle for power and profit is a matter of life and death. Wei Ji's ruthless methods seem irrelevant to us. Perhaps it's best to refrain from judgment. Ultimately, if Li Sheng had not changed his surname to Wei, we likely wouldn't have encountered so many troubles. The group nodded in agreement. In a corner, a young woman clad in tight leather attire with flowing red hair, strikingly beautiful and flamboyant, raised her astonished gaze and asked, "What did you say?" I said, Li Fei instinctively repeated. Yet the red-haired maiden interrupted, frowning as she demanded the last sentence. "Oh," I said, ultimately, if Li Sheng had not changed his surname to Wei, we likely wouldn't have encountered so many troubles. Do you find this problematic, Sister Lan? My apologies for speaking out of turn. Li Xing, Bei Xing, Nie Qinglan's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, a blend of ecstatic joy, fervent excitement, and a hint of bewilderment. For a moment, everyone around her was taken aback. She was a rare presence in the circle, the sole daughter of Nie Xingyuan, the underworld sovereign of Jiangzhou, often referred to as the He Dao Qianjin, or the princess of the underworld. Her character was brazen and unrestrained, establishing her as a formidable figure at Shursen High School. Her father's influence ran deep, with businesses sprawling across entertainment venues, mines, and battlefields, commanding a legion of ruthless henchmen who were respected in both the legal and illegal realms. From a young age, Nie Qinglan had emulated this lifestyle, becoming a notorious figure at school. Most spirited youths regarded her as their leader, capable of handling anyone she wished, thus securing her a position of unparalleled authority. No ordinary rich second generation would dare provoke her. Typically, she preferred the company of arcade games over socializing. Yet today, upon hearing the name Wei Hong, she displayed an unusual lack of composure. Lan Lan, are you all right? CSCC approached her, a look of confusion on her face, softly inquiring, "Why are you so agitated?" "It's nothing." Nie Qinglan grasped her arm, asking urgently, "The Wei Hong you mentioned, does he have a small mole on his left ear?" "Left ear?" CSCC pondered deeply. Ji Peng was quick to nod and respond. "Indeed, he has a small mole on his left ear." With that, he hurriedly pulled out his phone, locating a photo of Wei Hong and presenting it to her. Nie Qinglan's gaze fixated on the screen, her pupils constricting sharply as a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Chapter 44. This time, I will protect you. It turned out that Li Sheng was Wei Hong. At last, I have found you. Nie Qinglan gazed at the youthful visage on the phone, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips as memories of 3 months prior flooded her mind. The moment she encountered a life-threatening accident while racing on the mountain roads. In a daze, it was this very boy who had saved her. He was gentle, kind, and restrained, a beacon of light illuminating her numb existence, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. He had introduced himself as Li Sheng. After awakening from several days of unconsciousness, Nie Qinglan had mobilized every resource at her disposal to search for him. Yet, Li Sheng seemed to have vanished without a trace, despite scouring the entirety of Jiangzhou. She could not locate him, as if fate had conspired against them. But today, she had once more heard the name Li Sheng. It appeared he had changed his name to Wei Hong and had also become the adopted son of the affluent Wei family, seemingly embroiled in a struggle for fame and fortune. He is so kind. He must be suffering. What on earth has transpired during this time? A heart-wrenching concern etched across her face. She yearned to uncover the entirety of his story. CSCC and the others sensed something was amiss, cautiously probing. Lan Lan, do you know Wei Hong? He saved my life. I've been searching for my savior. Nie Qinglan composed herself and returned to the couch, questioning, what has happened to him recently? Can anyone enlighten me? I know. A young man with bleached hair eagerly chimed in, pouring drinks while flashing a smile. Sister Lon, you may not be aware, but the Wei family has been in the spotlight lately. Li Sheng's father was a driver for the Wei family. About half a year ago, he died in an accident while saving Mr. Wei. Before he passed, he was concerned for his son, and Mr. Wei decided to adopt him, showering him with affection. The young man spoke animatedly, while others chimed in with supplementary details. Before long, Nie Qinglan had gleaned enough about Wei Sheng's circumstances following his entrance into the Wei household. Instinctively, she envisioned a tragic tale of an orphan entering a wealthy family only to face humiliation at the hands of the young master. If it were anyone else, she would hardly have cared. Yet, Wei Sheng had found a place in her heart. Hearing of his tribulations, compounded by the near-fatal incident he had narrowly escaped today, darkened her expression and tightened her heart with anguish. You all carry on. I have matters to attend to, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around her. Nie Qinglan rose and strode towards the exit. As she stepped out of the private room, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Ligu, please gather all information on the wealthy Wei family, focusing particularly on Wei Hong and Wei Sheng. Additionally, arrange for me to transfer to Shengruwei High School as soon as possible. I intend to start attending tomorrow. Do not mention this to my father. Upon ending the call, her left hand instinctively caressed a button. This ordinary, inexpensive button felt more precious to her than any rare gem. This time, I will protect you. Nie Qinglan murmured. No one shall dare let you suffer even a fraction of injustice. Not even the Wei family. In the bustling metropolis, within a lavish villa's recording studio, Wei Qingqing sat amidst a sea of crumpled papers. Her eyes, reddened from sleepless nights, reflected a visage of defeat. Suddenly, the door swung open. A pragmatic middle-aged woman entered, carrying a late-night snack. She surveyed the cluttered floor and could not help but express her concern. Oh dear, my little aunt. Are you trying to drive yourself mad with all this late-night songwriting? Are you willing to sacrifice your health and beauty for it? Late nights are a woman's greatest enemy. Hurry, come eat something and then get some sleep. We have a concert next month. Wei Qingqing let out a bitter laugh, discarding her papers and pens. She listlessly approached the dining table, but found herself too apathetic to pick up her chopsticks, her mind consumed by thoughts of her new song. As the youngest member of the Wei family, she had leveraged her lineage to enter the entertainment industry early on. In just a few years, her exceptional vocal talent and songwriting prowess had elevated her to the ranks of top-tier domestic stars. All her songs were self-composed, earning her the admiration of fans as a true talent in the industry. However, her recent songwriting endeavors had proven to be frustratingly unfruitful. Despite her revisions, something essential felt amiss. What could be the reason? Melody? Pitch? Li? It seemed like everything was in order, yet it felt utterly lacking. Wei Qingqing tugged at her hair, teetering on the brink of despair. She had initially aspired to leverage her upcoming albums to vie for the title of the youngest female singer in the country. But now, unable to pen even a single song, how could she aim for greater heights? Don't rush it. Every composer and lyricist encounters creative blocks. Her manager, Sister Li, cautiously reassured her. Qingqing, you are already remarkable. There are hardly any versatile artists like you in the entire music industry who write, compose, and perform their own songs. You make countless singers feel inferior. Please, don't patronize me. Li Jia. Wei Qingqing replied with a bitter smile. What do past achievements matter now? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. What if my creativity runs dry in the future? How can I face my fans? How about purchasing a few songs? Sister Li tentatively suggested. Our company has recently acquired some good tracks, and we could also commission renowned composers. That would be better than racking your brain for ideas. No, other songs don't suit me. Wei Qingqing decisively rejected without a second thought. She had her pride and only wished to create music that resonated with her heart. Yet, why could she not find the same spark of inspiration as before? After much contemplation, it suddenly dawned on her that she was missing someone, Wei Hong. When she initially decided to write her own songs, she too had spent sleepless nights, brimming with inspiration, yet unable to translate it onto paper. Engulfed in a relentless cycle of self-doubt, she found herself ensnared. However, 3 years prior, This predicament was effortlessly resolved. Wei Hong would meticulously tidy the practice room for her, discarding most of the useless scraps of paper while retaining only the essence of inspiration captured in poignant notes. He would present her with his specially brewed, calming tea, soothing both body and soul. He frequently played renowned piano compositions and shared with her a plethora of fascinating anecdotes, exquisite prose, and stunning photographs of landscapes. Like a guiding light in the darkness, he inspired Wei Qingqing to unleash a torrent of creativity, culminating in the creation of one masterpiece after another, all occurring so subtly that she remained blissfully unaware. For the longest time, Wei Qingqing had believed herself to be gifted. Yet now, plagued by a creative block, she suddenly realized that the true talent was never her own, but rather that of the silent mentor who had guided her. "Li Jia, please book me a ticket," Wei Qingqing said, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she lifted her gaze. "I need to return to Jiangzhou City." Chapter 45. Did you really think I could be treated so casually? In the early morning, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng arrived at school once more, one after the other. Wei Hong was still flanked by 3 armored Bentley Mulsanne vehicles, 2 rugged Hummers, and 12 bodyguards, his entourage more imposing than that of any leader. Wei Sheng, on the other hand, traveled in a Mercedes, now accompanied by a driver named Xiao Wu and 2 additional bodyguards, a stark contrast to his previous modesty. Yet, comparisons were inevitable. Standing side by side with Wei Hong, he resembled an underdeveloped youth, while Wei Hong exuded the dignified aura of a nobleman. The disparity was palpable, leaving Wei Sheng feeling unavoidably inadequate. However, as the two had just disembarked, a group of motorcycles roared into view from the school gates. The bodyguards instinctively fell into a defensive stance. As the motorcycles drew closer, it became evident that they were occupied by several youths with flamboyant hair dyed in shades of red, green, and blue. Their unabashed flamboyance clashed with the privileged elite and bookish types of Shengruwei High School, immediately capturing the attention of countless onlookers. The riders emitted bizarre sounds as they circled around, eventually halting before the crowd. A red-haired girl clad in leather removed her helmet. "Is that you?" Wei Sheng's eyes lit up as he recognized her. Nie Qinglan smiled, her lips curving upward. Their gazes locked, as if fate had conspired to unite them. Even the most oblivious could discern their acquaintance. "My savior, I didn't get the chance to thank you last time," she said, stepping forward with a radiant smile. "I'm Ye Qinglan, and I just transferred to Shengruwei High today. From now on, I'll have your back." "Hello, nye classmate. Wei Shen." They shook hands. Suddenly, Wei Sheng seemed to have an epiphany. He gazed at her flower-like visage with astonishment, inwardly gasping. It dawned on him that she was the notorious daughter of a crime lord, someone whom many wealthy heirs avoided like the plague. The realization that he had been her savior filled him with unrestrained joy, nearly causing him to lose control of his expression. "Ha! Who would have thought the one I saved by chance was such a person of significance? I mean, ordinary people don't possess such fortune." A voice only Wei Hong could hear echoed in his mind. The next moment, Wei Sheng composed himself and began to project false sentiments to Nie Qinglan. "Oh no, she is so beautiful, like a celestial being. How on earth can someone be this stunning? She seems to be that formidable crime lord's daughter. If she is protecting me, does that mean my brother can't bully me anymore?" A flurry of compliments flowed forth. Nie Qinglan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she believed every word of his thoughts. Considering Wei Sheng's long-standing ordeal with bullying, her eyes blazed with fury. She turned her gaze toward Wei Hong, who was surrounded by bodyguards, her expression a fierce warning. "Wei Shaoqi, that's my person," Nie Qinglan coldly asserted. "You'd best show some respect. If I find out you so much as touch a hair on him, I will ensure you wish you were never born." "Oh," Wei Hong nonchalantly scratched his ear, dismissing her childish threat. He was well acquainted with this deranged woman. Their families operated in Jiangzhou City, and although they were not particularly familiar, they were certainly on nodding terms. Her calling him Wei Shaoqi was a clear sign of disdain. Given that she had caused him no small amount of trouble in his past life, he harbored no goodwill towards her and retorted icily, "Does Miss Nie think this is the right place to flaunt her authority? Do you really think I can be trifled with? Why can't I handle you?" A worthless pawn disregarded by the Wei family? Nie Qinglan scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. Even if I were to harm you, the Wei family wouldn't stand up for you. Do you believe that? Indeed, I believe it. Wei Hong chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with someone so dim-witted. If he relied on the Wei family to act so brazenly, he would have long been dealt with. To lack even that understanding was exceedingly foolish. Such a person was not worthy of being his opponent. Step aside. Good dogs don't block the way. Wei Hong waved dismissively, and the bodyguards advanced with purpose, clearing the path. The spirited youths were promptly ushered aside, and even Nie Qinglan received no courtesy. Lan, let my brother go first. Wei Hong cautiously pulled her aside, ostensibly to persuade her. But inwardly he stoked the flames with his thoughts. Sigh. Lan doesn't he understand? My brother wouldn't he even spare our parents' faces. So why would he care about such a warning? In this day and age, the one with the strongest fist is king. It seems I'm still destined to be beaten up. Stop. Nie Qinglan's fury ignited at his words. She forcibly pushed through the bodyguards, stepping forward to challenge Wei Hong with a cold smile. Did I give you permission to leave? What more do you wish to say? Wei Hong is patience wand. I want you to listen closely. Nie Qinglan jabbed her finger into his shoulder, delivering her warning word by word. From this day forth, if Wei Hong encounters even the slightest trouble, regardless of whether you are involved, I will ensure you suffer immensely. Do you understand? Oh, Wei Hong's laughter was devoid of anger. Such unreasonable demands. It seems Miss Nie wishes to appoint herself as Wei Hong's bodyguard and nanny. Yes, Nie Qinglan replied obstinately. I'm the law. If you don't want trouble, not only must you not touch him, but you also need to protect and cherish him. Should he experience any harm, I will hold you accountable. Lan, don't say it like that. Wei Hong interjected, unable to hide his prideful glimmer, yet feigning innocence as he prompted, my brother treats me very well. Even if our parents disapprove of him, you shouldn't bully him like this. Wei Hong smirked, his expression a mask of mockery as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, setting it to speaker mode. Moments latte. A deep and authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Uncle Nie, it's Wei Hong. Wei Hong? The voice on the line paused. Then realization dawned. I was wondering who it was. It's my esteemed nephew Wei. What brings you to me? Nothing much. Wei Hong offered no pleasantries, his tone icy as he continued. Your dog is running loose, biting people everywhere. Are you going to do something about it or not? You're looking for death. Nie Qinglan erupted in a fit of rage. The phone remained silent for a considerable time, evidently allowing the other party to grasp the general situation. Though unaware of the reasons behind the altercation between the two youngsters, it was clear that Wei Hong's incessant derogatory remarks, referring to Nie Qinglan as a dog, had irked the other party. Wei Xian's temper was rather explosive. Such fiery disposition in the youth could lead to unfortunate consequences. A cold voice emanated from the phone. No need for Uncle Nie to worry. Wei Hong smirked, issuing a warning. I'm naturally hot-tempered. If your dog cannot be controlled, I wouldn't mind lending a hand. Very well. I would be immensely grateful for your assistance. The response was laced with a hint of mockery. Good. Without further ado, Wei Hong ended the call. So, Nie Qinglan is disregarding his lunatic daughter? Very well, let the games begin. Chapter 46. If you burn him, I swear I'll annihilate your entire family. Believe it? Boss. It's a call from Uncle Gong. In the morning, as Wei Hong was engrossed in his studies during the competition class, a female bodyguard approached him with a phone displaying Su Maogong's call interface. Hello, Uncle Gong. Is there something you need? Wei Hong stepped out of the classroom and answered the call in the corridor. Su Maogong's concerned voice came through. Young master, have you provoked Nie Qinglan and his daughter? Not quite provoked. They came looking for me. Wei Hong chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting coldly. That madwoman Nie Qinglan fancies Wei Hong and has taken the initiative to cause me trouble. Not only is her father unopposed, but he is also willing to indulge her. So I certainly won't give her any face. Is that so? Su Maogong hesitated, his voice faltering. Despite his extensive experience, he was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Although he had some influence in both legal and illegal circles, it paled in comparison to Nie Qinglan, a figure of dominance in the underworld. The man bestowed him the courtesy of addressing him as Uncle Gong, but should he choose not to, even Su Mao Gong would have to bow his head. The audacity of Wei Hong, a mere fledgling, to confront him directly was either a display of courage or a sign of foolishness. Young master, how about I swallow my pride and arrange a couple of tables for reconciliation? Su Mao Gong suggested with a wry smile. Perhaps he would be willing to resolve the matter out of respect for me. If that fails, I can always seek out connections to act as intermediaries. I insult his daughter as a dog, and you think that can be smoothed over? Wei Hong inquired with a laugh. Su Mao Gong gasped sharply, his voice trembling. Please, don't joke about such matters. It could cost lives. I am not joking, Wei Hong replied earnestly. Reconciliation is out of the question. If you are afraid, perhaps you should find somewhere to hide for a while. I fear nothing. Su Mao Gong vito indigang di. At my age, dying would be a worthy fate. But if anything were to happen to you, how could I face the old master in the afterlife? Perhaps you should retreat instead. No need. Wei Hong dismissed with a casual smile. Nie Xingyuan won't be around for much longer. Su Mao Gong was left speechless. The man had maintained a stronghold in Jiangzhou for so long, surviving numerous crackdowns. The notion that he could be easily dispatched was far-fetched given his extensive network. Be careful. I will handle this matter. Wei Hong concluded the call after issuing a couple of reminders. He could sense Su Mao Gong's unease. After all, facing an unpredictable figure like Nie Xingyuan rendered wealth and power useless. The man could effortlessly make anyone in Jiangzhou vanish without a trace. Even with bodyguards, absolute safety was never guaranteed. Yet, what Su Mao Gong did not know was that Wei Hong was unperturbed by the situation. He understood that a significant upheaval was imminent in Jiangzhou, affecting the political, business, and criminal spheres alike. In his previous life, Nie Xingyuan had encountered misfortune 2 years later. No matter how formidable a crime lord might be, they were mere trifles before the might of the state. Once their protection was stripped away, only retribution awaited them. Wei Hong vividly recalled the myriad crimes and evidence disclosed by the media following Nie Xingyuan's downfall. Should the father and daughter choose to remain ignorant of their peril, he would not hesitate to give them a little push toward their inevitable misfortune. Senior, something's wrong. At that moment, a buzz-cut student rushed down the corridor anxiously. Wei Hong frowned and looked over, recognizing a peer from the competition class. What happened? Song Gui and the others have been cornered in the restroom. The student gasped for breath. Where? Take me there. Without wasting any more words, Wei Hong adopted a cold expression and followed the student. It was clear to him that Nie Qinglan was behind the trouble. This madwoman had a notorious reputation for bullying at the 13th middle school, employing tactics such as burning with cigarette butts, forcing others to drink urine, physical assaults, and even shaving heads. Her methods were endlessly cruel. She had once driven someone to jump off a building, displaying a true underworld demeanor. Yet, her formidable background ensured that no matter how severe the incidents she caused, someone would always cover for her, fostering her lawless behavior. Considering the morning's altercation in the parking lot, it was no surprise that she would not let the matter rest. However, Wei Hong had not anticipated that her target would not be him, but rather his fellow students in the competition class. Upon reaching the restroom at the end of the corridor, he found a crowd gathered. Ji Peng, CSCC, Wei Sheng, and others were at the forefront, all wearing expressions of amusement as they observed the spectacle. Inside the men's restroom, Nie Qinglan, accompanied by several boisterous youths, had forced Song Gui and 2 other male students from the competition class to kneel on the ground, mercilessly slapping and kicking them in turn, their brutality astonishing. 2 of the boys were screaming in agony, while Song Gui remained stoic, silent. Yet, the more he held his tongue, the harsher the bullying became. As Wei Hong pushed through the crowd and arrived, he witnessed one of the boisterous youths taking a deep drag from a cigarette, preparing to press the glowing ember against Song Gui. Try burning him, and I'll annihilate your entire family. Believe it? Wei Hong's voice was cold, causing the delinquent to stiffen in fear. Brother, don't be impulsive, Wei Sheng chimed in, feigning calmness. Sister Lan Lan is merely having a bit of fun with them, right? You can't possibly guard them 24/7, can you? Just let her get this out her system. With a swift motion, Wei Hong interrupted him with a resounding slap. The impact left Wei Sheng's cheek reddened and swollen. What the hell, Wei Hong, are you insane? Xiao Sheng was just trying to mediate. Why did you have to resort to violence? Ji Peng exclaimed in frustration. Ha! A coward who bullies the weak, CSCC interjected, stepping protectively in front of Wei Sheng. If you lack the ability to confront Sister Lanlan, you dare to pick on your own kind? Nie Qinglan's expression turned icy as she enunciated every word. If you wish to keep your hand, I can arrange for it to be severed. Wei Hong ignored the others and fixated on her with a mocking grin. What is wrong? Afraid to confront me and only willing to bully my classmates? The illustrious Miss Nie turns out to be nothing more than a coward. There's no need to rush. Your turn will come soon. Nie Qinglan retorted defiantly, exhaling a plume of smoke with a sultry smirk. Not only do I want to ruin you, but I also intend to send everyone around you into despair. I will make you understand whom you can offend and whom you cannot, understood? Very well. Wei Hong shrugged, rolling his shoulders. I had initially planned to take my time, but since Miss Nie enjoys the game of bullying, I shall gladly oblige. With that, he lunged forth like a tiger unleashed, delivering punches as fierce as cannon fire, each strike landing on the faces of the boisterous youths. In an instant, grunts of pain and cries echoed as a few of them were knocked unconscious by his powerful blows, with faces smeared in blood and flesh laid bare. Several unfortunate souls bore the brunt of violence, their nasal bridges visibly caved in, and teeth scattered across the floor, transforming the men's restroom into a scene of gruesome carnage. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Chapter 47. You wouldn't want to incur the wrath of Master Nie, would you? In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Wei Hong was no mere novice. Having trained in various martial arts from a young age, he dedicated his spare time to practice. Though he may not yet rival the true elite fighters, he was at least on par with the top contenders in the country. While a few spirited youths might find satisfaction in bullying the average person, encountering a skilled combatant like him was indeed their misfortune. Each of them was but an easy target for his fists. Had he not shown restraint, they would likely face a lifetime of incapacitation. My goodness, is young Master Wei truly this formidable? He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation? Surely, the weight of his punches surpasses that of even my family's bodyguards. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, astonished. Wei Sheng's face turned ashen with fear. It dawned on him that Wei Hong had held back. A single slap could have caused him a concussion. Ah. So you're still willing to fight, are you? Seeking your own demise? Nie Qinglan's fury ignited. She was no fragile flower. Raised in the atmosphere of a criminal family, she had a keen interest in combat, with her daily pursuits revolving around practicing boxing and kickboxing. Witnessing Wei Hong's ruthless display of power incited her anger. She discarded her cigarette and aimed a fierce kick at him. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes within the confined restroom. Song Guei and the others scrambled to hide in the stalls, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The might of such a combat expert was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The corridor outside was teeming with students, all captivated by the spectacle, their eyes sparkling with admiration. However, this fierce exchange did not last long. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, after 17 exchanges, Nie Qinglan was struck on the calf and fell to her knees with a muffled groan. Pathetic. Wei Hong sneered as he advanced. Employing Muay Thai technique, he unleashed a relentless barrage of elbows and knees. Nie Qinglan struggled to defend herself, her position becoming increasingly precarious. A few more blows sent her crashing against the restroom wall, nearly causing her to spit blood. Is this all you've got? Wei Hong showed no mercy, landing 2 swift kicks that rendered her defenseless. It was at that moment that Wei Sheng and the others finally regained their senses, gasping in horror. CSCC couldn't help but exclaim, "Stop! Don't hurt Lanlan." Just moments ago, she had commanded her subordinates to bully others without a second thought. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Wei Hong shot back, his disdain palpable. CSCC's face flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Sheng, undeterred, chimed in. Come on, big brother, don't be like this. Sister Lanlan was just joking with them. Well, I shall joke with her too. Wei Hong seized her hair and viciously propelled her towards the wall. The sickening thud echoed as Nie Qinglan let out a pained scream. Blood streaming from the back of her head, painting a grim picture. Have you lost your mind? Wei Hong exclaimed in disbelief. Enough talk. If she dares to bully others, I will repay her in kind. Wei Hong's cold smile was unyielding as he pointed. If you wish to save her, kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall let her go. Wei Hong was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, their expressions frozen in shock. Who do you think you are? Wei Hong's laughter was devoid of warmth. This matter arose because of you. You wouldn't let your friend be beaten senseless, would you? Wei Hong understood the predicament he faced. If he complied, he would humiliate himself by kneeling. If he refused, his carefully crafted image would shatter, earning him the disdain of all, including Nie Qinglan, who might harbor resentment against him. No matter the choice, he would suffer greatly. Wei Hong was indeed ruthless. Xiao Sheng, don't kneel. I'll call someone to rescue Sister Lanlan. She is Cece urged desperately. Nie Qinglan weakly shook her head. Don't kneel. I'm Fine. You won't dare to do anything to me. Is that so? Wei Hong grasped her hair, grinning maliciously. If you don't kneel by the count of 10, I'll dunk her head in the urinal. 10, 9, 8, 7. With each countdown, the crowd stared in shock, unable to believe their ears. He intended to submerge Miss Nie's head in the urinal? Had he lost his mind? Did he not comprehend the ramifications of such an act? What do I do? Should I kneel? If I do, my parents will undoubtedly be extremely disappointed, thinking I've tarnished the Wei family's name. They might even disown me. But if I refuse to kneel, what will become of Sister Lanlan? She would never lift her head in public again. Enough. If it means saving Sister Lanlan, I'll risk being disowned. With a determined expression, he prepared to kneel. Nie Qinglan, filled with emotion and indignation, shouted, "Don't kneel. He's just trying to intimidate you. He wouldn't dare act against me." Really? 321. Time's up. Without further ado, Wei Hong yanked her hair and forcefully pressed her towards the urinal. No, no. In front of all eyes, Nie Qinglan's agonizing scream pierced the air, quickly morphing into a whimper as the urinal's foul contents met her once smooth visage and well-kept hair. In an instant, the stench assaulted their senses. Amid her cries, Nie Qinglan nearly retched. This shocking scene petrified Ji Peng, CSCC, and the others, who gazed at Wei Hong with disbelief, their minds racing with one thought. How could he dare? Even Ji Peng would never stoop to such depths. When had Miss Nie ever endured such indignity? If she sought vengeance, even the Wei family would face dire consequences. Madness. This man was utterly deranged. The news of Miss Nie being thrust into a urinal would surely set the upper echelons of Jiangzhou ablaze. Master Nie, doting on his daughter, would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Wei Hong for such an affront. The crowd buzzed with stunned whispers. The consensus clear. He was doomed. To treat Nie Qinglan in such a manner was akin to publicly humiliating Master Nie himself. If the Nie family did not retaliate, they would become the laughingstock of the city and struggle to maintain their standing. Brother, stop. Do you wish to bring calamity upon the Wei family? Let Sister Lanlan go, or no one will be able to save you. Surely you do not wish to face Master Nie's fury? Nonsense. Who dares to provoke me must drink urine. Wei Hong, expressionless, pulled out his phone and decisively snapped several close-up shots of Nie Qinglan. Chapter 48. You little beast, I will kill you. East City, Jinyan Villa District. Nie Shengguan, clad in a pristine white tracksuit, wielded a golf club with poise. Despite the smile gracing his lips, an air of formidable authority surrounded him. Not far off, a cadre of bodyguards stood vigil, while several youthful and radiant maidens attended to his needs, epitomizing the demeanor of a successful businessman. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Nonchalantly, he opened WeChat, only to discover a friend request from Wei Hong. Could it be that this fellow sought reconciliation? Very well. He had initially intended to teach him a lesson, yet in light of his late grandfather's reputation, he was willing to overlook the slight, provided that Wei Hong sincerely apologized to Lanlan. A subtle smile graced Nie Xingyuan's face. With age, he had begun to temper his fiery spirit, occasionally choosing the path of mercy. Thus, he promptly accepted Wei Hong's friend request, eager to witness the nature of his contrition. In the next instant, several photographs flooded in. Upon viewing them, Nie Xingyuan felt a surge of rage nearly induce a cerebral hemorrhage. The images depicted his beloved daughter, disgracefully pinned against a urinal in a male restroom. Her visage marred with urine stains and blood, evidently having been brutally assaulted. Almost instantly, a voice message arrived. Wei Hong, old dog. I warned you that if you could not manage a wretched offspring, I would take matters into my own hands. No need for thanks. Furious, Nie Xingyuan hurled the golf club from his grasp, veins bulging with rage as thoughts of vengeance coursed through him. How could anyone dare to bully his cherished daughter? It had always been Nie Xingyuan who bullied others. How audacious of Wei Hong. You will pay dearly, he bellowed into his phone, his voice a tempest that sent shivers through the surrounding staff and bodyguards, who trembled at the thought of who could provoke such wrath from him. Understandably, with age came a heightened focus on health. He had seldom exhibited such emotional upheaval in recent years. This outburst was perhaps a first in over a decade. Release her. Immediately, he continued to voice message, gritting his teeth as he raged. If a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I will ensure your demise. To which Wei Hong retorted swiftly, All right, Uncle Nie, I shall fulfill your request without fail. Nie Xingyuan's fury escalated. You little wretch, I will end you. Just wait. Never before had he been consumed by such wrath. In his frenzy, he kicked over a nearby golf cart. Yet, as he attempted to send another message, he realized he had been blocked. Breathing heavily, he felt a conflagration of anger welling within him. Prepare the car. We are heading to number 13 middle school, he commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Apologies, Master Nie, but the young lady is no longer at number 13. A young man with a buzz cut calmly interjected. She transferred to St. Rue High School. St. Rue? Nie Xingyuan furrowed his brow in inquiry. What business does she have there? It seemed she was seeking the savior from before. The young man succinctly responded. She just registered this morning, and then this incident occurred. Ah, I see. Nie Xingyuan's understanding dawned. His foolish daughter had unwittingly become a pawn, colliding with the mad dog that was Wei Hong. While others might afford him a modicum of respect, Wei Hong would not, and thus his daughter suffered the consequences. Prepare the car. We are going to St. Rue. Nie Xingyuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. The young man swiftly gestured for the bodyguards to ready the vehicle, accompanying Nie Xingyuan as they exited the golf course. Shall we summon reinforcements? He inquired. Who? Nie Xingyuan buzzed, taken aback. Are you not intent on eliminating the scoundrel? The young man pressed. He has many bodyguards. We may need additional support to extract him. Are you out of your mind? Nie Xingyuan snapped in broad daylight. You propose we storm the school, engage in a brawl, and forcibly abduct him? Do you truly believe I wield such power? This is a society governed by law. Think before you act. And what of it? The young man replied with a scoff. I will personally lead the effort, and should I face consequences, I'll gladly take the fall. You and the young lady are like family to me. It is my time to repay the debt. If she is humiliated, I must exact revenge. Nie Xingyuan fell silent for a moment before simply shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The memories of his own reckless youth resurfaced, reminding him of a time when he too had been impetuous and heedless. Perhaps this was merely the folly of youth. He resolved to counsel Qinglan against such extremes in the future. Today's youth are utterly reckless. Push an honest person too far, and they will retaliate. As one ages, the heart softens. Nie Xingyuan was no longer the barefoot pauper willing to stake his life for ambition. Now approaching 50, he had been compromised by wealth and power, desiring only the safety and well-being of his family. Little did he know that he had inadvertently entangled himself with a reckless youth like Wei Hong. Regardless, this boy must face the consequences. Once this matter was resolved, he would retreat from this tumultuous life. The youth of today were simply not to be trifled with. As Nie Xingyuan sat in his Bentley, flanked by a retinue of bodyguards, they made their way towards St. Rue High School. Deep down, he wished to keep the situation contained, yet Wei Hong's audacity demanded a response. For one of his stature, failing to act would jeopardize his standing and thwart his hopes for a tranquil retirement. First, they would retrieve Qinglan, and subsequently, he would unleash his associates. With his eyes partially closed, he emanated the commanding aura of a crime lord, coldly issuing orders. I want that Wei brat dead. Moreover, If the Wei family attempts to shield him, they shall be dealt with as well. Understood, the young man said, excitement flickering in his eyes as he quickly retrieved his phone to rally support. However, as he opened his device, his expression shifted dramatically. Notifications flooded in, revealing images of Nie Qinglan pinned against the urinal. Damn it, the young man seethed, gritting his teeth. Wei Hong shows no mercy, directly posting the humiliating photos of a young lady in the campus forum. They have already spread like wildfire. How ruthless! Nishingyuan's countenance darkened. This relentless approach mirrors that of old Master Wei. Once provoked, he seeks to annihilate his enemies without remorse. It seems this matter cannot be resolved amicably. Resolve amicably? I shall personally flay him alive. The young man seethed internally. Chapter 49. Remember to seek him out when your family falls apart. Breaking. The Queen Bee of No. 13 middle school transfers to St. Roué High School, but still indulges in bullying, only to meet a tragic fate of humiliation and degradation. A sensational headline emerged. Though it was swiftly deleted by Nie Xingyuan's intervention, the content and images had already been fervently captured and disseminated among students across various WeChat groups. Nie Qinglan's notorious behavior over the years had undoubtedly ruffled many feathers. Now, witnessing her downfall, numerous individuals reveled in her misfortune, eager to capitalize on her plight. Within mere hours, the scandal had become the talk of every middle and high school in Jiangzhou. My word, is this the notorious leader of the 13th middle school? Isn't she supposed to have an extensive network and a multitude of underlings at her beck and call, capable of summoning hundreds with a mere wave of her hand? Who would dare to provoke such a formidable figure? Have you all lost your minds? You may not yet be aware, but many students at St. Roué High School are either affluent or of noble descent, and she has clearly entangled herself with an even more formidable adversary. Goodness, to be forced to drink from a urinal. Our illustrious sister Lan has certainly met her match today. Ha ha ha! Let us celebrate this delightful turn of events. The students buzzed with excitement, while the teachers, upon learning of the situation, dared not intervene. After all, neither party could be deemed virtuous, and any attempt to address the bullying might only result in their own entanglement in the chaos. Thus, the incident was left to escalate. By the time Nie Xingyuan arrived at the school with his bodyguards, Wei Hong, Wei Sheng, and Nie Qinglan were already ensconced in the principal's office. It had been less than a month since their last visit, and upon witnessing these ostentatious young men, Principal Liu felt an overwhelming fatigue. Bang! The bodyguards forcefully swung open the door. Nie Xingyuan strode in with an air of authority. Principal Liu, upon seeing him, hurriedly approached with a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Nie, my sincerest apologies. Please, have a seat, and let us discuss this matter amicably." No need. Nie Xingyuan's gaze swept across the room, landing on Nie Qinglan, who was battered and bruised, reeking of urine, with her head wrapped in bandages. He understood that this incident was not primarily the school's concern. After all, he had already grasped the situation before arriving. It was evident that his daughter had engaged in bullying on her very first day at her new school, and Wei Hong's retaliatory actions had escalated the matter to this extent. Nie Xingyuan was not here to debate right or wrong. His cold eyes turned to Wei Hong, and with a slight smile, he remarked, "Courageous nephew, make sure to eat and drink well at home, so that when you meet your grandfather later, you won't appear as a famished specter." You think I would dare to take such drastic actions without any leverage? Wei Hong, with a sardonic smile, reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of dominance, his eyes scanning the room, and almost no one dared to meet his gaze. Nie Xingyuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Before entering, he could have attributed everything to Wei Hong's youthful arrogance. However, now he could not afford to underestimate him. The audacity to act so resolutely. Could it truly be mere impulsiveness? Something was decidedly off. A young man should not possess such composure. What hidden cards could he possibly hold to be so audacious? Young man, regardless of your hidden cards, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside, Nie Xingyuan warned coldly. Be mindful, for wrongdoing inevitably incurs consequences. Indeed, Wei Hong nodded in agreement, a smile playing on his lips as he raised his hand. Let's make a wager. Within half a month, the Nie family shall be reduced to ashes. Half a month? Nie Xingyuan blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Inside the office, Principal Liu and Ji Peng exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. Clearly, no one took Wei Hong's proclamation seriously. They merely considered him to be delirious after causing such a calamity, now attempting to salvage his reputation with bravado. Brother, do not act so recklessly. Wei Sheng provocatively added. Our parents taught us to be kind to others. You bully Sister Lan today and still wish to provoke Uncle Nie and the Wei group? That seems rather unwise. Does it not? Nie Xingyuan was indeed swayed by his words, his expression turning mocking. I had thought you possessed some hidden card. It seems you merely wish to rely on the Wei group. How laughable. Even if Wei Jiaoyong were to come today to protect you, do not expect me to grant him an ounce of respect. Is that so? Wei Hong smirked, slightly lifting his chin. Recognize this face before you. This is the instigator who seduced your daughter into madness and entangled her with me. Should your house fall to ruin, remember to hold him accountable. Nie Xingyuan's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Wei Sheng, a hint of disdain creeping into his demeanor. Father, he is my savior, Nie Xingyuan croaked. He is currently a ward of the Wei family. Nie Xingyuan shot her a glare, but now was not the time for further discussion. With a stony expression, he turned on his heel, departing with his bodyguards. Before leaving, Nie Xingyuan made a throat-cutting gesture towards Wei Hong. Though no words were exchanged, the intent was unmistakable. She had never endured such humiliation. Thus, Wei Hong had to die. What should we do, brother? Old Nie is truly furious. Wei Sheng continued to stoke the flames. Feigning anxiety, should I speak to father and have him intervene? If old Nie truly seeks vengeance, a few bodyguard will not suffice to fend him off. Do not perform theatrics before me. Get lost. Wei Hong snapped, irritation evident on his brow. Wei Sheng attempted to say more, but Ji Peng and CSCC had already stepped in to restrain him. Little Sheng, do not be too kind. He has treated you this way. Why consider him at all? Exactly. Such a person seeks their own demise. They deserve it. Let's go. Wei Dong will surely not come to his aid, allowing him to suffer the consequences. The group scoffed in derision. Wei Sheng feigned heartbreak as he turned away, yet in a place unseen by the others, he smirked provocatively, as if mocking Wei Hong's overestimation of himself. At this moment, the campus buzzed with discussions about the incident. Within the circles of affluent second-generation heirs and officials in Jiangzhou, fervent debates erupted. It seemed that a consensus had been reached. Wei Hong's demise was inevitable. Many had even begun clandestine betting on when he would meet his end. Only Song Gui and the other competition class students, frantic with worry, raced to the principal's office. As Wei Hong emerged, they surrounded him with concerned gazes. Scholar, are you all right? Is there anything we can do? Had it not been for us, you would not have found yourself in such trouble. Should we call the police? In a lawful society, it cannot possibly escalate to loss of life. Can it? Song Gui and the others approached, their faces filled with remorse. Wei Hong waved his hand dismissively. Why fret? This matter does not concern you. Had I not been involved, you would not have faced any bullying. Return to your studies. I can resolve this. Brother Wei, are you truly unscathed? Song Gui still appeared anxious. Wei Hong patted his shoulder, his countenance serene. Do not worry. I have always been the one to deal with others. A harmonious society does not permit a few vermin from the gutter to act with impunity. Song Gui. Chapter 50. Even if it means kneeling in public, the matter must be resolved. In the afternoon, a throng of spirited youths and rebellious girls gathered at the entrance of St. Roué High School, riding their roaring motorcycles, concealing steel pipes and blades in their sleeves. They converged from all directions toward the school gate, drawing countless curious glances. Clearly, these individuals had come from the 13th Middle School. They were aware that the formidable leader Nie Xingyuan had been humiliated at St. Roué, and feeling the loss of face, they had rallied their friends to seek retribution. Under pressure, the school promptly notified the authorities. Police cars were dispatched in haste. The two factions clashed at the school entrance, pushing and shoving, hurling insults. An apparent riot was brewing. As school let out, the students of St. Roué High were petrified by the scene, each one trapped within the school gates, too fearful to venture outside. Only Wei Hong's convoy appeared grandly, making its way through the parted crowd, swaggering out of the school grounds. Attention! Attention! The head of the bodyguards raised his walkie-talkie, cautioning there is a substantial crowd at the entrance. Be vigilant for any aggressive actions. Everyone, stay alert. Do not be tense. Wei Hong remained indifferent, remarking that Nie Xingyuan was not foolish enough to act in front of so many onlookers. The individuals causing the disturbance were not summoned by the father-daughter duo. They were merely a group of petty ruffians. The police were currently assisting in clearing the way. The captain of the bodyguards glanced at the unfolding situation outside and inquired, "These ruffians and delinquent girls are extremely agitated, continuously shouting and trying to block our vehicles. It seems the police are understaffed. How should we respond if we are besieged?" Such matters were indeed difficult to manage. In a real confrontation, 12 bodyguards could each fend off 10 assailants. With the police maintaining order in the vicinity, there was no need for concern regarding safety. However, the fear lingered that amidst the chaos, someone might resort to violence, resulting in fatalities. If the situation escalated, it could become exceedingly problematic. Do not exit the vehicle and provoke them. Wei Hong rubbed his temples and stated, "If we encounter anyone attempting to block the car, simply drive through, at worst. We can claim it was a loss of control and compensate." Understood. The bodyguard captain nodded vigorously, promptly relaying the orders via radio. Shortly thereafter, the convoy majestically departed from the school gates. On either side stood the ruffians and delinquent girls who had come upon hearing the commotion, each brandishing cigarettes and hurling insults. Despite the Bentley's superior soundproofing, Wei Hong could still hear a plethora of foul language. Eventually, someone in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves. Bricks, steel pipes, and stones rained down like a tempest upon the convoy. The 5 vehicles reverberated with the impact. However, the armored cars, constructed from high-quality steel and fitted with bulletproof glass, sustained only minor blemishes from the bricks and suffered no actual damage. Dare to touch our boss? You little wretch are asking for death, aren't you? So you think you're impressive with your wealth? I'll end you. Come down here. Why hide? Coward! The ruffians shouted, their faces contorted with rage and provocation, many positioning themselves defiantly in front of the convoy. Drive through. Wei Hong commanded. Understood. The bodyguard captain raised his radio and ordered, "Charge." Boom! The drivers of the 5 vehicles slammed on the gas, accelerating fiercely. The lead Hummer surged ahead like a bolt of lightning. "Watch out!" the ruffian shouted, scrambling to avoid the oncoming vehicle. Ultimately, the Hummer slightly reduced its speed, causing no casualties, yet effortlessly cleared a path. No one dared to impede the convoy any longer. As evening fell, Wei Hong gracefully returned to the villa. Upon entering, he was met with the furious expressions of Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihue seated at the dining table, while Wei Sheng feigned concern beside them, sighing dramatically. A new arrival, Wei Qingqing, had just returned from the bustling metropolis. "Kneel!" Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed as he spotted his entrance, habitually smashing a teacup to the ground, his face flushed with rage as he berated, "Who dared to offend Nie Xingyuan? Do you possess the audacity to cross him? Are you intent on dragging the entire family down with you? Mr. Wei, you should understand our relationship." Wei Hong furrowed his brow and turned to sit on the sofa, crossing his legs as he remarked, "Though we may still be father and son in name, in reality, it is merely a matter of time before I sever ties upon reaching adulthood. So, please refrain from asserting your authority over me. Understood? You?" It dawned on Wei Jiaoyang that their relationship had soured. Embarrassment and anger coiled within him, compelling him to retort stubbornly, "Even if you deny me as your father, others still perceive us as father and son. Now that we have stirred up such a significant incident, are we to allow the Wei group to shoulder the blame for you? I require no one to bear my burdens," Wei Hong said nonchalantly, fiddling with his nails. "Moreover, this incident was instigated by your beloved adopted son. Even if I were to be at odds with Nie Xingyuan, given his ties with Nie Qinglan, this matter cannot be attributed to you. Why play the role of the big bad wolf?" Wei Jiaoyang was rendered speechless, his face reddening in frustration, and ultimately, he could only huff disdainfully, "I shall see just how capable you are of navigating this predicament without the Wei family." "Xiao Hong, Do not be so obstinate. Du Sihui could no longer contain herself and urged, "We are family. How can there be lingering grudges? Your father may have a sharp tongue, but he has a heart of gold. Now that you're facing such a situation, we are also anxious. How can we stand by and watch you come a harm?" "Indeed, big brother, our parents are worried sick." Wei Sheng chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Why not apologize to mom and dad? We can brainstorm solutions together. If it comes to it, we can all apologize to Uncle Nya, even if it means kneeling in public to resolve this matter." Huh. A smirk of derision crept across Wei Hong's lips, and he could not be bothered to engage further with their insincerity, regardless of whether their intentions were benevolent or malicious. He wished to sever all ties with them. "Wang Ma, please take dinner upstairs," Wei Hong casually instructed before turning to ascend the staircase. Wei Qingqing, observing this, furrowed her brow and admonished, "Stop right there. What kind of attitude is this? Are you unwilling to sit down and share a meal with your family? What pretense is this?" Wei Hong halted, a cold smile curling his lips. "Do you truly believe I am oblivious to the conversations you've had under the guise of familial love? Would you like me to print out the chat logs and slap them on your faces? How dare you?" Wei Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui's faces also darkened. They exchanged glances, each feeling the awkwardness of having their whispered malice exposed. "That was just your father speaking out of anger." Du Sihui quickly interjected with a forced smile. "It's not his fault for being upset. We share an unbreakable bond, and regardless of how ugly things get, we should be more forgiving. Let us sit down and have dinner together." "No need," Wei Hong retorted icily as he turned away. "You all make me nauseous." It's revolting. Once again, the couple was left fuming. Wei Qingqing, however, felt a pang of melancholy. She realized that in the short time she had been away, the relationship between Wei Hong and the family had deteriorated to such an extent. What had transpired in his absence? Chapter 51. A solitary player in the game. Every new ruler brings new ministers. That night in the study, Wei Hong's fingers tapped rhythmically on the laptop, a deluge of code cascading across the screen, ultimately forming a series of hacking programs aimed at infiltrating designated accounts. As a genius with an exceptionally high IQ, he had long since mastered numerous skills in his previous life. Among these, his hacking abilities stood unparalleled on a global scale. Within 10 minutes, he had effortlessly implanted Trojan programs onto the cell phones of Wei Sheng, the Wei family members, and the Nye Xingyuan father-daughter duo. As long as their phone numbers were dialed or received calls, the Trojan would automatically record conversations and send them to a specified email. While it might not capture any particularly useful information, it would at least provide some foreknowledge. Simultaneously, Wei Hong struck a few more keys, and a video call interface popped up, forcibly connecting to a specific computer screen. On the other end of the video, a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in pajamas, appeared, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected video call, and couldn't he help but frown. "What is this?" "Fanju, let us have a chat," Wei Hong remarked with a slight scoff. The middle-aged man finally realized this was not a virus, but an invasion of his computer, forcibly presenting a video call. "Who are you?" Fan Chen's expression darkened, instinctively sizing up the intruder. His piercing gaze was sharp and deep, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. "The Wei family. Wei, today, I had a minor disagreement with my sworn brother, and the commotion at the entrance of Shengruwei High School must be a considerable headache for you as well." With this self-introduction, Fan Chen quickly recognized who he was dealing with. The information conveyed through the other party's words left him secretly astonished. "What nonsense about sworn brothers?" Fan Chen instinctively retorted. "I abide by the law and remain true to my principles, never engaging in any factional activities. Just because you possess a modicum of hacking skills at your young age, do not presume you can act recklessly. The misuse of information technology is punishable by law. Go on, keep pretending." Wei Hong replied with a light laugh. "Surely, you do not believe that wearing a mask for too long will transform you into someone real? I've sent a few things to your private email. You'd best review them before we continue our conversation." Fan Chen's expression darkened as he hurriedly retrieved a backup phone from his safe. Upon examining the contents of his private inbox, he could not help but gasp, his face paling to the point where it seemed ready to drip water. His voice quivered slightly as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" "You're an intelligent man. You naturally understand my intentions." Wei Hong smirked. "Of course. I want your sworn brother dead. Why play the fool? What jest is this?" Fan Shin took a deep breath, tossing his phone aside, and coldly replied, "We are committed to maintaining social order and the well-being of the populace. How can we possibly engage in illegal activities? I did not suggest that you should partake in illegal acts. It suffices to lawfully capture and eliminate him." Wei Hong retorted with a smirk. "You yourself desire to do so, yet you simply lack the resolve." At this, Fan Shin's pupils trembled once more. He realized that this handsome young man before him was even more formidable than a cunning old fox. His eyes seemed to have seen through everything. A new leader has unexpectedly emerged in the small jurisdiction of Jiangzhou, and he has been transferred from the province, with a remarkably profound background. "Your recent days must be quite challenging, yes?" Wei Hong continued, speaking with unrestrained confidence. Fan Shin's complexion shifted again. Wei Hong's smile remained as he added, "You must be sleepless every night, constantly wavering between aligning with a new power or maintaining your existing faction. Am I right? What exactly are you trying to say?" Fan Shin's voice trembled. "I mean to say that the Ji family will soon face downfall," Wei Hong casually remarked, stroking his left-hand ring. "The previous order will be upturned. In this reshuffling, those who position themselves correctly will gain greater influence." Fan Shin clenched his fists, his voice dry as he finally asked, "How can I trust that you're not just speaking empty words? If you inquire a bit, you would know that I have recently had quite the falling out with the Ji family in Xingyuan." Wei Hong leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk, and coldly laughed. "I would not go to such lengths just to ensnare you, would I?" Fan Shin's gaze flickered, contemplating for a long time before asking, "What do you want me to do?" Xingyuan, that fellow, is meticulous in his dealings. For years, he has held the dirt on others. Yet no one has been able to find evidence against him. If one truly seeks, how could they not find? Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head. "You are merely afraid that if he capsizes, you will be dragged down with him. However, rest assured, Xingyuan is extremely paranoid. Even his own daughter is unaware of where he keeps his incriminating evidence. I will send a piece of evidence to your public email shortly. As long as you act swiftly to set up an arrest and eliminate him during the process, then this dirt will pose no threat to anyone. Simultaneously, you can leverage this incident to ingratiate yourself with the new faction, thereby ensuring your position rises even higher. That individual is merely in Jiangzhou to gild his resume. Within 3 years, he will return to the provincial capital, and by then, you may even find yourself in a position to mingle with the elite." Wei Hong painted a grand vision, leaving the other party with endless possibilities. Fan Shin swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation, reverence, and determination, before silently nodding. "What do you plan to do?" "I will cooperate fully. Let us use the disturbance at Shungrue High School as a pretext to launch a crackdown on organized crime," Wei Hong suggested, casually tapping the desk. "Such actions occur regularly. Even if Xingyuan is vigilant and well-connected, he would never anticipate that this is aimed at him. Next, you merely need to arrange your personnel normally. Xingyuan and his daughter are already thoroughly provoked by me. They will undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. Oh, and please send a few trustworthy individuals to follow me discreetly. My bodyguards are unarmed, and it would not be convenient should a real commotion arise." Fan Shin nodded thoughtfully at this. Wei Hong smirked. "Do not think about secretly causing trouble that leads to our mutual destruction. I have stored a plethora of valuable items in a secret email. If I do not cancel them every 2 days, they will be sent out into the network. If you help me resolve this issue, I will delete everything and ensure I do not trouble you again. How does that sound?" Fan Shin's expression shifted numerous times before he managed to muster a smile. "You misunderstand, Wei Xiao brother. Rest assured, I will guarantee your safety." "That's good to hear." Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction and nonchalantly ended the video call. Chapter 52. How arrogant to ask for favors. Just as the call concluded, a melodious piano piece drifted down from the practice room on the 4th floor. Wei Hong immediately recognized the sound as that of his sister, Wei Qingqing, whose passion for music was evident in her prolific songwriting. She had composed dozens of songs, many of which became widely celebrated, earning her the title of a national musical prodigy. Today, it seems she aimed to craft a poignant love ballad. The piano notes were intermittent, often lacking emotional cohesion. In the past, Wei Hong would have eagerly lent his assistance, employing his superior musical skills and aesthetic sense to refine her work, guiding her inspiration to flourish and ultimately complete a masterpiece. Unfortunately, he found himself devoid of such interest now. The cacophony was irksome to him, and he wished he could evict her immediately. In truth, while Wei Qingqing was a music enthusiast, her talent was quite mediocre, and her vocal abilities left much to be desired. Wei Hong had often exerted considerable effort to aid her. After 3 years of guidance, even a pig could have become a diva. Yet, Wei Qingqing remained merely a first-tier singer in the country, a rather disheartening realization. Fool! Wei Hong scoffed, uncertain whether he was criticizing Wei Qingqing or berating his past self. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly to elevate Wei Qingqing to the status of a songstress, only for her to later believe Wei Sheng's words, turning against him. Reflecting on it was truly disheartening. In this life, let whatever may come, come. In the fourth-floor practice room, Wei Qingqing donned a flowing white gown, her delicate hands gracefully poised over the keys, every movement exuding charm. This scene should have been exquisite, yet the creative process was fraught with difficulty. Despite her mind brimming with inspiration, she could not translate it into music. Each note seemed to repel the others, failing to coalesce into a complete composition, leading to her growing frustration. Thud, thud, thud. In a fit of exasperation, Wei Qingqing slammed her hands down on the keys. Her heart was filled with resentment. Why? I have returned to the most familiar home. Yet despite my overflowing creativity, I still cannot compose the best piece. She realized she was missing something. The spark of brilliance that Wei Hong often provided was conspicuously absent. It seems as though I have truly exhausted my talents, finding myself entirely at a loss. Reflecting upon the calm and composed manner in which Wei Hong played the piano in the past, she suddenly realized that her younger brother's piano skills far surpassed her own by countless degrees, previously concealed beneath a veil of deliberate modesty, which she had been blind to. I must seek him out. Wei Qingqing hastily seized a manuscript from the stool and rushed downstairs. However, upon reaching the second floor, she was intercepted by the bodyguards. I'm sorry, Miss Wei, but the young master dislikes disturbances from outsiders. Step aside, Wei Qingqing retorted indignantly. Who is an outsider? I am his elder sister. Tell him to come out at once. I have urgent matters to discuss. The young master has instructed that no one is to disturb him during his rest. The bodyguards remained unyielding. As for his parents and sister by blood, he does not acknowledge them. What did you say? Wei Qingqing felt a lump form in her throat, nearly choking with indignation. How had it come to this? In times past, whenever she had need, she merely had to furrow her brow, and her brother would promptly resolve the matter. How had everything changed? Was it merely because the family had embraced Wei Sheng? Wei Hong, come out. Wei Qingqing shouted in frustration. I am your sister. What is this attitude? How long will you continue this farce? Are you truly so envious and resentful just because we accepted Xiao Sheng? Have you not been disciplined enough lately? Come out. And do not force my hand. Why could they not communicate like a family? Must it be dragged out like women bickering? Such a man, so consumed by jealousy, truly lacks any sense of grandeur. Wei Qingqing seethed with anger, wishing to vent all the pent-up frustration she had accumulated during this time. Just as a bodyguard was about to forcibly eject her, Wei Hong emerged, his hair still damp. He cast a fleeting glance at her, his eyes rife with derision. What? Have you come to vent your frustrations on your dear brother? Wei Hong scoffed, his brow furrowed in disdain. What are you saying? Wei Qingqing retorted. Are you not my brother? Enough. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Wei Hong replied, arching an unimpressed brow. I do not even acknowledge our parents. Do you expect me to recognize you as my sister? If you seek my assistance in composing, just say so. Yet, to come here with such an air of superiority while asking for favors, your shamelessness remains unchanged. You? Wei Qingqing was momentarily speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. She longed to counter his remarks, yet found herself at a loss. Had she not come seeking Wei Hong's assistance? How had their conversation spiraled into conflict? Fine. We will discuss Xiao Sheng another time. Wei Qingqing swallowed her pride and feigned magnanimity, stating, "Come help me revise my song quickly. I have a concert next month. If I do not have a spectacular new piece to close the show, I fear I will not be able to hold the audience's attention. And you expect me to toil for you? Go to hell." Wei Hong showed no signs of concession, turning to retreat to his room. "What did you say? Have you lost your mind?" Wei Qingqing, her face aflame with anger, exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I want to retaliate?" For as long as she could remember, the 6 sisters of the Wei family adhered to the principle that one should discipline their younger brother while the opportunity presented itself. Moreover, given their lack of closeness with Wei Hong, they never held back in their confrontations, often taking advantage of their age difference to discipline him. Pinching, slapping, and kicking were all commonplace. In his youth, Wei Hong had thought this was a sign of affection from his sisters, and thus he had never resisted. This led Wei Qingqing to speak so arrogantly. Hearing her words, Wei Hong's gaze turned icy. He halted and smirked. "In the past, I could tolerate being treated like an elder sister, but now, try me again." Wei Qingqing froze, her disbelief palpable. She suddenly recalled the scene of Wei Hong confronting Wei Jiaoyang. This little wolf cub had even dared to strike his biological father. If she attempted to wield her authority as an elder sister, her fate would likely not be favorable. "You bastard! Treating your own family this way will surely invite divine retribution. Do not think the world will stop turning in your absence. No one is indispensable. Should family come to regret this, it will not be us. Just wait. I will compose the most perfect piece for you to see." Wei Qingqing swore, indignant. However, Wei Hong paid her no mind, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang, blocking out all intrusive noise. What good is bravado? One must truly possess the ability to create. In this family, everyone had received his meticulous care in the past. Now that Wei Hong had withdrawn, only endless torment awaited them. Chapter 53. How could such a wonderful brother be lost? "Miss, you should return and rest early." Wang Ma had appeared at the staircase at some point, her expression complex as she gently urged, her eyes filled with sympathy. Wei Qingqing, fuming, turned and descended the stairs. Pouring herself a glass of red wine from the cabinet and downing it fiercely, wiping away the tears of grievance that had begun to form, and coldly remarked, "He truly is an ungrateful wretch." "Miss, you did not raise him either," Wang Ma gently reminded her. Wei Qingqing turned, astonished. Wang Ma quickly offered a sheepish smile. "I apologize, miss. It was my folly to speak out. However, some matters are clearer to us outsiders than to those within. For young Master Hong was raised by the old master. So what? Has he not eaten from the Wei family? Have we treated him poorly?" Wei Qingqing retorted vehemently, eager to enumerate her kindness towards him. Yet, after much stammering, she found herself unable to cite a single instance. "Young Master Hong does not lack for meals." Wang Ma sighed, reflecting, since he began living with you 3 years ago, he has made countless efforts, day in and day out, to maintain a facade of warmth despite the coldness he received in return. He has consistently given without expectation. When the chairman suffers from chronic stomach pain, young Master Hong prepares nourishing remedies for him in silence. When a madam suffers from headaches and insomnia, he self-studied acupuncture and massage, allowing her to sleep soundly through the night. When the eldest miss is overwhelmed with work, he stays up all night to assist with project analyses. And when the second miss suffers from dysmenorrhea, he is the one who has helped her. Wang Ma's words were a torrent of unspoken grievances. She had witnessed the injustices and neglect Wei Hong had endured over the past 3 years, and all the efforts he had made. Having worked as a servant in the Wei household for over 20 years, she had watched him grow from a small child into the person he was today, and had come to regard him as her own kin, which was why she could not help but speak out today. Enough! Enough! Wei Qingqing could not bear to listen any longer. She covered her ears in anguish, her heart overwhelmed with guilt. At that moment, a flood of buried memories rushed back, and she suddenly realized that Wang Ma was right. Everyone in this family owed Wei Hong a debt, while he owed nothing in return. Time and again, his contributions had been met with indifference. Surely anyone in his position would feel disheartened? In the past, you were only slightly cold towards young Master Hong, and on occasion, you would even bestow a smile. He would be overjoyed for an entire day at such insignificant gestures. But ever since young Master Wei Hong came into the picture, you have shown such warmth and concern towards an outsider, treating him with kindness and consideration, punishing young Master Hong at the first sign of conflict between them. Over time, how could he not turn away? Wei Qingqing stood rooted in place, lost in thought. In a daze, she wandered into the villa's back garden. Once, there existed a greenhouse brimming with her cherished, night-blooming cereus, golden camellias, a plethora of roses, and other exquisite flora. Whenever her spirits waned, she would retreat to this sanctuary, finding solace in the vibrant display of blossoms that invariably lifted her mood. Yet today, as she approached, she was met with the disheartening sight of the once lustrous blooms now withered, leaving only a few ordinary flowers still in bloom. What has happened? Where are the flowers? Wei Qingqing murmured in confusion. Have you forgotten? Replied Wang Ma from behind her. In the past, it was young Master Hong who personally tended to your flowers. Now that he has abandoned his duties, the household gardener, lacking skill, can hardly sustain such delicate plants. Unable to contain her sorrow, Wei Qingqing knelt down, weeping softly. She couldn't comprehend how such a wonderful brother could be lost to her. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for many. In stark contrast, Wei Hong slept soundly, awakening with the brightness of dawn, his fatigue dissipated, and his demeanor remarkably revitalized. At the breakfast table, Wei Qingqing appeared haggard, her eyes reddened. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui also bore weary expressions. One suffered from stomach pain, while the other battled headaches from sleepless nights, tossing and turning until slumber finally claimed them, leaving their spirits considerably diminished. Father, mother, sister, did you not sleep well? Wei Hong emerged from the kitchen with a tray, carefully presenting bowls of thin, watery congee before each family member. You haven't much appetite, so I thought some congee might help. Wei Hong expressed concern, though his inner voice clamored for recognition. I wonder if father, mother, and sister enjoy congee. Despite my efforts in preparing it at 5 this morning, my culinary skills remain rather lacking. If only I weren't so inept at cooking, how splendid it would be to prepare medicinal dishes like my elder brother. Alas, my brother and parents have turned their backs on me, refusing to step into the kitchen. In that moment, the expressions of the Wei family varied. Wei Jiaoyang spoke first. Congee is quite good. After indulging in rich delicacies, it offers a comforting sense of home. Indeed, Du Sihui added, visibly moved, you need not toil so hard. We have servants for that. You're still growing, so remember to sleep in a bit longer each morning. Yes, Wei Qingqing chimed in, her habitual sentiment surfacing. You truly are considerate. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Why had she unconsciously uttered such words? That was not my intention, she hastily clarified, casting an apologetic glance at Wei Hong. You are also very thoughtful. Both you and Wei Hong are exceptional. You speak of thoughtfulness, your entire family embodies it. Wei Hong replied, not lifting his gaze, savoring his steak with a bemused smirk. If you all love congee so much, I wish you a daily supply of it. What kind of attitude is that? If you prefer silence, no one thinks you are mute. Wei Jiaoyang retorted, visibly irate. Wei Qingqing quickly intervened. Father, please don't be so impulsive. Let us converse amicably as a family. With a scoff, Wei Hong smirked. Who considers you all family? Foolish. Your biological son prepares an elaborate feast while you shower praise on a foster child who merely tosses a handful of rice into a rice cooker, producing a pot of congee. Is this family not rather dim-witted? Ha ha, fools. A voice only Wei Hong could hear echoed in his mind. A bowl of congee wins their favor. The Wei family is truly easy to deceive. And I've just siphoned off 60 points of luck this morning. Delightful. Oh, Wei Hong's gaze sparkled as he smirked. It appeared that Wei Hong's ability to absorb the luck of those around him was not solely dependent on their favor, but also on the duration of their interactions. No wonder he thrived in the presence of the Wei family. Recalling the misfortunes that befell Wei Jiaoyang and the others in their past lives post-luck drain, he couldn't help but feel eager for the unfolding events. 3 days later, on a Friday morning, the Bentley convoy smoothly exited the Villa district. Wei Hong reclined in the back seat, eyes closed in repose, while the bodyguards remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of trouble. "Captain, there has been a traffic accident on Chang and South Street. Should we reroute?" One bodyguard reported via radio. "Divert to Jianghuai Road," the captain commanded. The convoy redirected toward the riverside. Anxiety gripped everyone as they traversed Jianghuai Road, which lay close to the riverbank amid an undeveloped lowland. A secluded area ideal for an ambush. Logically, Wei Hong should not have willingly walked into a trap. Yet to bait a hook, one must cast a line. He knew that by avoiding Jianghuai Road, adversaries would simply await him elsewhere. Thus, when the unforeseen change occurred, no one dare voice dissent. As the convoy glided along Jianghuai Road, a fuel tanker suddenly blocked their path. "Stop! Let us investigate," the bodyguard captain ordered, raising his radio. The convoy came to a gradual halt. Just as a bodyguard prepared to exit the vehicle, a thunderous explosion erupted as the tanker detonated. A searing blaze and shockwave surged forth, hurling the Bentley and Hummer off the road, flipping them over. A cacophony of rolling vehicles accompanied the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. In an instant, Wei Hong and his companions were met with a ringing in their ears. Their bodies tossed about as the vehicle careened. Several bodyguards losing consciousness on the spot, while he himself felt dazed. The female bodyguards swiftly shielded him. Fortunately, the vehicle remained upright, and the bulletproof glass held firm. Otherwise, the blast's aftermath alone would have been sufficient to wreak havoc. Gunfire crackled from all directions. Wei Hong scanned the area, catching sight of two vans approaching from behind. Gunmen leaping out, while others emerged from concealed manholes by the riverside. 8 assailants in total. The bodyguard captain furrowed his brow. The assailants are armed with silenced pistols. Their movements swift and efficient, likely trained in military tactics. "We remain uncertain if there are snipers. Stay alert." Quite impressive, Wei Hong smiled wryly, utilizing the tanker explosion as cover. They executed their assault with silenced firearms. If they swiftly neutralized their enemies and disposed of the bodies or incinerated them, the narrative presented to the outside world would transform into an unfortunate incident caused by the tanker explosion. The crew under Nie Xingyuan certainly possessed the expertise for such operations. Their methods executed with remarkable proficiency, truly emblematic of the underworld's dominance, their actions devoid of hesitation. Given Nie Xingyuan's connections in Jiangzhou, it was reasonable to expect monitoring systems would be temporarily disabled and law enforcement diverted. For an ordinary wealthy individual to encounter such an attack, even with bodyguards, resistance would be futile. However, Wei Hong was different. His bodyguards had long anticipated the assault and had prepared a counter-strategy. As the adversaries drew near, the bodyguard captain immediately commanded the convoy to reverse at full speed. A Hummer viciously collided with one of the vans. Although the road had yet to be cleared, the approaching assassins instinctively evaded. Bullets ricocheted violently against the bulletproof glass, causing no harm to those within the vehicle. With a clatter, the doors swung open. The bodyguards, armed with foldable bulletproof briefcases and electric batons, descended in an orderly fashion. In a country where firearms were prohibited, they could not bear arms. Yet they were far from defenseless. With a swift flick, their briefcases transformed into shields, deflecting bullets as they charged toward the nearest assassin. A fierce melee ensued, with bullets striking the briefcases and narrowly grazing the heads of the bodyguards. Occasionally, someone was hit, and their companions immediately crouched down to shield them. Once the bodyguards closed in, they adeptly employed martial arts techniques, swiftly subduing an assassin with the aid of their electric batons. Amidst the chaos, both sides suffered casualties. Wei Hong remained composed in the vehicle, his eyes slightly squinted as he meditated. 2 minutes later, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. "Damn it! Retreat! Retreat immediately!" roared a masked assassin, firing his weapon while attempting to drag away his injured comrade. However, as the police cars came to a halt, a battalion of heavily armed SWAT officers surged forth. "Police, don't move. Everyone down on the ground. Drop your weapons now." The officers aimed their guns indiscriminately at everyone present. The bodyguards, unarmed, had no reason to fear. They simply needed to find cover and lie low. The assassins, however, found themselves in dire straits. Just as they hesitated to surrender, the SWAT officers decisively pulled the trigger, eliminating them all. This dramatic scene commenced abruptly and ended just as hastily. Aside from a few moaning and writhing injured individuals, the ground was left stained with blood and spent bullets. "Boss, the police have taken control," a female bodyguard alerted. "We must exit the vehicle to negotiate." "No." Wei Hong shook his head in refusal. The female bodyguard was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his reasons for declining. As she spoke, 4 SWAT officers appeared at the window, guns trained on the inside of the car, barking orders. "Get out of the vehicle for inspection, immediately." "Boss, we have to comply with the inspection," the female bodyguard urged repeatedly. "Although we are the victims, any non-cooperative behavior before the police verify our identities is unlawful, and they have the right to execute us on the spot." "No." Wei Hong remained resolute in his refusal. Just as the female bodyguard was about to say more, a resounding explosion erupted from below. The earth trembled as flames soared into the sky. Debris and dirt were sent flying, and vehicles were hurled into the air. Several bodyguards and SWAT officers were blasted away on the spot. The scene descended into chaos, with even the riverbank being torn apart. Wei Hong tumbled within the car, vomiting blood. The Bentley had endured 2 explosive shocks. Although not detonated at close range, the bulletproof glass had shattered, leaving shards to slice through the skin of those inside, rendering them battered and bloodied. At that moment, the female bodyguards could no longer suppress their gasps of horror, realizing why Wei Hong had refused to exit the vehicle. The true, deadly trap lay in wait. The previous gunman had merely been a decoy. Their intent was to lower his guard before triggering the explosives. In the aftermath of such a cataclysm, all traces could be effortlessly obliterated. With some deft maneuvering, all blame could easily be placed on the explosion of the fuel truck, completely dissociating it from any gang-related vendetta. "Clever." Wei Hong sneered softly. "It's a pity I survived this time. The police arrived so swiftly. This time, you miscalculated, and I outmaneuvered you." Chapter 55. The news is so outdated. A family of imbeciles. We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin. At 8:17 this morning, an explosion occurred involving a fuel truck on Jianghuai Road. The area is now under strict lockdown. Citizens are advised to take alternative routes to avoid the area. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation, and the number of casualties remains unknown. Relevant departments assure that they will swiftly control the situation, urging the public not to spread rumors. Renai Hospital, in a VIP ward on the top floor. The television broadcasted today's news from the local channel. Wei Hong sat on the hospital bed, browsing through a tablet, while Su Maogong, accompanied by a cadre of new bodyguards, stood vigil both inside and outside the room, ensuring a secure perimeter, not even allowing a fly to slip through. "This was truly perilous," Su Maogong remarked, peeling an apple with a serious expression. "Nie Yuan is as treacherous as ever. Had you truly fallen victim, this incident would likely have been hastily concluded as merely a fuel truck explosion. That is how it will be officially reported, of course." Wei Hong chuckled lightly, reflecting, "After all, we live in a harmonious society. The news cannot possibly mention anything about gang warfare. We lost 2 lives and 5 were injured." Su Maogong Fadawen. While they instinctively sought cover during the explosion, their injuries were severe. Moreover, the police also suffered considerable losses, inciting immense anger among the higher-ups. The city is currently engaged in a crackdown on organized crime, and with such an incident occurring, Nie Yuan will find it impossible to suppress it. Weongskov to dismissively. What so-called gang lords are merely rats in a sewer. When protected, they may act arrogantly, bullying ordinary people, but once that protection vanishes, their fate is nothing but obliteration. After all, who can stand against the machinery of the state? Nie Yuan had stirred such a commotion in his folly. Even if Wei Hong had not made arrangements with Fan Shun, the other party would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. "I have dragged my brothers into this," Wei Hong said solemnly. "We cannot let them shed blood and tears in vain. Each member of the convoy will receive a reward of 1 million. For those who tragically lost their lives, their families will receive 10 million, and we will cover all medical expenses for the injured, with an additional reward of 3 million each." Su Maogong nodded in agreement. The bodyguards in the ward brightened at once. These fearless individuals feared nothing but a miserly boss. With Wei Hong's generous outpouring of resources and the insurance provided by the security company, injuries or fatalities would yield substantial compensation, rendering their sacrifices worthwhile. A life worth over 10 million is quite a bargain. At the very least, it would ensure their families lived comfortably, wouldn't it? At this moment, the loyalty of the bodyguards soared dramatically. They wished to follow such a lavish boss forever. Any updates from the city bureau? Wei Hong inquired, rubbing his temples. Of course. Su Maogong replied, handing him an apple. The crackdown on organized crime has mobilized a significant police force. While the official narrative is that of a fuel truck explosion, the higher-ups are well aware of the true circumstances. No matter how powerful Nie Shengyuan's influence, it cannot be concealed. The city bureau has convened a meeting and approved a comprehensive crackdown on the Nie family group. The police have suddenly acquired critical evidence from unknown sources and are reportedly preparing for an arrest operation. Wei Hong smirked slightly, unfazed by the developments. If he had not approached Fan Shun for negotiations a few days ago, the opposing party might have stubbornly shielded Nie Shengyuan from the pressure. However, now it is evident to anyone with sense that the Nie family's power has waned, and any further concealment could jeopardize their own interests. Therefore, anyone in Jiangzhou with ties to Nie Shengyuan would prudently choose to take decisive action against him. After all, only by ruthlessly striking down a drowning dog can one extricate oneself from the entanglement. The Nie family is doomed. Wei Hong sighed and casually tossed aside his tablet, saying, Uncle Su, you may go about your business. A few vehicles likely need repairs. It hasn't been safe lately, so I shall stay in the hospital for a while to avoid the storm. Very well, Su Maogong replied with a smile. After today, no one in Jiangzhou's upper echelons would remain unaware of Wei Hong. He is the figure capable of forcing the young lady of the Nie family to drink her own urine while simultaneously bringing about Nie Shengyuan's demise. The old guard has perished on the shores, swept away by the relentless tide of the Yangtze. Wilmstontoy, having built his stature upon the bones of his predecessors. Such ostentation is bound to attract attention. It will be wiser to maintain a lower profile. I shall take my leave. You rest well, young master. Su Maogong rose, leaning on his cane as he departed. Just as he exited, Du Sihui hurried in with Wei Qingqing and Wei Sheng. Upon entering the hospital room, she could not contain her anxiety, asking Xiao Hong, Are you all right? You terrified your mother. How could I not be fine when I'm in the hospital? Wei Sheng said, feigning concern while reveling in the misfortune. I advised my brother against such arrogance long ago, but he wouldn't listen. Young people should temper their ambition. Has he finally encountered a setback? Xiao Sheng, please refrain from speaking. Wei Qingqing rushed forward, attempting to grasp his hand, her voice filled with urgency as she pressed. I heard you were involved in a fuel truck explosion with many casualties? What on earth happened? Is the underworld so lawless now? Wei Hong raised his hand to evade her touch, frowning at the bodyguard by the door, asking, Why are you allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry to come in? Don't you know I need a rest? Apologies, boss. Please, you all must leave. The bodyguard's expressions darkened at his words as they prepared to usher them out. Wei Sheng seized the opportunity to interject. Mother, I told you not to come see my brother. Look at him, so lively and still able to chase people away. We're just wasting our efforts. Du Sihui's face clouded with concern, yet she persisted in her advice. Xiao Hong, do not be stubborn. Nie Shengyuan is a man of profound depths, surrounded by many desperate individuals. They are capable of anything. We should consider a way to reconcile. Indeed, Father has already agreed to assist. Wei Qingqing urged anxiously. If you yield to him, he will promptly negotiate with Nie Shengyuan, as long as he offers substantial reparations. Preserving your life should be manageable. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Brother, Wei Sheng scoffed derisively. The same person who dared to detonate a fuel truck today would have no qualms about blowing up a villa tomorrow. You don't intend to bring the whole family down with you, do you? Heed advice and keep your life. It's better to suffer some humiliation than to lose your life. Enough. Wei Hong frowned impatiently, ordering the bodyguards, Get them out. Yes. The bodyguards raised their hands to intervene. The three attempted to say more, but were promptly expelled. The hospital room fell silent once again, leaving only Wei Hong's silent scoff. They still wish for him to apologize to Nie Xingyuan. Their information is woefully outdated. A family of simpletons. Chapter 56. The Downfall of a Tyrant. Ashes to Ashes. In the eastern part of the city, at the Jianian luxury villa district, Nie Xingyuan reclined on the sofa, his brow twitching incessantly. "Father, are you unwell?" Nie Xingyuan inquired with genuine concern. "No, I merely feel a sense of unease." Nie Xingyuan sighed, his expression grim. Could it be that Uncle Gui's operation has failed? Nie Xingyuan furrowed her brows, replying, "That shouldn't be the case. They were armed with explosives and firearms, while Wei Hong's bodyguards are unarmed. It should have been a straightforward sweep. Do not underestimate them. Without heavy weaponry, a handgun is as useful as a mere stick," Nie Xingyuan retorted coldly. "In a harmonious society, no one dares to make too much noise. They only seek to eliminate the opponent." At that moment, a buzz-cut young man rushed in, presenting a tablet with urgency. Old Uncle Gui's team may have been completely annihilated. The situation has escalated and made the news. "What?" Nie Xingyuan's face paled. He took the tablet and scrolled, the news report quickly coming into view. Upon witnessing the devastation at the explosion site, he could not help but gasp, his expression darkening further. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." "What do you mean?" Nie Xingyuan asked, bewildered. "Isn't the explosion scene rather horrific? Perhaps Wei Hong has perished in the blast." "Impossible. He must be unharmed." Nie Xingyuan trembled as he lit a cigarette, his complexion ashen. "But we are in grave danger." "Father, what on earth are you talking about?" Nie Xingyuan still struggled to comprehend. The buzz-cut young man sighed and explained, "Miss, the fact that old Uncle Gui and his team have not reported back means they have either been wiped out or captured. The fact that the opponent could take them all down indicates they had laid a trap long before. Furthermore, our lack of any information, while the news outlets are ahead of us, signifies that official channels have reached a consensus. We have been abandoned by our protectors. The fuel truck explosion has stirred significant chaos, and while it has been suppressed publicly, the authorities will undoubtedly seek accountability. It is highly likely that they will consolidate police forces to deal with us." Nie Xingyuan remained in a state of confusion. Nie Xingyuan glanced at his daughter, whose naivete bordered on foolishness, and could not help but reveal a bitter smile as he summarized, "In short, we are finished. We have struck a hard wall this time. I never anticipated Wei Hong to be so ruthless. How can this be?" Nie Xingyuan staggered backward, collapsing onto the sofa, her face a mask of disbelief. "He is just a high school student. Our family has dominated Jiangzhou for so many years, with numerous political and business titans as our allies. How could we possibly be outmatched by him? That is the reality." Nie Xingyuan, equally perplexed, despondently puffed on a cigarette. How did this young man manage to achieve such a feat? The phone rang shortly thereafter. After answering several calls, the buzz-cut young man's expression grew darker. He slammed the phone down, gritting his teeth. "Indeed, the situation is as we feared. The Municipal Bureau is launching a crackdown on organized crime and coincidentally encountered this incident, concentrating their forces entirely on us. Now, all of Master Nie's establishments, entertainment venues, mines, sandpits, underground casinos, hotels, are being successively sealed off, and a large contingent of police is en route here. Master Nie, we must leave. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. We must depart now." Nie Xingyuan's gaze turned despondent. Nie Xingyuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. How could this happen? Just yesterday, they were revered in Jiangzhou, a formidable underground power that commanded respect from all major figures, capable of murder, arson, and usury, virtually untouchable. How could the situation change so drastically overnight? Everything seemed to shift once we engaged with Wei Hong. Nie Xingyuan not only faced the gravest insult of her life, but was also confronted with the potential annihilation of her family, a reality she could scarcely accept. In an instant, all three recalled Wei Hong's earlier words. He had wagered that within half a month, the Nie family would be reduced to ashes. At that time, everyone had mocked him for his fanciful thinking. But now, it has barely been half a month, merely the fourth day, in fact. Damn. The buzz-cut youth clenched his fists tightly and said coldly, "This kid is audacious enough. Tonight, I shall gather my men to eliminate him, even if it means sacrificing everything in the process. In the realm of power, the victor takes all. We must be prepared to accept the consequences of our wagers." Nie Shengyuan sighed and shook his head. "Do you not understand? We no longer have the luxury of time to deal with him. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. You must hastily gather your belongings, take the brothers who are still willing to stand with us, and ensure Qinglan's safe passage abroad. One cannot stand by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet." Nie Shengyuan had anticipated this day would come, hence he remained composed, directly instructing his men to escort his daughter away. A substantial sum had long been deposited into his overseas accounts, sufficient to secure Nie Qinglan's happiness for a lifetime. As for Jiangzhou City, it would be best if they never returned. "Master Nie, what about you?" the buzz-cut youth asked uneasily. "Aren't you coming with us?" "You all are blameless. Simply board a plane and leave," Nie Shengyuan replied with a bitter smile. "I may have to resort to other means of escape." "All right." The buzz-cut youth wasted no time and swiftly began to pack his belongings. Nie Qinglan, filled with reluctance and guilt, wept, "Father, how did it come to this? Shall we truly allow ourselves to be driven away like this?" "Child, preserving our lives is of utmost importance." Nie Shengyuan poured himself a glass of wine, his voice hoarse. "Honor and wealth are mere illusions. As long as you live joyfully, we have enough to sustain ourselves abroad. What more could one desire from life?" "I'm so sorry. Father, I'm so sorry." Nie Qinglan's face was streaked with tears as she desperately slapped her own cheeks. Nie Shengyuan grasped her hand firmly, solemnly admonishing her. "Victory and defeat are the common fate of warriors. I have never harbored grievances in my life, nor will I do so now. Remember, do not seek vengeance on Wei Hong. You cannot contend with him. Furthermore, cease all interactions with Wei Sheng." On that day, in the principal's office, Wei Hong unequivocally declared that he was the root cause of our family's downfall, and now all has come pass. "This man is undoubtedly exploiting you. Do you understand?" Nie Shengyuan continued to impart many earnest warnings. With tear-filled eyes, Nie Qinglan nodded in agreement, both of them enveloped in the sorrow of impending separation. As the sound of sirens pierced the air outside, the buzz-cut youth forcibly took Nie Qinglan away. Little did they know, this farewell would be everlasting. Nie Shengyuan had no intention of escaping. He understood that there was no way out this time. If he remained alive, many would find it difficult to sleep. Thus, as the sirens grew ever closer, Nie Shengyuan quietly retrieved a handgun from a concealed compartment of the sofa and pressed it against his temple. Wei Hong, what a cunning maneuver. With a sigh, the gun fired. The curtain fell on a legendary figure. Chapter 57. The Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous ones away. One should bear children like Wei Xiaoqi. That night, within the confines of the Xie family villa, CSCC, Ji Peng, and a cadre of affluent young heirs and heiresses gathered once more to indulge in drinking and card games. "Damn it, drinking here is dull. Why don't we head to a club or bar? The service would be much more enjoyable. Are you out of your mind? The entire city is cracking down on organized crime. Many clubs and bars are under investigation. We should avoid stirring up trouble, lest we return home to face scolding." "True. Let's make do with what we have. Cheers." The young elites clinked their glasses in a lackluster manner. Ji Peng smirked and said, "Drinking alone is rather tedious. Let me quench your thirst with some juicy gossip. Do you know why all the bars in the city were raided today?" "Why?" the crowd inquired with curiosity. Yipeng, reveling in their intrigue, declared, "Because the Nie family took action against Wei Hong." "What? No way. How did they take action? Did they send someone to attack him?" "Attacking someone is beneath us. They must have brought guns. The Nie family has a multitude of henchmen in Jiangzhou City. Acquiring firearms would be quite simple." As this topic unfolded, the crowd's interest peaked. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for an external upheaval. The affairs of the underworld felt so distant to them. However, if Wei Hong were to meet misfortune, they would certainly relish the outcome. This morning, an oil tanker exploded on Jianghuai Road. Ji Peng took a sip of his drink, exuding satisfaction as he continued. The explosion occurred twice, and armed police were dispatched. It is said that several individuals were killed. At that moment, Wei Hong's convoy was right there. What? That's explosive news. Impressive. Master Nye truly lives up to his reputation. His strikes are always so ruthless. This morning, I did see the news about the oil tanker explosion. I thought it was merely an ordinary accident. But little did I know it was Wei Hong's convoy that was targeted. Wow, I saw the news footage. The scene was utterly horrific. I had warned Wei Hong not to provoke them. Look, Sister Lan Lan is not someone he can mess with. The wealthy youths were filled with awe. They marveled at Nye Xingyuan's ruthlessness, while simultaneously reveling in Wei Hong's misfortune, as if they could already envision him being obliterated or severely injured and hospitalized. At that moment, Xie Zhijiang walked in from outside. He overheard the excited chatter and could not help but furrow his brows and clear his throat. "Father, you're back?" Xie Cici greeted him promptly. "Uncle Xie," the young elites chimed in unison. Xie Zhijiang nodded, handing his coat to a servant, pouring himself a glass of red wine from the cabinet, and then approached the group with a serious demeanor, stating, "Do not provoke Wei Hong in the future, especially you." "Cici? Father, what do you mean?" Xie Cici asked in confusion. "Isn't Wei Hong dead from the explosion? What is there to worry about?" "Then my foot." Xie Zhijiang gulped down his wine, gritting his teeth as he replied, "That brat is fine. 8 of Nye Xingyuan's men died on the spot, and he has been designated as a key target of the anti-crime crackdown. By the time the police arrived at his villa, he had already committed suicide." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock, their limbs growing cold. What kind of situation is this? A high school student forced a notorious gangster to take his own life? What a legendary tale. "Uncle Xie, you must be joking." Ji Peng exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "Joking? I'm certainly not." Xie Zhijiang scolded, his expression grim. "Nye Xingyuan is now deceased. Nye Xingyuan has been driven to flee abroad, and all properties under the Nye family's name, including various mines, sand fields, entertainment venues, clubs, and underground casinos, have been sealed off. At least hundreds of his henchmen have been arrested. The police have amassed an extensive archive of evidence against the Nye family. And had Nye Xingyuan not committed suicide, he would surely have faced execution multiple times over. It is estimated that over 100 of his subordinates would be sentenced. All of this is attributed to Wei Hong, though the exact nature of his actions remains unclear based on the current information. He has undoubtedly reached an agreement with certain authorities to jointly target the Nye family. The crowd was left in a daze. They could not comprehend the complexities of the situation. Each individual was left with a singular question in their mind. How on earth did he manage to orchestrate this? "So, your earlier schadenfreude was quite foolish." Xie Zhijiang sighed, pouring himself another glass of wine. "Wei Hong is no longer in the same league as you. Even your elders must bow before him in deference. Do not recklessly provoke him again, understood?" The young elites nodded fervently, fear etched on their faces. Ji Peng and CSCC were especially drenched in cold sweat, recalling their previous altercations with Wei Hong, during which he had vowed to annihilate the Ji family and trample the Xie group. Everyone had dismissed him as a mere joke, and to this day, no one believed his words. But now, due to Nye Xingyuan's excessive actions, the negotiation space between both parties evaporated entirely. Without hesitation, Wei Hong struck decisively, annihilating the Nye father and daughter, forcing one to perish and the other to flee. Such ruthless tactics are indeed spine-chilling. If our two families had not retreated back then, would we have met a similar fate? This thought flashed through their minds, sending shivers down their spines. In the mid-mountain villa district, at the luxurious number 3 manor, Hua Yinghao swirled his glass of red wine, meticulously examining the documents in his hand. This was a detailed dossier on Wei Sheng and Wei Hong. "Mr. Hua, what piques your interest in these two?" inquired a curious middle-aged butler nearby. "It is precisely because they elude understanding that they capture my interest." Hua Yinghao mused with a light chuckle. "Firstly, take Wei Sheng. A mere son of a driver has somehow garnered the favor of the Wei family, and his classmates and friends all seem to adore him. Such a talent is indeed peculiar." The middle-aged butler looked perplexed, but Hua Yinghao continued, "As for Wei Hong, he is even more formidable. The recent series of events surrounding him reveals that he is a young man of considerable means. Even I cannot afford to underestimate him. A high school student? Surely not. The middle-aged butler exclaimed in astonishment. High school student? Wei Hong laughed softly, raising his gaze. In just a few days, he uprooted the underworld ruler Nie Xingyuan from Jiangzhou. Do you truly believe such a high school student is simple? The butler gasped in disbelief, instinctively doubting the veracity of Wei Hong's words. However, as he perused the documents, his brow furrowed in alarm. A minor, yet capable of reaching into the political sphere? He murmured, his scalp tingling. Indeed, Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head. My third brother has come to Jiangzhou to seek opportunity, grappling with how to overhaul the local situation. Who would have thought that this minor would take the initiative to fire the first shot? Is it not remarkable? A person like this, given time, will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable leader. Truly, the younger generation must surpass the older, as exemplified by Wei Xiaoqi. Chapter 58. Could this fellow be my misfortune? The demise of Nie Xingyuan sent ripples through the upper echelons of Jiangzhou, not only astonishing them with Wei Hong's cunning, but also stirring considerable unrest within the Wei family. Wei Jiaoyong, Du Sihui, and others sat around the dining table, each wearing a peculiar expression. Despite the lavish spread of delicacies before them, none could muster an ounce of appetite. Dad, you are not jesting, are you? Wei Linlang exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. Could Wei Hong truly possess the ability to eliminate Nie Xingyuan? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. Indeed, Du Sihui échoued equally incrédule. That boy Wei Hong is still a minor. His only support is Su Maogong and some connections left by the elders. How could he possibly have the means to eliminate someone named Nie? He probably just got lucky, Wei Sheng interjected sourly. Nie's actions were so conspicuous that they drew the authorities' attention. In the ongoing crackdown on crime, he was inadvertently swept away. Naive, Wei Jiaoyong sighed, shaking his head. The disparity between his two sons was glaring. His biological son was already capable of grappling with formidable opponents, while his adopted son was still floundering. There are not so many coincidences in this world. How many times has Nie Xingyuan survived crackdowns, only to fall this time? Clearly, Wei Hong is no ordinary individual. That little brat must have leveraged the connections and favors left by the elder. Wei Jiaoyong analyzed through clenched teeth. This reckless fool has squandered such valuable connections in a quest for bravado, utterly incomprehensible. If only those connections had been utilized for the development of the Wei Group, we would have ascended to greater heights, rather than languishing in Jiangzhou. How could the elder have expended so much effort nurturing such an ingrate? It is a sheer waste of our family's resources. The others were swayed by his analysis, instinctively agreeing with his judgment. The elder Wei had conducted business in Jiangzhou for decades, accruing countless favors. If Wei Hong had indeed relied on the goodwill of a powerful ally to topple Nie Xingyuan, it would not be beyond belief. No wonder Wei Jiaoyong was furious. After all, a powerful ally's goodwill is rare and invaluable. The slightest support could propel the Wei Group to new heights, and squandering it in reckless bravado is truly unwarranted. He's being utterly irresponsible. Wei Linlang could not help but complain. Many of our projects are struggling to progress lately, and earning money has become significantly more challenging. It truly is a case of not knowing the cost of living until one is in charge. Parents, you must find a way to compel him to yield the resources left by grandfather. Indeed, Wei Sheng added, his tone equally sour. These connections are a colossal resource and must not be squandered by our eldest brother's whims. They represent opportunities for the Wei Group's growth. Wei Jiaoyong was somewhat swayed by their words, but soon recalled Wei Hong's obstinate temperament, prompting him to furrow his brow in contemplation. That little brat has grown wings and insists on severing ties. I sigh to think that any abrupt demand for him to relinquish resources would be met with resistance. Do any of you have a plan? The group exchanged glances, all falling silent in embarrassment. What plan could they possibly have? Wei Hong was now resolute and unyielding. Flattery or appeals for sympathy were futile, and invoking emotional ties would merely waste time. They felt utterly powerless against him. Moreover, Wei Hong was exceptionally vigilant. Whether at home or outside, he was always flanked by 2 teams of bodyguards. In all of Jiangzhou, unless law enforcement intervened to apprehend him, It was impossible for anyone to exert force against him. Even the assassins dispatched by Nie Xingyuan could not touch him. What could the Wei family do? Linlang, see to the matter I entrusted you with as soon as possible, just in case. Wei Jiaoyang sighed as he instructed. Understood. Wei Linlang nodded in agreement. The task at hand was to investigate the mid to high level staff within the group. Should anyone be found to have deep ties to the elder or potential leanings towards Wei Hong, they would have to be gradually sidelined or reassigned to less significant roles, ensuring they would not occupy important positions. In summary, Wei Jiaoyang intended to maintain a firm grip on power. No one could challenge his authority, not even his biological son. Dad, Wei Sheng suddenly inquired. Whereas Nie Qinglan gone? I do not know. Wei Jiaoyang shook his head in response. She should have gone abroad. I am not certain of her exact destination. However, being a minor with a clean background, she will not be implicated despite the downfall of the Nie family. Rest assured. Wei Sheng nodded, though his expression was far from pleasant. He cared little for Nie Qinglan's well-being and was solely concerned with whether he could draw upon her fortune. That woman possessed an immense aura of luck. Now that she was abroad, he could not siphon off even a fraction of her fortune. This meant Wei Sheng had lost a vital source of sustenance. Simultaneously, the fall of the Nie family had cost him a significant ally. The losses weighed heavily on him, inciting his anger. Damn it, all this is Wei Hong's fault. Why didn't he just blow up today? Wei Sheng cursed inwardly. Every time I get entangled with him, it ends poorly. Could he possibly be my harbinger of misfortune? Xiao Sheng, why do you look so unwell? Du Sihui asked, offering him a piece of beef with concern. Nie Qinglan is your friend, right? Do not worry. People from her background inevitably face such circumstances. They have various hidden identities and gray funds abroad. They won't starve. Indeed, no need for concern. Wei Linlang chimed in to comfort him. If you're truly worried, just give her a call another day. All right. Wei Sheng managed to muster a faint smile in response, while internally he reveled in a wave of flattery that delighted those around him. After dinner, he seized a moment to check his stock account, and his previously gloomy disposition transformed into one of considerable ease. To his astonishment, the once gloomy account was now aglow with red. Dozens of stocks were surging, with increases of 3 to 5 points, and some even hitting the upper limit. Wei Linlang's account, which had initially held just over 35 million, had skyrocketed to over 46 million since he took over, as if the numbers were snowballing. Wei Sheng had no real understanding of the stock market. He merely relied on his extraordinary luck, randomly selecting stocks with his eyes closed. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. Indeed, his luck seemed almost supernatural. With this skill alone, he was earning far more than he ever could have through mere lottery tickets. Just wait, this is only the beginning. Once I harvest enough fortune from the Wei family, I will establish my own account upon reaching adulthood and venture into overseas funds. I've heard that one can leverage their investments. Imagine the thrill of multiplying returns by dozens. Would that not yield billions overnight? The more Wei Sheng pondered, the better his mood became. He even began to fantasize about how he would confront Wei Hong once he became a financial titan. Chapter 59. May you always retain such integrity. Half a month later, in the early morning at the headquarters of the Wei Group, a throng of irate individuals, disregarding the secretary's protests, forcibly invaded the president's office, confronting Wei Linlang, who was seated in the executive chair with a cacophony of shouts. President Wei, do you not owe us an explanation? Why am I, who have been diligently working in the finance department, being reassigned to the cleaning department to sweep garbage? Do you believe we have faltered in our duties? What does this sudden transfer notice mean? Please elucidate. The crowd clamored in unison, their voices rising in indignation. Wei Linlang, visibly impatient, furrowed her brow and surveyed each face in the room. Among them were men and women of varied ages from different departments, including heads of administration and finance down to managers and supervisors, encompassing nearly a third of the mid to senior management of the Wei Group. In recent times, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter Wei Linlang had embarked on a sweeping audit of the entire organization. Anyone who had received support from the late Mr. Wei or had been closely associated with Wei Hong was subjected to scrutiny. Consequently, unrest stirred within the company. This group represented the unfortunate souls who had received transfer notices after the preliminary review. Let us move to the conference room. This space cannot accommodate so many. Anticipating such a turn of events, Wei Linlang stood, adjusted her haute couture suit, and strode confidently toward the large conference room. The others, fuming, followed suit. Shortly thereafter, the assembly took their seats in the conference room. Wei Linlang, positioned at the head of the table, delicately sipped her coffee before addressing the room. I trust you are all bewildered and irate regarding the sudden transfer notices you received, correct? The rationale is straightforward. This is part of a significant strategic transformation within the group. Our management has grown increasingly aged, with many failing to keep pace with contemporary trends while stubbornly clinging to their executive positions. Such behavior severely impedes the advancement of younger employees and dampens their ambition and drive, which is detrimental to our corporate growth. Thus, we have reluctantly decided to implement these adjustments. In the future, a substantial number of young talents will be promoted. For now, you must temporarily step back to lesser roles. I hope you can show some forbearance for the sake of the group's development. Having delivered her lengthy official statement, Wei Linlang continued to sip her coffee, seemingly indifferent to the uproar erupting beneath her. What utter nonsense! I have dedicated over 20 years to this group, single-handedly constructing the framework for the sales department. And you dare say I am stagnant? Roared a sales department head in his 40s, furious. I established numerous online projects for the company. How can you dismantle what I built? Others chimed in. Surely our years of service count for something. Are you not concerned that the group will descend into chaos? We could pursue labor arbitration. Wei Linlang set down her coffee cup, a smirk curling her lips. The earth will keep spinning without any one of you. Do you truly believe your absence would leave a void? Your subordinates would be eager to occupy your positions. As for labor arbitration, feel free. The company maintains a substantial legal department, and transferring roles without a salary decrease is not illegal. You are welcome to sue. At her words, the crowd clenched their fists in anger. The notion of a transfer without a salary reduction was merely a euphemism for a reduction in their total earnings. Each of these individuals held high-ranking positions, relying not just on their base salaries, but on dividends, performance bonuses, sales commissions, and various gifts from suppliers, which constituted the bulk of their income. Moreover, power often eclipses wealth. If they were reassigned to the cleaning department, their dignity would be irrevocably tarnished, rendering them incapable of facing their colleagues. How could they endure such humiliation? Is there truly no room for negotiation? Inquired a middle-aged manager, his brow furrowed. Reassigning all of us will undoubtedly destabilize the group. Will the board approve this? What of young Master Wei? You need not concern yourselves with that, Wei Linlang replied, a derisive smile playing on her lips. Wei Hong is still a minor and holds no position within the company. I am well aware that many of you are loyal to my grandfather and dream of his son taking the helm, but no one can save you now. Should anyone wish to switch allegiances, relinquishing your connections, resources, and confidential information, I might consider reinstating you. Otherwise, prepare to rot in the cleaning department. Oh, and by the way, you are welcome to resign, but at your age, do you truly believe anyone would take you in after leaving the Wei group? Her threats and temptations left the group visibly shaken. It became abundantly clear to them that this was a decisive moment of choosing sides. It was evident that Wei Jiaoyang aimed to eliminate potential threats to his son's power before they could arise, hence the sudden upheaval. The old man was indeed ruthless toward his own. An arm will never outmuscle a thigh, Wei Linlang remarked nonchalantly, playing with her manicured nails. While my grandfather's desire to see Wei Hong as the heir, what are the substantial shares he has left for him? The group is currently under my father's command. He will place whoever he deems fit in charge. Wei Hong is merely an insufferable child. You must understand that following him will come at a cost. Consider your options carefully. If you're dissatisfied, you may attempt to negotiate with Wei Hong or Su Maogong. Uncle Gong possesses some influence within the board. Perhaps you might sway my father's decision. Wei Linlang swept her gaze across the room with a smile that concealed the weight of her words. The choice between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyang was a conundrum. Opting for the prince meant accepting a stagnant position with an uncertain future, while siding with Wei Jiaoyang implied betrayal, along with the risk of losing their connections and resources. The stakes were high, and the decision was so daunting that they all stood frozen in place. After a long time, a middle-aged female manager chuckled coldly, rose from her seat, and strode toward the exit. A job transfer? So be it. After dedicating over a decade to the group, I've exhausted myself to the point of developing occupational ailments. A stint in the cleaning department will serve as a much-needed respite. Indeed, a mere transfer does not intimidate me. I refuse to be cowed. You think you can pry away my exclusive connections and confidential information? Dream on. Even if I resign, I will not yield. It's just a job. Who do you think you're scaring? The executives are all capable and resourceful individuals. They are impervious to threats and temptations. After weighing the pros and cons, they all cursed and left the conference room. Wei Linlang observed the scene. Her face darkened with anger as she smashed her coffee cup onto the floor, hissing, "Very well. I hope you all maintain such resolve. Do you truly believe that having Wei Hong as a backing allows you to oppose the group? Dream on." Chapter 60. Establishing a new faction, Hong Sheng Group. A job transfer? Intriguing. In the afternoon, on the golf course, Wei Hong and Su Maogong were engaged in a leisurely game. A few representatives from the Wei group who had been transferred stood nearby, muttering among themselves. They recounted the distasteful behavior of Wei Linlang and her father. Their willingness to approach signified they had made a choice. In this power struggle between the father and son, they chose to align with Wei Hong. After all, he was the heir personally selected by the old master, and they harbored doubts about Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter. For both self-interest and gratitude, Wei Hong emerged as the optimal candidate. "Young Master Wei, what are your thoughts?" inquired a frowning, middle-aged vice president. The cleaning department has devolved into utter chaos, with general managers, vice presidents, and supervisors all crammed in there. Everyone is left idle, effectively rendered powerless. Indeed, we are at a loss regarding how to proceed. Young Master Wei, please offer your guidance. If this matter remains unresolved, we may find ourselves in hot water. Numerous scrutinizing gazes turned toward Wei Hong, their words laden with hesitation. In this era, the relationship between employers and employees is always a two-way street. Although they recognized Wei Hong's capabilities, they needed to observe whether he could shoulder the responsibilities. Should he falter, they would not waste their time with him. With a casual swing, Wei Hong struck the golf ball, which arced gracefully through the air and landed near a hole several dozen meters away. A satisfied smile crept across his lips before he spoke. "All of you have watched me grow. You are well aware of the situation. You expect me to return to the Wei group and vie for the chairman's position, correct?" "Precisely. Besides you, who else could take the helm of the group left by the old master? You may be young, but you have been nurtured since childhood, spending your spare time in the Group S office. We trust you. Once you come of age, you will inherit 30% of the Group S shares. At that point, Uncle Gong can rally a group of old shareholders, and we will have the advantage. Younger Master Wei, we stand behind you." The crowd clamored in agreement. However, Wei Hong shook his head, chuckling softly. "That would be futile. Wei Jiaoyang, that old fox, is not adept at expansion, but ruthless in internal strife. He could easily utilize dilution, pledges, and other tactics to seize shares. Engaging in legal battles is time-consuming and exhausting. He could drag me down." The atmosphere in the room turned tense. Wei Hong continued, "In truth, I have never intended to inherit the Wei group, although it is the legacy of the old master. The group has long since decayed and is burdened by numerous internal afflictions. I refuse to squander my energy embroiled in endless boardroom disputes." "Are you suggesting the establishment of a new group?" the middle-aged vice president asked, his face lighting up with surprise. "Indeed, Weong affirmed, nodding. Originally, I planned to establish the framework for the group after coming of age and gradually recruit all of you. However, given the recent maneuvers of Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, I must expedite my plans. I will have Uncle Gong travel to Hong Kong to register a multinational enterprise there, with him as the legal representative and myself as the largest shareholder. Inheriting my grandfather's legacy requires me to be of age, but there are no age restrictions on being a shareholder. This is the only way to mitigate risk and swiftly lay the groundwork. The eyes of the others brightened, their breaths quickening with excitement. Wei Hong took another swing, envisioning grand ambitions. The group will tentatively be named Hongsheng, with future ventures spanning finance, internet services, investments, manufacturing, real estate, beauty, and pharmaceuticals. Our reach will expand globally. I aim to create a colossal entity worth trillions. Leaving the confines of the Wei Group will lead you to even greater glory. In that moment, everyone present felt their spirits soar with fervor. Despite their esteemed positions, many were no longer content to merely exist within the Wei Group. Several aspired to broaden their horizons, and Wei Hong's vivid depiction perfectly aligned with their aspirations. Hongsheng Group. Excellent. What a splendid name. Ha ha. Young Master Wei, how could we possibly miss out on your new venture? Exactly. I've had my fill of Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter's antics. We shall resign and follow you at once. The crowd clamored in enthusiastic agreement. Wei Hong raised his hand to halt them. Wait. Why resign? Remain at the Wei Group and enjoy your time there. It will take several months to complete the procedures for Hongsheng Group. Isn't it better to relish the benefits? Ha ha. The middle-aged vice president laughed heartily. Indeed. After years of late nights with clients, my body is riddled with ailments. A few months of proper care could even extend my life. What a delightful prospect. Fantastic. I'll notify everyone to take it easy in the cleaning department. Laughter erupted around them. Wei Hong jokingly added, while you're taking it easy, please refrain from reporting any internal issues to the group and don't deliberately misplace critical project data or poach their partners. Inciting mass resignations is simply unethical. Another round of laughter echoed. A middle-aged female supervisor teased, Young Master Wei, rest assured we understand. Without us, the Wei Group will be thrown into disarray, and they will get a taste of their own medicine. Excellent. Will noted. Please inform everyone that difficulties are merely temporary. In 3 months, once all procedures for Hongsheng Group are completed, each of you will receive a generous onboarding bonus, surpassing what you have earned in the past 3 months combined. Thank you. Young Master Wei, this is wonderful. I will notify everyone at once. The crowd expressed their gratitude profusely. Once everything was settled, the group departed, satisfied. Su Maogong, Fao Ning, surveyed the scene and questioned, will we accept them all? Shouldn't we filter through them first? Wei Hong understood the implications of his words. It was inevitable that those dispatched by Wei Jiaoyang would attempt to sow discord, and some among them were merely pretenders. Accepting all would certainly be unwise. Selectively recruiting the valuable ones was the prudent approach. However, after a moment's thought, he shook his head. At the inception of the new group, we require personnel. Regardless of their loyalty, anyone who has reached mid-level management in the group possesses capability and cunning. Prematurely filtering them may incite unrest. So let us accept them all for now. Understood. Su Maogong stretched his back and sighed. I suppose I'm fated to toil. I'll make a trip to Hong Kong in the next few days to expedite the establishment of the group. Let us expand our reach, Wei Hong instructed. Please ensure all licenses and necessary domestic procedures are handled personally. I do not trust anyone else. Understood. Su Maogong nodded in assurance. I will bring a team of lawyers to expedite matters. Chapter 61. Turmoil in the group, deliberate retaliation. In the ensuing days, the Wei Group, as anticipated, plunged into chaos. A third of the senior management was reassigned to the cleaning department, where a multitude of managers and supervisors gathered daily to sip tea and engage in idle chatter, living in an enviable manner. The news sent shockwaves through the business community of Jiangzhou. Some reveled in schadenfreude. Others sought to profit from the turmoil. Yet, many lamented the ruthless tactics employed by Wei Jiaoyang. Regardless of his meticulous preparations, the hasty replacement of so many mid to senior-level executives inevitably impacted the group, leaving Wei Linlang on the verge of exasperation within just a few days. Inside the president's office, a mountain of documents lay piled high. Wei Linlang, her face etched with fatigue, sifted through the files. Several secretaries assisted her, each one busily occupied. Is your efficiency so dismally low? You can't even handle this amount of paperwork? How did this statistical data end up erroneous again? At this rate, will there even be any bonuses left for this month? Everyone, stay late tonight. We must organize these documents come what may. Wei Linlang fumed, slamming the files onto the desk. Rubbing her temples, she launched into a tirade of criticism. A junior secretary, feeling aggrieved, murmured, "Previously, this work of sorting and classifying documents was managed by Assistant Lee. We're not familiar with it. How can you still speak?" Wei Linlang exploded, slapping the table in rage. Assistant Lee is merely an assistant. He is not endowed with supernatural abilities. Why is it that with his departure, you five cannot manage this trivial workload? Assistant Lee has been with the group for over a decade and is well acquainted with all departments. We cannot compare. Indeed, the volume of work he handled alone is beyond our capacity. President, perhaps we should hire a few more secretaries. The group timidly suggested. Wei Linlang felt another wave of frustration. She had assumed the group was brimming with talent. Even after dismissing a third of the mid-senior level staff, this vast business entity should function seamlessly. Little did she expect that the absence of just one assistant Lee would nearly drive her to despair. Normally, this assistant adeptly managed everything, facilitating communication on various matters, providing sound advice, allowing her, as president, to simply sign documents with ease. Now that he had been reassigned, she realized how many trivial issues a mere assistant managed daily. "President Wei, it's bad." A female secretary rushed in, her face pale with urgency. "What is it now?" Wei Linlang replied, her impatience palpable. "The company's internal network has suddenly crashed. The finance, investment, and other departments are all paralyzed, severely disrupting daily operations. If it is not repaired swiftly, it could have a catastrophic impact on our group." The secretary exclaimed anxiously. "Then fix it." Wei Linlang snapped, furrowing her brow. "What do you need me for?" "Where are the network engineering department personnel?" "They are working on it," the secretary reported glumly. "However, they say our internal network involves dozens of departments and more than a dozen subsidiaries. The structure is exceedingly complex. If a bug emerges, it could lead to a total collapse. Previously, network security and program maintenance were the domain of Engineer Lee, who has now been reassigned to the cleaning department. They are unfamiliar with much of the original data and are presently at a loss." Wei Linlang felt a lump rise in her throat. Her head spinning as she gritted her teeth and cursed. Is the entire network engineering department composed of useless layabouts? Is it true that just one engineer Lee's departure renders you incapable? Keep pressing them to fix it, and if they don't expedite the repairs, I will deduct all quarterly bonuses. Yes. The secretary hurriedly turned to leave. No sooner had she exited than another male secretary rushed in. Seeing him, Wei Linlang was already in despair. She wearily inquired, "What is it now? If it is not urgent, save it for later. Can't you see everyone is busy?" "It is urgent," the male secretary replied gravely, presenting a document. "Someone has anonymously reported to the tax department that our group has tax issues. The tax bureau has issued a notice for inspection, requiring us to submit a detailed explanation by the end of this month." "What?" Wei Linlang leapt to her feet. "Tax issues are no trivial matter. If the tax bureau determines that there are discrepancies in our accounts, we could face hefty fines or even a complete overhaul. In this era of zero tolerance for tax evasion, if our rivals get wind of this, it would be disastrous. How could we have had no issues for years, only to be reported suddenly now?" Wei Linlang's gaze sharpened. Who is behind this? Most likely, it is Lin, the deputy of the finance department. The male secretary offered with a wry smile. She has been with the group for over a decade and knows every detail of the accounts. While her previous accounts have been flawless, if she intends to create trouble, we are in for a headache. That vile woman. Wei Linlang seethed, sweeping all the documents off the desk in a fit of rage. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she said, "Our group's accounts have always been impeccable. Instruct the finance department to work overtime to compile a detailed account and communicate with the tax bureau." "Understood." The male secretary then handed her another document. "Additionally, there have been issues with our recent overseas order customs declarations. They have been rejected by customs. Please take a look. Must I review such matters too?" Wei Linlang was thoroughly overwhelmed. With a grim expression, she took the document, suppressing her anger as she inquired, "Where are the people from the Trade Department? Are they also inept? These customs declarations are all directed towards Europe, where customers can be quite difficult and customs regulations are stringent. The mail secretary explained. There are dozens of details involved, including product types, weight, principal, unit, tax refunds, and so forth. Previously, Deputy Minister Liu managed these matters, but now Wei Linlang nearly lost her balance, swaying slightly. It was clear without further explanation that yet another seasoned employee had been reassigned to the cleaning department. The trade department was evidently incapable of managing the situation. These foreign trade orders were placed by international clients, who are notoriously meticulous. Ordinary staff cannot handle it. Multiple rejections of customs declarations would impact delivery timelines, potentially leading the group to face enormous compensation claims. These issues had never occurred previously. Now they all converged at once, leaving Wei Linlang overwhelmed. It was evident that these mid- and senior-level executives were behind this. This was a malicious act of retaliation. Those wretches. Wei Linlang's face was flushed with frustration. President Wei, the chairman has heard about the chaos of the past few days, the mail secretary hesitantly remarked. He has requested that you resolve these issues promptly. Should we consider inviting a few vice presidents back? Invite them back? Are we to lose face? Bringing them back just after their reassignment? Wei Linlang firmly refused, her voice tinged with anger. Do they truly believe that the group cannot function without them? Do they think I will beg them? Dream on. You are to immediately notify all departments to expedite the investigation, especially the network engineering, trade, and finance departments. Keep pressing them. Those capable will be promoted. I refuse to believe we cannot regain control. Yes. The mail secretary hesitated briefly, ultimately departing with a sigh. Chapter 62. Resigning in shame? I have a plan to turn the situation around. Wei family villa. In a study on the 3rd floor. Wei Jiaoyang perused the reports in his hands, his expression dark as if it could yield water. What has been happening lately? Why have issues been cropping up within the group? The overtime hours of various departments have significantly increased, and employees are voicing their grievances daily. Moreover, ongoing projects are encountering problems, and the group is likely facing substantial losses. Just how are you managing things? Can this executive president still function? If not, you should step aside and stop occupying space without contributing. Useless fool. Wei Jiaoyang was evidently infuriated. A torrent of questions and invectives spilled forth from his lips. Wei Linlang stood there with utmost respect, biting her lower lip, her face momentarily betraying a look of humiliation as she muttered her discontent. Was it not you who insisted on relegating people to the 2nd and 3rd tiers? Each of them possesses considerable skills and means. Creating such a commotion inevitably invites trouble, does it not? Even if they choose not to cause unrest. Our personnel taking over their duties will inevitably lead to a period of upheaval. Was this not anticipated? Wei Jiaoyang was left speechless with rage. Indeed, this was a consequence of his own decision. Removing 1/3 of the mid to senior management would naturally lead to turmoil. Yet, as the head of the family and chairman of the group, how could he possibly admit to a lapse in judgment? It was still your lack of capability that is to blame. Wei Jiaoyang continued to rant. If only you possessed a modicum of adaptability. Would a little turmoil be too much for you to bear? Do you not know who in each department is industrious and who merely pretends to be? Wei Linlang felt increasingly aggrieved and wronged. However, she dared not retort any further and could only silently endure this indignation. Wei Jiaoyang hurled several documents across the table, exclaiming in anger, "Furthermore, these are the 4 projects you approved for advancement last time. 3 of them are beset with various issues, their progress far from expectations. And profits remain an elusive dream. As for the 84.7 billion bridge loan lent to Ruishing Hardware Factory, that is an even greater headache. The short-term loan period has elapsed, yet they have obstinately refused to repay it. How could the funds be tied up for this long?" Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang was drenched in cold sweat. While 84.7 billion may not seem excessive, it was not long since her previous investment in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals incurred a loss. If this sum could not be reclaimed, she would undoubtedly face the board SIR. Having already lost a quarter's profit last time, another quarter lost? Coupled with the recent turmoil within the group, she would surely have to resign in disgrace. That should not happen. Wei Linlang cautiously replied as she took the documents. The bridge loan, you see, is merely us lending money to Ruishing Hardware Factory to settle their past loans. They would then refinance from the bank to repay us. There should be no issues, perhaps just a delay in the process. Do not waste my time with excuses. Immediately call to clarify. Wei Jiaoyong, his head throbbing with fury, commanded. Hurry. Wei Linlang steeled herself and dialed her secretary. Before long, news came from the other end of the line. She gasped sharply, her face turning pale in an instant. Her lips trembled, and she hesitated to speak. Seeing her reaction, Wei Jiaoyong quickly grasped that something was amiss and, with a stern expression, inquired, "What is going on?" The secretary just inquired with the bank, and they said Ruishing Hardware Factory has yet to repay any money. Wei Linlang forced a bitter smile. "How could this be?" Wei Jiaoyong exclaimed, rising to his feet in shock. "They have held onto the bridge loan for so long without repaying the bank? Surely the owner of Ruishing Hardware Factory is not planning to abscond with the funds? I believe their owner recently went abroad for a vacation," Wei Linlang weakly reminded him. You? Wei Jiaoyong was so enraged that he felt a sharp pain in his chest, swaying dangerously close to fainting. "Father, are you all right?" Wei Linlang, alarmed, quickly retrieved a heart rescue pill for him. After a long while, Wei Jiaoyong finally managed to curse. "Call the police, you fool. Did you lend out money without sending someone to keep an eye on it? You are truly nowhere near as capable as your brother." Wei Hong would never make such a blunder. The moment those words left his mouth, both father and daughter felt a wave of awkwardness. They were all too aware that Wei Hong possessed the most commercial acumen in the family. Yet, no one would admit it. Now, as they faced a series of setbacks, the glory they once basked in through him was gradually fading, leading them to yearn for the past. "Call the police." Wei Jiaoyong, his voice hoarse, sank back into his chair, despairingly stating, "This matter must not be disclosed for now. We must find a way to remedy it. If all else fails, you may have to resign in disgrace." "Understood." Wei Linlang, her face drawn, dialed her secretary once more. The legal department would soon follow up on this matter. However, with the owner of Ruishing Hardware Factory already abroad and the money likely transferred, it would be too late to report it now. The Wei Group would certainly bear this silent loss, left only to see if they could offset it with some assets. In other words, Wei Linlang's position as executive president was now on a countdown to termination. Once the board learned that she had mishandled yet another project, they would undoubtedly unite against her. At that point, Wei Jiaoyong would surely cast her aside to quell their wrath. What investment genius! What financial goddess! All those honors that had once been bestowed upon her by virtue of Wei Hong would dissipate with the loss of her presidential title, leaving her to face only scorn and ridicule, while outsiders would surely find amusement in her plight. Wei Linlang, her spirit shattered, exited the study. The relentless blows had left her questioning her very existence. As the eldest daughter of the Wei family, she had been cherished and nurtured, afforded the finest educational resources. Once a figure of admiration, how had she fallen short compared to Wei Hong? "Eldest sister, are you all right?" In the corridor, Wei Sheng approached, carrying 2 cups of calming tea. Wei Linlang shook her head and managed a faint smile. "I'm fine, just a bit troubled with work." "Have some tea." Wei Sheng kindly offered her a cup. Wei Linlang felt warmth spread through her as she sighed. If only Wei Hong had your level of understanding. It's all this little rascal's fault for throwing a tantrum, resulting in several projects being mishandled, and now every department is in chaos. "Surely not," Wei Sheng replied, puzzled. "With your capabilities, could you not resolve it? Elder brother is still underage. He hasn't even entered the group yet." Wei Linlang felt her face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, Wei Hong had not yet entered the group. He had not needed to do anything to keep the company in turmoil. What would happen when he eventually joined? Would she spend her life overshadowed by this younger brother? Wei Linlang forced a bitter chuckle. "Forget it. No need to dwell on it. After some time, once I am relieved of my presidential duties, I shall go abroad to clear my mind." "Relieved of your duties?" Wei Sheng exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, "Eldest sister, do not lose heart. I have a way to help you turn the tide." "You?" Wei Linlang responded with skepticism written all over her face. Chapter 63. A Fortuitous Turn of Fate. Is this not a surefire cheat? During this time, Wei Sheng's stock account had been yielding profits daily. tens of millions in capital had been growing exponentially like a snowball. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he yearned to reveal his prowess to the Wei family, to demonstrate that he too held value, not falling far behind Wei Hong. Thus, upon witnessing Wei Linlong's despondent expression, Wei Sheng decisively voiced his thoughts. Eldest sister, although I am unaware of the current situation within the group, it ultimately boils down to financial issues and various project losses, correct? Indeed, Wei Linlang nodded. There have indeed been some problems with the projects lately, and we might incur significant losses. I'm certain the board will hold me accountable. If I help you recover the lost funds, could you escape this crisis? Wei Sheng pressed on. You? Wei Linlang was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but burst into laughter. This fellow Wei Hong had received direct guidance from old Master Wei since his youth. Adept at navigating group affairs at such a young age, she could not help but admire him. And Wei Sheng? He was merely a boy raised in a village. Even though he had entered an elite private high school, time was still too fleeting. He had never been exposed to business knowledge. How could he assist Wei Linlang in generating profits? This was a staggering loss of 7 billion. Not convinced, Wei Sheng replied mysteriously. Do you remember the last time I borrowed your stock account for investment? Of course, she remembered. Wei Linlang frowned and asked, Is it possible that all the money is trapped? It's nothing, merely tens of millions. A loss is a loss. Not a loss, but a profit. Wei Sheng didn't linger on the subject. He set aside the calming tea, took out his phone, logged into the stock account, and handed it over. When Wei Linlang saw the vast swath of red, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. 70 million? She exclaimed, her eyes wide. What on earth happened? Your account had over 34 million, and in less than a month, I had doubled that amount, Wei Sheng said proudly. You can check for yourself. None of the stocks I invested in during this time have lost value. They are all in the green. How is that possible? Wei Linlang questioned, her face a mask of disbelief. She hurriedly scrolled through the transaction history. To her astonishment, she discovered that Wei Sheng was indeed telling the truth. Whatever he bought rose in value, as if he could foresee the future. Whenever a stock was on the verge of decline, he always managed to sell in time to secure the profits. How did you accomplish this? Wei Linlong's expression was complex. Didn't I tell you? I'm just naturally lucky. Wei Sheng winked, explaining confidently. As I've grown older, I've noticed my luck has improved. Just recently, I won the lottery 5 times in a row, earning around 8 to 9 million. Trading stocks is similar. I have no knowledge of the market. Yet whatever I buy tends to rise, and after selling, the stocks inexplicably drop, allowing me to double my funds in such a short time. Wei Linlang couldn't help but marvel at such terrifying luck. Although it sounded fantastical, the world was filled with extraordinary individuals, and luck seemed to be a form of skill as well. Unfortunately, Wei Linlang mused, glancing at the phone interface, 70 to 80 million is substantial. But it's still a drop in the bucket compared to the deficit from the Ruishing hardware factory project. Sister, don't you understand? Wei Sheng said, bemused, as he leaned closer and lowered his voice. Good fortune is also a cheat code. If I can turn 34 million into 70 million, I can certainly double even more. Wei Linlong's eyes suddenly sparkled. Indeed, wasn't this a guaranteed advantage? This ability to earn in the stock market was akin to printing money. If she entrusted a substantial amount of capital to Wei Sheng for trading, wouldn't they be able to dominate the market effortlessly? Recovering the immense cash flow would be a breeze. What were mere project deficits in comparison? The Wei family could soar to new heights. All right, let us go. Follow me, Wei Linlang exclaimed, excitedly pulling him along as they entered the study. Upon seeing the two enter, Wei Jiaoyang frowned and instinctively asked, What are you two doing here? Is there something you need? Dad, our Wei family is about to thrive, Wei Linlang exclaimed, handing over her phone. She then recounted their earlier conversation in detail. With each word, Wei Jiaoyang's astonishment deepened. He could hardly believe his ears, feeling as if he were dreaming. Was there truly such an extraordinary occurrence? However, after ensuring this was not a simulation, he finally accepted the reality. Wei Jiaoyang stood up in excitement, embracing Wei Sheng and laughing heartily. Good. I never imagined our Wei family had adopted a natural lucky star. You are destined to bring us fortune. Ha ha ha. Dad, You're absolutely right. Little Sheng is indeed a blessing. Wei Linlang chuckled, her face beaming with pride. It's a privilege for our family to have him, with the group currently facing difficulties. Why not offer him a nominal position to stabilize things? Sound good? Wei Jiaoyang agreed with a smile. You handle the arrangements. Let us give him the title of vice president. It sounds impressive. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, sister. Wei Sheng beamed, his face alight with joy. He had deliberately showcased his abilities, after all, for the sake of fame and fortune. Becoming the vice president of the Wei Group at such a young age would certainly bring him prestige. Moreover, from now on, he would be cherished by the Wei family. Treated as a treasure, he couldn't help but compare his situation to the lonely Wei Hong and felt a swell of pride. Dad, Wei Linlang continued, I believe little Shang's talent shouldn't go to waste. Why don't we establish a financial investment team within the group? Allocate funds specifically for investing in stock market funds. It will surely yield bountiful returns. Initially, we can handle it ourselves, and once our reputation is established, we can set up a private equity fund, leveraging minimal funds to manipulate the vast stock market. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity for the transformation and development of the Wei Group. Wei Jiaoyang's eyes brightened with each word. He wasn't foolish and clearly understood the advantages of such a talent. If successfully implemented, the Wei Group's value could easily exceed 5 to 600 billion. Ascending to a trillion-dollar conglomerate was not out of the question. Excellent, Wei Jiaoyang decisively declared. Let us keep this under wraps for now. You two will be in charge of making it happen. Linlang, allocate some personnel and 20 billion in funds to invest. We need to see results swiftly. If this succeeds, the deficit from the Ruisheng hardware factory project will be a mere trifle, and you'll be able to stand tall in the boardroom. No one will be able to shake your position in the future. Wei Linlang laughed with delight, assuring him, Dad, you can count on me. Without Wei Hong, what does it matter? Little Sheng is even more extraordinary. Our family's good days are ahead. Chapter 64. The higher the palanquin is lifted, the better. In the room on the second floor, Wei Hong removed his headphones with an unusual expression. Ever since he had installed a listening Trojan on Wei Jiaoyang and the others' phones, he had developed a habit of eavesdropping daily. Tonight, however, he had stumbled upon explosive news. Indeed, Wei Sheng was no fool. He had already thought to leverage his fortune to make money in the stock market, and had even managed to earn a tidy sum. But to think he wanted to use his luck to play in private equity funds was truly naive. Wei Hong shook his head disdainfully, wanting to exclaim how fanciful that was. Having been reborn, he perhaps understood better than Wei Sheng that luck was not all-powerful. It evidently had many limitations and ceilings. One could easily make a few tens of millions in stock investments with a bit of luck. However, once he held tens of billions in capital, could his luck still carry him? The answer was clear. Yet, Wei Sheng must have his own considerations. Perhaps he aimed to proceed gradually, using stock market profits to benefit the Wei Group, showcasing his importance and enhancing his standing in the family's eyes, thereby drawing in more luck. In any case, this was not good news. Whether the Wei Group flourished or Wei Sheng profited, it was detrimental to him. Nevertheless, Wei Hong had no intention of intervening. He rather hoped they would escalate the situation, for he knew that in just over a month, the A-share market would face an unprecedented stock market crash due to the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes and various financial reforms. This catastrophic event would reverberate across the globe, with the A-share market plummeting from over 4,000 points to just 3,200. Thousands of stocks would face significant devaluation. Once Wei Sheng wielded control over billions in capital and plunged into the A-shares, it was akin to leaping into a pit of blood. If it were merely a matter of incurring losses for the Wei family, it would be manageable. However, his intention to drag others into this abyss rendered the consequences unthinkable. Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall facilitate it. A multitude of schemes flashed through Wei Hong's mind. After much contemplation, he realized that to ensnare Wei Sheng, he must first manipulate his fortune. After all, when a person of great fortune encounters a market crash, they instinctively tend to sell off their assets and flee. Thus, ensnaring him in the pit would not be a simple task. It was imperative to orchestrate a series of unfortunate events to deplete Wei Sheng's fortune just days before the market crash. Only then would he unwittingly stumble into the disaster. With this thought, Wei Hong extracted his phone and dialed Uncle Gong's number. Shortly, the voice of Su Mao Gong resonated on the line. "Young master, what can I do for you?" "Uncle Gong, I trust all is well in Hong Kong?" "All is well, young master. Rest assured." "Excellent." Wei Hong got straight to the point. "Assist me in locating a few individuals adept at orchestrating accidents, capable of eliminating targets without leaving a trace." "Young master, are you planning to deal with him again?" Su Mao Gong recalled the previous incident, puzzled. Wei Hong did not refute, but directly inquired, "Can you find them?" "Absolutely," Su Mao Gong replied with assurance. "In this port city, there is no shortage of individuals from all walks of life who engage in such endeavors. I have acquaintances here who could be of assistance. Historically, there have been those who specialized in such tasks, operating discreetly with high intelligence to set traps for others, only for the police investigations to conclude as mere accidents. If necessary, I can enlist a few top international assassins. They can discreetly eliminate a target as well. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied." Wei Hong ended the call, content. He did not wish to eliminate Wei Sheng immediately. After all, this fellow harbored many secrets yet to be unearthed. He intended to suppress him using memories from his past life, robbing him of opportunities before finally delivering the fatal blow. The objective of orchestrating accidents was merely to control Wei Sheng's fortune. If mishaps were to occur sporadically, even if Wei Sheng managed to evade them each time, his luck would undoubtedly be severely depleted. How could he possibly contend with Wei Hong then? The prospect of slowly dismantling a system's owner, akin to the methodical slicing of flesh with a dull blade, seemed rather intriguing. In his previous life, Wei Sheng had turned him into a pariah, his reputation tarnished, ending up with nothing and tragically perishing beneath the wheels of fate. In this life, Wei Hong would repeatedly elevate him to great heights, only to drag him into the mire again and again, ensuring he experienced despair before ultimately crushing him. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wei Hong's eyes. After a moment's reflection, he placed another call. Soon, a respectful voice greeted him. "Young Master Wei, you summoned me?" "Uncle Lin," Wei Hong replied with a smile. "How are things in the cleaning department lately?" "Ha ha, quite comfortable." The middle-aged man's voice chuckled. "We are now slacking off daily, while other departments are nearly at their wits' end. If we were to entice our former employees to jump ship now, it would be quite easy. No need to entice anyone just yet." Wei Hong succinctly instructed. In the coming days, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter are facing severe losses, with several projects encountering issues. They are preparing to shift their focus to the stock market. "Are you suggesting we create some disturbances?" the middle-aged man inquired tentatively. "No." Wei Hong cleared his throat and smiled. "I want you to help elevate them. The higher the better." "Understood." The middle-aged man agreed cheerfully. Upon hanging up, Wei Hong's lips curved into a slow smile. He was eager to witness the expressions on Wei Jiaoyang and his party's faces as they ascended to great heights, only to plummet into the abyss. A once-in-a-decade market crash, which they would unwittingly encounter, coinciding with Wei Sheng's ill-fated ambition to engage in the stock market. Was it a twist of fate or merely the butterfly effect of his rebirth that had altered the course of events? It is noteworthy that in his previous life, Wei Sheng only ventured into the stock market after university. Perhaps this time, having been bullied severely by Wei Hong, he sought to carve a new path. The stock market is not a realm where one can thrive solely on luck. Wei Hong scoffed lightly as he silently opened the fund software on his computer. Although he was underage and unable to open a domestic trading account, he was a top-tier hacker capable of remotely forging identities in countries with lax regulations and establishing fund accounts. Armed with the memories of his past life, he possessed a clear understanding of the future economic trends, stock markets, and fund trajectories of nations worldwide. Coupled with his solid financial theories, investing became second nature to him, yielding results comparable to Wei Sheng's luck-based investments. During this period, he had amassed 5 billion renminbi from the Tongxing Pharmaceuticals incident, which had now transformed into 120 million US dollars. Next, Wei Hong merely needed to continue investing to build his strength. When a market crash struck, he would decisively short international funds. Thus, he could reap tenfold or even hundredfold profits from this impending disaster. Chapter 65. The Team of Accident Experts, Invisible Assassins. 7 days later. Nightfall, the bar street. Wei Hong sat in a private booth on the second floor of a nightclub, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling street filled with various young men and women. After a while, he turned to the sofa. A dapper, middle-aged man with glasses was seated there, reviewing documents, his eyes gleaming with a hint of wisdom. "Mr. Wei, are you planning to deal with these young individuals?" The middle-aged man inquired in standard Mandarin, his expression neutral. 600,000 for each. Is that acceptable? 600,000? What? Do you find it expensive? No. It's too cheap. Wei Hong replied as he settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs and casting a mocking smile. "What I desire is a top-tier team of accident experts. I won't be satisfied with just any run-of-the-mill individuals. What quality can one expect at such a low price?" The middle-aged man's composure began to crack, his previously calm demeanor now showing signs of strain. "Mr. Wei, perhaps your generous expenditures have dulled your understanding of the market. In Southeast Asia, there are many assassins, and one can procure services ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. If one can afford the price, even mercenaries can be hired. Our line of work demands extensive observation of the target's habits, routines, and the surrounding environment, alongside thorough research before formulating an attack plan to eliminate enemies silently for our clients. While this approach minimizes police involvement, it requires considerable time and carries significant uncertainty, resulting in a limited clientele for our services. Our circle is small, and 600,000 is already a premium rate. I assure you, you will find no better accident expert than me." Wei Hong poured himself a drink, chuckling softly before replying. "That may be true. You were referred by Uncle Gong, so you must possess some skills. How many companions do you have?" "3. The middle-aged man raised 3 fingers. "They are all professionals. I am the only one communicating with you to ensure no information is leaked. For individuals, 600,000. Wei Hong frowned, analyzing the situation. "To kill one person, each of you would only receive 150,000. At Hong Kong's prices, that's barely enough for a third of a restroom." The middle-aged man was clearly flustered, attempting to salvage his dignity. "They would each receive 120,000, while I take 240,000, and there are no taxes, making it a low-risk endeavor." "Stop right there. 1 million. Wei Hong raised a finger, stating 1 million per job. The middle-aged, refined gentleman was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly a party willing to raise the stakes? Such extravagance in a boss is indeed a rarity. Wei Hong took a sip of his drink and continued. "Of course, this price is not without conditions. You must be prepared to work for me in the long term, and it would be best if you could be at my beck and call." "Long term?" The gentleman was startled. "Is it even possible for such a thing? Goodness, how many people are you planning to eliminate?" "Indeed, long term." Wei Hong nodded towards the documents on the table, his tone growing serious. "You have been in this line of work for many years. You must know that sometimes it is surprisingly difficult to eliminate a target, right?" "Yes." The gentleman pondered for a moment before responding. "I do not understand why, but there are times when everything seems to align perfectly. Yet some individuals manage to evade fatal circumstances at critical moments. It's quite peculiar." Wei Hong smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Let me tell you why. Such individuals often possess an extraordinary fortune. They are blessed with luck beyond the ordinary. Thus, they can survive accidents, heavy impacts, falls from great heights, and other perilous situations by sheer fortune." The gentleman's interest was piqued, and he quickly retrieved a notebook, jotting down notes with fervor. "This is quite mystical. In any case, if you wish to study it, you may observe more in the future." Wei Hong swirled his glass and continued, "My adversaries are surrounded by individuals endowed with great fortune. I intend to hire you to design accidents to deal with them, gradually depleting their good luck as they repeatedly escape peril." "So, your objective is not to kill?" The gentleman furrowed his brow. "No." Wei Hong shook his head. "Aside from the primary target, Wei Sheng, whom we need to manage carefully to avoid outright death, the others are inconsequential. If they cannot evade misfortune, then let them perish." "Understood." The gentleman adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "So, you wish to employ us long-term to target these individuals?" Wei Hong shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. After a moment of contemplation, the gentleman nodded. Very well, but we require no fewer than 6 contracts per year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthwhile for us to remain here long-term. At least 10 contracts a year. At 10 million per contract, Wei Hong countered, tossing a black card and a phone card onto the table. I will arrange for you to have a villa and a car. As for food and other necessities, you'll have to manage that yourself. From now on, I will only communicate with you directly, and you will handle any issues that arise. Understood? The gentleman rose to shake hands. No problem. You may call me Professor K. Wei Hong returned the handshake with satisfaction and then exited the private room. Shortly thereafter, the gentleman made his way to another room at the end of the corridor. After cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure he was not being followed, he knocked on the door and stepped inside. Inside the room sat 2 men and a woman, a youthful girl in her 20s with a trendy short haircut, an elderly man in his 50s, and a plump fellow in his 30s. The trio became alert upon hearing the knock, but relaxed once they saw the gentleman enter. Professor, have you reached an agreement? We've come all the way to the mainland. We can't return empty-handed, the short-haired girl inquired in Cantonese. Use Mandarin while in the mainland. Let us not reveal our origins. The gentleman reminded, pulling out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one, and exclaiming, incredible. The wealthy in the mainland are truly abundant, with discussions starting at millions. How much? The girl frowned. 10 million per contract, long-term collaboration. The gentleman succinctly explained. A guaranteed minimum of 10 contracts a year. Always on call. The trio collectively gasped in astonishment. 10 contracts at 10 million each in a year amounts to a staggering 1 billion. They barely managed 3 to 5 contracts a year in Hong Kong. Now, not only would the workload be overwhelming, but they would also earn significantly more. It's no wonder the other party lamented the opulence of mainland tycoons. Ha! Doesn't this mean we could retire in a few years? Incredible. We struck it rich. With such generous offers, I could live in the mainland indefinitely. Goodness, had I known the mainland's affluent were this generous, I would have come to earn money long ago, rather than waiting until now. They all erupted in excitement, exchanging hugs and high fives, their eyes gleaming with greed. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. The gentleman cautioned. The price is high because they are not merely seeking casual acquaintances. From tomorrow, we must begin surveillance in our tasks. Chapter 66. The Wei Family Summit, a Rising Star. In mid-November, the Wei Group was once again in the spotlight. Wei Jiaoyong personally approved the appointment of his adopted son, Wei Sheng, as the vice president of the group, establishing a second financial department for comprehensive stock market investments. This momentous announcement immediately sparked fervent discussions. Netizens were largely skeptical of this audacious move. Appointing a 17-year-old high school student as vice president, it was akin to making a mockery of shareholder investments. That very day, the Wei Group's stock plummeted. For several consecutive days, the stock price continued to decline. However, whispers of a different narrative soon began to circulate among the upper echelons of Zhangzhou. Rumor had it that the new financial department of the Wei Group had recruited elite personnel specializing in the A-share and fund markets, and within just a few days, they had invested over 2 billion, yielding impressive returns. In no time, the news of Wei Sheng as an investment prodigy spread like wildfire. Reactions varied. Some disbelieved, others scoffed, while many remained curiously observant. Yet, as time passed, various tidbits of information began to leak from within the group, further solidifying Wei Sheng's investment acumen, garnering intrigue and astonishment from countless onlookers. By early December, the annual summit of the Wei Group took place at the top floor of the Vienna Hotel. This summit not only invited prominent figures from the political and business sectors of the city, but also included representatives from various subsidiaries, partners, and suppliers. A multitude of dignitaries, wealthy merchants, socialites, and celebrities graced the event. Amidst the festivities, the affluent mingled, champagne and red wine in hand, engaging in pleasantries and flattery with one another, or continuously ingratiating themselves with influential figures. The undeniable star of the day was none other than Wei Sheng. As Wei Jiaoyong took the stage to host the summit, he confidently commanded that a PowerPoint presentation be displayed on the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the Wei Group continues to thrive. In the first 3 quarters, we achieved over 8 profit each quarter. Although the fourth quarter experienced a slight decline due to some internal structural adjustments, it is merely a minor blemish on an otherwise stellar record. We believe that once the management team reaches a youthful demographic, the group will unleash even greater vitality. Furthermore, our newly established financial department has already delivered remarkable results. Take a look over the past half-month. The financial department has deployed $2 billion in liquid assets, investing in A-shares and domestic funds, achieving a staggering 127% profit increase, becoming a major dark horse in our group's fourth quarter earnings. Wei Jiaoyang spoke with vigor and eloquence, while below, Wei Hong absorbed the astonished, envious, and scrutinizing gazes from the crowd. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration. Not long ago, he was just a poor boy from a village in the city. But now, Wei Hong was experiencing the exquisite sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of power and wealth, admired and celebrated by thousands. This feeling intoxicated him and led him to mistakenly believe he was invincible. Indeed, the Wei Group is a venerable enterprise. I never imagined it could achieve such remarkable growth in the field of financial investment. Chairman Wei, you must guide us. Indeed, achieving a remarkable profit surge of 127 within a mere fortnight is nothing short of miraculous. Wei Xianji's prowess is astonishing, surpassing even that of your elder brother by 100-fold. The surrounding crowd fervently lavished praise and flattery. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng were, of course, overjoyed. Esteemed guests, Wei Jiaoyang feigned a tone of regret. Our group is still in the exploratory phase of financial investments, and we presently lack a private equity fund license. Hence, we are unable to guide you in generating profits at this time. I implore your understanding. Oh, what does a private equity fund license even matter? Simply acquire a small fund, exclaimed one. Director Wei, it would be most ungracious of you to profit alone without bringing us along. Another chimed in. Indeed, we are in a bull market, ripe with opportunities for profit. You must assist us. The crowd buzzed with eager entreaties, each individual reluctant to miss out on such a lucrative chance. It is well known that many affluent individuals are perennially in search of profitable ventures. They possess a substantial amount of capital, yet are often at a loss regarding where to invest. The returns on bank deposits are too meager, while fund investments are fraught with instability. Engaging in business harbors both profit and loss, particularly for those whose heirs are lackluster. They yearn for a reliable fund to entrust with their fortunes for the latter half of their lives. Wei Hong deployed $2 billion to acquire dozens of stocks. Logically, in a scenario where gains and losses offset each other, a fluctuation within 3 is deemed normal. Thus, a surge of 127 is exceedingly extravagant, clearly showcasing his exceptional skill. To be associated with such an investment virtuoso, even to partake in a fraction of his success, would be advantageous. Consequently, it was no surprise that Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Hong were soon surrounded by admirers. Not far off, Wei Hong and Hua Yinghao sat on a corner sofa, sipping drinks while silently observing this farcical spectacle, occasionally exchanging light-hearted banter. Mr. Hua, why not engage in conversation? Perhaps the Wei father and son would consider involving you in their profitable ventures. Wei Hong jested. Bring me profits? Or perhaps lead me into a pitfall? Hua Yinghao scoffed, swirling his drink in derision. Moreover, I require no assistance in my investments. Indeed, Wei Hong shrugged in agreement. This fellow had been audaciously aggressive in his investments since arriving in Jiangzhou. He had delved into finance, real estate, catering, and jewelry, swiftly capturing several lucrative contracts from the Wei Group. His enterprise, Jinghao Group, was flourishing remarkably, establishing him as a new magnate in Jiangzhou. Such a person would hardly need anyone to guide him in investments. Your brother is rather peculiar, Hua Yinghao remarked, arching an eyebrow as he scrutinized Wei Hong, who was ensconced amidst a throng of admirers, laughing lightly. Surely you are privy to his background. Why not divulge a few details? Guess for yourself. Wei Hong took a sip of his drink, a smile dancing in his eyes. Last time, Mr. Hua expressed interest in collaborating for profit. Does that still hold true? Oh, you wish to partner with me? Hua Yinghao was momentarily taken aback. Of course, Wei Hong dead. I previously declined due to limited resources, but my foundation has since strengthened, and I am eager to explore collaboration with a formidable player such as yourself. Hua Yinghao's interest peaked. He raised an eyebrow, signaling Wei Hong to continue. Lowering his voice earnestly, Wei Hong spoke. The substantial cake you wish to consume in Jiangzhou, I too desire a slice. If Mr. Hua is amenable to collaboration, we can discuss the details amicably. You are aware of this? Hua Yinghao inhaled sharply. He studied Wei Hong's youthful yet steadfast visage and then glanced at the self-satisfied Wei Sheng, astonished. Was there truly such a disparity between the genuine heir and the pretender? One revels in the flattery of others, while the other is poised to negotiate a transaction worth over 1,000 billion. The Wei family truly lacks discernment. They remain oblivious to the true dragon among them. Hua Yinghao jested. You wish to partake in a slice of the pie, but you must wield at least 5 billion in capital. Do you possess such resources? I shall. Wei Hong downed his drink in one gulp, his eyes brimming with confidence. Chapter 67. Are you finished? If so, kindly take your leave. Halfway through the banquet, Wei Sheng, accompanied by Ji Peng, CSCC, and a host of other affluent heirs, swaggered over. Their faces radiated a sense of triumph, exuding an air of arrogance that was quite irksome. Mr. Hua, I hope you don't mind our intrusion for a brief chat. Wei Sheng inquired, feigning humility. Not all. Hua Yinghao raised his glass with interest. Please go ahead. It was evident he recognized that they were there to seek out Wei Hong. Thus he retreated to the sidelines, observing with an amused expression. Elder brother, thank you for attending this summit. Wei Sheng began his performance with a flourish, adopting the demeanor of a protagonist. Although your previous actions caused some turmoil within the group, thanks to the efforts of our father and sister, normalcy has been restored. While the group can operate without you, you remain the heir personally cultivated by grandfather. I shall persuade father to forgive you. Do return. Return to what? You are here, are you not? Wei Hong responded, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How impressive the financial department appears. What of the vice president? If you are bothered by my overshadowing you, I can request father to rescind the appointment. Wei Sheng lamented with a feigned sigh. We are family. Surely we could discuss matters amicably. You even purposely had your subordinates make things difficult for our sister. It seems you are turning your elbow outward. Allow me to advise you to apologize to father and return home. United as a family, we can strengthen the group, which is far superior to any other course of action, is it not? Wei Hong smirked, dismissing his words. Both parties were acutely aware of their adversarial relationship. The other side's intent was to provoke him merely out of impatience to flaunt their own success. Are you done? If so, kindly take your leave. Wei Hong raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to prepare to escort them out. Wei Sheng hastily continued, Elder brother, do not be so aloof. The group would still turn without you. I currently earn billions in profit monthly, amounting to tens of billions annually. At this rate, within half a year, your position will be entirely obsolete. If you were to soften your stance with our parents now, they would still be willing to forgive you. I would even offer you the vice president position. Wei Hong felt a wave of nausea at the sight of Wei Sheng's smug countenance. This insufferable fellow was so eager to showcase his importance, yet he thought to return the vice president title to him? How distasteful. Begone. Wei Hong grimaced in irritation. The bodyguards flanked him immediately, moving to push Wei Sheng away. Wei Sheng feigned a wounded expression, retreating while sighing dramatically. This behavior incited Ji Peng and CSCC to glare at him, stepping forward to shield him. Xiao Sheng, do not be too kind-hearted. Some are simply envious of your vice president position and your investment acumen. Why waste your breath on him? Indeed, currently, Director Wei recognizes you as his son. Some would be reluctant to return to the Wei family, even if invited. Xiao Sheng, mind your own business. Once you establish your footing in Wei Group, you will only be left to beg you. The wealthy heirs chattered amongst themselves. However, the recent downfall of the Nye family had instilled a palpable fear in them, preventing any from openly criticizing Wei Hong. They could only resort to veiled barbs. Wei Sheng, hiding within the crowd, wore a triumphant smile. Yet, Wei Hong had no desire to engage in further discourse with these foolish individuals. His gaze occasionally fell upon Ji Peng and CSCC, who were both fortunate companions of Wei Hong. They were among those he had specifically recommended to Professor K. While CSCC had yet to face any attacks, Ji Peng had recently narrowly escaped a perilous situation while racing on the mountain roads, nearly plunging down a cliff. His left arm was still bandaged in a sling. Professor K and his companions truly exhibit a remarkable level of professionalism. Ji Peng, nearly on the brink of a fatal accident, could only attribute the near miss to his vehicle skidding out of control, without a hint of suspicion that foul play was afoot. Little did he realize that his fortunes had already dissipated significantly in an imperceptible manner. Once his luck completely evaporated, only a dead end awaited him. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Wei Hong is indeed a harbinger of calamity. Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. It was a text from Professor K, containing a message so succinct it was merely a single digit. 5. Number 5, CSCC? A faint smile crept onto Wei Hong's lips. Professor K had just taken action against Ji Peng. Was this an opportunity to target CSCC? He settled back onto the sofa, engaging in light-hearted banter with Hua Yinghao. Yet his gaze frequently flitted around, eager to witness firsthand how Professor K and his team would execute their plan amidst the revelry of the grand banquet. Bang! A waiter, in an unfortunate mishap, collided with CSCC, spilling various beverages all over her. CSCC and several surrounding socialites gasped in horror. Adorned in haute couture gowns, their mobility was already compromised. The sudden splash of wine left many dresses marred in unsightly hues, causing the socialites' faces to twist in anger, resulting in quite a commotion. Were it not for the significance of the occasion, they would have unleashed a torrent of curses. What on earth are you doing? Is the hotel staff untrained? This is over $3 million worth of designer attire. Who will compensate for the red wine stains? How do you navigate? If your eyesight is inadequate, consider donating it to someone in need. The socialites fumed in indignation. The waiter, terrified and at a loss, hastily bowed in apology. A middle-aged manager rushed over. Bowing deeply and speaking in a state of panic, I sincerely apologize, everyone. Our staff has not been adequately trained. Please proceed to the dressing room to clean up. We will offer compensation afterward. Never mind, I'll go change. CSCC thought little of it, dabbing the wine off her face with a tissue while lifting her gown towards the dressing room. However, as she neared a three-tiered cake, she suddenly slipped, emitting a shriek as she lunged towards the cake. Watch out! Those nearby gasped in alarm. It is well known that large cakes have internal support structures consisting of long, sharp plastic rods that serve to stabilize the cake. Should one fall onto them or press their head into the cake, the rods would pierce through the eye and cheeks instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, CSCC was utterly terrified, with her balance lost. She could do nothing but shield her eyes with her hands and twist her body in a desperate attempt to evade disaster. Then with a thud, she crashed face first into the cake. A piercing scream echoed throughout the banquet hall. The crowd turned to witness CSCC sprawled on the floor, covered in cake, wailing in agony. Her neck, palms, and cheeks were punctured, blood oozing forth, causing her to nearly lose consciousness. Oh heavens, how could this happen? Quick, someone call for help. Dial 120. Cece, are you all right? Please, someone save her. The wealthy heirs and socialites erupted into chaos, scrambling to assist her in reaching the hospital. Only Wei Hong, surveying the scene, noticed a few figures discreetly retreating amidst the turmoil. Chapter 68. You, my friend, are certainly superior to that ungrateful wretch. At Renai Hospital, in the emergency department, Wei Hong, Ji Peng, Wei Linlang, Xie Jijiang, and others gathered anxiously, awaiting news from the rescue room. As the doors swung open, they hurriedly converged. Doctor, how is she? Is she all right? Li, what is my daughter's condition? She is so beauty-conscious. Please ensure her face remains unscathed. They clamored in unison. The middle-aged doctor quickly reassured them. Everyone, please do not worry. The patient is currently stable. She sustained 3 injuries from the cake support structure, on her neck, the back of her hand, and her cheek. The neck wound is the least severe. It did not penetrate the carotid artery or trachea, merely grazing her vocal cords. With 2 weeks of rest and silence, she should recover well. The facial injury is more serious, having caused a 17 centimeters penetrating wound. It has been cleaned and treated, but there is a possibility of scarring, so family members should consider cosmetic scar treatments. The hand injury is the most critical. The rod directly pierced through the back of her hand, narrowly missing her eye, a stroke of misfortune amidst the calamity. As the doctor concluded, everyone exhaled in relief, save for Xie Zhejiang, whose face was pale with fear, muttering prayers for protection. "Doctor, can we go in now?" Wei Hong inquired. "The patient has been transferred to the VIP room. You may proceed there directly." "Thank you, doctor." They rushed toward the designated room. Upon reaching the third-floor VIP suite, they found a nurse tending to Xie, whose visage was bandaged like a pig's head as she had her temperature taken. Her eyes reflected the lingering shock of the incident. "Cici, are you all right?" Xie Zhejiang approached anxiously, wanting to embrace her but hesitant to cause her further pain. His expression a mix of concern and guilt. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have neglected you. If I hadn't been too busy socializing, this wouldn't have happened." "Dad, it's not your fault." Xie managed a wry smile. "This was an accident, and I'm just a bit shaken. The injuries aren't too severe, are they?" "Yes, thank goodness." Xie Zhejiang wiped away a tear, forcing a smile. "Truly, thank the heavens, you are our sole heir. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to carry on." "Uncle, it's a relief you're all right. Try not to dwell on it." "Indeed, good fortune protects the virtuous. Cici is just fine. Don't fret. It was merely an unfortunate incident." Ji Peng and the other young elites attempted to console him. Yet, Wei Hong stood still, silent for an extended period, his expression darkening, revealing a hint of trepidation. An accident? It hardly felt that way. Last week, when Ji Peng had his car accident, everyone believed it to be an unfortunate mishap. Now, with Xie in distress, it was labeled an accident once more. Both Ji Peng and Xie were individuals of considerable fortune. Typically, such individuals enjoy long, prosperous lives, even with a lifestyle of indulgence and revelry. They should remain in good health. How could calamities strike them consecutively, nearly costing their lives? Each incident seemed to drain their fortunes significantly, raising suspicions. Could it be that someone was deliberately targeting them? Wei Hong instinctively thought of Wei Hong. If he were behind these events, it would seem plausible. But why not strike directly at him? Why go to such lengths to orchestrate misfortunes for Ji Peng and Xie? Though they had crossed him, their grievances had not escalated to the point of mortal enmity. This contradiction left Wei Hong perplexed, unable to comprehend the rationale. Perhaps it was indeed just a series of unfortunate accidents. He could only silently reassure himself. Yet, Ji Peng and Xie were the individuals he interacted with most daily. Now their fortune has been adversely affected, and Wei Hong's daily ability to draw upon luck has diminished significantly. In summary, this matter has had a considerable impact on him. Recently, the financial department of the group has been preparing to expand its investments. In the past, when I had tens of millions to invest, I could navigate with ease. However, as the capital increases, every additional profit I earn leads to a frantic depletion of my luck. If this continues, it won't be sustainable for long. Wei Hong felt a growing sense of urgency within, regretting his overly ostentatious demeanor. Luck, an intangible and elusive concept, is nonetheless a tangible consumable. Experiencing a calamity and escaping a major disaster consumes it, as does utilizing it to acquire wealth. Now that the boast has been made, numerous wealthy individuals are eagerly awaiting an opportunity to profit alongside him. Should he incur losses due to insufficient luck, the consequences would be dire. "Sister." Wei Hong pulled Wei Linlang aside into the corridor, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before quietly inquiring, "Should we postpone our external fundraising plans?" "Why delay?" Wei Linlang retorted with dissatisfaction. "We have just submitted a satisfying report, establishing the reputation of the Wei Group's financial department. Countless affluent individuals are eager to invest in us. Now is the perfect time for substantial capital influx. In any case, if we absorb too much funding at once, I fear we may lose control," Wei Hong urged. "We need not worry about qualifications. Father has already discreetly acquired a small private equity fund license, allowing us to legally attract funds. Wei Linlang reassured him with a pat on his shoulder. I understand that your sudden elevation in profile may cause you some unease, but rest assured, our internal financial team will manage everything. Indeed, Wei Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. During this period, Wei Jiaoyang has not been entirely confident in his capabilities, specifically assigning a team of financial experts to assist him. Each stock selection he made underwent thorough research and analysis, significantly reducing the likelihood of investment errors. Reflecting on the glory of being the center of attention today, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of luck, unwilling to relinquish the wealth within reach. Taking a risk may transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Although it bears some danger, it remains worth attempting. After all, I have already half immersed myself in the elite circle. If I can establish a firm foothold this time, not only will my influence within the Wei group surge, but I could also maintain a presence in Jiangzhou, even without relying on the Wei family. By then, it would not be easy for Wei Hong to undermine me. Wei Sheng calculated this in his heart, a subtle smile creeping across his lips. He yearned to seize this opportunity to fully establish his own business empire, becoming an entity that Wei Hong would dare not provoke, thus shedding the humiliating identity of a foster son of the Wei family. What are you smiling about? Wei Linlang playfully nudged him. Nothing much, just contemplating how to strengthen the financial department. Wei Sheng replied earnestly. The only way to honor the sacrifices made by my parents and sisters is to earn more money. You, my dear brother, are certainly superior to that ungrateful wretch. Wei Linlang remarked with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 69. I can give you one last chance. In the evening, as Wei Sheng and Wei Linlang stepped through the threshold of their home, they noticed several unfamiliar faces among the bodyguards. Wei Jiaoyang sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. Upon seeing them return, he raised an eyebrow and signaled, "You all, come and greet young Master Sheng." "Good day, young Master Sheng." The four new bodyguards stood like sturdy pines, greeting him solemnly. A flicker of joy crossed Wei Sheng's brow, yet he feigned ignorance, asking, "Father, what is this? We hardly need so many bodyguards, do we? They have just been hired from a security company, tasked with providing comprehensive protection for your safety," Wei Jiaoyang replied sternly. "You are now the golden asset of our Wei family and the Wei group. To prevent any malicious actions against you, we must enhance your security." "Thank you, Father and Mother." Wei Sheng bowed in gratitude, feeling a surge of excitement. Though he appeared genuinely touched, he secretly reveled in his newfound status. Previously, he had only 2 bodyguards. Now, with 4 additional ones, he was accompanied by 6, an impressive display, although it paled in comparison to Wei Hong's grandeur. Few second-generation wealthy heirs in Jiangzhou could boast such a retinue. Even many affluent individuals lacked the luxury of 6 bodyguards. Thus his entourage commanded considerable respect. "What's with the thanks?" Wei Jiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Wei Hong, who was just descending the stairs. He then deliberately raised his voice. "You are my son and have made significant contributions to the family and the group. So an increase in your privileges is only fitting, unlike some who only know how to take advantage." Indeed, Wei Linlang chimed in at the opportune moment, sneering. "Some have been nurtured by countless individuals since childhood, yet grow up to contribute nothing to the family and even seek to undermine it. Do they really think the group cannot function without them? With the Wei group thriving and stock prices soaring, nearing a market value of 700 billion, Wei Linlang asserted. Once the financial department solidifies its reputation, I will relish seeing who the true heir to the group is." Unfazed by such trivial remarks, Wei Hong ambled over to the bar to pour himself a glass of champagne, relaxedly adding a few ice cubes. He then turned ahead to the gym for a workout. Seeing this, Wei Linlang nearly crushed her Hermes bag in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and remarked, "Keep pretending. Don't you self-proclaim as the heir personally trained by grandfather? I'll show you how easily that title can be usurped. Go ahead and take it. Who cares?" Wei Hong scoffed, pausing briefly to cast a disdainful glance before continuing. "Do you think that with Wei Sheng's assistance, you can master finance? Just be careful not to fall harder the higher you climb. You are simply envious." Wei Linlang retorted, her confidence swelling. She tossed her bag to a servant and took a sip of tea from Wang Ma, smirking as she said, "TSK, TSK, TSK." Some people are about to explode with jealousy. Laughter erupted among Wei Jiaoyang and the others, while Du Sihui, though disapproving, refrained from intervening. Instead, she frowned at Wei Hong, pleading earnestly, "If you wish to retain your status as the heir, it would be best to reconsider. We are still family, and there is no need for things to become too strained. Sometimes, a little sibling rivalry can be amusing, but when it goes too far, it can become unbearable. I can offer you one last chance," Wei Jiaoyang declared, putting down his newspaper and leaning back with an air of authority. "If you apologize to the entire family and kneel before the ancestral tablets for a day and a night, you may still have a chance to become the heir of the Wei group. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Wei group is flourishing now, poised to reach $1 trillion in less than a year, and poised for a smooth transition into a multinational conglomerate. Do not be ungrateful, for it will be too late to return once your mouth is sealed." Rather than becoming enraged, Wei Hong found the situation rather amusing. Did these individuals truly believe that a minor achievement would guarantee a continuous stream of success? Did they think they could use this as leverage to compel him to continue serving the group? Did they really believe that the allure of being the heir was enough to entice him? How foolish! Sighing, Wei Hong shook his head and scoffed before heading upstairs, leaving Wei Jiaoyang and the others momentarily stunned, their outrage boiling over as they shouted in frustration. Sometimes, ignoring someone can be far more disheartening than engaging in an argument. "Mom, Dad, sister, please don't be too angry," Wei Sheng quickly, with a note of grievance, advised, "My elder brother merely looks down upon me. If it bothers him, I can resign from my position as vice president of the group." Wei Jiaoyang interjected, "Xiao Sheng, pay no heed to that wretched creature. Our son is only you." Wei Linlang added, "Indeed, Xiao Sheng, if he fails to appreciate your kindness, do not be overly benevolent. It is not wise to continually present a warm face to a cold rear." Du Sihui hesitated, then sighed, "We are, after all, a family. I shall speak with him again another day." "Speak of what?" Wei Jiaoyang glared impatiently. "You have spoiled him rotten. Just observe the ghastly state of that wretch now." "Spoiled?" The servants in the villa wore peculiar expressions. How could this family dare to utter the term spoiled? Have they ever indulged Wei Hong? Simply refraining from making his life difficult is already a considerable feat, Mom and Dad. Please cease your quarrel. Wei Sheng quickly diverted the topic. "I believe today's incident regarding CC is rather peculiar. Should we consider hiring a private investigator? By the way, how is CC?" Wei Jiaoyang inquired eagerly. "Why must we hire a private investigator? Was it not merely an accident? I can simply invite old Xie for a drink to apologize. It was ultimately our oversight. Although CC is unharmed, the entire affair feels exceedingly strange." Wei Sheng gestured for the bodyguards to withdraw, casting a glance upstairs before approaching the sofa. Bowing as he spoke, a few days ago, Ji Peng had an accident while street racing, and he had never been in trouble before. Isn't it normal for accidents to occur during street racing? It would be abnormal if none occurred, Wei Jiaoyang scoffed. Du Sihui, however, seemed to grasp the underlying tension. Frowning as she said, "Do you suspect someone wishes to harm them? Is this a deliberately orchestrated incident?" "Perhaps," Wei Sheng thought to himself, unable to voice his concerns openly. His inner voice conveyed, "Sigh, I'm uncertain whether I should say this, but both Ji Peng and CC's accidents appear highly suspicious. I suspect my elder brother may wish to eliminate them, yet I cannot disclose this to my parents. It troubles me greatly." Gasp! Wei Jiaoyang and the others immediately inhaled sharply. Did Wei Hong wish to kill Ji Peng and CSCC? What could possibly motivate him to do so? Wei Linlang opened her mouth to question, but ultimately refrained, turning to advise, "Father, perhaps we should investigate further? If someone is indeed scheming behind the scenes, uncovering the truth would provide an explanation to Uncle Xie, especially since CC nearly lost her sight today." "Very well, I shall hire a private investigator," Wei Jiaoyang readily agreed. Chapter 70. Misfortune repeats, Wei Sheng's bad luck. In the days that followed, whether at school, at home, or within the group, Wei Hong basked in unbounded glory, the object of everyone's admiration. Each day, he was accompanied by 6 bodyguards. Clad in tailored suits, he gradually exuded an air of nobility. He was no longer the reclusive, silent, and self-deprecating youth of yore. Instead, he had transformed into a figure of confidence and flamboyance. Though he still fell short of the understated elegance embodied by Wei Hong, he had long since surpassed the average second-generation wealthy youth. Anyone who beheld him would never guess he emerged from a humble village. They would only perceive him as a privileged young lord. In mid-December, a detailed investigative report landed in Wei Hong's email, compiled by a professional private investigator engaged by Wei Jiaoyong to probe the 2 incidents. The report confirmed that both events were indeed accidents. On the night of Jiping street racing, it had rained slightly, rendering the road slick. Having consumed some red wine, he inadvertently skidded during a turn. There were neither vehicles nor individuals present, and he himself called for help from fellow racers. From various details, it appeared that no fault could be found. Even if the police were to investigate personally, they would uncover no hint of wrongdoing, especially since there were no surveillance cameras on the mountain road. As for the affair concerning CSCC, the situation was far more complex. The Wei Group S Summit had indeed arranged for a celebratory cake, yet many of the hotel staff were part-time university students, making it difficult to track down personnel information in a timely manner. The report indicated the possibility of someone infiltrating the hotel to commit an act of violence. However, due to the nature of the Wei Group Summit, the hotel was not permitted to operate surveillance cameras, leaving the specifics of what transpired unclear. The staff member who doused CSCC with wine could not be identified. The ground had long been marred by footprints. With the constant flow of people in the hotel, no evidence remained. Ultimately, the private investigator could only conclude that it was an unfortunate accident. Damn it, useless. In the early morning, within the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz, Wei Hong silently read through the investigative report on his phone. Enraged, he hurled the device onto the adjacent seat, his face clouded with anger and dissatisfaction. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Although he could not pinpoint the source of this discomfort, his mind was consumed with agitation. Should he hire someone to investigate again? Wei Hong raked his fingers through his hair. His sixth sense hinted that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Currently, he had accumulated a capital of several million due to various investments, and if he desired to engage someone for an investigation, money was not an obstacle. Yet, to suspect without any evidence felt rather inappropriate. Just as Wei Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation, the vehicle ahead came to a gradual halt. His heart raced with alarm, and he could not help but ask, "What is happening? Aren't we still en route to school?" "Young master, there's a traffic jam ahead." The driver, Xiao Wu, replied cautiously. "All right." Wei Hong leaned forward to peer out, ultimately falling into silence. Both cars, separated from the bodyguards, were ensnared in the bustling city center, surrounded by the clamor of people and shops. What should have been a brief stretch of road was now utterly gridlocked. The morning rush of commuters made traffic jams commonplace. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wei Hong felt an ominous foreboding about today as congestion. A profound sense of unease gripped him, rendering him restless. "Change routes," Wei Hong commanded. Driver Xiao Wu glanced around helplessly, responding, "It's impossible, young master. The traffic is completely immobilized. We cannot change routes." "How can this be?" Wei Hong's heart sank deeper into agitation. Just as he contemplated whether to exit the vehicle, an old electric wire suddenly snapped overhead. Flashing with crackling electricity, it plummeted to the ground. By the heavens! Wei Hong's scalp prickled in fear, his body leaning forward as he urgently pounded on Xiao Wu's shoulder, exclaiming, "We're going to have an accident. Quickly, drive away." "Young master, we cannot move," Xiao Wu said in a panic. "We're completely trapped here. Get out. We must exit the vehicle immediately." Wei Hong insisted, desperate to push open the door. At that moment, a bodyguard raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Young master, you cannot exit the vehicle. That old electric wire is still live. The ground is slick from the recent rain, and exiting recklessly could lead to electrocution." "Indeed, young master," driver Xiao Wu added with a nervous chuckle. "The wire is still a distance away. Our tires are insulated, It's safer for us to remain inside the car. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Sheng's forehead. For reasons unknown, everything about this situation imparted a sense of urgent peril, and his subconscious urged him to flee. What on earth? Why is there a dangling electric wire here? Oh dear, the wire is old and is broken. It's still live. Everyone, keep your distance. Be cautious. My goodness, let us hope the traffic clears soon. We need to get moving. There's a danger of electrocution. Who is calling the power company to report this? The fallen electric wire drew the attention of others. Bystanders began to point and retreat, while some well-meaning citizens prepared to call for help. The once bustling neighborhood was abruptly rendered desolate due to a single fallen power line. Only a few vehicles, stranded in the middle of the road, frantically honked their horns in a desperate attempt to urge forward. For a moment, it seemed as though the very air had become stagnant. Wei Hong could almost hear the accelerated rhythm of his own heartbeat. In the next instant, a stream of water, the origin of which was unknown, began to trickle along the curb. It then dripped steadily into a nearby sewer. This was disastrous. Wei Hong was unaware of the dangers that lurked ahead. His eyes fixated on the flowing water, instinctively perceiving it as the source of peril. Indeed, the water conducted electricity. Sparks crackled as the current surged into the sewer. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Wei Hong felt a violent force strike from beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he was flung out of the vehicle, his body tossed about in a disheveled state. Beep, beep. All the electric vehicles on the street blared their alarms in a frenzy. Bystanders screamed and fled in panic, creating utter chaos. The bodyguard beside him could only shield Wei Hong with his own body, and both were struck by the immense force, sustaining serious injuries. What on earth caused the explosion? Hurry, someone call for help. What help could be offered? It's the aging power line that caused the leak, igniting the methane gas accumulating in the sewer. Who knows if there is still a risk of electrocution or further explosions. We should call the police instead. Good heavens. Several cars have been overturned. Thankfully, no one was killed. How terrifying. The manhole covers flew up to heights of over 10 meters. The gasps and murmurs of the onlookers echoed in his ears. Wei Hong's head buzzed as his vision blurred into a crimson haze. He managed to faint. Pain smiled before succumbing to unconsciousness. Young master, are you all right? The vehicle had overturned, and the young master had fainted. Quick, call for an ambulance. Watch out for the power lines. We must move them first. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, the driver and bodyguard hurriedly attempted to assist. Chapter 71. A dilemma for Wei Hong, unsettled. In the hospital, inside the VIP ward, as Wei Hong groggily opened his eyes, he was greeted by the faint scent of antiseptic. Blinding white light surrounded him, and he lay comfortably in a hospital bed, every inch of his body aching unbearably. Xiao Sheng, you're awake? That's wonderful. Are you all right? Doctor, quickly call for the doctor. A flurry of anxious voices filled the air. Wei Hong saw Wei Jiaoyang, Du Sihui, Wei Linlang, and others, including Ji Peng and CSCC, all gathered in the room. It seemed the news of his incident had spread, drawing in a multitude of visitors. He opened his mouth to speak, but a middle-aged doctor in a white coat hurried over to examine him. After confirming that he was indeed unharmed, the doctor stated in a professional tone, Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, your son has merely suffered a severe impact, resulting in a fainting spell. He may experience a mild concussion and some bruises, but there are no other injuries. A few days of rest will suffice. Wonderful. Wei Jiaoyang and the others sighed in relief. After the doctor departed, Ji Peng was the first to exclaim, You've had quite the misfortune. Haven to you? What a coincidence for such an event to befall you. It's truly baffling. Indeed, perhaps we should consult a master to seek guidance, or even procure a safety talisman for the house. How can one be so unlucky? CSCC grumbled in complaint. It wasn't an accident. Wei Hong gasped, his voice hoarse and his eyes filled with palpable fear. Someone is trying to kill me. This is not an accident. Kill you? Everyone froze in astonishment. Wei Hong grasped the arms of those nearby, panic-stricken. Yes, it is definitely not an accident. Whether it was Ji Peng nearly falling to his death, or CC, almost being disfigured, including my near-death experience from the explosion. It was all orchestrated. Gasp. The ward erupted with gasps of disbelief. No way. Are you implying that someone intends to murder the three of us? Ji Peng exclaimed, jumping to his feet in shock. We haven't offended anyone. She is CC protested, her face a mask of confusion. Who would harbor such a deep-seated vendetta against us? It seems rather implausible. Could be Wei Hong? Ji Peng asserted with conviction. He must be envious of your recent success and wishes to eliminate the competition. And our closeness to you has undoubtedly incited his jealousy. Let us not jump to conclusions. Your uncle and aunt are still around. CSCC quickly interjected. Wei Sheng opened his mouth, about to respond, but Wei Jiaoyang interrupted, his brow furrowed. I know what you're about to say. In fact, from the moment you had your accident until you lost consciousness, I have already reported it to the police. The authorities, the fire department, and the power company have all arrived at the scene and unanimously concluded that it was simply an accident. The aging power line, coupled with a short circuit, caused a fire that melted it, allowing the current to flow into the sewer. The sewer, filled with various waste, accumulated a significant amount of methane gas, which was ignited by the electric sparks, resulting in the explosion. Based on the investigation and video surveillance, there is no trace of foul play, so the notion of a murder attempt is unfounded, and the police will not be opening a case. Wei Sheng remained skeptical. However, with Wei Jiaoyang's firm assertion, he was compelled to suppress his thoughts for the moment, planning to investigate further on his own later. He had a foreboding sense that this was indeed Wei Hong's doing. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, he felt certain of it. Damn it, where has my fortune gone? Wei Sheng stole a glance at the system attribute panel. He noticed that his previously abundant luck points had been drastically halved. Wasn't it just an explosion? The bulletproof vehicle didn't even shatter its glass. How could a mere scrape cost him so much luck? Wei Sheng murmured with a grim expression. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host, this explosion should have directly ignited the fuel tank. It was your fortune that guided you to survive. Damn. Wei Sheng's expression was a complex mix of emotions, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He felt grateful to be alive. Yet the steep price paid weighed heavily on him. What would follow? Would the plummeting luck lead to a decline in stock returns? Xiao Sheng, don't overthink it. Ji Peng observed his troubled countenance and quickly offered comfort. We three are unfortunate brothers who all encountered adversity, but the silver lining is that nothing serious has occurred. We just need to be more cautious moving forward. Huh. Wei Sheng forced a bitter smile and shook his head, unsure how to articulate the truth. Were they to believe that all three of them were individuals of deep fortune, surviving solely because their luck balanced each other out? Such revelations were not easily conveyed, and he would need to investigate discreetly later. Xiao Sheng, you're all right, so take some time to recuperate in the hospital. Wei Jiaoyang advised. Remember to rest well. There is no need to worry too much. Your elder sister will manage the company affairs. Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng hesitated before speaking. Dad, what if we withdraw the investments from the financial department? I sense that something is amiss. My luck seems to be faltering. Oh. Wei Jiaoyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The financial department relied on Wei Sheng's luck for profit. For him to mention bad luck now could jeopardize their earnings. Are you certain? Wei Jiaoyang asked, reluctant to accept. Recently, numerous affluent investors have approached us for investments. Our newly established private equity fund has already accumulated tens of billions, and in just over a week, we've achieved a 6 profit. This profit is exhilarating. Many people would struggle to earn such interest by depositing their money in the bank for a year, while we seem to be laying golden eggs, attracting countless supporters. If we were to halt and withdraw our investments now, wouldn't we be throwing away all our previous efforts? And how would we explain this to our investors? Wei Sheng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. His heart was filled with regret. He shouldn't have made such a grandiose spectacle of things. Now, he truly found himself in a predicament. Dad, I really have been unfortunate. Wei Sheng couldn't help but continue to persuade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered this disastrous explosion, right? Why don't we pause for a while and resume once my luck improves? Absolutely not. Wei Linlang interjected decisively. You could take a break in the hospital for now. but we cannot afford a halt. The financial department is currently in a bull market, and there are countless highly educated talents keeping an eye on things. There won't be any mistakes. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang was reluctant to relinquish the juicy opportunity he had just grasped. Thus he made an immediate resolution. You will recuperate in a hospital. And with your elder sister overseeing things in the financial department, as well as many PhD graduates returning from abroad, this is an opportune moment to make profits. Seeing that he could not sway them, Wei Hong resigned to the situation. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, akin to a sixth sense before an explosion. He had an ominous premonition that the financial department might also face calamity. The stakes had been raised too high. What would happen if disaster struck? System, is there a way to swiftly enhance my luck? My fortune is currently too low to continue attracting wealth. Wei Hong complained inwardly. The system responded coldly. There is none. The host can only rely on the opportunities presented by those close to him to gradually accumulate luck. Damn it. Wei Hong's expression darkened further. He was now trapped in a dilemma and could only comfort himself with the notion that nothing would go awry. Chapter 72. We shall be enemies for life. 7 days later, on the day of Wei Hong's discharge from the hospital, he held 3 additional investigation reports in his hands. These reports had been meticulously compiled by 3 renowned private detectives he had hired at great expense. 2 of the reports concluded that it was merely an accident. Only the last report indicated that there were suspicious elements surrounding the explosion. Biogas? Wei Hong's face darkened. The report indicated that the concentration of biogas during the explosion was excessively high, clearly surpassing the normal levels found in sewer systems. It could not be ruled out that someone had deliberately injected a substantial amount of biogas into the sewer, ultimately triggering the explosion. However, they were unable to gather further evidence at the moment. To rely on this suspicion alone to prompt the police to take action would evidently be futile. How professional! Wei Hong felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Even he could deduce that this was Wei Hong's handiwork. Though the latter might not have participated directly, he had undoubtedly hired a professional team to carry out such a complex and cerebral assassination attempt. In a country where firearms were banned, such unexpected attacks were even more challenging to prevent, as one could never know when the enemy would strike or which seemingly innocuous object might take their life in an instant. As the saying goes, the fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. That evening, the Wei family villa was festooned with decorations. To celebrate Wei Hong's discharge, Wei Jiaoyang had instructed the servants to prepare a welcome feast, with the dining table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. Wei Jiaoyang raised his glass and declared, "Today is a joyous occasion with Xiao Sheng's discharge. Let us all raise a toast to his good health. Cheers!" "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Sister." Du Sihu Wei and Wei Linlang quickly raised their glasses. Wei Hong pretended to be touched and also lifted his glass. The family basked in a warm atmosphere, leaving Wei Hong neglected in the corner. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Wei Hong began his performance, feigning hesitation while silently musing in the ears of the Wei family. Sigh, should I confront my elder brother? The private detectives have already discovered that the biogas concentration in the sewer at the time of the explosion was excessively high, which clearly indicates someone has tampered with it. And the suspicion points directly at my brother. Why does he want to kill me? I'm so scared. What should I do now? Forget it. After all, we are family. It wouldn't be right to directly confront my brother without concrete evidence. I should just be more cautious next time. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the dining table shifted dramatically. The Wei family members raised their eyes in disbelief. Pairs of eyes, filled with disdain or anger, turned towards Wei Hong. Previously, every time Wei Hong had used his inner voice to frame him, his family had looked at him with such expressions. Although there had been some changes during this period, now that it involved a murder case, they couldn't help but resort to the same tactics again. Smack! Wei Jiaoyang slammed the dining table, startling the household servants, and his fury was palpable. "You little beast, was it you? What do you mean?" Wei Hong raised an eyebrow knowingly, feigning ignorance. Why is Chairman Wei suddenly so angry? Has menopause set in? I'm not your son. Don't shout at me for no reason. Don't change the subject. Wei Jiaoyang pointed at him, furious. Did you hire someone to harm Xiao Sheng? Have you lost your mind? Wei Hong scoffed. What are you talking about, Chairman Wei? I don't understand. Keep pretending. Wei Linlang joined the fray, mocking him, daring to act, but not willing to take responsibility. Is that the Wei family's specialty? Don't forget you have a criminal record. Remember the last time you hired someone to commit murder? Ha! Wei Hong shook lightly, seemingly unfazed. He leisurely wiped his fingers and retorted with mockery. What if I admit it? What if I don't? Why don't you just report me? Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang were instantly infuriated beyond measure. Even Du Sihui looked at him with disappointment, as if he had committed an unspeakably despicable act. Seeing this, Wei Sheng hurriedly intervened. Mom, Dad, Sister, please don't be angry. It was my fault in the past. Brother, let us reconcile. Reconcile? Wei Hong laughed as if he had heard a joke. In his past life, he had lost his life due to betrayal, and the entire Wei family had perished. Could such deep-seated hatred truly be reconciled? Although none of this had happened in this life, yet. How many burdens had he carried due to Wei Sheng's repeated betrayals over the past few months? Now, with a mere suggestion of reconciliation, did Wei Sheng think he could sweep everything under the rug? Wei Hong fixed his gaze on him, each word dripping with scorn. What nonsense are you spouting? We shall be enemies for life. I can leave the Wei family and resign from my position as vice president of the group, Wei Sheng hastily offered. As long as I can accommodate your requests, just let me know. Go to hell, and then we can reconcile. Wei Hong's ruthless words once again incited fury among Wei Jiaoyang and the others. As tensions escalated between the two sides, Wei Hong casually glanced at his watch and chuckled. While you waste time glaring at each other, why not consider how to deal with the impending troubles? It is currently 8 o'clock in the evening Beijing time. In 2.5 hours, the U.S. stock market will open. You can celebrate then. What do you mean? Wei Jiaoyang and the others were momentarily taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation. Wei Hong was not one to speak without reason. He had never taken petty provocations to heart, but now he seemed unusually confident, and they could read a hint of mockery in his eyes. Did something untoward await the U.S. stock market? Oh no. Wei Jiaoyang's face changed dramatically, and he lowered his voice. If the U.S. stock market encounters issues, it will inevitably affect the global stock market. We have just invested a significant sum in the stock market. If something goes wrong now, no one can bear the consequences. Quick, investigate. Understood. Wei Linlang, drenched in cold sweat, swiftly took out her phone. Wei Sheng felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Anyone with a modicum of financial understanding knew that if the U.S. stock market experienced even the slightest disturbance, the global stock markets would be impacted. They had invested heavily in the A-share market during this time. If anything were to go awry, it would lead to substantial losses. Dad, it'll be fine. Wei Sheng chuckled to console. Recently, we are in a bull market. How could there be any issues? My elder brother is merely jesting with us. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang quickly nodded in agreement. Almost any stock bought lately has turned a profit. The majority of stocks in the market are on the rise. Your hospitalization these past few days has had no impact. We still managed to seize several stocks that have hit the daily limit. There is simply no way anything could go wrong. Exactly. Wei Sheng turned, speaking with conviction. I can understand your desire to intimidate me, but the family business is the lifeblood of our clan. You cannot sour grapes simply because you cannot partake in the feast and spread rumors to frighten us. Can you? Fool. Wei Hong scoffed, refusing to elaborate further. They were simply too obstinate to heed the warnings. Yet, no matter how much they disbelieved, it would not alter the impending reality. A stock market crash was imminent. Chapter 73. Little brat, are you trying to ruin us? Time passed, each minute stretching into eternity. Due to Wei Hong's words, the atmosphere of the welcome banquet turned somber. After making 7 or 8 calls, Wei Linlang returned to the table with a frown, retorting, Father, do not heed the ramblings of certain individuals. I have consulted my classmates and friends in America. Currently, major financial experts are very optimistic about the U.S. stock market, and there is no sign of turmoil whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Wei Jiaoyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, a barrage of disdainful glances soon targeted them again. Wei Sheng feigned regret, saying, Brother, Could it be that due to the exposure of your hired assassin affair, you've resorted to spreading falsehoods to frighten us? Heh, some people have clearly lost their composure. Wei Linlang coldly retorted. It's likely they are envious of our private equity fund's recent success, leading them to concoct rumors and incite trouble. It's simply ludicrous. Wei Hong, how have you sunk so low? Du Sihui finally managed to utter, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Seeing the imminent onslaught from the others, Wei Hong impatiently waved his hand. Enough, enough. Believe what you wish. I have no time for further discussion. Just wait. By 10:30 tonight, when the U.S. stock market opens, everything will become clear. The Wei family could not help but feel a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Had he truly received some insider information? How could he be so assured otherwise? Xiaohong, if you have insider information, why didn't you say so earlier? Du Sihui hesitantly asked. The Wei Group is also your grandfather's labor of love. Do you truly wish to see it suffer losses? How could I wish otherwise? The group is no longer the Wei Group of your. I would be more than happy to see it destroyed. Wei Hong scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Weren't you all saying you didn't believe me? Continue your celebrations. The atmosphere turned tense once more. On one side lay his adamant prophecy, and on the other, the calm of the present news. Wei Jiaoyang and the others were at a loss as to whom they should trust. Yet, Wei Hong relished their evident torment. The stock market crash would indeed erupt tonight. Due to time zone differences, it was morning in America. Meanwhile, at 10:30 in the evening here marked the opening of the U.S. stock market. 2 hours prior to the opening, the Federal Reserve would announce interest rate hikes, and within mere minutes that day, the U.S. stock market would experience widespread surges. High interest rates would attract global capital to converge upon the U.S. stock market, culminating in a financial tide that swept across the globe. The stock market crash would thus commence. The A-share market would also face significant repercussions, plummeting dramatically within a short span of time. The stocks nearing a halving in value would ensnare numerous large and individual investors, leading to widespread despair and driving many to contemplate suicide. Prior to this, Wei Hong had quietly diversified all his funds across major international funds, simultaneously leveraging to short the market. Once the stock market crash occurred, he would reap untold wealth. Ding, ding, ding. Wei Linlong's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting dramatically as she answered. Speaking in fluent London-accented English, her demeanor gradually darkened. It was as if she had received some dire news, the color draining from her lips. Father, something has happened. Wei Linlang stammered. The Federal Reserve is raising interest rates. What? Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, springing to his feet. Several glasses and dishes on the dining table were knocked to the ground, shattering with a cacophony that created utter chaos. Yet, no one cared about the mess. Everyone was stunned into silence by the news of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike. Anyone with even a modicum of financial understanding knew that an interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve signified the onset of a financial storm. With the Wei Group having invested heavily in the A-share market, should anything go awry, who could shoulder such responsibility? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wei Sheng muttered in disbelief. He recalled how Wei Hong had been watching them make profits with a cold gaze, silently observing their triumphant endeavors in the stock market without any intervention. Connecting all the dots, he realized he had fallen into a trap. It was evident the other party wanted him to invest more in the stock market. You bastard! Are you plotting against us? Wei Sheng, in a fit of rage, slammed his hands on the table, his usual gentle demeanor giving way to a hint of savagery. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Plotting? Did I force you to invest money in the stock market? Did I coerce you to rally other wealthy individuals to purchase private equity funds? Always making excuses for your failures. How utterly pathetic. You! Wei Sheng was seething with rage, yet his heart was filled with panic. He could not bear to contemplate what fate awaited him should the stock market tumble. He also could not fathom how he would clean up the ensuing mess. At this moment, he felt his hands and feet grow cold. A wave of immense terror enveloped him from all sides. Whether it was Wei Hong's meticulous scheming against him or the near-fatal explosion in the sewer, each incident rendered him powerless to resist. This despair, crushed by a superior intellect, was beyond the comprehension of most. In that moment, Wei Hong felt akin to a mere ant, vulnerable and easily squashed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have a system. I am a chosen one. I am destined to sail smoothly through life. How could I be repeatedly outmaneuvered? Wei Hong gritted his teeth on the brink of collapse. Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, along with Du Sihui, wore expressions of sheer terror. They were worried about stock prices and whether the Wei Group could withstand this impending storm. You little brat. Wei Jiaoyang gasped heavily, swallowing down half a bottle of heart-saving pills to regain composure. You knew a stock market crash was coming, yet stood by as we plunged into the abyss. What a cruel heart you possess. From today onwards, I no longer acknowledge you as my son. Isn't this all rather pointless? Wei Hong dug at his ear, relishing their misfortune. Did you really think I still considered you family? Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui trembled. In that moment, they truly grasped that Wei Hong had long severed all ties. He no longer regarded them as parents, but as strangers whom he wished would perish. In the past, they could still indulge in self-deceit. But now, they could no longer fool themselves. They had indeed been completely forsaken by this son. You, how dare you? Du Sihui murmured sorrowfully. We are your parents. Enough of this pretense. It's time to think about how to navigate through this mess. Wei Hong's words shattered the melancholic atmosphere, leaving everyone in a state of anxious unrest. The stock market crash was indeed on the horizon. Can the Wei Group escape this predicament? The financial department, too, has just invested billions into the stock market. This little brat, are you trying to doom us? Wei Jiaoyang gritted his teeth and declared, You wait. Dad, rest assured. Wei Linlang comforted him. It will take time for the stock market crash to affect A shares. Our funds still have a chance to escape. We won't let that bastard see us humiliated. Indeed, we will be fine. Wei Hong murmured, his eyes devoid of spirit. Chapter 74. A catastrophic stock market crash, helplessness. That night was destined to be sleepless. The news of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike stirred up a frenzy. On the same day, the U.S. stock markets surged wildly, and investors from around the globe received the alarming news, causing a chaotic rush of capital into U.S. stocks for refuge, while domestic markets plummeted. Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, along with Wei Hong, did not sleep a wink. They hurried back to the group headquarters to convene an emergency meeting. A multitude of financial experts racked their brains on how to navigate this crisis. By the next morning, as the A shares opened, the private equity funds under the Wei Group's financial department, too, plummeted dramatically. Numerous stocks fell off a cliff, and even if Wei Hong and the others wanted to sell, no one dared to take over. All their emergency plans fell flat. At the headquarters, in the financial department's office, a cadre of senior traders anxiously attempted to sell shares. Yet, despite their frantic efforts, there was no effect, and many were so infuriated they nearly smashed their keyboards. Chairman Wei, one trader frowned and said, We can't sell. Many stocks are already at their daily limit down. If we only sell small amounts, we might still have a chance, but with such a large volume, no one is willing to take over. Indeed, we have already lowered the prices proactively, but as soon as the market opened, stocks began to plummet. No one dares to buy. Goodness, it seems like today, many stocks will hit the limit down. Look at this. Damn it, this is a stock market crash. An absolutely catastrophic one. I had millions saved in the market, hoping to make a fortune, and now look, it's all turned to chaff. The crowd sighed in despair. Online, various media outlets were inundated with news of the once in a millennium stock market crash and conspiracy theories surrounding the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes. In an instant, stockholders were lamenting, and the online discourse was fervent. The A-share market was awash in red. 90% of stock prices were plummeting. Over a third of stocks hit their daily limit down. The dozens of stocks previously selected by Wei Hong naturally suffered heavy losses. Not only had all profits evaporated, but even the principal was becoming increasingly difficult to retrieve. What now? Wei Jiaoyang slammed the table. His eyes reddened as he surveyed the room. You all either claim to be finance prodigies from Harvard or boast Wall Street experience. Now that we face a challenge, you're at a loss? What use is it to have you in the group? Chairman Wei, a sharply dressed financial analyst interjected, furrowing his brow. This is a stock market crash, not a minor setback. In such a grand scheme, we are but fragile eggs. Many nations cannot withstand it. How can a few analysts alter the course of events? What do you propose we do? Wei Jiaoyang suppressed his fury and demanded. Wait. The financial analyst adjusted his glasses and replied solemnly. During a stock market crash, all major corporations are in freefall. Only a handful of banks and similar stocks remain resilient. We can either increase our investments and wait to buy at the bottom or brace ourselves through the first wave of the crash and consider cutting our losses. Wei Jiaoyang was no fool. He understood the unspoken implications. Larger corporate groups were also helpless amid the crash. What significant waves could a small entity like the Wei Group create? At this moment, all investors were in panic, either bracing for 4 or 5 years for the market to recover or betting on government intervention to rescue the market. In any case, it would result in substantial losses. Later, will the government introduce policies to stabilize the market? Wei Linlang inquired, furrowing her brow. It's hard to say. The financial analyst shook his head, sighing. As long as it doesn't significantly impact the economic environment, the higher-ups typically refrain from intervening. In past crashes, some place their last hopes on government rescue, only to find themselves ensnared even tighter. It's over. Wei Hong slumped helplessly in his chair, his face a mask of despair and frustration, wishing he could just disappear into the ground. How glorious he had been a short while ago, and now he felt utterly humiliated. He had hoped to leverage his fortune in the stock market, raking in profits while gaining influence among the affluent circles of Jiangzhou, making countless people seek his guidance for investments. And now, everything had fallen apart. He had to face the accountability and scorn from all sides. And just the thought made his scalp tingle. Presently, Wei Hong, Wei Linlang, and Wei Jiaoyang all dared not turn on their phones, for once they did, countless calls would flood in, inquiring about the situation, and they had no idea how to respond. Chairman, a female secretary rushed in, breathless. General Manager Li and General Manager Liu are here, and they're demanding to see you urgently. Sighing, Wei Jiaoyang's face turned crimson with embarrassment. There was no need to guess what kind of scene awaited him. This entire scenario felt surreal. The Wei Group inexplicably began investing in the stock market, only to be blindsided by a crash, dragging many down with them. All of this seemed to point fingers at Wei Hong, or perhaps at Wei Hong. Wei Jiaoyang's emotions were complex. He was uncertain whom to blame in the end. Dad, let me handle them, Wei Linlang said, steeling herself. This crash came too suddenly. No one anticipated it. The uncles and brothers who invested have every right to be upset, but as a younger generation, they cannot be too harsh on me. I should take the blame. It's all my fault. Wei Hong stepped forward, displaying his bravery, while internally he whispered, I must shoulder this responsibility, even if it means enduring scorn from my uncles. I cannot let Dad and my sister suffer. The expressions of Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter softened in an instant. Deep down, they felt a hint of blame towards him. Yet, they couldn't ignore the fact that Wei Hong possessed a golden touch. He regretted his choices deeply. The two of them, having heard enough, felt their hearts soften, and they hesitated to chastise him further. I should go. Wei Jiaoyang sighed deeply, weary as he stood. Everyone understands the risks involved in investing. It's merely the frustration of lost funds. I will put my reputation on the line to apologize and propose a few valuable projects. This matter can still be settled. After speaking, he appeared to have aged tenfold. Even his posture seemed slightly hunched. Wei Linlang felt a pang of sorrow as tears welled up. A thought flickered in her mind. If the family had not fallen out with Wei Hong, could this situation have been avoided? The answer was affirmative. He had an astute sense for financial trends. Predicting the crash and steering the family clear of this disaster would have been a simple feat for him. Alas, she had taken for granted such a remarkable brother and instead lavished affection on a false brother who led the group astray. A sliver of regret rose within Wei Linlang, inevitably mingling with resentment towards Wei Hong. Chapter 75, 200 billion assets, Tianrun building. In the following days, both the Wei family villa and the Wei Group were shrouded in an atmosphere of gloom. Employees remained tight-lipped, fearful of incurring the displeasure of their superiors. Even the household servants tread carefully, wary of incurring the ire of the Wei family. Amidst the stock market crash, the market value of the Wei Group has been persistently evaporating, compounded by losses in private equity funds and the relentless pressure from various wealthy elites. This has left Wei Jiaoyang utterly exhausted and beleaguered. He has taken to leaving home early and returning late each day, his entire demeanor exuding disarray and fatigue. Wei Linlang, too, has faced accountability from the board due to investment miscalculations, resulting in her and Wei Sheng's dismissal. In a matter of time, the siblings have become the laughingstock of Jiangzhou's upper echelons, while the Wei Group subtly exhibits signs of decline. However, the frieliest camel is still larger than the horse. Despite Wei Jiaoyang's shortcomings, as long as he avoids further mistakes, he can still manage to maintain a semblance of dignity as Jiangzhou's richest man, and many are willing to extend him a favor. The uproar surrounding the private equity fund losses subsided after a few days. Surprisingly, Wei Hong found this development quite agreeable. He merely wished to witness Wei Jiaoyang and his associates stumble, as he had no desire for the Wei Group to collapse before his own rise to prominence. On the fifth day of the stock market crash, Wei Hong decisively liquidated all his offshore short-selling funds. Prior to the market collapse, he had invested 5 billion renminbi, equivalent to 63 million US dollars in international funds. Over the course of a month, through relentless trading, he miraculously multiplied his capital nearly threefold, reaching an astonishing 15 billion US dollars. During the crash, Wei Hong short-sold with a 50-fold leverage, causing his 15 billion US dollars to plummet to a mere 7 billion on paper. After 5 days, as the international funds generally have in value, his diversified short positions yielded returns of approximately 41 at best, and no less than 32 at the least. Ultimately, Wei Hong's 7 billion in funds culminated in a staggering total profit of 374. In short, his 15 billion US dollars transformed into an astounding 8 billion US dollars in just a few days, an increase of 187 times, equivalent to around 26 billion renminbi. His initial investment was merely 5 billion renminbi. After a little over a month of maneuvering through the international market, he had astonishingly multiplied his fortune by 4 or 5 times, surpassing 20 billion. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely leave countless individuals dumbfounded. Indeed, splendid. In a study, Wei Hong contentedly shut down his computer. These funds have now been transferred back to his Swiss bank account, readily accessible at any time. Although there is still potential for profit amidst the ongoing market crash, the bulk of the opportunity has already been seized, and he is disinclined to expend further effort on it. Transitioning from a penniless second-generation rich kid to a capital magnate wielding 20 billion in liquid assets, Wei Hong's spirits were naturally elevated. However, he understood the importance of remaining humble. After all, it was his possession of memories from past life that enabled him to achieve such heights. Moreover, this lucrative venture was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In his previous life, he had never encountered another market crash until his demise. Aspiring to replicate such extraordinary profits in the future would likely be unrealistic. Therefore, these funds must be judiciously and systematically invested to ensure they continue to generate wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Hong took out his phone and sent several messages. One was directed to Professor K, instructing him to temporarily cease activities and remain hidden, lest frequent engagements attract unwanted attention and jeopardize his future plans. Another was sent to Uncle Gong, inquiring about the progress of the group's registration. Just as he finished sending the messages, Su Maogong called. "Young master, the trademark for Hongshan Group has been successfully registered with a capital of 10 billion, and all necessary permits and licenses are being expedited. You can rest assured." "Excellent," Wei Hong replied with a satisfied smile. "In that case, there's no need to wait 3 months. We can proceed to acquire the headquarters building and set up the office now, so that we can officially commence operations right after the new year." Unbeknownst to him, the new year was fast approaching. Wei Hong had already spent over 3 months since his rebirth. In his past life, he was still embroiled in daily accusations from Wei Sheng, caught in the emotional turmoil of familial love and loyalty, striving to appease his family for the sake of a trivial and laughable bond. In this life, He had amassed a fortune of 20 billion in just over 3 months, while repeatedly outmaneuvering Wei Hong, keeping his fortunes contained within manageable bounds. The current version of him was no longer the same as before, nor was the current Wei Hong the same as the past. The gap between them would only continue to widen, and Wei Hong would find it impossible to escape his grasp. Wei Hong musée de confidenti. That afternoon, Wei Hong found himself atop the highest CBD commercial building in the city. Surrounded by bodyguards, he gazed into the distance, nearly encompassing half of Jiangzhou within his view, and his mood instantly brightened. "Cousin Wei, are you certain you wish to purchase this building?" inquired a middle-aged businessman named Su Yongqiang, his expression one of disbelief. Once a renowned real estate magnate in Jiangzhou, Su had developed numerous large-scale residential and commercial complexes. However, in recent years, consecutive investment failures have forced him to sell properties to mitigate his losses. Naturally, when Wei Hong approached him, it was with the intention of buying a building. "Mr. Su," he chuckled and replied, "please forgive my audacity, but I have established a small group, and I find myself in need of a headquarters." Su Yongqiang gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, a 17-year-old high school student aspires to establish a group and acquire a building as a headquarters? Are the youth of today truly so audacious?" Although he had long suspected Wei Hong was exceptional, he had not anticipated just how remarkable he truly was. It is worth noting that, aside from the Wei Group and a handful of top enterprises in Jiangzhou, no other entity could afford to purchase an entire commercial building. Even Su himself had merely borrowed money from the bank to construct buildings and profit from rentals. Su Yongqiang tentatively added, "The Tianrun building is currently Jiangzhou's tallest and newest commercial edifice, standing at 33 stories and 127 meters high, with a total area of 286 million square meters and a construction cost of 16.5 billion. I still owe the bank 12.3 billion in loans, plus annual interest, not to mention the appreciation in property value over the past few years. If you wish to acquire it, you need to offer at least 1 billion. At this, Wei Hong scoffed, "Mr. Su, you truly are adept at making exorbitant demands. Do you think that because I am young and inexperienced, I can be easily taken advantage of?" He shook his head. In the entirety of Jiangzhou, how many would dare to purchase an entire building? And you are burdened with debts, eager to recoup your losses. Enough of this, cousin. 1.95 billion. 1.8 billion. 1.9 billion. 1.8 billion. All right, 1.8 billion it is, but it must be paid in full. I need to secure those funds as soon as possible. After a brief but intense negotiation, the ownership of the commercial building was swiftly finalized. Chapter 76. Would you like me to reserve a hearse for you? The following morning, Wei Hong dispatched a professional legal team to sign the transfer agreement with Su Yongqiang. As soon as the contract was signed, the news inevitably leaked out, creating a significant stir within Jiangzhou's upper circles. 1.8 billion? The Tianrun building has changed hands? Holy cow, who bought it? So extravagant? Hongsheng Group? Where did that come from? Could it be true? This confirms that Su Yongqiang is in deep debt. He must be looking at a substantial recovery now. As high-level executives from various enterprises caught wind of the news, they were all astounded. It is imperative to understand that this is far more than merely a grand edifice. This is the headquarters of a substantial conglomerate, a group capable of affording such an expansive building as its headquarters. Suddenly intruding upon the commercial sphere of Jiangzhou is akin to dropping a depth charge into a tranquil lake, profoundly impacting every local enterprise. In an instant, a flurry of news circulated. When many learned from Su Yongqiang himself that the newly established Hongsheng Group was under the stewardship of none other than Wei Hong, the legitimate heir of the Wei family, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd. 17 years old and already founding a group, commencing with an investment of 1.8 billion to acquire a building as its headquarters. Each of these feats is sufficient to obliterate the local aristocracy and wealthy elite, yet this remarkable youth is evidently not favored by his family. At this moment, everyone was left questioning Wei Jiaoyang's apparent lack of discernment. Within the confines of the Wei villa, the atmosphere remained as oppressive as ever. Wei Jiaoyang had just managed to resolve the complications arising from the stock market crash, having gone several sleepless nights. His ailments, gastritis and hypertension, converged upon him, nearly incapacitating him with illness. Just as he contemplated taking a few days to recuperate at home, a barrage of calls from old friends and associates came flooding in to extend their congratulations. Initially, Wei Jiaoyang was bewildered, unaware of what the congratulations were for. However, upon grasping the situation, a heavy weight lodged in his chest, and after swallowing nearly half a bottle of heart medication, he was still unable to recover, nearly succumbing to anger. That wretched child! How dare he? Wei Jiaoyang was infuriated. 8 billion is no trifling sum. Moreover, what does it signify that Wei Hong has established the Hongxin Group? Does this indicate a public severance from the Wei family? The Tianrun building he purchased is even taller and more opulent than the Wei Tower, a space that once housed over 100 enterprises, now entirely acquired by him as a headquarters. Such audacity is nothing short of astonishing. Yet this dazzling youth is indeed his own son, and one with whom Wei Jiaoyang shares a strained relationship. Listening to the gleeful congratulations from his acquaintances, he was nearly driven to the brink of despair. There is no need for conjecture. Many must be disparaging him behind his back. Dad, have you heard? Wei Linlang entered the study. A look of distress etched on her face. Wei Jiaoyang, fully aware of her intention, raised his head, massaging his temples, and replied with exasperation. How could I not have heard? This wretched child seems to have acquired a substantial sum from somewhere. It wouldn't be from the old man, would it? Impossible. Wei Linlang shook her head. We are well aware of how much Grandpa left behind. At most, there are a few antiques and artworks secured in the bank safe. Is this money possibly from Uncle Gong? That too is unlikely. Wei Jiaoyang sneered as he lit a cigarette, narrowing his eyes to analyze. Though Su Lao Gui has earned a fair amount over the years, his fixed assets are barely over 2 billion, and his liquid funds may only amount to a few hundred million. He could not possibly have given Wei Hong such a sum to purchase a building. Establishing a group demands expenditures at every turn. Even the most affluent second-generation heirs dare only to lease properties. Wei Hong's willingness to invest such a sum in real estate indicates he possesses a far greater liquidity than we imagined. Good heavens! Wei Linling gasped. Reflecting on the precarious state of the Wei Group due to the stock market crash, with everyone suffering immense losses, she realized that Wei Hong had quietly amassed wealth and was now boldly establishing his own domain. This fellow is indeed formidable. Dad, have we made a grave mistake? Wei Linlang lamented. Had we not been so biased toward Shaosheng, Wei Hong would not have fallen out with us. If he had remained on good terms, he could have brought great honor to our family. Yet now we are the subject of ridicule for our lack of discernment. Rubbish. Wei Jiaoyang flushed with indignation, his face a portrait of fury. He refused to accept any blame. He was adamant that all grievances stemmed from Wei Hong's actions. After all, which parent is without fault? What son would dare to challenge his father? That wretched child has truly grown audacious, far from the obedient Shaosheng. I would rather have never fathered him at all. Wei Jiaoyang seethed, slamming his fists upon the table. Yet what good is obedience? Wei Linlang sighed, murmuring, Shaosheng is indeed obedient. Yet he has contributed nothing to the family, and has even caused us considerable trouble. Wei Hong was once both obedient and considerate, holding our family in his regard. Yet we fail to cherish him. Now silence. Silence. Wei Jiaoyang's agitation caused his heart to race. After prolonged fatigue and various stimuli, his emotions spiraled out of control, and he finally succumbed to dizziness, collapsing to the ground. Dad, are you all right? Dad! Wei Linlang rushed forward to support him, her voice laced with urgency. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of servants and bodyguards. By the time Du Sihui and Wei Sheng arrived, the study was crowded to capacity. As concern etched the faces of the onlookers, the family doctor hurried over. The middle-aged physician examined Wei Jiaoyang's eyelids and checked his pulse, expressing urgency. Mr. Wei is experiencing a shock-induced fainting spell due to heightened emotions and chronic hypertension. He must be transported to the hospital immediately. If possible, have young Master Wei come to administer a few injections to stabilize his condition. To the hospital, Du Sihui commanded, forcing herself to remain composed while gesturing to Wei Linlang. Go fetch Wei Hong immediately. Understood. Wei Linlang dashed downstairs in a panic. She quickly spotted Wei Hong at the liquor cabinet on the first floor, mixing drinks. Frantically, she seized his arm, attempting to pull him upstairs, exclaiming, "Hurry, Dad has fainted. We need to save him." Huh. Wei Hong scoffed, remaining unmoved. Regardless of her efforts to tug him along, he did not budge. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he sent her staggering back a few steps. "Why should I care if your father has fainted?" Wei Hong replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Would you like me to arrange a hearse for you?" "You?" Wei Linlang stood aghast, her mouth agape in shock. The individuals who had just brought the patient down from upstairs were equally stunned by his words. This man truly possesses a ruthless heart, completely indifferent to the fate of his own father. How can you be so callous? Life is paramount. He is your father. Du Sihui lamented, tears streaming down her face, yet she was met with nothing but Wei Hong's frigid gaze. In that moment, the fissures of kinship widened into an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 77. Expelled from the family tree. Such a son is unworthy of us. At Renai Hospital, in the VIP ward on the top floor, Wei Jiaoyong lay pale and weak, deeply unconscious. Upon receiving the news, his daughters, including Wei Qingqing, hurried back overnight, now gathered in the ward. Each face bore an expression of worry and unease. "Director Wang, is my father all right? How could he remain unconscious for so long?" They inquired simultaneously. Several doctors in white coats conducted thorough examinations. And finally, a middle-aged female doctor collected her stethoscope, stating, "Mr. Wei is merely experiencing a hypertensive shock due to emotional distress. He is not in grave danger. We have stabilized his blood pressure, and he should awaken within half a day, or at most within a few hours. Additionally, once Mr. Wei regains consciousness, he must remain hospitalized for a period of recuperation. He should avoid overexertion, late nights, and emotional upheavals, as these could pose a risk of cerebral or cardiac infarction in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to the doctor with heartfelt gratitude, the fifth sister, Wei Qingqing, could not restrain her complaints. "Mother, eldest sister, how have you been caring for father? How could he suddenly faint like that?" The second sister, Wei Kailon, echoed in agreement. "Indeed, it terrified us. I was in the midst of negotiating a significant project and had to hurriedly buy a ticket to rush back." The expressions of the others were equally displeased. Du Sihui opened her mouth to explain, but Wei Sheng had already knelt down with a resounding thud, and with a fierce slap to his own cheek, he lamented, "Do not blame mother and eldest sister. It is all my fault. Woe is me." "Xiao Sheng, what are you doing? Get up. Have you lost your mind? Why are you hurting yourself? Quickly stand up." The others were astonished as they helped him to his feet. Wei Sheng then began to weep profusely, exclaiming, "It is all my fault for wanting to engage in private equity. It caused father to suffer substantial losses in the stock market. It is my negligence that has led to his recent exhaustion and distress. I am unworthy. I am sorry. What is happening?" Wei Qingqing and the others were left bewildered. Wei Linlang sighed and succinctly recounted the events. In conclusion, she stated, "In truth, this is not entirely Xiao Sheng's fault. Who could have foreseen the stock market crash? If blame is to be assigned, it should rest upon your dear brother." In that moment, she recalled her father's cold and resolute demeanor at the time of his fainting. A pang of pain pierced her heart, mingled with a flicker of indignation as she gritted her teeth. That scoundrel anticipated the stock market crash, yet chose to remain silent, watching us suffer misfortune without uttering a word, while he secretly profited handsomely amidst the turmoil. Just yesterday, he acquired the largest Tianrun commercial building in the city and is reportedly planning to establish a company called Hongxin Group, clearly intending to sever ties with us entirely. Many have called to mock us, and it was this that ultimately distressed father. Had he merely administered a shot to father, perhaps the situation could have been swiftly managed. Yet he stood by, indifferent, as father collapsed, even suggesting calling for a hearse. The sisters were instantly incensed. Their beautiful faces were etched with icy fury. Second sister Wei Kailon exclaimed, "How detestable! That ingrate! I would have drowned him when he was a child had I known." Sixth sister Wei Xia declared, "Where is he?" I shall confront him right now. He truly deserves it. Fourth sister Wei Ruyun added, count me in. He must kneel before the ancestral hall today. The sisters, often preoccupied with their careers, rarely spent time at home, although they were aware of the deteriorating relationship between Wei Hong and the family. They subconsciously believed he was still the easily bullied younger brother of Ur, and thus felt justified in their righteous indignation towards him. Wei Qingqing had returned not long ago and had previously endured Wei Hong's cold demeanor, so she dared not speak up at this moment. Confront him? Wei Linlang retorted coldly. He has grown quite formidable, traveling with a dozen bodyguards and possessing at least several billion in liquid assets. Even Nishingguan, who has long dominated Jiangzhou, has been eliminated by him. What makes you think you can confront him? Do you truly believe he remains the defenseless younger brother who would not retaliate? In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Each person's eyes mirrored deep confusion and regret. Indeed, where had their once submissive brother gone? How had their family devolved into such turmoil? Let's call upon our grandaunt. Du Sihui's voice was hoarse, her gaze vacant. We cannot bear such a son. He must be expelled from the Wei family genealogy. What? The others gasped in shock. Wei Sheng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of joy. Mother, have you lost your senses? Wei Qingqing stammered. While family quarrels are one thing, how can you cast him from the genealogy? That would sever all ties. Indeed, I may not be fond of this brother, but he is our family's only male heir. Your actions will not be sanctioned by our grandaunt. Two aunts are aware of this situation and will surely rebuke you. Wei Linlang and the others were all taken aback. While they may not have liked Wei Hong, they had never contemplated expelling him from the family tree. We have indeed wronged Wei Hong in the past. But what family holds grudges overnight? We have scolded and quarreled. What more does he desire? Must he resort to violence to be satisfied? He is now so callous and heartless that he is indifferent even when his own father collapses before him. We cannot support such a beast, and we must sever all ties. Du Sihui spoke with a face of frost, each word enunciated with deliberation. Clearly, her statement had been pondered with great care. Mother, you cannot do this. Wei Sheng feigned sorrow while secretly reveling in delight. Eldest brother merely resents me for taking your favor. We should show him more tolerance. If need be, I can leave the Wei family. Du Sihui resolutely countered? No, it is not you who shall leave, but him. Father will not agree to this. Wei Sheng gently reminded. Cough, cough. At that moment, a series of coughs erupted from the hospital bed. The comatose Wei Jiaoyang slowly opened his eyes and, in a hoarse voice, declared, I agree. Father, you are awake? Splendid. How do you feel? Should we call the doctor? Father, what did you say? You agree? Mother is merely jesting. Do not involve yourself. Wei Linlang and the others hastened to surround him, expressing their concern and attempting to soothe him, fearful he might make a grave decision. However, it was evident that Wei Jiaoyang had overheard the entire conversation during his unconsciousness. He took a deep breath and commanded, Notify your two aunts and grandaunt to come. I intend to expel this unfilial son from the family and sever all ties. Furthermore, I wish to formally include Xiao Sheng in the family genealogy, establishing him as a true member of the Wei family. Everyone instinctively gasped in disbelief, nearly doubting their own ears. The two family elders of the Wei family had unanimously resolved to cast Wei Hong out, demonstrating that their hearts had been irreparably wounded and that they were prepared to sever all ties. Chapter 78. One must have something to care for to be controlled by others. In the following days, the atmosphere within the Wei family villa grew increasingly oppressive. Wei Qingqing, Wei Kailan, and the others all canceled their work commitments and remained at home, as if awaiting some significant event. On the third morning, Wei Qingqing could no longer contain herself and sought out Wei Hong, bluntly advising, Xiao Hong, you should go to the hospital and plead with father. He intends to expel you from the family tree. Oh, Wei Hong, who was preparing to leave for an errand, paused at the door where Su Maogong and the bodyguards awaited outside. The group was set to inspect the renovation of the recently purchased building. Upon hearing her words, he stopped, turned his head at the entrance, and scoffed. So, this is why you all have set aside your work and are eager to remain home to watch the drama unfold? We do not wish to spectate. We merely want to persuade you. Wei Qingqing sighed and quickly clarified, "There is no need for a family to become so estranged. You have gone too far this time. Establishing a group outside is tantamount to declaring your severance from the Wei family, and your indifference to Father S. plight has left our parents utterly disappointed." And then what? Wei Hong retorted dismissively, "Do not feign ignorance." Wei Qingqing, exasperated, pressed her forehead, frustration evident. "Our parents have unanimously instructed that your two aunts and grandaunt be summoned back. And in front of the entire family, you shall be expelled from the genealogy." Wei Hong sneered, "Is that all? Isn't that serious?" Wei Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. "Do you understand what being expelled from the family means? The consequences, have you considered them? It signifies a lightened burden for me. It grants me my wish. It means I no longer need to pretend to appease you foolish pigs. Is that not sufficient?" Wei Hong sneered in retort, instantly rendering her dizzy with fury. At that moment, his second sister, Wei Kailon, and third sister, Wei Chuyan, emerged upon hearing the commotion. One of them was the executive president of a top-tier entertainment company in the country, known for her decisiveness and strength, an epitome of a formidable woman. The other was a professor at Tsinghua University and a hacking genius, exuding wisdom, elegance, and a noble character, earning the respect and admiration of countless students. Both sisters were exceptionally intelligent and proud, accustomed to wielding authority. Upon witnessing Wei Hong's manner of addressing their elder sister, their brows instinctively furrowed. "So that's why our parents are so enraged. It turns out you truly are an ungrateful wretch," Wei Kailon chastised coldly. "To be born human, yet remain ignorant of the gratitude owed to the parents who raised you is simply intolerable." "Ah, indeed." Wei Hong dug into his ear, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "The nurturing grace you speak of is merely their provision of biological materials, allowing me to be birthed from a surrogate womb and subsequently handed over to my grandfather for upbringing. Should I express my gratitude to the surrogate or to my grandfather? Just because they contributed some sperm and eggs, I am destined to be trampled, insulted, and disregarded, subjected to daily slanders and accusations, am I?" At his words, Wei Kailon felt a twinge of guilt. Wei Qian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes, and scoffed coldly. "There are no parents without faults in this world. Why is it that only you are criticized and overlooked? Why are we not punished by our parents? One should seek the reasons within oneself, rather than lamenting incessantly about fate." As a professor, Wei Qian was indeed well-versed in lofty principles, her every utterance imbued with righteousness. Wei Hong, undeterred, retorted with a scoff, "Next, will you ask me to kneel in the hospital and apologize so that I may dutifully become a model son?" "Precisely." Wei Chuyan began her habitual lecturing. "We are, after all, family. Although our parents are furious this time, if we could plead on your behalf, you still have a chance to remain in the Wei household. Calm your heart. Hand over all the enterprises you have founded outside to our father for management, and return to school obediently. In the future, you will not lack for sustenance from the family. Money can procure many things, yet it cannot buy familial bonds. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness cost you the most significant aspect of your life. Once you are expelled from the family tree, you will become a child without a home, and in times of trouble, you shall find no one to assist you." Wei Chuyan grew increasingly animated, resembling a teacher admonishing a student. Her gaze radiated arrogance and condescension, her words dripping with high-handed guidance. Wei Hong's expression, however, grew progressively colder. One must possess something to care for in order to be manipulated by others. The notion that they could use familial ties to control him was utterly laughable. Had he known in his previous life that he would be cast out from the family tree, Wei Hong would have been terrified into submission, begging for forgiveness. Yet now, did he care? "Are you finished? If so, then be gone." Wei Hong's gaze turned contemptuous as he swept all the vases in the entranceway to the ground. The crash of shattering porcelain startled them into retreat. Having grown weary of further discourse, he turned and strode towards the door. Wei Chuyan, her face flushed with anger, stamped her foot. "I wonder how long you can keep up your bravado. Our aunt arrives tomorrow. She will certainly deal with you. If you wish to salvage this, you must act swiftly. Tomorrow is the final deadline." Wei Kailon coldly reminded him. Fool! Wei Hong retorted with a raised middle finger, inciting their ire. The aunt they referred to was the paternal aunt of the Wei family, who had married into a prominent family in Yinjing decades ago. And the two families maintained regular contact, especially during holidays. The Wei family was small, consisting only of this aunt and Wei Jiaoyang's sister and younger sister. The eldest aunt, Wei Chunlan, was introduced to a marriage in Yinjing through the aunt, while the younger aunt, Wei Qiujuan, married into the provincial capital. All three of their husbands came from distinguished backgrounds, more illustrious than the Wei group itself. Whenever they returned to their maternal home, they did so with an air of superiority, while Wei Jiaoyang and his wife had to tread carefully around them. This time, they were likely invited back to exert pressure on him. My lord, once in the car, Su Maogong couldn't help but frown and inquire. Is Wei Jiaoyang truly intent on expelling you from the family tree? And has he summoned the aunt? What shall we do now? What is there to do? Wei Hong replied, baffled. I would welcome a severance from them. Now that my wish is fulfilled, you inquire about what to do? Of course, I shall celebrate. Huh, but... Su Maogong appeared conflicted. He instinctively felt that being expelled from one's family was a terrible fate, yet he struggled to articulate precisely why it was so. Wei Hong was no ordinary rich heir. While others relied on their family's protection and wealth, he had no such need. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife depended on their aunt and the influence of their relatives, yet he held them in utter disdain. Thus, what leverage did they possess to threaten him? Being cast out from the family is hardly a pleasant label. Su Maogong hesitated for a long moment before suggesting, how about you speak to them? Surely, the elder would not wish to see this unfold. Even if I am expelled from the family tree, I am still the grandson of my grandfather. Wei Hong sighed, speaking languidly. In the afterlife, he would only care for my well-being and could never bear to witness my humiliation. Regardless, Su Maogong reminded him once more, the aunt is not to be trifled with. Maintain a good attitude and do not clash with her. Chapter 79. Beware, young ones, should you disobey, I shall enforce my family's discipline. On December 29th, a private jet landed at Jiangzhou International Airport. Wei Linlang personally led 12 bodyguards and 9 luxury vehicles in a grand procession to greet the aunt and her 2 sisters as they disembarked the plane. The eldest aunt, Wei Chunlan, and the younger aunt, Wei Qiujuan, appeared well-preserved, embodying the image of affluent ladies, their every gesture radiating dignity and elegance. The aunt, Wei Xiaoying, nearing 70, possessed a youthful countenance and robust health. Her keen and sagacious eyes exuded an air of nobility that made one hesitant to gaze directly at her. Accompanied by bodyguards, private doctors, and assistants, the entourage made their way to the Wei family villa with great pomp. In the car, the elderly lady, Wei Xiaoying, grasping a cane, surveyed Wei Linlang and Wei Sheng, furrowing her brow. Is this little Hong? How has he changed so much after not seeing him for a few years? Wei Chunlan expressed her surprise. Indeed, it has only been 2 or 3 years. Yet little Hong seems to have grown less handsome and darker. Aunt, eldest aunt, second aunt. Wei Linlang awkwardly introduced. This is the son of our family driver, Uncle Li. His father died, saving my father, and he was just adopted a few months ago, so I haven't had the chance to introduce him to you until now. Hello, aunt. Hello, eldest aunt. Hello, second aunt. Wei Sheng greeted them with a charmingly obedient demeanor. The 3 affluent ladies, accustomed to looking down on others, subtly curled their lips upon hearing he was merely the driver's son. They exchanged dismissive glances, nodding slightly without further comment, making it abundantly clear they were disinterested in him. It was already common knowledge that their elder brother had quarreled with his biological son over an adopted child. Wei Qiujuan muttered with dissatisfaction. I wonder if elder brother has lost his mind, making us travel all this way back. You don't understand, younger aunt. Wei Linlang sighed and remarked. This matter is exceedingly intricate. In short, Xiao Sheng is truly a commendable individual, whereas Wei Hong harbors a malicious mind and intense jealousy. He cannot tolerate Xiao Sheng and has been causing disturbances at home, resulting in unrest for the entire family. Just a few days ago, my father was so incensed that he had to be hospitalized. In his despair, he contemplated summoning you all back to convene the ancestral hall. and expel him from the family tree. This is a grave issue, and I hope you can assist in persuading him when the time comes." The three of them gasped in shock upon hearing this. Wei Hong, leaning on her cane, exclaimed in anger, "What nonsense! Xiao Hong is the only male descendant of the Wei family. Although I, an old woman, do not have a high opinion of this nephew. Surely we should not expel him from the family. This is outrageous. What madness have your parents succumbed to?" Wei Chunlan and Wei Qiujuan also wore grim expressions. Wei Linlang sighed again and continued, "Ever since Xiao Sheng entered our household, he has pushed people down the stairs, stolen my mother's design drawings, and engaged in various chaotic misdeeds. Time and again he has faced punishment and scolding, yet he remains incorrigible. Recently, he even struck my father with a whip, fully aware of the troubles the company is facing. Yet he did nothing to help and has declared his intention to sever ties with us." She lamented. "A few days ago, my father fainted at home. Despite his medical knowledge, he chose to ignore it. How could our family not feel disheartened by such a person?" Wei Linlang unleashed a torrent of grievances, venting her pent-up frustrations. Wei Xiaoying and the others fell into a long silence. Listening to this one-sided account, it indeed seemed that Wei Hong had acted excessively. If they had such a son in their family, they too would likely desire to sever ties. "In any case, I will clarify the situation later," Wei Xiaoying asserted, leaning on her cane with a serious tone. "This matter concerns the future of the Wei family. It is not something your father can decide alone." "Huh." Wei Linlang shook her head with a bitter smile. "You may wish to protect Wei Hong, but he may not show you any respect. He dares." Wei Xiaoying glared, wielding her cane with authority. "If the younger generation is disobedient, they should be wary of my family's disciplinary measures." "Fine. If you do not believe me, then observe as you will." Wei Linlang sighed and ceased her further comments. Presently, Wei Hong was quite resolute. How could he possibly care for the words of an elderly woman? She surmised that her parents intended for her aunt to discipline her son. Thus, she wisely refrained from saying more. At this moment, Wei Sheng found an opportunity and began to voice his thoughts. "Whoa, is this the esteemed aunt of the Wei family? Truly formidable and majestic, just and impartial. No wonder so many hold her in high regard. Now that she is here to uphold justice, my elder brother cannot bully me anymore, right? It's one thing for me to be bullied, but it's unacceptable for my parents and sisters to be driven to the brink of despair. Finally, someone can manage him." What was that sound? The three women were momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing around. Upon confirming that no one else in the vehicle had spoken, their gazes immediately focused on Wei Sheng. He feigned ignorance and said, "Aunt." No one spoke at all. "Is it him?" The three gasped in disbelief. They had indeed heard Wei Sheng's voice in their minds. Identical in tone and inflection, it was impossible for them to misidentify it. But didn't he move his lips? Could this be his inner voice? They were perceptive enough not to show any signs of surprise, exchanging silent glances before observing him intently. Seeing their reaction, Wei Sheng continued to express his thoughts. "Oh my, Aunt's bone structure is truly exquisite. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. Both of my aunts are also stunning, surpassing the glamorous ladies depicted in films. The Wei family genes are remarkable, yet alas, I am not of their bloodline. I wonder if Aunt and my two aunts would like me. Whoa, I am the son of a driver. They must surely look down upon me. But I like them so much, they feel so familiar and warm." After this outpouring of thoughts, the three women exchanged peculiar looks. They were astonished not only by their ability to hear Wei Sheng's inner voice, but also by the information it contained. They instinctively accepted the truth of his words, altering their impressions of him slightly. What a well-behaved child. Wei Xiaoying coughed lightly and scrutinized Wei Sheng from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. "Since you have entered our Wei family, you are one of us. If you ever lack anything or are bullied, you can always tell your aunt. I will stand up for you." "Thank you, Aunt." Wei Sheng beamed with joy. "Indeed, you are a good child." Wei Chunlan cheerfully pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Since this is our first meeting and I Haven Tea brought a gift, I apologize. This card has 300,000. Take it. I'll also give a card as a first meeting gift." Wei Qiujuan added with a smile as she handed him another card. "Thank you, Aunt and Aunt." Wei Sheng accepted the cards while continuing to express his thoughts. "Whoa, Both aunt and my two aunts are so warm and kind. The three exchanged smiles, and unbeknownst to them, their attitudes toward the adopted son of the Wei family had subtly shifted. Chapter 80. Do you think I would regard you as human? In the afternoon, the Wei family villa gradually became lively. A dozen servants busily scurried about, tidying up and preparing ingredients, even inviting a five-star hotel chef to personally oversee the culinary preparations. Anyone could tell that they were preparing to welcome distinguished guests. When the convoy arrived at the entrance, Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, accompanied by several daughters, politely waited at the door to greet them. As the car door swung open, they stepped forward in unison. Eldest sister, younger sister, aunt. Wei Jiaoyang forced a smile, struggling to maintain a warm demeanor. I deeply apologize for making you travel such a long distance. No trouble at all. Wei Xiaoying, supported by a female bodyguard, descended the car steadily. Her gaze swept around before finally resting on Wei Jiaoyang's pale face and graying hair, and she sighed while shaking her head. We as women have little to do. With such a significant event in the maternal family, it is only natural for us to return. Aunt, eldest aunt, younger aunt. The crowd gathered around to greet them. Wei Xiaoying's wrinkled face was filled with smiles. Good, good, good. You're all good children. Let's go inside and talk. The group swept into the villa. Immediately, servants arrived with tea and pastries, while Wei Linlang and the others attended to them with utmost courtesy, ensuring that the three were comfortable. Second brother, I heard you fainted and were hospitalized a few days ago. Are you all right? Wei Xiaoying inquired seriously. It's nothing serious. Wei Jiaoyang forced a smile and shook his head. These years, I have been preoccupied with company affairs, and it's inevitable that my health has suffered a bit. The doctor said I just need to take care of myself. As long as you are fine. Wei Xiaoying's gaze turned cold as she asked, Where's Xiao Hong? Does he not wish to greet his aunt personally, who has come all the way to visit? The atmosphere abruptly chilled. Wei Jiaoyang and the others simultaneously glanced toward the second floor. Without needing further elaboration, it was clear that Wei Hong was upstairs at that moment. How outrageous! Wei Chunlan scolded impatiently, not even bothering to come out and greet his elders. Has he learned nothing in these years? Wang Ma, hurry and fetch the young master down. Wang Ma, standing nearby, wore an awkward expression, carefully explaining, the young master is resting and does not allow anyone to disturb him. I cannot relay a message. What nonsense is this? Wei Qiujuan slammed her Hermes bag onto the coffee table, glaring fiercely as she rebuked. Does he not know who we are? Tell him to come down immediately. Do we need to go fetch him ourselves? Yes. Wang Ma hurriedly ascended the stairs. As she pondered how to report to Wei Hong Tong, he finally heard the commotion and descended the stairs. Wang Ma sighed in relief and hurriedly approached him, lowering her voice to say, Oh dear, young master, please move a bit faster. The ants have already arrived. If you don't go over soon, they might resort to harsh words. Harsh words? Dare they? Wei Hong scoffed lightly and strolled towards the hall, exhibiting none of the panic that others had anticipated. In large families, particularly among the wealthy second generation, when faced with the presence of elders, they often shrink back like mice confronted by a cat. Wei Xiaoying, this aunt, had a rather lukewarm relationship with old Master Wei. In the past, her demeanor towards Wei Hong had rarely been pleasant. However, his two aunts, Wei Chunlan and Wei Qiujuan, were somewhat better. While they did not particularly favor him, they had not treated him poorly either. Moreover, their husbands held considerable influence, thus granting them significant voice within the family. Now, with all three of them simultaneously visiting, the former Wei Hong would have undoubtedly been filled with trepidation. Yet today, he confidently approached the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of red wine, and, amidst the varied gazes of the crowd, settled onto the sofa with an impassive expression. Oh, are we playing the 3 halls of interrogation? If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Wei Jiaoyang clearly did not expect his son to exhibit such audacity. Before his 3 elders, he remained nonchalant and utterly unafraid. The others were equally astonished. Typically, when Aunt Wei Xiaoying visited, he would be overly respectful, akin to a grandson. What had led to such arrogance today? Very well. Wei Xiaoying's countenance darkened immediately her triangular eyes narrowing ominously. Initially, she had contemplated whether there was a misunderstanding, thinking that as the last remaining elder of the Wei family, she could impart some wisdom to the younger generation. Now, however, she was convinced that no misunderstanding existed. This boy had truly lost all sense of propriety. "Kneel," she commanded sharply, leaning heavily on her cane. The decades of living in comfort and wielding authority radiated from her, overwhelming the room with a presence almost as formidable as that of the late old Master Wei. A mere glance from her was enough to instill fear. Wei Hong and the others felt their legs weaken, nearly succumbing to the ground. Yet, Wei Hong, the subject of her command, merely curled his lips in disdain. He not only disregarded her intimidating gesture, but also unceremoniously dug at his ear. "You little brat," Wei Xiaoying seethed, her chest heaving with anger. "I traveled all the way from Yanjing, and this is how you treat your family elder? What happened to the etiquette and decorum you were taught growing up? Kneel. Etiquette and decorum are meant for people. Do you think I would regard you as one?" Wei Hong retorted bluntly. "I would kneel to your granduncle before I kneel for you. Were you anyway?" The room was filled with astonishment at his audacious words. You. Wei Xiaoying stammered in disbelief. Seeing this, Wei Chunlong quickly slammed her palm on the table and scolded, "You insolent brat! Have you lost your mind? Who taught you to speak to your elders this way? Do you have no sense of propriety?" Wei Qiujuan's face was equally cold as she reprimanded. "Before coming here, I heard tales of your recklessness, but I did not believe them until today. You exhibit none of the grace expected of a Wei family child. If I were your elder brother, not only would I expel you from the family registry, but I would also break your limbs and toss you out without a second thought." Wei Hong regarded the three with a cold smile. Though they bore him no personal grudge, their authoritative demeanor was not to be trifled with, as it represented the baseline of the powerful. Today, they had come to support Wei Jiaoyang. Their very presence exuded an air of arrogance and condescension. Should Wei Hong have engaged them in a rational debate, he would inevitably have been overwhelmed by familial loyalty and forced to weep and repent before his parents. Alas, he had never been one to tread the well-worn path. Once married, a daughter is like water spilled. These three have been out of the family for decades, have they not? He took a sip of wine, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "And now, you wish to meddle in matters of the family? Are your hands not reaching too far? In a good mood, I might call you aunt, but if I am displeased, I can just as easily refer to you as an old crone. What can you do about it? You wish to sever ties? Why not do it decisively? Spare me the endless chatter. Do you think I have all the time in the world to indulge your theatrics?" With that, he kicked the coffee table. The loud crash sent shockwaves through the crowd, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Chapter 81. Who do you think you are, demanding I kneel? At this moment, Wei Hong's unrelenting demeanor shattered any semblance of decorum in the room. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife had initially believed that inviting the aunt would subdue him, allowing them to reprimand him into submission. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wei Hong would offer no regard even for his aunt's face? Rebellion. This is utter rebellion. Wei Xiaoying's chest heaved in fury, and she leaned heavily on her cane, commanding, "Why haven't you subdued this rebellious wretch? I shall personally see to his punishment today." With her command, two bodyguards moved to apprehend Wei Hong. However, as they made their move, a dozen or so suited bodyguards appeared around them, their gazes predatory. The two intruders were immediately stopped in their tracks. "Break their legs and throw them out." Wei Hong nonchalantly waved his hand. The surrounding bodyguards, akin to wolves, sprang into action. The two assailants, flustered and desperate to defend themselves, found themselves outmatched. In mere moments, one was kicked in the knee, collapsing to the ground. In the next instant, they were pinned down by the bodyguards, and two nightsticks came crashing down. They screamed in anguish, rolling on the ground in pain, one of their legs having been brutally broken. "Did you not intend to enforce family discipline upon me? Come, continue." Wei Hong gestured with a smirk, and the bodyguards promptly dragged the two away, discarding them like refuse, effortlessly resolving this minor inconvenience. Wei Xiaoying, Wei Jiaoyang. Everyone was once again struck dumb by the scene before them. Who would dare to provoke him now? Even the dullest among them could tell that this man had gone mad, disregarding all familial ties and status. To enforce family discipline, one must possess a strength greater than his, and he had 4 teams of bodyguards at his disposal. Anyone attempting to act recklessly would surely be courting disaster. Very well. Wei Xiaoying trembled as she spoke coldly. I had initially intended to mediate this matter in light of your grandfather's legacy, but it seems I am unworthy of such a task. So be it. I shall not intervene further. Handle this as you wish. Wei Chunlan's gaze turned icy, her disdain palpable. Did the old master teach you to bully the weak? He taught me to retaliate against oppression, not to allow anyone to trample upon my dignity. Wei Hong retorted defiantly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wei Qiujuan, however, was incensed. Rising to her feet, she chastised, "Did he not teach you to respect your elders? You dare to lay hands on your aunt? You truly have audacity. I do not recognize my own parents, let alone an aunt who presumes authority without any rightful claim." Wei Hong leaned forward, exuding an oppressive coldness as he sneered. "Do not think that a bit of power in your marital family grants you the right to act recklessly in my domain. This territory of Jiangzhou is not yours to trample upon. You?" Wei Qiujuan's finger trembled in fury. Over the years, having relied on her husband's illustrious family, each visit to her parental home was met with utmost deference. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui treated her with great politeness, going to great lengths to appease her. The daughters of the Wei family were also well-behaved and obedient. When had she ever been subjected to such indignities? Do you understand what it means to provoke a lady of the house? Wei Qiuju questioned with exasperation. It signifies that she can only express impotent rage, that she is utterly incapable of affecting me. Wei Hong retorted with unyielding defiance. What? Do you truly believe I am unaware of her true nature? On the surface, she has been married to a prestigious family in Yinjing for decades, her in-laws being a prominent clan with influence extending across politics, business, and the military, compelling everyone to show her some measure of respect, correct? In reality, the Zhou family in Yinjing is divided into 3 branches. The first branch holds power. The second manages finances, while the third is merely a marginal presence, a mere footnote. Wei Xiaoying, married into the third branch, endures daily humiliation, only to find her life slightly improved following her husband's demise. Does she truly believe she possesses any significant capabilities? Now, she relies on her age to wield authority, when in truth, her voice holds little weight within the Zhou family. Her children and grandchildren are all inept, merely living off the family's legacy. Had it not been for the Zhou family's lingering nostalgia, they would have long since been cast out. In that moment, the gazes of the onlookers were tinged with a peculiar intrigue. Lady Wei Xiaoying's face flushed with indignation. What? Am I incorrect in my assertions? Wei Hong spat in disdain, continuing to berate her. In Yanjing, you act like a turtle retreating into its shell, yet upon returning to Jiangzhou, you presume to wield influence and dictate terms. What would happen if I were to break your limbs? You are merely capable of a fleeting outburst of anger. It is only due to my grandfather's previous indulgence, stemming from familial ties, that you were tolerated. Now that he is no longer here, who recognizes you? You dare to demand my submission. Who do you think you are? A flurry of insults ensued. Wei Xiaoying was nearly overcome with rage. She felt both humiliated and furious, having never anticipated such disgrace at her advanced age. Her aged visage felt as though it were being stripped of its very skin, struggling to maintain its composure. Outrageous! Wei Qiuju trembled as she raised her hand, shrieking in admonition. How dare you speak to the lady of the house in such a manner? Wei Hong dismissed her gesture, sneering. So preoccupied with scolding her that you neglected to chastise yourself, did you? A husband who openly brings his illegitimate child home. A son whose inheritance is far from guaranteed, and you dare to return to your parental home, flaunting your authority. You? Wei Qiuju felt a mix of humiliation and fury. These were secrets she desperately sought to conceal. Previously, her family only knew of her marriage to the chairman of a Lin group in the provincial capital, perceiving only the glamorous faade, leading them to constantly bow to her whims. But now, Wei Hong had stripped away her disguise. At this moment, Wei Qiuju longed to disappear into the ground. You little wretch, do not push your luck. Wei Chunlan, seeing her distress, quickly rose to defend her. Wei Hong glared at her, rebuking. Overstepping? You three, as elders, are unaware of the truth, and yet presume to dictate terms? You endure humiliation in your marital home, yet return here, strutting about with arrogance. Unaware that at your age you should exhibit some restraint? Wei Jiaoyang, that simpleton, has always believed your marital family to be deeply entrenched, wishing to invite you back for support. If he were aware that your family has depended solely on your father-in-law for years, with the second generation barely touching the fringes of power, would he not be enraged to the point of wanting to vomit blood? In a few years, when your father-in-law passes, your family will completely fade from the corridors of power in Yanjing. What will you have to assert your dominance before me? You think you are deserving of respect? Wei Chunlan's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a vibrant palette. Wei Jiaoyang and the others stood in stunned silence, watching as Wei Hong effortlessly dismantled the perceived formidable presence of their aunt, elder aunt, and younger aunt. Yet they dared not retort.